In order to make my family an immortal family, I am willing to fight to the death with the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang. Although his meridians were destroyed and his divine body was damaged in that battle, Shi Yejia was eventually promoted to an immortal family. However, when I made great progress in my cultivation and became a Jinshi, I was deprived of the title of Holy Son. Instead, he was bullied by his junior brother Bai Lianhua, being looked down upon by his father. Even the servants at home dared to point fingers at me. In this case, I will not hesitate to send my family to join the Demon Empress, refine the ultimate imperial weapons, and devour the demon monsters. Support this Yi family and can also trample it under my feet. At this time, in the Yi family hall, a graceful girl with picturesque features glared at me, pointed at me and yelled, "The 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma contains rich fire spiritual power that can help Shaoxian break through to the sea-breaking realm, and you ate it secretly? You are so audacious and your crime is unforgivable. You deserve to die 100 times. However, I remained indifferent, as if I could not hear her scolding. My eyes were as deep as the vast starry sky, full of horror and disbelief. Yi Chuchen, is what Yi Linger said true? Did you really steal and eat that 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum? Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, looked gloomy as he stared at me, who was still silent below, his brows furrowed, and his expression seemed particularly unhappy and impatient. The son who once made him proud has now become a waste that makes him heartbroken. I remained silent, rubbing my temples unconsciously with my hands, trying to sort out the memories that were flooding into my mind. I was reborn. I am the holy son of the Yi family, with an unrivaled chaotic divine body. When I was born, strange phenomena occurred in heaven and earth. Golden lotuses sprang up from the ground, dragons and phoenixes sang, immortal music lingered, and purple air spread for 100,000 miles. The cultivators of the ancient continent rely on absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth to practice. The levels of practice are divided into 10 realms, and each realm has 10 levels. The realms of cultivation are gathering qi, condensing yuan, opening up the sea, creating the sky, and communicating with spirits, divine fire, great sage, holy king, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. As for me, I am endowed with an unrivaled divine body. I was at the peak of the qi-gathering realm when I was born. I entered the condensing yuan realm at the age of 3, cultivated to the sea-breaking secret realm at the age of 5, entered the sky-opening secret realm at the age of 8, and reached the spiritual communication secret realm at the age of 12. He ignited the divine fire at the age of 18, and broke through to become a great sage at the age of 21, becoming the youngest great sage in the ancient continent. He broke the cultivation record of the entire continent, and became famous throughout the world. Except the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang. At that time, Yi Ding was grinning from ear to ear and often said to others, "My son will become a great emperor." However, less than a year after I broke through the Saint Realm, the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang also broke through the Saint Realm and became the youngest and most promising great saint-level powerhouse besides me. What's even more terrifying is that after Lin Shuwang broke through, he awakened the immortal phoenix body. The demons then launched a large-scale attack, and the ancient Holy Land and the immortal family fell into endless war. In this age, when the great emperor has not yet appeared and the holy emperor is in seclusion, except when the holy places and aristocratic families are facing life and death, the great sage is the world's top fighting force. The Demon Queen Lin Shuwang took action, and the pride of the Holy Land and the saints of the noble families were instantly defeated, and no one could stop her. In order to prevent the war from escalating, the Holy Land and the demonic path agreed to send out a genius to fight to the death. Sent by the demonic path was naturally Lin Shuwang. As soon as her divine phoenix body appeared, the Holy Land's Tianjiao and the saints of the aristocratic family were like eggplants hit by frost, and they instantly became listless. At the critical moment, I was forced to come out and fight a life-and-death battle with Lin Shuwang. In that battle, the sky was dark and the earth was shattered, as the Chaos Divine Body fought against the immortal Divine Phoenix Body. The terrifying power unleashed by our two youngest great saints is almost comparable to that of a Saint King-level powerhouse, shocking the world. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, both sides were defeated, chaos was shattered, and the Divine Phoenix collapsed. We both fell to the ground, with no winner. However, a draw meant that the battle had to continue, and the war between the Holy Land and the demonic path would continue endlessly. Amidst my father Yi Ding's powerless roar, I tried my best, burning my soul, overdrawing my life, breaking my tendons and veins, shattering my body, and reaching the ultimate state of sublimation. I used up my last bit of potential to forcibly suppress the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang and win the war for the righteous. Because of my contribution, the Yi family was promoted to an immortal family, controlling 99 spiritual veins, with prosperous luck and longevity. However, this caused me to fall into an abyss where I could no longer practice. My tendons and veins were broken, my body was shattered, and I became a waste. In fact, I have made great contributions to the Yi family. If it weren't for me, the Yi family, a second-rate family, would never have been recognized by the Holy Land and the family in a short period of time, let alone controlling 99 spiritual veins and being promoted to an immortal family. I thought that with this contribution, even if I lost all my cultivation and became a waste, I could still gain some respect in the Yi family. However, the result disappointed me terribly. I lost my position as the son of God and became an insignificant existence in the family. I was even accused of stealing a 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma during a family trial, and was completely stripped of my status as the son of God. After losing the position of Holy Son, my situation in the family became even more miserable. Yi Xian fanned the flames behind the scenes, and several brothers and sisters bullied me wantonly, and even the servants dared to trample on my dignity. Yi Ding, the father, saw all of this, but all his attention and affection were directed towards Yi Xian, the adopted son with potential. He has long forgotten about me, his own son. For several years, I died in humiliation. However, a moment later, when my deep eyes regained clarity, I looked up at my father Yi Ding, the head of the family, and the relatives around me who were glaring at me, and I couldn't help but smile at myself in my heart. It seems that I was truly reborn. God did not kill me, but instead allowed me to stand up again. However, the timing of my rebirth seems to be a bit problematic. Now I am still the useless person who lost all my cultivation after the battle with the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang. Rebirth, is it just to experience all this humiliation again and die again? I won't do that. Brother Chuchen, the head of the family, is asking you a question. At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from beside him, as fresh as the spring breeze, so gentle that it made people feel pity. In stark contrast to the voices around that were filled with accusations and dissatisfaction, this voice was filled with concern and uneasiness, as if it gently brushed across the heart, making people feel shocked. Oh, by the way, the family trial is still going on. This scene is already familiar to me. Even if Brother Chuchen stole the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma, it doesn't matter. Xian will just need to retreat for a few more years, and he will still be able to break through. Father, sisters, please don't blame Brother Chuchen. After all, he once severely injured the Demon Queen for our Yi family and made great military achievements. Even if his tendons and veins are broken and his cultivation is completely wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the person who spoke, a little boy of only 10 years old. There were complex emotions hidden in his clear big eyes, but they quickly dissipated without a trace. There was a gentle smile on his lips and his tone was as soft as water, but the deep resentment and calculation seemed to have been engraved in his heart. However, even the head of the Yi Ding family did not notice this momentary gloom, let alone the other members of the clan. Looking at the little angel in front of me pleading for me, I felt nauseous. This was clearly a white lotus with a pure appearance, but with sharp thorns hidden behind it. These few words of concern seemed to be defending me, but in fact they were secretly proving my 3 crimes of disrespecting elders, stealing fire Ganoderma, and having my cultivation abolished. It seemed like it was helping me out, but in fact it was pushing me into the abyss, making me the target of public criticism with no way out. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the head of the family, Yi Ding, frowned immediately, and there was a bit more displeasure and disgust in his eyes when he looked at me. The brothers and sisters around me were like lit firecrackers, blaming me one after another, especially my third sister Yi Qingqing, who spoke the loudest. I know you are greedy, but no matter how greedy you are, you can't snatch Xiaoshuan's opportunity. You useless thing, the head of the family is asking you a question. Are you dumb or deaf? My third sister Yi Qingqing's eyes were full of disgust and disdain, as if talking to me had already tainted her mouth with filth. She sneered. I hate your arrogant look the most. What? Do you think you are the pride of my Yi family, and the youngest great saint in the ancient continent? Don't think you can get away with it by not saying anything. You will definitely not be able to escape responsibility if you delay Xiaoshuan's breakthrough. Fifth sister Yihan also had a cold face and said nothing. She didn't even bother to look at me. She just bowed to the head of the family, Yiding, and said, "Father, I have always been a dirty person. I usually steal treasures from my sisters, but no one wants to make a fuss about it and pretends not to see it. But I didn't expect that he would actually set his sights on Xiaoxian this time, and even dared to steal the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum. This is not just a character issue. There is no order without rules. Father, please punish him severely and give an explanation to Xiaoxian and all of us. I'm telling you guys, have you forgotten?" Before Yiding could speak, I couldn't hold back any longer. Looking at this scene, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I found that fire Ganoderma in the secret realm and have been growing it on my windowsill. I took my own things, why do you say it's stealing? At this moment, the resentment and humiliation in my heart burst out. The tolerance and silence in my previous life did not bring any forgiveness. Instead, I was deprived of the position of the holy son of the Yi family, and became bullied by others. But in this life, I am no longer the Chuchen who swallowed my anger in silence. I have already decided not to tolerate being trampled on by anyone. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was obviously stunned. They didn't expect that I would dare to talk back to them. However, my third sister Yi Qingqing was the first to react. She pointed at my nose and yelled, "Even if that 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma is yours, so what? Don't you know that Xiaoxian is at a bottleneck and needs that fire Ganoderma? It's just a fire Ganoderma, but you think it's so important? For it, you even disregard the interests of Xiaoxian, the sisters, and even the entire Yi family. I really misjudged you." I thought Yi Qingqing was already shocked enough, but I didn't expect that the fifth sister Yi Han would also sneer, with disgust and contempt in her eyes. "How dare you disobey father? Disobey us sisters? Do you think we will lose our minds because of that little fire Ganoderma? My Yi family doesn't lack this spiritual medicine. What we want is your attitude towards Xiaoxian and the Yi family. Humph, you don't even have this little bit of dedication. You deserve to have your meridians broken and become a waste." As soon as the fifth sister Yi Han finished speaking, the younger sister Yi Linga was not to be outdone. She pointed at me and scolded me in an arrogant manner. "I put aside the facts, don't you have a little?" Before I finished speaking, I slapped Yi Linga hard on her snow-white cheek with my backhand. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, a red slap mark instantly appeared on her face, and the whole hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, putting aside all the facts and truth, you asked me what can I talk about. I am no longer afraid of those hypocritical faces. He slapped Yi Linga hard in public, a woman who was full of right and wrong and aggressive, and watched her beautiful face gradually become red and swollen, and bright red slap marks instantly bloomed on her face. I laughed, an unbridled laugh. All the grievances and resentments from my past life that had been suppressed in my heart for countless years were released at this moment. Although it was only a brief release, the sense of satisfaction was so great that it seemed as if I had swallowed up all the grudges and made me deeply intoxicated. It turns out that I don't need to humiliate myself anymore to feel so happy. In my previous life, my cultivation was completely wasted, and I was gradually alienated and ignored by my father, sisters, and even the entire Yi family. In order to be able to integrate back in, I gave everything without reservation, even gave up my self-esteem, turned around to please them, tried my best to cater to the hypocritical Yixian, and maintain the shattered family relationship. The final outcome is still death and humiliation. Since my fate is set, why should I be afraid? Since I am destined to die, why should I care about these people? Things that are broken are no longer worth cherishing. Yi! Chu! Chun! She couldn't believe it, her eyes widened with astonishment and disbelief. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? With Yi Linger's current level of cultivation, it would not be difficult for her to dodge this slap. After all, I am a waste, without even a trace of spiritual power in my body. I only have a body but no power to resist. However, what Yi Linger did not expect was my sudden action. She thought that under the pressure from my father and sisters, I would realize that I was wrong and beg for mercy obediently instead of slapping her hard. Even Yi Han, Yi Qingqing and Yi Xian were staring blankly, their faces full of disbelief. Am I crazy? Since when did I dare to do anything to Yilinger? After a brief moment of shock, Yixian raised his lips, revealing a hint of ridicule, with a playful gleam in his eyes. Now, the excitement was endless. You're looking for death! Yilinger finally reacted. Flames of anger and humiliation flashed in her eyes, the spiritual power in her palms quickly gathered, the milky white ice spiritual power formed a cold current, and she slapped my chest with a murderous look on her face. I didn't dodge. Not because I was stupid, but because I couldn't dodge at all facing the furious attack of a spiritual realm expert. I was just a waste and didn't even have the qualifications to dodge. Bang! With a loud bang, a terrifying cold current hit my chest hard, knocking me away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, his body was instantly covered by frost, his clothes froze into ice, and his body trembled violently, as if he would be frozen into an ice sculpture at any time. Haha, do you really think you can kill me? I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, a sneer and sarcasm flashed in my eyes. She wants to kill me? It's impossible. She is just venting her anger, but she won't kill me easily. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she doesn't dare. Even though I am a waste, my past glory cannot be erased. Because without me, how could the Yi family be what it is today? What I have done for the Yi family has broken countless legends. The pain and torture I have endured are favors that they will never forget. Yilinger thought she could humiliate me and look down on me, but she and the entire Yi family knew that I had enough capital to prevent them from killing me. Even Yi Ding, who sat on the throne of the family, would never allow them to do something stupid that would ruin their future. You are just relying on the fact that I, Yilinger, am kind-hearted and merciful? Yilinger was furious and angry. Before she finished her words, strong spiritual energy gathered in her palms and condensed into a sharp ice blade. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. She smiled coldly, and the ice blade shot towards my heart at a high speed under the control of her spiritual power. The speed was so fast that I could hardly react. Yi Han and Yi Qingqing stood aside, folding their arms, watching coldly, not caring at all about the life or death of my younger brother. Humph! Seeing that Yilinger was about to get serious, the head of the family, Yi Ding's face suddenly changed. He snorted coldly, and the powerful pressure of a saint erupted almost instantly. As the patriarch of the Yi family, he would never let Yilinger really kill me. He just wanted to teach his disappointing son a lesson. Sister Linger, don't! Just as Yi Ding was about to attack, Yixian, who was standing next to me, suddenly looked nervous, his eyes closed, and rushed to me without hesitation, with his arms open, using his body to block the ice blade that was about to pierce me. Xiao Xian Yu! No one expected Yi Xian to use his life to protect me. Yilinger was also shocked. She hurriedly retracted her spiritual power and tried to adjust the direction of the ice blade. She was full of panic in her heart. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! However, the speed of the ice blade was too fast, and it was about to penetrate Yi Xian's chest. Bang! 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 The sudden pressure from the saint crushed the ice blade into powder, and it disappeared completely. Yi Xian! The three sisters Yilinger, Yi Han, and Yi Qingqing rushed to Yi Xian almost at the same time, checking his body anxiously, their eyes full of heartache, fearing that he was injured. Why are you so stupid? Why are you blocking the ice blade for Yi Qingqing? That loser is not worth it at all. Are you injured? I have some healing pills here, swallow them quickly. I have the Earth Core Fire Lotus seeds, which can remove the coldness in your body. Eat them quickly. The three of them talked at once, preparing various medicines for Yi Xian with concern, fearing that he would be hurt in any way. Sisters, I'm fine. While enjoying the pampering of the three sisters, Yi Xian looked at me worriedly, his tone full of concern. I didn't think so much. I just thought that Brother Chuchen had done a favor for the Yi family, and I couldn't let him get hurt. Besides, if Brother Chuchen really died at the hands of Sister Linger, how would the clan members who don't know the truth look at Sister Linger? Plop! Yilinger's eyes instantly turned red, tears streaming down. Xiao Xian, it turns out you did this for me. She choked and almost fainted. Wow, Xiao Xian, you are so kind and always think about others. Yilinger held Yi Xian's hand tightly, and was so moved that she could hardly control herself. Now that you said that, I realize that Yi Chuchen has been irritating me all along, and has always wanted me to kill him and bear the infamy. Yi Chuchen, how can you be so cruel? If you had 1/10, or even 1/10,000th as much kindness as Xiao Xian, how could you have ended up like this? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Han and Yi Qingqing also joined the ranks of those blaming me, and all kinds of sarcastic remarks came out of their mouths without thinking. Ugh, I covered my chest and couldn't help dry heaving. I felt extremely sick. Facing these people, I no longer had any desire to explain myself. With a saint-level expert like Yi Ding present, how could Yi Linger possibly kill me? What's more, before Yi Xian rushed out, Yi Ding's saintly pressure had already suppressed the crisis in advance. Yi Xian rushed forward because he had sensed the threat in advance and deliberately acted in order to show his bravery. He acted like a white lotus under the banner of protecting me. But Yi Linger, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and even Yi Ding have lost their minds and fallen into the quagmire of prejudice. Explanation? Haha. Once prejudice is formed, it is difficult to change it no matter how hard you try. Chu Chun, have you had enough of the trouble? The head of the family, Yi Ding, sat in his seat with a sullen face. He snorted coldly, and the pressure of the saint once again enveloped my whole body, trying to force me to kneel down. However, even though my veins were exposed and blood was oozing from the corners of my mouth, I still gritted my teeth, stood up straight, and refused to give in. Why? I don't understand why, as his biological son, Yi Ding always prefers this adopted son Yi Xian. Am I not worthy? I am Yi Ding's biological son. I am the holy son of the Yi family. Father! Don't call me father, call me the head of the family. Yi Ding interrupted me mercilessly, his tone cold. Why did you hit Linger? She is your biological sister. How can you be so cold-blooded and heartless that you don't even recognize my bloodline, Yi Ding? I was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. I slapped Yi Linger, but he said I was cold-blooded. She wanted to kill me, but he turned a blind eye. Well, this is all good. According to the Yi clan rules, if anyone disrespects the Holy Sun, he will be slapped in the face. My words were calm, but they carried a determination that could not be ignored. I am useless, but I am still the Holy Son of the Yi family. After the words fell, Yi Linger, Yi Han, and Yi Qingqing looked at each other and were speechless for a moment. Of the Yi family? Yi Linger was not only disrespectful to me, but also beat me and even had the intention to kill me. According to clan rules, giving her a slap in the face would be a light punishment. If we really followed the rules, killing her would not be excessive. Humph! You just take advantage of the fact that you are the holy son of the Yi family and dare to disrespect your elders. Unexpectedly, Yi Ding snorted coldly, completely disregarding the clan rules, and instead turned the tables. I apologize to Linger. Apologize to Xiao Xian. Otherwise, I will deprive you of your position as the holy son of the Yi family and let you. Before Yi Ding finished speaking, I interrupted him coldly. Master, you don't have to deprive me of my position as the holy son. Please expel me from the Yi family and sever our father-son relationship from now on. I stood in the grand hall and looked around. Yi Ding, my father, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Linger all had expressions of surprise and anger on their faces. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with a hint of sneer, as if he was secretly expecting a good show. I took a deep breath, exhaled the heavy air, and felt a sense of ease and comfort that I had never felt before. My chest was straight, and my heart was unusually calm. Brother Chu Qin, you should apologize to father soon. Don't make father and sisters angry again. Yi Xian's voice was soft and concerned, breaking the frozen air and the silence in the hall. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I recalled the reactions of Yi Ding and several sisters when I proposed to sever the father-son relationship and betray the Yi family. Indeed, they were frightened. They hate me, look down on me, and even regard me as a burden and don't care about my existence at all. But after all, I am Yi Ding's biological son, the younger brother of Yi Han and Yi Qingqing, and the older brother of Yi Linger. Blood is thicker than water, and even if I am just a waste, it cannot erase the place I have in their hearts. They just want me to give up the position of the holy son of the Yi family, and give everything to Yi Xian. For them, this little thing seems to be a simple choice. Why do they have to make everyone unhappy? I knew in my heart that they would not kick me out of the Yi family after all. I had lost my former glory and was now just a helpless waste. What does it mean to leave the Yi family? Without Yi Ding's protection and the love of my sisters, I would be killed by the monsters in the mountains and swamps as soon as I step out of this home. They could see that I knew the dangers of the cultivation world and the dangers of deep mountains and swamps, but why did I still dare to make these challenges? Could it be that my cultivation had really recovered? Brother Chuchin, don't be impulsive! Don't say such angry words! Just as my thoughts were surging, Yixian spoke again. Seeing his father frowning, Yihan, Yiqingqing and others were shocked by my words, and Yixian's scheming was blooming like a white lotus. He walked up to me, his chubby little hands tightly grasped the corner of my clothes, his face full of concern and worry. Brother Chuchin, although you often steal the magic weapons of my sisters, and broke my father's beloved alchemy furnace a few days ago, these are not big things. My father and sisters will not be really angry with you. As long as you kneel down and apologize and admit your mistakes, they will definitely forgive you. His voice was soft, but it contained a threat that could not be ignored. We are a family, we shouldn't threaten each other like this. Yixian's words were like adding fuel to the fire, making everyone present instantly furious. What he said seemed to remind everyone that I was just using Yi Ding's weakness and family affection to force them to give in and threaten them to obey me. These seemingly harmless words actually contain deep calculations. I can see the deep thoughts hidden behind Yixian, and this is his scheming. Rebellious son! You are so scheming! Yi Ding finally couldn't help but burst out with anger on his face. If you put all this thought into cultivation, perhaps your cultivation would have recovered long ago. With the roar, the terrifying pressure of the saint instantly pressed down on me. But no matter how strong the pressure was, I still stood tall and resisted, refusing to bow my head. Even though my bones had cracked and blood was flowing from the corners of my mouth, I still refused to give in. Evil creature! Yi Ding snorted coldly, as if he wanted to crush me. The resentment and anger in his heart reached the extreme. But he didn't really kill me after all. I was one of the greatest contributors to the Yi family. If I died in his hands, how would the clan members look at him? But even so, his anger was still hard to extinguish. Rebellious son, you forced me to do this! Just when Yi Ding was about to announce the expulsion from the family, the housekeeper Fu Bo rushed in, holding an emerald green pill bottle in his hand. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on the pill bottle. An anxious look appeared on Yixian's face, and the fire spiritual energy in his body also began to become violent. The elixir in the elixir bottle is definitely not simple. I frowned, realizing what Uncle Fu's arrival meant. Obviously, he was going to clear my name. Uncle Fu said hurriedly, Master, ladies, you have wronged the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun did not steal the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma, but the Holy Sun did not steal the 1,000-year fire Ganoderma. After the Holy Sun learned that young Master Xian needed the 1,000-year fire Ganoderma to break through, he asked this old servant to send it to the alchemy room to refine it into the 1,000-year fire spirit pill to help young Master Xian break through his cultivation. Uncle Fu spoke in an anxious tone, as if he was afraid that Yi Ding and the others would not believe him. He quickly took out the pill bottle, uncorked it, and poured out 2 scarlet Millennium Fire Spirit pills. As soon as the 2 round pills came out, strong fire spiritual power instantly spread in Uncle Fu's palms, like ripples, and the powerful medicinal power filled the entire hall. Everyone knows that the value of these 2 Millennium Fire Spirit pills is comparable to that of Millennium Fire Ganoderma lucidum, and they are truly priceless treasures. However, the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum in front of us is a rare opportunity for anyone, and only people with great luck can possess it. Yixian's eyes suddenly burned, his breathing became rapid, and his body tensed. With just one of the Millennium Fire Spirit pills, he could break through to the sea-opening secret realm. If it weren't for the need to maintain his innocent, weak and pure image in front of others, Yixian almost wanted to use his hidden power immediately to snatch these 2 precious pills. The 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma contains extremely strong fire spiritual power, but if you swallow it directly, the effect will not be as good as refining it into a pill. If it is refined into pills, it will not only enhance the effect of spiritual power, but also be more easily absorbed by the human body. More importantly, 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum can be refined into 2,000-year-old fire spirit pills, Uncle Fu explained anxiously. He is the only one in the Yi family who still calls me Sir Saint. When he saw that I was suspected of stealing the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma, he was anxious and hurriedly sent these 2 pills to me. Uncle Fu knew that if he took out this Millennium Fire Spirit pill, Yi Ding and the others would stop blaming me. But what was the truth? Millennium Fire Spirit pill, great! As long as I take one, I can break through to the secret realm of the sea. Yi Xian's eyes were sparkling with excitement, and he seemed to have completely forgotten the previous misunderstanding. He even began to praise me. Brother Chuchen, you are so nice. I knew you didn't steal my no. It was your 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma. Looking at his excitement, I felt disgusted. I never expected that Uncle Fu would suddenly bring this Millennium Fire Spirit pill. I have already calculated it. I did send the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma to the alchemy room to make elixirs, but that was my decision before my rebirth. At that time, I still had some hope for the family and wanted to contribute to Yi Xian's breakthrough. I once heard Yi Linger mention that Yi Xian needed this 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma to break through the secret realm of opening the sea, and refining it into a pill would make things twice as easy. At that time, Yi Xian was the future of the Yi family and a precious hope in the eyes of his father and several sisters. I loved this home so much that I silently decided to send the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum on the windowsill to the alchemy room to help him break through. Unexpectedly, before the elixir was refined, Yi Linger discovered that the fire Ganoderma was missing and angrily accused me of stealing the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma that originally belonged to Yi Xian. Thus, the family's trial followed. With the Millennium Fire Spirit pill, Yi Xian will surely be able to break through successfully. By then, if Yi Dingrua was happy, he might not completely sever the father-son relationship with me and would not kick me out of the house. But all this no longer matters. I am completely disappointed with this family. If I stay here, I will only suffer humiliation and die without a complete body. Leaving is the only choice. I must light another fire. Huh, what did I say? I thought that Uncle Fu's taking out the Millennium Fire Spirit pill would make Yi Linger and the others feel ashamed, but unexpectedly Yi Linger snorted coldly, pointed at my nose and started to scold. I already knew that this loser didn't have the guts to steal Xiaoshuan's Millennium Fire Ganoderma lucidum, so he could just use it to make pills. Why did he hide it from us? If he had said it earlier, wouldn't it be okay? Yi Han and Yi Qingqing also sneered at the side. That's right, it's just a trick, very childish. I guess he must want to take credit for this Millennium Fire Spirit pill in front of us, right? You really think this is cool? I'm dying of laughter. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I took a step forward, snatched the 2 pills from Uncle Fu's hand, and swallowed one of them in one gulp in front of everyone's astonished eyes. The Millennium Fire Spirit pill can not only help me break through my cultivation, but also heal my injuries due to the internal injuries I suffered from Yi Linger's coldness and my father Yi Ding's pressure. Yi Chuchen, what are you doing? Stop it! Who told you to eat Shishuan's pills? You useless piece of shit, don't you? I ignored Yi Linger's scolding. As the pill took my mouth, a warm airflow immediately spread throughout my body, bringing me a trace of strength. Chew, Brother Chuchen, it's okay. Yi Xian suppressed his anger and murderous intent, stood between me and the sisters, and forced a smile. Anyway, there are 2 Millennium Fire Spirit pills, one for Brother Chuchen and one for me, it's just right. Yi Linger, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing and others looked at each other with hostility, their hands already tightly grasping the hilts of their swords. If Yi Xian hadn't stopped them, they would have rushed over and drawn swords against each other. Yi Linger snorted coldly and looked at Yi Xian, her eyes full of heartache. Xiao Xian, you are so kind that you even have to make excuses for this waste. Yi Ding remained silent, his face as gloomy as water, his eyes full of anger, staring at me. Except for Yi Xian, who reached out for the Millennium Fire Spirit pill, no one else dared to act rashly, for fear of angering me. After all, there was only one Millennium Fire Spirit pill left. Do you really want this Millennium Fire Spirit pill? I looked at Yi Xian, who was reaching out his hand, with a slight smile on my face, playing with the scarlet pill in my hand. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Yi family felt relieved. Yi Xian also smiled and reached out to take it. However, just as the Millennium Fire Spirit pill was about to fall into Yi Xian's hands, I suddenly let go, and the pill fell to the ground with a pop. Yi Xian's eyes changed, and he subconsciously bent down to pick it up, but I moved faster. I raised my foot and stepped on the pill, crushing it hard and mixing it into the soil. Want the Millennium Fire Spirit pill? Go and refine it yourself. I looked at Yixian coldly and said through gritted teeth. I would rather destroy my things than give them to you. Everyone was stunned. Bang! Yiding finally couldn't stand it anymore, and violently released the pressure of the saint, knocking me away. I fell between the table and chairs, coughing up blood. You rebellious son! How dare you play tricks on us? You are just relying on the small favor you received from me, and you are acting like a spoiled brat here. Do you really think I dare not expel you from the Yi family? I don't have a son like you. Yiding stood up from the seat of the patriarch angrily, his spiritual power bursting out, his voice deafening. I, Yiding, declare in the name of the patriarch of the Yi family from now on I sever the father-son relationship with Yi Chuchen. Expel this waste from the Yi family. When Yiding announced with a ruthless look on his face that he was severing the father-son relationship and expelling him from the Yi family, I clenched my fists. My breathing became rapid, my face flushed, and my heart beat wildly, fluttering violently like a deer. But I was trying hard to suppress the excitement and ecstasy in my heart. I laughed so hard that my heart almost flew up, and I just couldn't wait to leave this house. However, in order to prevent Yiding, Yilinger and the others from noticing anything and for fear of exposing my plan in advance, I endured it with all my heart and energy. Although only a small part of the plan has been successful, I still can't suppress the pride in my heart. However, in the eyes of Yiding and Yilinger, when they saw me being kicked out of the house, my face was full of astonishment, tears in the corners of my eyes, and I was so angry that I could hardly breathe. I looked so desperate and heartbroken that they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. This bitch finally got scared. She deserves it. Yi Chuchen, you actually ruined my Millennium Fire Spirit Pill like this. Yi Xian stared at the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill that was completely destroyed under my feet, and he was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. That was the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill. The treasure he had always dreamed of. Only this one pill was enough to break through the bottleneck and break through the realm, but now I actually trampled this thing into mud. This loser actually dared to take his anger out on my treasure. Damn it! I don't care whether I am expelled from the Yi family or not. How can Yi Xian have any sympathy for me to stay in the Yi family? In his opinion, this waste will be played by him sooner or later, and die without a burial place. Xiao Xian, the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill is gone. Don't worry, we don't need this bitch's stuff. Fifth sister Yi Han saw Yi Xian's face full of pity and hurried to comfort him. My Yi family is a newly promoted immortal family in the ancient continent. We control 99 spiritual veins. What treasures do we not have? Wait a minute, I will take you to the family treasury. I guarantee that I can find similar spiritual objects from heaven and earth to help you break through. The third sisters Yi Qingqing and Yi Linger also hurried forward. The three sisters surrounded Yi Xian, took turns to comfort him, and stepped on me viciously by the way. In their eyes, how could I, who was expelled from the Yi family, be as pitiful as Yi Xian who lost the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill? You destroyed Xiaoshuan's Millennium Fire Spirit Pill, so that can be considered revenge. This matter is not over yet. You have a vicious mind, I really misjudged you. You have been expelled from the Yi family. If you cannot find the second Millennium Fire Spirit Pill for Xiaoxian, even if your knees are broken, I, Yi Linger, will never let you set foot in the Yi family. That's right, since you lost the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill, you go find one for Xiaoxian, or I'll let you die outside. I ignored their sarcasm and looked quietly at Yiding, who was the head of the family, with a calm and firm gaze. Master, since you have verbally announced that you will expel me from the Yi family, then you should also remove my name from the family tree, cut off all luck and karma, and completely sever all ties with the Yi family. Wow, when this sentence came out, Yiding was stunned, and the sisters around Yi Xian were also stunned. They didn't expect that I would do this matter so thoroughly. Yiding was angry for a moment, and verbally announced that he would be expelled from the family. It was just a fit of anger. If I could find the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill for Yi Xian, perhaps he would take back his words. But once I am removed from the family tree, even my luck and karma will be cut off, which means that I will completely sever all ties with the Yi family, without any room for maneuver. Yiding was stunned for a moment, his eyes filled with anger, but also a little hesitant. After all, I was once a contributor to the Yi family. However, when he met my calm and deep eyes, the anger in his heart suddenly became more intense. You dare to threaten me? Yi Ding was furious and said in a thunderous voice, "Today I will ask the ancestor to remove you from the family tree and drive you out of the Yi family." He was so angry that he burst out with powerful saintly pressure, directly tore through the void, and left in a menacing manner. "Humph, have you gone too far? This loser must not have thought that my father would actually go and ask the Yi family's ancestor for instructions. He is really anxious. He must be panicking now, and he must be thinking about kneeling down to admit his mistake and begging his father to take back his order. Without the Yi family protecting him, this loser finally knows what it means to be evil." I ignored their sarcasm and coldly glanced at the crushed Millennium Fire Spirit Pill under my feet, with a sneer on my lips. Millennium Fire Spirit Pill, even if it is trampled into mud, mixed with dirt and feces, it is still a Millennium Fire Spirit Pill. Yi Xian, those who achieve great things should not be bothered by temporary gains and losses. If you really want to break through, you should pick it up and eat it. After all, dogs can eat things on the ground, so why can't you, Yi Xian? As soon as these words came out, Yi Xian's face turned red instantly. Several sisters were furious and started to verbally attack me again. Yi Linger even slapped me away with a palm. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, looked at them coldly, and turned away. "Xiao Xian, ignore that loser, he's just jealous of you." "Yes, isn't it the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill? I will definitely find it for you. Even if I have to go to hell. With your aptitude, Xiao Xian, even without the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill, you only need to practice for another 2 years, and breaking through the sea-breaking secret realm will be easy." Tears of gratitude flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He nodded. His well-behaved and innocent look made his sisters feel distressed again. However, they didn't know that just as Yi Xian was about to leave, the ring on his hand suddenly lit up, and an old voice came directly into his mind. "You came from Blue Star with mediocre talent. If you want to surpass these chosen ones and fight for opportunities and luck, you must endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Forget about the Millennium Fire Spirit Pill. Even if it falls into a cesspool, you have to pick it up and eat it." "Yes, teacher." Yi Xian's face suddenly froze, but he still responded respectfully. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly stop, Yi Linger mistakenly thought that he was in a bad mood, and hurried over to comfort him. "Xiao Xian, why don't I take you to teach that loser a lesson and vent your emotions?" "Sisters, you go first. I will stay to clean the hall. When father comes back, he will feel better." Yi Xian's words once again moved the sisters. Our Xiao Xian is really sensible. He is still thinking about his father right now. If that loser had half the sensibleness of Xiao Xian, he wouldn't have made everyone so angry. Some things should either not be done at all, or if you do them, you must do them to the extreme. I won't leave a way out for others, nor will I leave any room for myself. Since I have chosen to betray the Yi family and be expelled from the family, I will no longer regret it. Even if I have to grit my teeth, I have to take this doomed path and force that man to find the ancestor of the Yi family, deprive me of everything in the Yi family, erase my name from the family tree, sever all cause and effect relationships, and strip me of all ties of fate. From now on I am me, and the Yi family is the Yi family. I staggered out of the hall, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth with my hand, and walked straight towards the abandoned courtyard without looking back. I was sure that soon Yi Ding would persuade the ancestor of the Yi family to completely remove my name from the family tree and expel me from the Yi family. Before leaving, I have to go back and take away the relics my mother left me. Not long after I left, the butler Fu Bo walked out of the hall, sighed deeply, and followed me quietly. Although as a servant, he cannot say much in front of the master and the ladies, but as long as I am not driven out of the Yi family, in Fu Bo's heart, I will always be the holy son of the Yi family. Don't worry, Lord Holy Son, I will do my best to protect you. Deep within the Yi family's ancestral home, there were layers of terrifying killing formations that seemed endless. Yi Ding broke through the void and stood in front of this deep and quiet courtyard. He bowed again and again respectfully before he opened his mouth and called softly. Ancestor, the head of the family, Yi Ding, wants to see you. Yi Ding was a terrifying saint-level warrior who could easily tear apart space and travel through the void, but in front of this deep courtyard, he did not dare to relax at all. Every movement was filled with incomparable respect and fear. Because the one who is in seclusion here is the strongest person in the Yi family, the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe. Yi Shanhe is the real backbone and pillar of the Yi family. In order to fully strive for the emperor realm, he handed over the position of the head of the family to Yiding, and he himself got rid of worldly affairs and closed himself off to comprehend the great way of heaven and earth. "Come in!" An old voice sounded in Yiding's ears, and before he could react, the void shattered, and a powerful spiritual power wrapped Yiding and brought him directly into the courtyard. When he came to his senses, he was already in a secret room, and in front of him was an old man with dry skin and a hunched body. "Ancestor, ancestor!" Yiding trembled and bowed down hurriedly. "Are you really going to remove me from the family tree and expel me from the Yi family?" The old ancestor slowly opened his cloudy eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the void, directly looking at me who was arguing with the servants in the yard, and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, he has done a favor to my Yi family. If it weren't for him, it would take at least hundreds of years of hard work for our Yi family to be promoted to an immortal family, not to mention controlling 99 spiritual veins. The ancestor of the Yi family, a saint king at the peak of the 10th level, is only one step away from the legendary emperor realm. He has insight into the secrets of heaven and knows the past and the future. Nothing in the Yi family escapes his eyes." Even though Yiding hadn't spoken yet, Yi Shanhe was already aware of all the disputes in the hall. What the ancestor said is absolutely right." Yiding lowered his head, fear flashing in his eyes, but he still whispered in defense. "But ancestor, this rebellious son relied on his contributions to the Yi family to be so unscrupulous and challenged me and the bottom line of the Yi family. I have already followed the instructions of the ancestor and arranged for Yilinger to find a reason for him in the hall, accusing him of making mistakes and forcing him to voluntarily give up the position of the Holy Son to Shaoxian. However, not only did he refuse to give up the position, he threatened to sever the father-son relationship and betrayed the Yi family. He threatened me. A loser who doesn't understand the situation at all dares to be so arrogant. If I don't punish him severely, how can I establish my authority in the Yi family?" It turns out that all this was a conspiracy by the ancestors of the Yi family. Yi Shanhe instructed Yiding, and then Yiding instructed Yilinger, with the purpose of forcing me to voluntarily give up the position of the Holy Son to Yixian. After receiving the task, Yilinger was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night, and the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma lucidum that I planted on the windowsill disappeared, so this farce of the family trial took place. Everyone thought that a loser like me would obediently give up the position of the Holy Son, kneel down and lick their sisters and Yixian with guilt, and continue to be grateful to the head of the family, the ancestors and the Yi family. However, no one expected that things would develop to this point today. "I really don't understand what's wrong with this loser." Yiding was furious, and he complained in a low voice to the ancestor. "Does he think he is the youngest and most promising great sage in the ancient continent? Does he think he is the chosen one with a destiny that defies all odds?" Hearing Yiding's complaint, Yi Shanhe frowned slightly. Although his face was covered with frost, his dry old face still revealed calmness and wisdom. According to the Tangxianjian, Yixian possesses a supreme divine body and his aptitude is comparable to that of an emperor. He is extremely important to our Yi family, and must not be lost. Tangxianjian, the supreme imperial weapon passed down by the ancestors of the Yi family, has been damaged, but it can still give a glimpse of the future. This is the true immortal heritage of the Yi family. 3 years ago, when my divine body was shattered and my cultivation was lost, Yi Shanhe brought out the Tangxianjian and used the family's secret method to search for the chosen son who could inherit my position and shoulder the responsibility of the Yi family's future. There would be no top geniuses among the younger generation of the Yi family, and they would definitely be left far behind by other families and holy places. Unexpectedly, this exploration shocked the entire Yi family. My eldest sister, Yi Linghue, possesses the qualities of a quasi-emperor and is expected to become a master of talismans. My third sister, Yi Qingqing, has the potential to be a quasi-emperor, and her future may be a master of refining equipment. My fifth sister, Yi Han, also has the potential to be a quasi-emperor and may achieve great things in the art of formations in the future. And my little sister Yilinger, who has the potential to be a quasi-emperor, could become a master of alchemy in the future. Without exception, the 7 brothers and sisters have the potential to be quasi-emperors, and will have extraordinary achievements in the fields of alchemy, weapon refining, talismans, and formations in the future. The most shocking thing was Yixian, the adopted son. According to the prediction of the Tangxianjian, Yixian possessed a terrifying divine body, with qualifications comparable to those of an emperor, and his future was limitless. Without me, the Yi family has produced more than 10 geniuses. Even my father Yi Ding, who had mediocre talent, had the possibility of breaking through to the Saint King realm under the omen of Tangxianjian. The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Shanhe, relied on the glimpse of the future through the Tangxianjian to burst out with terrifying imperial pressure. This means that he may be able to break through to the quasi-emperor realm, prolong his life, live a new life, and have infinite luck. From then on, the Yi family produced many talented people and their fortune flourished. Except for me, a loser, everyone in the Yi family was a dragon and a phoenix, with outstanding talents. Although Yi Shanhe didn't understand why the Yi family's fortune suddenly soared after I was deposed, the predictions of the Tangxianjian had never been wrong. Therefore, my sisters, with the halo of prodigies, became more and more disdainful of a waste like me, and Yi Xian, who possessed the aura of an emperor, completely replaced me and became the hope and future of the Yi family. In order to provide Yi Xian with the best training resources and environment, everything that once belonged to me was ruthlessly taken away. The same is true for the position of the Holy Sun. Forget it. My Yi family is made up of talented people. Even without a loser like me, we can still be as prosperous as ever and dominate the world. The ancestor of the Yi family stood up with a flick of his sleeves. His terrifying Saint King cultivation directly shocked Yi Ding out of the courtyard. A cold voice rang in Yi Ding's ears. You are right. My Yi family will not be threatened by anyone. Even if it is him, I will not tolerate it. Announce this to the world. Remove his name from the family tree and deprive him of the surname Yi. Cut off all ties with the family, expel him from the Yi family, and even after his death, he will not be allowed to enter the ancestral temple. Yi Shanhe, the ancestor of the Yi family, has reached the peak of the Saint King and is ready to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. How could he compromise because of a waste who has lost his cultivation? However, what the patriarch of the Yi family and Yi Shanhe never expected was that after I was abolished, the luck of the Yi family suddenly increased like a rocket and soared into the sky. The luck of the Yi family was prosperous and had a long history. The one who really supported the luck of the Yi family was actually a waste like me. Chapter 7. There is no room for negotiation. After living a new life, Yi Chuchen's heart has completely turned cold. He was very kind to his father Yi Ding, his sister Yi Linger, and his sisters Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, etc. I am disgusted to the extreme. There is no longer any attachment to family in my heart. There is only hatred. Just disgust. Just disgusting. He just wanted to leave this sad place, and this burial place as soon as possible. Leave this immortal family that has risen strongly because of him, Yi Chuchen the Yi family. How ironic! Thinking back to everything he had done for the Yi family, his father Yi Ding, his younger sister, and his sisters in his previous life, Yi Chuchen smiled self-deprecatingly. After his divine body was shattered and his cultivation was abolished, Yi Chuchen's status in the Yi family plummeted, and he was gradually alienated and marginalized. In order to please his father and sisters, Yi Chuchen paid so much. He risked his life to go into the mountains and swamps to pick the magical medicine Nine-Yang grass. He was reluctant to take it himself, and gave it to his sister Yi Linger with great expectations to strengthen her muscles and bones and remove impurities from her body. But Yi Linger looked at her as if she was looking at a beggar. She suppressed her nausea and took the Nine-Yang grass. In front of Yi Chuchen, she washed it several times with clean water, turned around and gave it to Yi Xian beside her with a smile. Third sister Yi Qingqing was about to break through, and Yi Chuchen dragged his sick body and worked non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights to refine the evil-breaking pill for her. The alchemy furnace exploded several times. Yi Chuchen was covered in dust and bruises. He finally succeeded in refining the evil-breaking pill. He excitedly sent the pill to his third sister Yi Qingqing, but Yi Qingqing pinched her nose and threw the pill to the dog she was feeding. She also told Yi Chuchen not to appear in front of her unless necessary to affect the air flow rate. When the fifth sister Yi Han was practicing the art of formation, Yi Chuchen copied down the art of formation that he had studied and gave it to the fifth sister Yi Han for her to observe. Although his cultivation was in vain, his research on formations was still ongoing. It was no exaggeration to say that among the younger generation of the entire ancient continent, apart from the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang, no one could match him in formations. As long as fifth sister Yihan practices according to the formation principles copied down by Yi Chuchen, it is only a matter of time before she becomes a formation master. But the fifth sister Yihan had been practicing the formation in vain. After many days of seclusion, she couldn't even construct the most basic formation. Just when she was feeling upset, she suddenly saw Yi Chuchen rushing towards her with excitement on his face. She was so angry. Yi Chuchen, don't you know that I'm in seclusion? Are you trying to make me lose my mind by disturbing me at this time? You are a piece of trash. You must want me to become a piece of trash like you. Why are you so vicious? Yi Chuchen half opened his mouth, and before he could finish his explanation, he felt a sharp spiritual power attacking him. Ah! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bone cracking and a shrill scream, fifth sister Yihan broke one of Yi Chuchen's legs. What's this? Completely ignoring Yi Chuchen, whose leg she had broken, fifth sister Yihan glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and after seeing the formation avenue in Yi Chuchen's hand, she stretched out her hand and grabbed it, then took it into her palm through the air. Great! With this book, The Avenue of Formations, Xiao Xian and I will definitely become formation masters. You are such a loser. You didn't even know the right time to give me something. You were so sneaky that I thought you were here to hurt me. You deserve to have your leg broken. As soon as she finished speaking, fifth sister Yihan, completely ignoring Yi Chuchen, who was struggling in pain on the ground, walked into the secret room while holding the Great Way of Formation and humming a little tune, and continued her retreat. Yi Chuchen, on the other hand, was limping on one leg. After struggling on the ground for a long time, he managed to stand up. Then, he limped away, leaning on a wooden stick. Yi Chuchen clearly remembered that it rained heavily that day, so heavily that it wet his eyes. In addition, there are the eldest sister, the second sister. Except for his deceased mother, the brothers and sisters of the Yi family were able to stand out among the younger generation and achieve success in alchemy, refining, formations, talismans, etc., all because of him, Yi Chuchen. Even his father Yi Ding, who had mediocre qualifications, was able to successfully break through to the Saint realm and firmly sit on the position of the head of the Yi family because of him, Yi Chuchen. Yi Shanhe, the ancestor of the Yi family, was exhausted and his lifespan was almost over, but he was able to break through to the quasi-emperor secret realm at the end of his life. All of this is inseparable from Yi Chuchen, the chosen one, with extraordinary luck. When Yi Chuchen's cultivation is abolished, and he can no longer practice, all his good fortune will be scattered throughout the Yi family and benefit the entire Yi family. Although the chaos divine body was broken, there was still a trace of chaos energy in the blood flowing in Yi Chuchen's body. Chaos energy, born from heaven and nurtured by nature, is the origin of all things in the universe. Using blood and chaotic energy as guides to refine elixirs can reverse the situation, improve the aptitude for cultivation, and reshape the bones. Just this. Neither knows. No one cares. Everyone. Not give a damn about. Blood is thicker than water. Is this the family relationship that I valued more than my own life and my previous life? He was the youngest great sage in the ancient continent, the most extraordinary genius. For the sake of the so-called family interests, he did not hesitate to shatter his divine body and lose all his cultivation. In the end, he continued to lick the boots of his family. Cheap or not? Calling yourself a bootlicker is an insult to bootlickers. Just silly. Being stupid for a lifetime is enough. In this life, Yi Chuchen has already cut off all ties with the Yi family. He just wants to get rid of Yi Ding and his sisters as soon as possible, and completely stay away from this home that he once took pride in. But before leaving, Yi Chuchen must take away the relics left to him by his mother. After pushing open the wooden door and walking into the desolate courtyard where he lived, Yi Chuchen went straight to the maid Dyer, who was lying on a chair basking in the sun and eating melon seeds. Yi Chuchen walked up to Dyer, stretched out his hand, and spoke concisely and directly. Bring it here! Dyer is Yi Chuchen's maid, responsible for taking care of Yi Chuchen's 3 meals a day and daily life. However, since her cultivation was destroyed, Dyer is no longer as respectful as before. Even at Yi Xian's instigation, he had already ridden on Yi Chuchen's head. You're such a loser, you scared me so much! Dyer, who was resting with her eyes closed, was suddenly awakened. She subconsciously stood up from the chair and was about to kneel on the ground to accept the punishment, but she caught a glimpse of the person standing in front of her, not someone else, but her master Yi Chuchen. She laughed out loud instantly. Yi Chuchen, you want to die? Can't you see that I'm sleeping? If you keep yelling, I'll tear your mouth off. As she spoke, Dyer pushed out a palm, and under the influence of spiritual power, the illusory palm print knocked Yi Chuchen to the ground with one blow. The Yi family is a newly promoted immortal family in the ancient continent, in charge of 99 spiritual veins. Even the servants in the mansion are cultivators with impressive strength. Although Dyer only has the cultivation level of the 8th level of condensation realm, she is more than capable of dealing with Yi Chuchen, who has lost all his cultivation level. The head of the family has announced that he will sever the father-son relationship with you and expel you from the Yi family. You, a piece of trash, still dare to yell in front of me. You are simply courting death. Logically speaking, even if Yi Chuchen was deposed, as a servant, Dyer would not dare to be so presumptuous and arrogant. But the person standing behind Dyer was Yi Xian. Let alone the fact that you have been embezzling my spiritual stones, I am about to leave the Yi family. Please return my mother's belongings to me. Yi Chuchen struggled to get up from the ground. There was no panic in his eyes. He looked at the maid Dyer quietly, surprisingly calm. He had to admit that even after being reborn, his cultivation was still wasted, his tendons and veins were destroyed, and he was powerless. Oh, what if I say no? Dyer smiled coquettishly and unscrupulously, not taking Chuchen seriously at all. Chuchen sighed and withdrew his hand. There is no room for negotiation then. In this case. Chapter 8. Don't meet in the mountains and rivers, and never visit each other until you die. You useless bastard, do you think you are still the holy son of the Yi family? Do you think you are still the youngest Saint Realm expert? Do you think you are still the proud son of heaven who is famous throughout the ancient continent? Looking at Chuchen's calm face, the maid Dyer smiled coquettishly, laughing. Your mother's relic is just a broken jar. To be honest, if you kneel on the ground and beg me like a dog and make me happy, I will consider returning the broken jar to you. But you disturbed my nap, you deserve to die. Swish. As she spoke, Deer stretched out her hand and a scarlet whip appeared in her palm. With a wave of her white hand, golden spiritual power was poured into the long whip. The whip was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, and it made crisp, crackling sounds in the air, which was very frightening. What's even more terrifying is that the long whip is infused with gold spiritual power, making it extremely sharp. If this whip hits a person, it will not be as simple as just tearing the skin and flesh. The head of the family has announced to the entire Yi family that he will sever the father-son relationship with you and expel you from the Yi family, and you still dare to act so presumptuous in front of me. Dyer not only did not act like a servant, but was superior and bossy. She looked at Yi Chuchen as if he were a pitiful pug. But to be honest, I really don't want you to leave the Yi family. Although the spiritual stones given to you by the family every month are not much, it is better than nothing. But since you are going to be expelled from the Yi family, there will be no more money to be embezzled in the future. How dare you disturb my sweet dreams? Dyer hated Yi Chuchen's eyes. In the past, whenever she took out the whip, Yi Chuchen would immediately shrink his head and dare not look directly into her eyes, but today, the look in his eyes was surprisingly calm, not even a hint of fear. The way he looked at himself was like he was looking at like a dead person. You useless piece of shit, I think it's been a few days since I've let you down, and you've forgotten who's the master of this room and who's the servant. Dyer was furious and clenched the whip to hit Yi Chuchen. Although she was a servant, she dared to bully Yi Chuchen at will, because she knew that after Yi Chuchen was deposed, his treatment in the Yi family was even worse than that of a servant like her. Not to mention that the person standing behind Dyer is young Master Xian. Even if Yi Chuchen ran to the head of the family or his sisters to cry or complain afterwards, they would only scold Yi Chuchen for being a loser who couldn't even control a servant, not to mention that young Master Xian was there to add fuel to the fire. The more Yi Chuchen was bullied, the happier young Master Xian would be, and the more rewards he would give her. This has been the case for the past 3 years. Why isn't Yi Chuchen afraid of me today? Damn it! As Dyer waved her whip with anger on her face, Yi Chuchen remained calm and bowed behind him. Uncle Fu, do you still think of me as the holy son of the Yi family? As soon as the voice fell, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Uncle Fu appeared in front of Yi Chuchen and bowed. Although the head of the family has issued an order, your name has not been removed from the family tree, so in the eyes of this old servant, you are still the holy son of the Yi family. As soon as these words fell, Dyer in front of him seemed to have thought of something and her face turned pale in an instant. She immediately put the whip in her hand into her space ring and bowed to Uncle Fu with a nervous look on her face. Uncle Fu! Uncle Fu, Dyer didn't mean anything else, Dyer. Before Dyer could finish her words, Yi Chuchen interrupted forcefully. According to the Yi family rules, what should be done if a servant rebels against his superiors and is disrespectful to the Holy Sun? Fu Bo was stunned, then he clasped his hands and replied, "Kill them!" As soon as he finished speaking, while Dyer was terrified, Uncle Fu's body disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he pointed a finger at Dyer's forehead. Dyer's body was instantly sealed by spiritual power, and she could not move. "Let me go! Let me go! I am Master Xian's man, Uncle Fu, you can't touch me! You can't!" Dyer is in the Ningyuan secret realm, while Uncle Fu is in the Tongling secret realm. The difference in strength between the two is several realms, which is like heaven and earth. When Uncle Fu attacked, Dyer was like a chicken waiting to be killed. She had no power to defend herself and could only beg for mercy. However, Uncle Fu did not kill Dyer directly. He was only the steward of the Yi family, and behind Dyer was young Master Yi Xian. Although he sympathized with Yi Chuchen, he did not dare to offend Yi Xian completely. After all, anyone can see that the Yi family will belong to Yi Xian from now on. Uncle Fu Yi Chu! Master Yi, Dyer was wrong! Dyer will never! Puff! Before Dyer could finish her words, a long sword penetrated her chest from the back and came out from the front. It pierced her heart, and took away all the life in her body. The sword holder is Yi Chuchen. Sir, you! Uncle Fu was shocked. He suddenly realized that the saint's son in front of him was different from any time before, as if he was back to 3 years ago, the chosen son of the saint's son of the aristocratic family, who surpassed the geniuses of all the holy places. No one could match him. Yi Chuchen acted as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Dyer, who had died but still had her eyes wide open, and then reached out to take off the storage ring from her finger. After refining the storage ring, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the relic his mother left him, a broken clay jar lying quietly in the storage ring. Just at this moment, Yi Ding's majestic voice once again resounded throughout the Yi family, officially announcing the severance of the father-son relationship with Yi Chuchen, expelling him from the Yi family, and establishing Yi Xian as the holy son of the Yi family. In the family tree, Yi Chuchen's name was erased by the ancestor of the Yi family himself, and it was announced to the world with the decree of the Holy King. In an instant, Yi Chuchen's luck was completely separated from the Yi family's luck, and the invisible shackles imposed on Yi Chuchen were also shattered in an instant. From then on, Yi Chuchen was stripped of his surname Yi. Yi Chuchen has nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. Uncle Fu, thank you! After Chuchen bowed to Uncle Fu, he turned around and walked out of the Yi family as Uncle Fu looked regretful and surprised. Without any attachment or hesitation, he resolutely left the Yi family, stepped into the deep mountains and swamps, and headed north. From now on, we will never meet again, and we will never have any contact until we die. Chuchen was more anxious than anyone else, because only he knew that he didn't have much time left. His body had long been overwhelmed and was plagued by illness. If the plot of his previous life had developed as it did, in a few months Yi Chuchen would have died of illness under the oppression of Yi Xian and his sisters. In this life, although he successfully escaped from the Yi family and got rid of several sisters who were like blood-sucking maggots, and no longer had to suffer from his closest people, he still suffered the deepest bullying. However, his divine body was shattered, his cultivation was destroyed, and his hidden injuries were still there, so he still didn't have much time left. Before his death, Yi Chuchen still had an unfulfilled wish. That is to meet the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang. In the previous life, when Yi Chuchen was on the verge of death, the Empress Lin Shuwang got the news and rushed into the Yi family with a sword. After witnessing herself being subjected to inhumane bullying and unfair treatment at the hands of her sisters, Empress Lin Shuwang became completely possessed. Not only did she destroy her sister's cultivation, she also forcefully killed Yi Xian, a white lotus. The ancestor of the Yi family was furious, and used his quasi-emperor cultivation to awaken the Yi family's ultimate imperial weapon, Tangxianjian, in order to kill the Empress Lin Shuwang and avenge Yixian. But the Empress Lin Shuwang burned her soul, overdrawn her life, and forcibly performed the method of nirvana, and also awakened the extremely powerful imperial soldiers she carried with her, and fought fiercely with the ancestor of the Yi family. The two supreme imperial soldiers clashed with each other, and the entire Yi family was devastated. Chu Qin was very confused. He and the Empress Lin Shuwang had only met once, and he had even shattered his divine body and forcefully suppressed her. But why did the Empress care about him so much? She was willing to perform the nirvana method for him and leave millions of corpses. In his previous life, Chu Qin never had the chance to ask the answer until his death. But in this life, he didn't want to die in obscurity. Some things always need to be clarified in person. Empress Lin Shuwang, wait for me. Chapter 9, Refining the Extreme Emperor Weapon Heaven-Devouring Demon Pot. After stepping out of the Yi family's mountain gate, Chu Qin looked at the endless mountains and swamps in front of him, exhaled deeply, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He squinted his eyes, stretched out his hand to grab the bright sun hanging high in the sky, but caught nothing. The warm sunshine fills the earth, the breeze blows on your face, take a deep breath, the air is mixed with the fragrance of soil and flowers. Is this what freedom feels like? Very nice. The name was removed from the family tree, the ancestor of the Yi family took action personally, and the Holy Emperor's decree was announced to the world. This means that Chu Qin and the Yi family are completely separated from each other from now on, the karmic fate has been cut off, and there is no longer any connection between them. The invisible shackles were broken, just like removing a heavy burden. Although he still couldn't practice, Chu Qin felt unprecedented ease and freedom. We have to leave here early and rush to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace to meet the Empress Lin Shuwang. The holy place where Empress Lin Shuwang is located is called the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Although it is also located in the ancient continent, it is thousands of miles away from the Yi family. If Chu Qin still had his saintly realm cultivation, he could tear through the void thousands of miles away and reach the destination in a moment. But now, all the meridians in his body are destroyed, his cultivation is wasted, and not a trace of spiritual power remains. He is just an ordinary man. It would take months to walk thousands of miles on foot. We must be on guard against others. Let's enter Tianyao Gorge first. After leaving the Yi family, there are two ways to reach the Xinyan Imperial Palace. One way is to take the official road. Although it takes a long detour, the terrain is flat and there is a post station every 10 miles. It won't take long to enter the city to rest, which is much safer. The other route is to cross the Tianyao Gorge, which can save thousands of miles of travel, but it goes into deep mountains and swamps, far away from human cities, and into the heart of the demon clan, which is extremely dangerous. But Chu Qin did not hesitate at all and walked into Tianyao Gorge resolutely. Because to him, no matter how scary the demon race is, they are not as scary as the ungrateful wolves of the Yi family. Moreover, although Chu Qin cannot practice, he is not really without any ability to protect himself. The jar his mother left him was not really a useless broken clay jar. Its origin is enough to subvert the entire Yi family's cognition and imagination. Even compared with the Yi family's clan treasure, the extreme imperial weapon, Tangxianjian, it can still be defeated. After entering Tianyao Gorge, you will see ancient trees about a kilometer long rising from the ground and reaching into the sky, with patches of shrubs and thick vines intertwined. Even the scorching sun cannot penetrate the dense forest. Gug-gug. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Roar! The roars of various monsters rose one after another, resounding throughout the Tianyao Gorge, and the breath from ancient times filled the air. Chu Qin held a sharp sword in his hand and walked tiptoe in the dense forest. He first took out some odor-masking powder from the storage ring and applied it all over his body. Then he walked along the outskirts of Tianyao Gorge, trying his best to avoid encountering monsters, and headed straight for the tall mountain in front of him. Fortunately, Chu Qin's luck was always good. He walked around the outskirts of Tianyao Gorge for half an hour and encountered only ordinary wild beasts, which he scared away with a wave of his sword. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chu Qin looked around and found an abandoned cave, and then he went in without hesitation. Even if Dire embezzled my spiritual stones, there wouldn't be so many treasures in my storage ring. I think Yixian also gave her a lot of good things in order to deal with me. After killing the maid Dyer, her storage ring naturally fell into Chu Chen's hands. In order to leave the Yi family as soon as possible, he didn't have time to check it. Now that he has entered the cave and is temporarily out of danger, he naturally has to think carefully to see if there are any treasures that he, Chu Chen, can use. Great! There are actually scrolls and formations that can conceal auras and defend mountain gates. The space inside the storage ring is not large, but it is filled with spirit stones and formation scrolls. In addition, there are also many pill bottles containing pills. Chu Chen did not hesitate at all. He first took out a spirit stone from the storage ring and then absorbed the spiritual power in the spirit stone. Because the meridians in the body were cut, the spiritual energy absorbed into the body would only last for 10 breaths before dissipating on its own, and the body could not retain it at all. But these 10 breaths are enough to activate the formation scroll. After absorbing the spiritual power of a spirit stone, Chu Chen made a hand seal and a stream of spiritual power shot out onto the scroll. In an instant, as the spiritual power surged, the 2 formation scrolls for concealing the aura and defending the mountain gate were activated, and the 5-pointed star light rose up, covering the entire cave. After doing all this, Chu Chen's anxious heart finally settled down a little. Without any hesitation or delay, after activating the formation scroll, Chu Chen had a thought, and the shabby earthenware jar in the storage ring instantly appeared in his palm. This earthenware jar is simple, shabby and unattractive. There were several sword marks on the dark exterior, and there was even a chip on the top of the jar. To put it bluntly, even if this broken clay pot was thrown on the street, no one would even look at it. If the material wasn't so hard that it wouldn't break no matter how hard it fell, Deer wouldn't have put it into her storage ring. But Chu Chen held the broken clay pot in his hand, his breathing became rapid, his heart beat faster, and his face turned red with excitement. No one knows better than Chu Chen the horror of the broken clay jar in his hand. It is an ultimate imperial weapon that can only be refined by a great emperor. The sky-devouring demonic jar. The reason why it doesn't look strange is that this supreme imperial weapon has been placed under an extremely powerful seal, and is in a deep sleep and has not been awakened. And the only person who can awaken this supreme imperial weapon is Chu Chen. In his previous life, Chu Chen did not see through the mystery of this broken clay jar until he was on the verge of death. The Empress Lin Shuwang brought her imperial soldiers to fight against the Yi family's imperial soldier Tang Xianjian. The 2 supreme imperial soldiers revived one after another, erupting with unprecedented imperial pressure, and the might of destroying the world swept across the entire Yi family. This forced the heaven-devouring demon jar to revive and protect its master. It's a pity that Chu Chen was already exhausted at that time, and even if the Jidao Emperor's weapon was revived, it could not save his life. But in this life, Chu Chen did not hesitate at all. He held the broken clay pot in one hand and the long sword in the other, gritted his teeth and stabbed at his heart. Swish! The sharp sword blade pierced through the skin in an instant, and the scarlet blood from the heart dripped slowly onto the broken clay pot drop by drop. Hiss! Chu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air, his face turned pale with pain, and his brows were wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character. Now Chu Chen has no way to find 2 supreme imperial soldiers to release the imperial pressure and forcibly revive the heaven-devouring demon pot. If one wants to awaken this supreme imperial weapon, one must feed it with blood from one's heart and make it recognize its master. Only then can you initially refine this supreme imperial weapon. I, Chu Chen, have done everything I can. Now it's up to God. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and then fell to the ground. The severe pain and blood loss made him faint. The heaven-devouring demon pot in his hand continued to greedily absorb the blood dripping from Chu Chen's chest. After the black jar absorbed the blood, it emitted strange black light, and a terrifying imperial pressure began to slowly revive in the cave. At the same time, the immortal family Yi family. The family fortune that was like a beacon of war rising into the sky was actually dissipated by more than half shortly after Chu Chen left. The eldest sister Yilingwe, who was at the critical moment of breaking through, vomited a pool of blood and failed to break through. Yilingwe walked out of the secret room and looked towards the sky above the Yi family. She intuitively felt that there were dark clouds rolling above her head and a sense of doom was surging. Yilingwe stumbled and almost lost her balance. My Yi family, what's going on? Not only has the prosperity that was at its peak dissipated, but why is there still so much bad luck? Could it be that my Yi family has done something that has angered the heavens and the people? This is impossible! At the same time, clusters of black gas began to emerge from the body of the Yi family ancestor who was in seclusion to break through to the quasi-emperor's secret realm. The black air is as thick as ink, like a maggot attached to the bone. Chapter 10 Retribution comes so soon. In addition to the supreme imperial weapon Tianxianjian that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Yi family, the Yi family's ancestor Yi Shanhe is the true foundation of the Yi family. In the ancient continent, good and evil coexist. The major holy lands, aristocratic families, and immortal sects fought openly and secretly against each other. Without strong deterrence, even the Yi family, an immortal family, would find it difficult to gain a foothold in the ancient continent. Yi Shanhe's cultivation and combat power largely determined the position of the Yi family in the ancient continent. It stands to reason that a family can be promoted to an immortal family and maintain this position. There are two decisive factors, which need to be met simultaneously. One possesses an extremely powerful imperial weapon, and the other has a quasi-emperor in the family. The Jidao Emperor's weapon is a peerless divine weapon refined by a great emperor. Even if the great emperor is dead, the emperor's weapon can still remain in the world and protect the family for generations. But to truly unleash the power of the ultimate imperial weapon, one must be a strong man in the imperial realm. Even if he is only a quasi-emperor, he has entered the realm of emperor after all. The Yi family was just a declining second-rate family on the ancient continent. It would take hundreds of years of painstaking efforts to be promoted to an immortal family. However, 3 years ago, Chu Qing used his own strength to shatter his divine body and destroy his cultivation, thus successfully suppressing the Empress Lin Shuwang and preventing a war between good and evil that would cause great suffering to all living beings. Such a great achievement directly fell upon the Yi family, allowing the Yi family to be promoted to an immortal family and take charge of 99 spiritual veins. But after all, the Yi family does not have any quasi-emperor. The title of this immortal family came from the merits of Chu Chen alone. Now Chu Chen's divine body is broken, his cultivation is abolished, and he has become a useless person, so that the immortal family Yi family is known as only in name and without substance. Therefore, the Yi family is very clear-headed, clearer than anyone else. For the Yi family, the birth of an emperor-level strongman, even if it is only a quasi-emperor strongman, is a top priority and a top priority that concerns the life and death of the entire Yi family. And this hope, according to the prediction of Jidao Dibing Tianxianjian, falls on 8 people. Chu Chen's 7 sisters, Yi Xian and Yi family's ancestor Yi Shanhe. The eldest sister Yi Linghua, the third sister Yi Qingqing, the fifth sister Yi Han, the youngest sister Yi Linger. These 7 sisters all have the potential to be quasi-emperors, and have achieved success in alchemy, refining, talismans, etc. Yi Xian is even more amazing, possessing the qualities of an emperor. As long as he is given enough time, even if he cannot become an emperor who rules the world forever, it is certain that he will become a quasi-emperor. The ancestor of the Yi family has reached the 10th level of Saint King cultivation, and is only 1 step away from the secret realm of quasi-emperor. If all goes well, it will only take a few years for Yi Shanhe to successfully enter the emperor realm and lead the Yi family to glory. In a word, except for Chu Chen, a good-for-nothing who eats for free and wastes the family's cultivation resources, the entire Yi family is thriving. Therefore, it is extremely natural to force Chu Chen to give up the position of holy son to Yi Xian. If he is obedient, he can turn a blind eye and treat Chu Chen like a dog, occasionally watching him wag his tail and beg for mercy, which makes him happy. But if he disobeys and bites people indiscriminately, he will be expelled from the Yi family and left to wander outside and fend for himself. But no one expected that it was not the Yi family's fortune that protected Chu Chen, but he, Chu Chen, alone, affected the fortune of the entire Yi family. After Chu Chen left, not only did most of the Yi family's luck dissipate, but a huge amount of black air gathered above the Yi family, lingering for a long time and filled with evil spirits. Yi Shanhe, the ancestor of the Yi family, was in seclusion at a critical moment. He was about to break through the quasi-emperor's secret realm. However, he did not expect that due to the loss of Yi family's luck, his extremely smooth seclusion and training was suddenly and forcibly interrupted. Even because of the evil spirits surrounding the Yi family, the ancestor of the Yi family, who was at the critical moment of breaking through, was distracted and his body was invaded by the evil spirit as thick as ink, and he almost went insane. Damn it! This quasi-emperor secret realm is really not that easy to break through. It must be that Yi Chuchen's affairs have disturbed my mind these days, causing me to have distracting thoughts. I should have killed this little beast with one palm. Yi Shanhe took a deep breath and forced himself to calm his mind. While cursing Chuchen in his heart, he eliminated the evil energy in his body and stabilized his realm. What he didn't know was that the facts were completely opposite to what he imagined. After the eldest sister Yi Linghua successfully came out of seclusion, because she studied under a divine fortune teller, she was able to find out before anyone else that the family's fortune was declining and misfortunes were rampant. Yi Linghua had no time to think about it. As the spiritual power in her body flew, her hands continued to guide it, and the Bagua formation formed by shining stars rose into the air above the Yi family. She wanted to do everything possible to find out the reasons why the Yi family's fortunes were declining and they were plagued by misfortunes. This not only concerns her personal cultivation, but also the survival of the entire Yi family. In the main hall of the Yi family, several sisters surrounded Yi Xian, chattering non-stop. Xiao Xian, congratulations on becoming the holy son of my Yi family. This is the Earth Core Fire Lotus seed that my third sister just bought. It will be beneficial to your cultivation. Xianer, this is the formation scroll that my fifth sister just made. I'm giving it to you to protect you. Xiao Xian, this is the flying sword I just bought. It is made of black gold and mysterious stone. It is a divine fire-level magic weapon. It can cut through hair instantly and is as cold as water. I give it to you. Yi Xian was only in his teens, and he had been practicing hard to break through the secret realm of opening the sea a few days ago. Yi Linger made a move and directly sent him a divine fire-level magic weapon. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved to tears. In the ancient continent, the grade of magic weapons corresponds to the level of cultivation, and is divided into 10 levels in total. Qi gathering level magic weapons, Yuan condensing level magic weapons, Sea splitting level magic weapons, Heaven opening level magic weapons, Spiritual level magic weapons, and Divine fire level magic weapons. Magical weapons of the Great Sage level become holy weapons, and magic weapons of the Holy King level become Holy King weapons. Quasi-Emperor level magic weapons are called Quasi-Emperor weapons, and they are extremely powerful. The magic weapon of the Great Emperor level is even more incredible, capable of suppressing the Holy Land family and the immortal Taoist sect, and is called the Ultimate Imperial Soldier. As soon as Yi Han, Yi Qingqing and Yi Linger met, they took out gifts from their storage rings and gave them to Yi Xian. The enthusiasm, pampering and flattering look was so stunning. Seeing this, the head of the family, Yi Ding, who was sitting in the seat of the family head, nodded with satisfaction. As a father, the happiest thing is to see the children living in harmony and the family having fun. A harmonious family brings prosperity. If that loser could be as sensible as Xiao Xian, why would he? You deserve it. Seeing that several sisters had given out their gifts, Yi Ding no longer hesitated. Xianer, you have been promoted to the holy son of my Yi family. Your father has nothing to give you. With a wave of his hand, a rich fire-type spiritual energy dissipated in the hall, and a red pill bottle appeared in his palm, instantly attracting the attention of Yi Xian, Yi Linger and others. Although this bottle of fire essence is not as good as the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma, it will be helpful for you to break through the secret realm of the sea. You are the holy son of my Yi family, and what you need is the top priority of my Yi family. Don't worry, your father. Boom! Before Yi Ding finished speaking, Yi Xian had already bowed to Yi Ding, and then the aura of a powerful man from the Pi High secret realm in his body was instantly released. The secret realm of sea breaking. Oh my god, Xiao Xian, when did you break through the Pi High secret realm? Even without the Millennium Fire Spirit pill given by that loser, Xianer could have broken through to the sea-breaking secret realm. What did I say? Only that loser regards the 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma as a treasure and even wants to use it to threaten us. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yi Linger, Yi Han and Yi Qingqing complimented and praised Yi Xian while habitually belittling and cursing Yi Chuchen. If I don't curse Yi Chuchen a few times a day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Xianer is worthy of being the holy son of my Yi family, and worthy of being a favored child of heaven with the potential to be a great emperor. Yi Ding, who was sitting on the seat of the patriarch, couldn't stop smiling. The revival of our Yi family is in sight. Yi Xian's face turned slightly red. He bowed to Yi Ding and several sisters without saying much. It's not that he was modest, but the Millennium Fire Spirit pill that was crushed by Yi Chu and even mixed with dirt and feces really didn't taste very good. You know, when Chu Chen was still in the Yi family, Yi Xian, Yi Linger and others often asked him to feed the spirit beasts, and even to dig out the feces of those spirit beasts. They call it sharing the burden for the Yi family. I never thought that in the end. This retribution has fallen upon me. When he thought about it, Yi Xian felt nauseous and sick. Feel like vomiting. Just as the family was enjoying themselves, the black ring on Yi Xian's hand suddenly glowed with black light, and then an old voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Xiao Xian, this is not good. We are all wrong. Yi Xian was stunned. He was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough and driving Chu Chen away. He never expected that the soul in the ring suddenly spoke. Teacher, what's wrong? The old voice was full of tension and fear, and it struck Yi Xian's mind directly. Why did retribution come so soon? No! Yi Chu Chen can't leave. He alone has affected the luck of the entire Yi family and yours. If he's gone, whose luck are you going to take away? No matter what the cost, find a way to get him back. Get him back. Chapter 11. Catch this rebellious son. Teacher, are you sure? Yi Xian stood there in a daze, with the caring chatter of his sisters in his ears, which made his head hurt a little. But compared to these, what the soul in the ring said shocked Yi Xian so much that he was speechless for a long time. It's not that the Yi family is protecting Yi Chu Chen, but that Yi Chu Chen has affected the fortune of the entire Yi family? How is this possible? The Yi family is an immortal family in the ancient continent. No matter how strong a person's luck is, it is impossible. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the soul in the ring. Humph, what do you, a traveler from Blue Star, know? The spiritual energy of Blue Star is exhausted. How can it be compared with the ancient continent? He, Yi Chu Chen, is the legendary son of destiny. He possesses a supreme divine body and has the appearance of a great emperor. Although he has become a useless person now, his luck is still there. Because he cannot practice cultivation, Yi Chu Chen has dispersed his luck to the entire Yi family. Now that he has been driven away, not only has the Yi family's luck been dispersed, but because of his unworthy position, the entire Yi family has been plagued by misfortune. The soul in the ring has an unknown origin, but its divination skills are even better than that of the eldest sister Yi Linghua. It was the first to deduce the reasons for the sudden decline in Yi family's fortunes and the misfortunes that followed. In fact, I don't need to tell you that since you broke through the sea-breaking secret realm, your cultivation has been extremely slow, and you have not made any progress at all. Not only you, but also the women of the Yi family, including their patriarch and ancestors, have greatly slowed down their cultivation speed because of Yi Chu Chen's departure. If Yi Chu Chen doesn't return to the Yi family will never be able to break through the Saint King realm. The Yi family ancestor will never be able to break through the Quasi-Emperor's secret realm. These women in the Yi family, and you, Yi Xian, have very poor aptitude for cultivation. If you cannot take away Yi Chu Chen's luck and apply it to yourself, I'm afraid you will never be able to do it again in this life. Before the soul body finished speaking, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and his face became as pale as a piece of white paper, completely bloodless. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Yi Xian knew that what his teacher said was true. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so unhappy? Are you feeling unwell? Xianer, are you okay? Yi Linger, Yi Han and Yi Qingqing also noticed Yi Xian's changes, and they were all anxious to ask about his well-being, like ants on a hot pan. Sisters, I'm fine. Woo woo woo! Coming back to his senses, Yi Xian took a deep breath, then bowed to Yi Ding, who was sitting in the seat of the head of the family, and several sisters around him, opened his big innocent eyes, and said worriedly, Father, sisters, I just thought about Brother Chu Chen being kicked out of the Yi family. I don't know if he is okay at the moment. My heart. I miss Brother Chu Chen. There are monsters everywhere outside, and Brother Chu Chen can't practice. What if... As he spoke, A few tears came out of Yi Xian's eyes, which made his sisters feel distressed again. Xiao Xian, so you are worried about that loser? You scared me to death. Yi Linger patted her chest, looking relieved. I thought you were not feeling well, Xiao Xian. Why are you worrying about that loser? It would be better if he died outside. Yi Qingqing next to him also snorted coldly and said proudly. That's right. He is clearly a useless person who can't practice, but he keeps talking about betraying the Yi family to threaten us. He thought his father would be scared by him. Now let him go. Never come back. I am annoyed when I see him. Yi Han also had a cold face, as if he remembered something, and suddenly spoke. Father Xiao Xian, you may not know yet. Before that bastard left my Yi family, he brutally killed his maid Dyer and took away Dyer's storage ring. This behavior is no different from that of a demon. Expelling him from the family is the least he can do. He should have his tendons in his hands and feet severed. As soon as these words were spoken, another round of curses rang out throughout the hall. Uncle Fu hesitated and wanted to stand up to defend Yi Chuchen, but before he could take a step, he was glared back by Yi Han. This rebellious son, who took human life lightly, why didn't I kill him with one blow? Xianer, your sisters are right. You are just too kind. Yi Ding, who was sitting in the master's seat, also snorted coldly. When he thought of Yi Chuchen, the rebellious son, the nameless fire in his heart began to rise, and he couldn't suppress it no matter what. Kick this rebellious son out of the Yi family and let him experience the dangers of the ancient continent. Only then will he know how good our Yi family has been to him, and only then will he know how happy he is. You are born with a blessing but don't know how to appreciate it. This family head hates this kind of ungrateful trash the most. Scum! Isn't the father-son relationship severed? I don't have such a son! Listening to the cursing from his father and sisters, Yi Xian, the big villain, was speechless. Yi Chuchen, he is your biological son. Your biological brother. Now his cultivation has been abolished, and he has been expelled from the Yi family. You close relatives are not worried about him, but you let him, an outsider. However, when he thought of what the teacher said about plundering luck, Yi Xian still blinked his innocent big eyes and bowed again. But father, sisters, brother Chuchen has the blood of the Yi family flowing in his veins after all. If he dies outside, it will be a disgrace to our Yi family. At worst, we can find him and confine him to the Spirit Beast Valley, so that he can never leave the Spirit Beast Valley. This will also save brother Chuchen from saying bad things about our father and sisters outside, which will bring shame to our Yi family. The so-called Spirit Beast Valley is the zoo where the Yi family raises spirit beasts. To put it more simply, it is a stable or a horse shed. Capture Yi Chuchen and lock him up with the animals for the rest of his life. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Ding, Yi Linger and others instantly understood Yi Xian's good intentions. It turns out that what Yi Xian was thinking. It's all them. It's all the reputation of the Yi family. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost set, Yi Xian immediately bowed to Yi Ding, who was the head of the family. Please allow me to find brother Chuchen. Yi Ding frowned, then waved his hand. Forget it. Forget it. It was only for your sake, Xianer, that I agreed to find that rebellious son. But that rebellious son actually brutally murdered our maid Dyer. He was so cruel and tyrannical. When he comes back, I, Yi Ding, will definitely cut his tendons in his hands and feet. Don't stop me then. No one is allowed to plead for him. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Linger and the others smiled happily. As for Yi Xian? As long as Yi Chuchen can be found, he can continue to plunder luck. It would be easier to cut the tendons in its hands and feet and keep it in a stable, so you don't have to worry about this piece of junk running around. Third Elder, follow Xianer to find that waste. As soon as Yi Ding finished speaking, the void in front of him shattered, and a hunchbacked old man appeared in the hall. Yes, Patriarch! The hunchbacked old man is the third elder of the Yi family, a powerful saint who has already comprehended the power of space and can tear the void with his bare hands. Yi Xian had just broken through the Pi-High secret realm. If the Yi family didn't send a saint-level expert to follow and protect him, how could Yi Ding feel at ease? Sir, please follow me. The third elder walked up to Yi Xian, used the power of space and tore a big hole in the void in front of him with his bare hands. Yi Xian nodded, and under the protection of the third elder, the two of them instantly sank into the space crack and disappeared. When they appeared again after tearing open the space, they had already left the Yi family. The third elder and Yi Xian were at a fork in the road. Sir Saint, I don't know why I can't detect Yi Chuchen's aura. Could it be that he has a treasure that can conceal the secrets of heaven? This is impossible. The third elder frowned. He was a saint-level warrior who controlled the power of space, but he couldn't find any trace of a piece of trash. Who would believe him if he told others about this? There is a fork in the road. To the left is the Tianyao Gorge where monsters are rampant. To the right is the official road that leads directly to Jinshi town. Sir, let's... Without waiting for the third elder to finish his words, Yi Xian waved his hand. Go right, to Jinshi town. Yi Chuchen is a loser. Even if I lend him a few courages, he wouldn't dare to cross the Sky Demon Gorge. The third elder bowed to Yi Xian, his face full of admiration. Sir, you are wise! At the same time, above the Yi family, a woman with a graceful figure and picturesque features kept making seals with her hands, and a bagua formation with starlight gathered and rose into the sky. Puff! As a mouthful of blood spurted out, Yi Linghua's aura instantly weakened, and the spiritual energy in her body was exhausted in an instant. The bagua formation above his head shook violently, and under the gathering of countless starlight, it actually turned into the appearance of a young boy. However, the boy's face was obscured by the chaotic energy, making it difficult to see clearly. Bang! Yi Linghua's eyes were focused on the starlight, and just as she was trying to recognize the boy's face, the bagua formation suddenly exploded, and the starlight scattered. Blood flowed from the corner of Yi Linghua's mouth. Her body suffered severe blows and 100 years of her life were instantly taken away. The secret cannot be revealed. Chapter 12. Where can a useless person like him go? With the power of one person, you have affected the fortune of the entire Yi family. Yi Linghua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth while looking up at the bagua diagram exploding in the sky above the Yi family. She was so shocked that she muttered to herself. This is impossible. Impossible. Has there ever been a person in the world with such amazing luck? My Yi family is an immortal family on the ancient continent, in charge of 99 spiritual veins in the world, with prosperous luck and endless blessings. Even if he is the legendary chosen one, it is impossible for him to influence the fortune of the entire clan with his own strength. Even if Yi Linghua didn't believe it, the facts were before her. She studied under a divine fortune teller and delved into the art of gossip and divination in order to spy on the secrets of heaven. Wait! The chosen one cannot influence the fate of the entire clan, but the legendary son of luck can. Yi Linghua suddenly remembered that her master, the divine calculator, had once told her about the legend of the son of destiny, but the son of destiny had not appeared in the ancient continent for thousands of years. The son of luck is born with great luck. Breaking through a realm in spiritual practice is as easy as drinking water or eating. There is no such thing as a bottleneck. Just take a stroll outside and you may find priceless magic weapons or magical objects from heaven and earth. No matter what danger you encounter, you can turn it into good fortune. A perfect protagonist's destiny. What's even more terrifying is that the son of luck can influence the luck of the entire family with just his own luck. It's just that luck is too illusory. Except for the terrifying emperor-level strongmen, cultivators who are not well versed in gossip and divination cannot understand it at all, let alone explore the unknown luck. Great! My Yi family has produced a child of destiny that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Given time, our Yi family will rise again. Become the #1 family in this ancient continent. Yi Linghua recovered from her shock and frowned slightly while swallowing the elixir to restore her spiritual power. This person's luck is connected to my Yi family. He must be a disciple of my Yi family. Looking at the starlight above his head that had completely dissipated, he recalled the shadow of the young man whose face was covered by the aura of chaos and fell into deep thought. Who exactly is this son of destiny? It's a pity that my cultivation is limited, and my gossip and divination skills are not even 1/10 of what Master knows. Otherwise, we will definitely be able to see his true appearance. Once we find him, we will treat him as a guest of honor in our Yi family. Even if she used the secret divination technique and shortened her lifespan by 100 years, With Yi Linghua's cultivation level, she still could not reveal Chu Chen's true appearance. Because now Chu Chen has already begun to refine the heaven-swallowing demon pot. He is protected by extremely powerful imperial soldiers, concealing the secrets of heaven. Not to mention Yi Linghua, even if Yi Linghua's master, the most skilled fortune-teller in the ancient continent, came, he couldn't see Chu Chen's true appearance. We must find this person as soon as possible. Even if our Yi family spends everything we have, we must keep this son of destiny and ensure that our Yi family will be passed down for thousands of generations and prosper. Yi Linghua took a deep breath, and with a flash of her body, she rushed towards the main hall of the Yi family. This matter is of great importance. It concerns the survival of our Yi family. I must report it to my father. Swish. When Yi Linghua appeared in the main hall of the Yi family, she found that her father Yi Ding and several sisters were in the hall, chattering non-stop, making it very lively. Sister, when did you come out? Great! Big sister, have you successfully broken through to the Saint Realm? Have you mastered the path of space? First, Xiaoxian broke through the sea-opening secret realm, and then my elder sister broke through the Saint Realm. Without that annoying waste, good things really happened to my Yi family one after another. Amid the chirping cheers of her sisters, Yi Linghua bowed to her father Yi Ding, the head of the family, and then spoke with a serious face. I came out of retreat early not because I was breaking through to the Saint Realm, but because I felt that the luck of my Yi family had dissipated, most of it had dissipated, and because of this, I failed to break through, so I came out of retreat early. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter in the hall came to an abrupt end. Even the patriarch of the Yi family, who was sitting in the patriarch's seat, could no longer sit still. He looked at his daughter Yi Linghua nervously. Lingyu, what are you talking about? Why has most of the luck of my Yi family disappeared? Yi Ding was only a Saint Realm expert, and he didn't know the art of gossip or divination, so naturally he couldn't feel the existence of luck. Chu Qin had been staying in the Yi family before, and his own luck was connected with the family's luck. Yi Linghua's gossip and divination skills were limited, so he naturally could not sense it. It was not until Yi Chuchen was expelled from the Yi family, removed from the family tree, and his father-son relationship was severed, that Yi Linghua realized that most of the Yi family's luck had been lost. Yi Linghua did not answer her father's question directly. First, the concept of luck was too mysterious, and they would not understand even if she told them. Second, the term, son of luck, involved many things and she did not dare to speak carelessly. Where is the sun? Looking around the hall, Yi Linghua did not see Yi Chuchen, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Yi Linghua is not stupid. If the Yi family really has a lucky son, then it is probably her own younger brother Yi Chuchen. But Yi Chuchen was abandoned and his cultivation was completely lost. How could such a person still be the son of destiny? Sister, Xiaoxian took the third elder to catch that bastard. Yi Linghua blinked her big eyes. Although she was confused, she still bowed to Yi Linghua and replied, Xiaoxian? Yi Xian? Linghua, I'm not asking about Xiaoxian, but Yi Chuchen. Because of her seclusion, Yi Linghua didn't know what happened in the Yi family. Besides, the holy son of my Yi family has always been Yi Chuchen, how could you? Before Yi Linghua could finish her words, Yi Qingqing and Yi Han beside her quickly interrupted and said, Big sister, you don't know that the loser stole Xiaoshuan's 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma. Father asked him to apologize, but not only did he not apologize, he also threatened to sever the father-son relationship with father and betray the Yi family. How can our Yi family, a dignified immortal family, be threatened by a piece of trash? After my father reported this to the ancestor, he removed this piece of trash from the family tree and expelled him from the Yi family. Wow! As soon as these words came out, Yi Linghua staggered. If Yi Linghua hadn't been quick to support her, Yi Linghua would have almost fallen to the ground. Lingyu, I indulged this bastard too much on weekdays, so now he dares to threaten me. Yi Ding looked at Yi Linghua, whose face changed drastically and who almost fell to the ground. He frowned and explained. I have sent Xiaoxian and the third elder to look for him. After we capture him and bring him back to the Yi family, we will cut the tendons in his hands and feet. Let's see how he can act so recklessly in the future. Expelled from the Yi family. After catching him, do you still have to cut his tendons? Yi Linghua pushed away Yi Linghua who was supporting her, and stared at her father, who was sitting in the seat of the head of the family with an incredible look on her face, feeling unprecedented strangeness. "Father, what are you talking about? He Yi Chuchen is your own flesh and blood. His cultivation was destroyed for the sake of our Yi family. If it weren't for Yi Chuchen, my Yi family wouldn't have been able to be promoted to an immortal family so quickly, let alone be in charge of 99 spirit veins." After hearing this, I thought my father and sisters would think of Yi Chuchen's contribution to the Yi family, and feel guilty. But what Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, and Yi Han said next directly shattered Yi Linghua's 3 views. "So what if you've done my Yi family a favor? Can you steal Xiaoshuan's 1,000-year-old fire Ganoderma just because you've done me a favor? Achievements are achievements, and faults are faults. What I, Yi Qingqing, hate most in my life is people who are arrogant because of their favor." "That's right. This useless man's divine body is shattered, his meridians are cut, and he's useless now. What's the point of saying so much?" When Yi Linghua wanted to say something else, the space above the hall shattered, and then 2 figures appeared out of thin air. "Father! Big sister is out of confinement, great!" The people who came were Yi Xian and the 3rd elder. Yi Xian blinked his big innocent eyes, bowed to them first, and then continued. "The 3rd elder and I searched Jinshi town thoroughly, but we couldn't find Brother Chu Chin." Yi Xian's voice was full of self-blame and worry, which made Yi Ding, Yi Linger, and others feel distressed. "Go home, my lady!" The 3rd elder also bowed and added in a slightly hoarse voice. "After leaving my Yi family, there are 2 roads. One is to take the official road through Jinshi town, and the other is to cross Tianyao Gorge." "Master, Yi Chuchen is not in Jinshi town. I think he has gone into Tianyao Gorge. I was worried about the safety of the saint's son, so I brought him back first." After saying this, Yi Ding stroked his beard and exclaimed, "There are many monsters in Tianyao Gorge. Not to mention saint-level warriors, even Saint King-level warriors dare not enter without permission. Xianer is the hope for the future of our Yi family. We cannot let him take risks. It is wise for you to bring him back. As for that loser, he dared to enter the heavenly demon gorge without any cultivation. He must have been eaten by monsters long ago. It's better not to look for him. It's better not to look for him." Swish. As soon as Yi Ding finished speaking, the body of the eldest sister Yi Linghua instantly turned into a stream of light, rushed out of the Yi family, and headed straight for Tianyao Gorge. Yi Chuchen's tendons and veins were all destroyed, and his cultivation was wasted. A mortal crossing the heavenly demon gorge would surely die. You guys! Yi Chuchen is also our brother. He is also a member of my Yi family. Father, how can you say such cruel words? If you don't go look for her, I will." Upon hearing that Yi Chuchen was in danger, Yi Linghua no longer cared about anything else. She didn't even have time to tell him that most of the family's luck had dissipated and that disaster was looming. She wants to find the son of destiny for the Yi family. Find your own brother. The main hall of the Yi family. Yi Ding, Yi Xian, Yi Linger, and others stared at each other in amazement. Obviously, he couldn't understand why elder sister Yi Linghua suddenly got angry for no reason. You should know that Yi Linghua is famous for her good personality and temper in the Yi family. After the mother passed away, the eldest sister took on the role of mother. How many years has it been since Yi Linghua got angry at them? Didn't Yi Chuchen himself propose to sever ties with his father and betray the Yi family? Now he's blaming us? Yi Linger blinked her big eyes and looked in the direction where Yi Linghua left, with an innocent look on her face. Really? What the hell is wrong with you, big sister? Chapter 13, Divine Phoenix Blood. Tianyao Gorge. In the cave. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When Chuchen opened his eyes, dawn had just broken. The golden sunlight penetrated the dense bushes above his head, slanted in from the cave entrance, and hit Chuchen's face directly, making him rub his eyes unconsciously after waking up, with a dazed look on his face. I shed so much blood but didn't die, and I wasn't eaten by a monster beast. I, Chuchen, am really lucky. Looking down at the wound that had already formed a blood scab, and the formation that was glowing faintly at the entrance, Chuchen felt a surge of fear. I have to say, it's too risky. The heaven-swallowing demon pot is an extremely powerful imperial weapon. Even though it is a forbidden imperial weapon, the refining process is extremely dangerous. Furthermore, the formations hidden in the storage ring snatched from the made dye are all of the lowest grade, which can deceive ordinary monsters. However, if one encounters monsters above the Kaitian secret realm, these defensive and breath-hiding formations will be useless. Fortunately, this place is on the outskirts of Tianyao Gorge. Those powerful monsters generally have their own territories and will not go out easily unless they are threatened. Those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. Chu Chen waved his hand, and a pitch-black earthenware jar appeared out of thin air in front of him, with wisps of black light dropping down, and endless power of the great Tao rushing towards him. The tank is plain and natural, and its appearance is not impressive. The ceramic jar is like the immortal body of a young girl, emitting a terrifying pressure that makes all the heavens and worlds tremble, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The mouth of the jar was engraved with extremely terrifying sword marks. Even before it got close, the sharp Daluo's sword intent seemed to tear the sky apart and split the heaven and earth. Puff! Chu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly gathered his mind, not daring to feel the horrific sword marks engraved on the jar. With his current cultivation and strength, if he continues to watch, he will be strangled to ashes by the remaining Daluo sword intent. Although it is only a preliminary refining, it can be considered as refining this supreme imperial weapon after all. Chu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and held the heaven-devouring demon jar in his hand with anticipation. This was his only trump card. Can you cross Tianyao Gorge alive? Whether we can reach the Shenyan Imperial Palace safely. Can I successfully meet the Empress Lin Shuwang? It all depends on this. It's a pity that this heaven-devouring demon pot has been placed under a powerful seal, and now that I have lost all my cultivation, I can only rely on my hard blood to initially refine this supreme imperial weapon. Otherwise, I can awaken the spirit of this heaven-devouring demon jar and help me get to the divine flame imperial palace. Why are the Jidao Emperor's soldiers so terrifying? Because each supreme imperial weapon is refined by a great emperor using the scarcest and most precious materials in the world. It is engraved with the great principles of heaven and earth, contains terrifying imperial pressure, and has awakened an intelligent spirit. Even the great emperor who has been in power for eternity can only live for about 10,000 years. The imperial weapon spirit that can give birth to intelligence has no limit on its lifespan and can protect the noble family and the Holy Land for thousands of generations. Let the immortal Taoist tradition be passed on. No matter what, this heaven-devouring demon pot is an extremely powerful imperial weapon that can penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths and tear apart the sky. Even if it is only initially refined, I, Chu Chen, have the power to protect myself in this heavenly demon gorge. The terror of the Supreme Emperor's soldiers is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even a trace of the overflowing imperial power can destroy the world and reshape the mountains and rivers in an instant. Although Chu Chen's tendons and veins were completely destroyed and his cultivation was lost, making it impossible for him to perfectly activate this supreme imperial weapon, the imperial weapon was given intelligence. After initial refining, it could protect its master on its own when Chu Chen was in danger. This heaven-devouring demon jar is different from the ordinary extreme imperial weapons. It is very mysterious. Recalling the time before his rebirth, when Empress Lin Shuwang led the imperial army to fight against the ancestor of the Yi family, the heaven-swallowing demon pot recognized its master on its own in order to protect Chu Chen's safety. When Chu Chen recalled that mysterious Tao rhyme, he was still shocked. Therefore, Chu Chen knew better than anyone else how to use the heaven-swallowing demon pot. The Supreme Emperor's weapons were refined with great painstaking efforts by the ancient emperors. In addition to containing the mighty power of the emperor and the ability to destroy the heaven and earth, they generally possessed some special abilities because they were engraved with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Like the Yi family's supreme imperial weapon Tianxianjian, which has the ability to see through the secrets of heaven. It can trace back the long river of time and peek into the past and the future. The heaven-devouring demon pot is more special than ordinary imperial weapons. I remember that this heaven-devouring demon jar has 2 extremely powerful abilities. One is swallowing the heavens, and the other is grabbing the heavens. Devouring the heavens is easy to understand. As the name suggests, it means having the power of devouring. It can forcibly devour other people's magic weapons, cultivation, and even Tao fruits and feed them back to oneself. This ability is extremely against the will of heaven and overbearing. It is against the harmony of nature and cannot be tolerated by the righteous path. Therefore, the word demon, in the name of the heaven-swallowing demon pot, comes from this. The ability of grab the heavens is even more special. By reaching your hand into the magic jar and groping around inside, you can rely on your own luck and opportunity to find a treasure and use it for yourself. Although the heaven-devouring demon pot is only the size of a palm, its interior is a world of its own and is connected to another dimension. The treasures found may be skills, elixirs, magic weapons, or some rare crystals, spiritual objects from heaven and earth, ancient relics, etc. Value and scarcity. It all depends on luck and opportunity. However, such a miraculous ability has a limitation, that is, after refining the heaven-devouring demon pot, it can only be used once every 10 days or so. I want to see, with my luck, what can I get when I grasp the heavens for the first time? Chu Qing took a deep breath and looked at the strange black light that continuously came out of the mouth of the heaven-devouring demon jar. Then he made up his mind, rolled up his sleeves, and stuck his entire right arm in. Swish! As soon as the white and slender arm stretched into the heaven-devouring demon pot, it was enveloped by the mysterious and strange black light. A mysterious Taoist rhyme instantly enveloped Chu Chen's body, pulling his entire consciousness into a gray and strange space. Like the night sky above. Dark and deep. Desolate and ancient. One after another, twinkling starlight spots were visible in the night sky. Chu Chen subconsciously raised his head and looked up at the vast starry sky, his thoughts drifting away. He subconsciously stretched out his right hand and grabbed with his bare hands a star that was billions of miles away but extremely bright above his head. Chu Chen clearly did not have any cultivation and was clearly immortal, but his outstretched arm suddenly enlarged 1 billion times and turned into a giant arm that could hold up the sky and grab the stars. Even if you are billions of miles away, you can still grasp the stars and pick the sun and the moon. Bang! The captured stars burst out with extremely strong resistance, and struggled hard to fight against Chu Chen. Huh! You're still resisting? Interesting. The corners of Chu Chen's mouth rose slightly, and then he concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, mobilizing the heaven-swallowing demon jar, an ultimate imperial weapon, and forcibly grabbed it. Boom! The road is flowing. The rhythm of Tao is everywhere. The power of rules spreads. Chu Chen's palm burst out with a terrifying devouring power. After a few breaths of stalemate with this unusually bright star, with a deafening roar that resounded throughout the night sky, his giant arm grabbed the huge star, and then with supreme power, he brought it back from the alien space billions of miles away. Swish! The giant arm and the captured star shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shrinking again. After Chu Chen's consciousness returned to his body, his right arm was unknowingly pulled out of the heaven-devouring demon pot. This feeling. Chu Chen paused affectionately, as if he had just had a dream. This is. But when he opened his palm, he saw a drop of blood bathed in scarlet flames, hovering in his palm. Looking closely, there was a phantom of a divine phoenix in the blood, flapping its wings and flying. Divine phoenix blood! It contains the memory fragments of the immortal phoenix, and possesses the power to penetrate the heavens and the earth. The terrifying flames could even melt the void. The phoenix's phantom flapped its wings, and the pressure it brought with it destroyed all the formations in the cave in an instant, and then strangled Chu Chen from all directions. Not good! Chu Chen closed his eyes, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped his body. Even if it was just a trace of pressure from the overflow of the divine phoenix's essence and blood, it was definitely not something that Chu Chen, who had lost all his cultivation, could resist. Seeing that he was about to be crushed into ashes by this pressure, Chu Chen pinched his hand seal and shouted. Heaven-swallowing demon jar, take it from me! Swish! The heaven-swallowing demon pot moved at the sound, and in an instant, a terrifying devouring force erupted, swallowing the drop of divine phoenix blood bathed in scarlet flames into the jar. Crisis averted. Someone's coming? Chu Chen had just resolved the crisis, and had no time to breathe a sigh of relief when he, with the help of the power of the heaven-devouring demon pot, sensed a figure flying straight towards the cave. This breath is so familiar. No! It's Yilingwe. Chapter 14. Please come back with me, okay? No! We have to get out of here quickly! After detecting Yilingwe's breath, Chu Qin did not hesitate or delay at all. With a wave of his hand, he put the extreme emperor weapon, the heaven demon swallowing pot, into his sea of consciousness. Then he rushed out of the cave without looking back and rushed into the depths of the dense forest. Speaking of the eldest sister Yilingwe, she is also a strange person. The eldest daughter of the immortal family Yi, she is gifted and has an extraordinary character. He has ignited the divine fire at such a young age and is a powerful person at the 8th level of the divine fire realm. The most rare thing is that he has a talent for gossip and divination. In theory, he is the perfect successor to the Yi family's ultimate imperial weapon, Tangxianjian. The divine fortune teller was traveling around the continent. When he passed by the Yi family, he was attracted by Yilingwe's talent at first sight and took her in as his apprentice. In order to comprehend the art of gossip and divination, Yilingwe spends most of her time in seclusion, observing the stars at night and deducing the past and the future. In the 3 years since Chu Qin was deposed, the brother and sister have only met once. But this only meeting made Chu Qin's heart fall to the bottom. Completely frozen. Damn it! I've already escaped into this heavenly demon gorge, why are you still chasing me? While Chu Qin took out spirit stones from his storage ring to absorb spiritual power, he galloped through the dense forest, trying to get rid of Yilingwe's tracking. Because his meridians were severed and his cultivation was destroyed, even if he refined the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the heaven demon swallowing pot, he still could not practice and could not store any spiritual power in his body. Therefore, he could only temporarily gain some spiritual power by absorbing the spiritual power from the spirit stone. If you really push me into a corner, I don't mind going back to the Yi family to kill them. A fierce look flashed in Chu Qin's eyes, and with the help of the spiritual power in the spirit stone, his body kept moving and running between the trunks of the towering trees. Although he was immortal with no cultivation, he had managed to initially refine this supreme imperial weapon. If one is willing to burn one's soul and overdraw one's life and forcefully activate the heaven-devouring demon pot, one can temporarily unleash some of the power of this supreme imperial weapon. If things were really forced into a corner, Chu Qin would risk his life, rush to the Yi family, and control the heaven-devouring demon jar to self-destruct. If an extremely powerful imperial weapon self-destructed, how powerful would that be? Even though the Yi family is protected by the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the Tangxianjian, the terrifying power generated by the Supreme Emperor's weapon's self-detonation can raise the entire Yi family to the ground in an instant. Let the void be shattered and the heaven and earth be destroyed. Except for the Yi family's ancestor, the head of the family Yi Ding, and several elders who have entered the Saint Realm and Saint Emperor Realm and are protected by the Tongtian Mirror, the rest of the Yi family will surely die. Yi Xian, Yi Linger, Yi Han and other direct disciples of the Yi family could not escape either. Of course, in this case, Chu Qin would have no way to survive. This is a tactic of mutual destruction. Unless he was forced into a desperate situation, Chu Qin would not be willing to use it. After all, I haven't been to the Xinyan Imperial Palace yet. The Empress Lin Shuwang has not been seen yet. He still has unfinished business in his life. There are still regrets. Strange? There is clearly Chu Chen's aura lingering in this cave, how could it be? Inside the cave, Yilingwe gently twisted her hands and slightly frowned. Less than 10 breaths after Chu Chen left the cave, Yilingwe had already arrived here with great force. But there was nothing in the empty cave, let alone Chu Chen's figure. If other people came here and looked at this empty cave, they would not be sure what the connection was between this cave and Chu Chen. But who is Shi Yilingwe? He was a genius who studied under a divine fortune teller and was proficient in the art of gossip and divination. With just a flick of the fingers, he could capture the remaining breath of Chu Chen in the cave. The defensive formation at the entrance of the cave and the formation that conceals the aura were forcibly destroyed. Could it be that Chu Chen encountered some danger? No! This is Tianyao Gorge, we have to find Chu Chen as soon as possible. As she spoke, Yilingwe gently danced with her 10 fingers. As the milky white spiritual energy moved, another Bagua formation diagram hovered in the air. In order to find Chu Chen as soon as possible, Yi Linghua once again used the techniques of Bagua and divination to deduce Chu Chen's whereabouts. How is this possible? Looking at the empty Bagua formation in front of her, Yi Linghua's face was full of disbelief. She couldn't figure out any information about Chu Chen's whereabouts. You must know that Chu Chen's cultivation was abolished, and he was just an ordinary person, while Yi Linghua was a disciple of the divine calculator, and was a strong man in the divine fire realm. At such a close distance, it should be easy to detect any trace of an ordinary person. I never thought. This Tianyao Gorge is really weird. Yi Linghua didn't think much about it, and just thought that it was the mysterious Tianyao Gorge that blocked Chu Chen's aura. There are many demon beasts in Tianyao Gorge, and there are even Saint Emperor Realm and Emperor Realm demon kings and demon emperors. If Chu Chen is not found as soon as possible, death is certain. In order to find Chu Chen as soon as possible and bring him back to the Yi family, Yi Linghua could no longer care about anything else. A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood, burning nearly 10 years of her life at once, and deduced again. Swish, swish, swish. After 10 years of lifespan accumulated, the illusory Bagua formation finally showed the figure of Chu Chen running and moving in the dense forest. Although the picture is still blurry, it is enough for the strong people in the divine fire realm. In just a moment, Yi Linghua determined the direction and locked it successfully. Then his body turned into a stream of light and rushed away. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, Chu Chen was still galloping in the dense forest, when suddenly a jeweled bracelet fell from the sky. This is Yi Linghua's holy weapon, the 13-star bracelet. The bracelet was inlaid with 13 rubies around it, and with the terrifying pressure of the holy realm, the bracelet swelled in the wind when it fell from the sky. In an instant, it expanded thousands of times at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into an endless, unbreakable wall that encompassed an area of hundreds of meters including Chu Chen. Draw a circle on the ground to make a prison. Chu Chen, I'm the eldest sister. After trapping Chu Chen, the graceful and pretty Yi Linghua descended from the sky and looked over with a worried look on her face. Come back with me. It's dangerous here. Even with the holy artifact 13-star bracelet, it is still not enough in the Tianyao Gorge, which has the Demon King of the Saint Emperor Realm, and the Demon Emperor of the Emperor Realm. Dangerous? No matter how dangerous this place is it as dangerous as the Yi family? Looking at Yi Linghua, who was full of worry and couldn't wait to take him back to the Yi family, Chu Chen was alert and sneered. To me, no matter how scary the monsters are, they are not as scary as you, the Yi family members who talk about morality but are actually ruthless and heartless. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Linghua's expression changed instantly. Looking at Chu Chen, whose face was full of unfamiliarity and even hatred in his eyes, Yi Linghua felt dizzy and in a trance. Is this still my biological brother Yi Chu Chen? He is not the softest. I listened to my elder sister the most. How come now? When she thought of this, Yi Linghua couldn't help but feel a nameless anger in her heart. Yi Chu Chen, stop messing around! This is Tianyao Gorge. Come back with me and apologize to my father and sisters. I promise they won't make it difficult for you. Before Yi Linghua could finish her words, Chu Chen interrupted her. Yi Linghua, I have betrayed the Yi family, severed my father-son relationship with Yi Ding, and removed my name from the Yi family tree. Don't call me Yi Chu Chen anymore. My last name is Chu and my given name is Chen. I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. You even went to the Tianyao Gorge to bring me back to the Yi family. It was simply because I killed the maid Dyer and you wanted to capture me and bring me back to question me. After these words were spoken, Yi Linghua's expression changed slightly. She wanted to defend herself. She wanted to explain. She wanted to say that it was not what Chu Chen thought. But before going out, in the Yi family hall, Father Yi Xian and several sisters kept saying that after they captured Yi Chu Chen and brought him back to the Yi family, they would cut the tendons in his hands and feet and lock him in a stable to teach him a lesson. Yi Linghua pursed her red lips and met Chu Chen's eyes full of contempt and hatred. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chu Chen, you are my biological brother. I said I would protect you, and I will definitely protect you. An elder sister is like a mother. I, Yi Linghua, swear to heaven. An elder sister is like a mother? Hearing these 4 words, Chu Chen laughed out loud. Yi Lingwei, you probably forgot that 3 years ago, you threw me off the cliff, causing me to be seriously injured, with my limbs broken. I lay in bed for half a year and nearly died. Throw off a cliff? Yi Lingwei was stunned when she heard this. Why didn't she remember this? Chu Chen, what are you talking about? I don't care what you think, just come back to the Yi family with me first. Because she was worried about alerting the demon kings living in Tianyao Gorge, Yi Lingwei decided to suppress them by force first and forcibly bring Yi Chuchen back to the Yi family before discussing other matters. With her cultivation level of the 8th level of Divine Fire, and the holy artifact 13-star bracelet, it would be easy for her to capture Chuchen, who had lost all his cultivation level and was powerless. The 13-star bracelet, take it from me! With Yi Linghua's light snort, the 13-star bracelet shrank rapidly, and the terrifying pressure of the holy realm rose into the sky, sweeping around. Roar! The moment the holy weapon was revived, a dragon roar that shattered the 9 skies resounded throughout the 9 provinces from the depths of Tianyao Gorge. As 2 eyes as big as lanterns opened, a huge dragon body stretching for hundreds of feet flew up and exploded in the dense forest. Go straight to Chuchen and Yi Lingwei. The Demon King resurrects. Chapter 15. The extreme imperial army shows its power and suppresses everything. Yi Chuchen, no matter what, you are a member of my Yi family, and you are my brother! Even if your father has severed ties with you, even if you have been removed from the family tree and expelled from the Yi family, so what? You want to leave the Yi family, but I, Yi Lingwei, disagree. I will never agree to it. In Tianyao Gorge, the eldest sister Yi Lingwei, who possesses the 8th level of Divine Fire Realm cultivation, stands in the air with her feet on the void, her black hair dancing wildly. As she keeps forming seals with her fingers, terrifying spiritual power soars into the sky. The holy artifact 13-star bracelet burst into a terrifying aura, and the holy level pressure that could destroy the world enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters, imprisoning everything. This Tianyao Gorge is extremely dangerous. Chu Chen, you go back with Big Sister first. When we get back to the Yi family, you just need to admit your mistakes to your father, apologize to Xiao Xian, and explain to Linger and the others. I believe they won't make things difficult for you as long as I'm here. Disobeying father. Talk back to your sister. Brutal murder of maid deer. Steal Yi Xian's Millennium Fire Ganoderma lucidum. Obviously, deep down in the heart of the eldest sister Yi Lingwei, it is still Chu Chen who is wrong. But compared with Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger and others, Yi Lingwei thought she was better to Chu Chen and valued family affection more. Seeing that she could not convince the stubborn and unyielding Chu Chen with words, Yi Lingwei thought about suppressing him by force and forcibly bringing Chu Chen back to the Yi family before discussing other matters. After all, an elder sister is like a mother. Yi Lingwei, Yi family are really. Hearing Yi Lingwei saying earnestly that this was all for his own good under the pretext of elder sister is like mother, but actually she had already used the holy weapon to suppress him, Chu Chen was so angry that he laughed. Shameless! Go away! I have nothing to say to you Yi family members. This was the first time that Yi Lingwei was accused and scolded by the loser Chu Chen. Her face changed slightly. No matter in terms of status or strength, what qualifications did Chu Chen have to blame her sister? Not to mention, she, Yi Lingwei, did this all for Chu Chen's good. Chu Chen, you have gone insane! I don't know what happened during my seclusion, but I must take you back to the Yi family today, because I promised my mother that I would take good care of you. The terrifying holy level pressure erupted. Yi Lingwei obviously had no patience anymore. The hundreds-meter-long giant holy artifact 13-star bracelet wrapped around Chu Chen's body and shrank greatly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a bowl and flew towards his wrist. The holy weapon has its own space. Chu Chen, a mortal with broken tendons and abolished cultivation, has no ability to resist in front of the holy weapon. In Yi Linghua's opinion, as long as she got serious, let alone resisting and struggling, he, Chu Chen, would not even have the right to speak. But what is the reality? The moment the holy artifact 13-star bracelet forcibly took Chu Chen into its internal space, the supreme imperial weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, in his body felt the threat and began to revive on its own. It's a pity that there is not a single spiritual power in Chu Chen's body, and he cannot activate the heaven-swallowing demon pot, the supreme imperial weapon. Although Yi Lingwei used the holy weapon, she had no intention of killing Chu Chen. She only imprisoned Chu Chen's body and restricted his movements. The heaven-swallowing demon pot had only been initially refined, and would only revive and protect its master when Chu Chen's life was in danger. Yi Lingwei, Chu Chen, have already betrayed the Yi family. Even if I die today, I will never go back to the Yi family with you. Chu Chen, who was imprisoned by the holy weapon, had red eyes and howled to the sky. An extremely terrifying energy was brewing and surging in his body, like an active volcano about to erupt, magnificent and vast. Even though it has not erupted yet, this divine power has the power of a tsunami, suppressing everything. Cause the void to collapse and the universe to shatter. It is true that Chu Chen cannot control the heaven-devouring demon jar, the supreme imperial weapon, now, but he can still risk his life and control the heaven-devouring demon jar to self-destruct on the spot. If an extremely powerful imperial weapon self-destructs, how powerful would that be? By then, let alone Yi Lingwei, a powerful warrior in the divine fire realm, let alone the sacred artifact, the 13-star bracelet, even the entire Tianyao gorge that covers the sky and the sun will be razed to the ground. Except for a very small number of powerful demon emperors, the tens of thousands of demon kings and demon emperors lurking among them will be ruthlessly wiped out and completely killed. Why am I feeling so scared and suffocated? Chu Chen is clearly just a person who has lost all his cultivation. Yi Lingwei only glanced at Chu Chen, and a huge danger instantly enveloped her body. Darkness surged in like a tide, and the beating heart in her body was firmly grasped by a big hand in an instant. It seemed as if he would be crushed to pieces in the next moment. Boom! Just when Yi Lingwei's entire world was about to collapse, another terrifying holy pressure rose into the sky in Tianyao Gorge, and a huge dragon body about hundreds of feet long rolled in the clouds. As the force of space swept out, a scarlet dragon with eyes as big as lanterns opened, carrying supreme dragon power, and fell straight down from the sky. Human, how dare you trespass into the Sky Demon Gorge? You are seeking death! Red flame blazing sky! The terrifying dragon roar resounded in the ears of Yi Lingwei and Chu Chen, just like a huge rock suddenly thrown into a calm lake, shattering it. The scarlet dragon had no room for negotiation. When its territory was invaded, it attacked with unparalleled ferocity and swept across. A red column of flame spurted out of the huge dragon's mouth, and the monstrous ferocious blaze engulfed Yi Lingwei and Chu Chen in an instant. The terrifying saint-level pressure froze the surrounding space completely. All retreat routes must be blocked, and any invaders must be killed here. Not good! A dragon that has entered the holy realm! Yi Lingwei's face changed drastically. Under the fierce flames that burned the sky and boiled the sea, her body instinctively formed hand seals, activating the holy artifact 13-star bracelet to send down rays of starlight to protect her body. This dragon is a real powerful saint. Yi Lingwei is only in the divine fire realm. If she didn't have the holy artifact 13-star bracelet to protect her, she would be engulfed by this terrifying flame at the first sight. But even with the holy weapon in hand, Yi Lingwei's strength is limited and she is still no match for this dragon. At most, she could hold out for a while longer. Once the starlight surrounding her body was broken, she, Yi Lingwei, would definitely be defeated. She would definitely die. Tianyao Gorge is indeed a paradise for monsters and is fraught with danger. Come on, God will not let me die! Chu Chen, who was imprisoned in the internal space of the 13-star bracelet, was overjoyed when he saw this. He had already decided to self-destruct the Heaven Demon Pot, the supreme imperial weapon, to wipe out Yi Lingwei and even the entire Heavenly Demon Gorge from the ancient continent. However, when he was on the verge of death, this holy dragon attacked him forcefully. Unlike Yi Lingwei, the dragon is extremely brutal and cruel, and will kill without mercy any monsters or humans who invade its territory. It can be said that the killing intent is overwhelming. The killing intent was the opportunity. When he was on the verge of death, there was no need for Chu Chen to deliberately urge it. As balls of sticky, ink-like black light overflowed from the mouth of the jar, the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the Heaven Demon Swallowing Jar, in his body began to revive on its own. Bang bang bang! The 13 rays of starlight protecting Yi Linghua's body exploded one after another under the burning of the red flames. Not good! When the last ray of starlight was forcibly crushed, Yi Linghua was directly engulfed by the flames that burned the mountains and boiled the sea as her face was filled with horror. At the moment of death, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. Like a pillar of light rising into the sky. Boom! The terrifying imperial pressure cut through eternity, with such might that it seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth and shatter the void. The red dragon, whose body was 100 feet long, was filled with fear and spoke in human language. This is Emperor. Emperor. Swish. Under the attack of the extreme imperial soldiers, the raging ferocious flames that could burn mountains and boil seas in the previous moment, at this moment, melted like ice and snow, and were shattered and annihilated with a devastating force. When the heaven-devouring demon pot revived, Yi Linghua fainted immediately. The holy-level dragon didn't even have the thought of resisting before its body was imprisoned by the heaven-swallowing demon jar. It was imprisoned and suppressed by the supreme divine power, and then forcibly pulled into the heaven-swallowing demon jar. We have to leave here quickly, Tianyao Gorge is indeed mysterious. The moment the heaven-swallowing demon jar revived, several auras containing the might of the Emperor realm also revived in the depths of the Sky Demon Gorge. Chu Qin had no time to think about it, and controlled the heaven-swallowing demon jar to break through the space, plunged into the boundless void, and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in the Xinyan Imperial Palace where the Empress Lin Shuwang was. Chapter 16 Father, Chu Qin is also your son. Chu Qin, run! Run! Big sister, come and stop this saint-level dragon. You run! Run back to the Yi family, and you will be saved. Father won't blame you. My sisters love you. Xiaoshen still talks about you from time to time. Swish. Yi family, the mansion where Yi Linghua lives. As screams rang out, the unconscious Yi Linghua suddenly sat up from the bed, gasping for breath, her clothes already soaked with cold sweat. Big sister, you scared me to death. Before Yi Linghua came back to her senses, Yi Linger, who was fast asleep on the bed beside her, was suddenly awakened. She patted her chest with her bare hands and said in dissatisfaction, Big sister, you almost died in Tianyao Gorge, and you finally managed to save your life and return to the Yi family. Why do you keep talking about that little beast? Yi Linger was assigned to take care of her elder sister Yi Linghua. Seeing Yi Linghua wake up after being in a coma for many days was a happy thing. However, when she thought of Yi Linghua shouting Chu Chen's name in her sleep and waking her up, a small flame of anger surged in Yi Linger's heart. If it weren't for that little bastard Chu Chen, I wouldn't have had to go deep into the heavenly demon gorge, and I wouldn't have ended up like this today. Yi Linghua frowned, and before Yi Linger could finish her words, she interrupted anxiously. Where's Chu Chen? Where is he? Has he returned to the Yi family? Go and plead with your father, don't cut Chu Chen's tendons, don't. Chu Chen? When Yi Linger heard that her elder sister was still concerned about this loser, she stood up angrily, folded her arms, and snorted coldly. Sister, you've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Why are you still thinking about that little beast? Don't you think he hasn't hurt us enough? If the ancestor hadn't engraved a protective seal on your sacred artifact, the 13-star bracelet, you would have died long ago. The Yi family's ancestor, Yi Shanhe, is a peak Saint King-level warrior and is only 1 step away from the legendary Quasi-Emperor secret realm. In order to protect the direct descendants of the Yi family, when Yi Linghua and other children were born, the ancestor of the Yi family used the clan's secret method, and with the help of the extremely powerful imperial weapon, Tangxianjian, he engraved a protective seal on the bodies of the direct descendants of the Yi family. When the direct descendants of the Yi family are in danger of life and death, the protective seal will awaken automatically, tearing the void and teleporting them back to the Yi family's old house. It was precisely because of the existence of this protective seal that Yi Linghua's life was saved and the Yi family knew what happened in Tianyao Gorge. However, not only does it take endless effort to condense the protective seal, it also requires the use of the power of the supreme imperial weapon, the Tangxianjian, which is very costly. Therefore, even if they are direct disciples of the Yi family, each of them can only condense 1 protective seal, and it will be gone after use. It is no exaggeration to say that having a protective seal is equivalent to having an extra life. In Yi Linger's opinion, Her elder sister's protective seal was broken, and she almost died. It was all caused by the loser Chuchen. How could she not hate him? What? I was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. Yilingwei was in a trance for a moment, as if she had thought of something. Her face changed drastically. She reached out and tightly grasped Yilinger's arm, and spoke anxiously. Linger, are you saying that the protective seal saved me? Then, what about Chuchen? Is Chuchen dead or alive? Has Chuchen returned to the Yi family? After hearing this, Yilinger was also stunned, then turned her head away and said no more. Seeing this, Yilinghua's eyes turned red instantly, and tears as big as beans kept rolling in her eye sockets. As the holy son of the Yi family, Chuchen ranks above many direct disciples. Naturally, when he was born, the ancestor of the Yi family used the ultimate imperial weapon, Tangxianjian, to engrave a protective seal on his body to protect him. However, after Chuchen was deposed 3 years ago, the ancestor of the Yi family took back this protective seal from Chuchen and gave it to Yi Xian instead. Under the pretext of being protected by the Yi family, Chuchen no longer needs this protective seal. Without the protective seal, Chuchen could not resist the attack of the saint-level dragon in Tianyao Gorge, which meant that he, Chuchen, I'm afraid he has died in the mouth of a monster. Snap! Snap! Tears as big as beans flowed from her eyes one by one, dripping down her cheeks onto the bed. Yilingwei looked sad and murmured to herself. It's all my fault! It's all my fault! If I hadn't used the sacred artifact 13-star bracelet in Tianyao Gorge, I wouldn't have attracted the attention of the dragon, and Chuchen wouldn't have. Seeing that her elder sister put all the blame on herself, Yilingwei was stunned and immediately became unhappy. Sister, what are you talking about? You were almost killed by that loser, why are you still? Swish. Before Yilinger finished speaking, Yilingwei seemed to have thought of something. After wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she leaped up, turned into a stream of light, and rushed straight to the main hall of the Yi family. She doesn't believe it. I don't believe that Chuchen died just like that. Big sister! Where are you going? Seeing this, Yilinger stomped her feet in anger. After hesitating for a moment, she also stepped on the flying sword and chased after him. In the main hall of the Yi family, the head of the family, Yi Ding, was guiding Yi Xian in his cultivation. The palace door suddenly opened. Yi Ding frowned and was about to explode when he saw that the person who came was his eldest daughter Yilingwei, who had been in a coma for a long time. His anger instantly disappeared and he showed a doting smile. It's Lingwei, just wake up. Don't blame me for being too talkative. I acted too recklessly this time. If it weren't for the protective seal, the consequences would be. The consequences are disastrous. As soon as Yi Ding finished speaking, Yi Xian stepped forward and took Yilinghua's hand affectionately, saying coquettishly, Sister, you finally woke up. I wanted to go and take care of my elder sister, but my father insisted that I stay and practice. Big sister, you've worried me to death. If anything happens to Xiao Xian will not live either. Yilingwei bowed to her father, then reached out and touched Yi Xian's head with a doting look on her face. After escaping death this time, Yilingwei was deeply touched by the concern of her father and brother. But when she thought of Chuchen, whose life or death was uncertain, the smile on Yilinghua's face froze instantly. Big sister! Great big sister is awake. Those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. As several concerned voices were heard, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, Yilinger and others also flew into the hall. Yilingwei nodded to her sisters, feeling deeply touched. She really enjoyed the care and bond of kinship from her family. But whether it's my father or my sisters, they, in addition to caring about themselves, have they forgotten that there is someone else? After hesitating for a moment, Yilinghua's eyes turned red and she said, Father Chuchen. Chuchen? As soon as these 2 words came out, the hall, which had originally been harmonious and full of care and affection, suddenly fell silent. Not only did the smiles on everyone's faces freeze, but the head of the family, Yi Ding's eyes suddenly became cruel and hostile, and the pressure from the saint was out of control, sweeping across the entire hall like a terrifying storm. Lingyu, why are you mentioning that piece of trash? Do you know that you almost died this time because of that little beast? If the ancestor had not engraved the protective seal on your holy weapon, you would never see your father again. Your father would have sent you off in vain. Yi Ding's words warmed Yi Lingyue's heart, but also made her feel a little unbelievable. But what Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger, Yi Han and others said afterwards made Yi Lingyue feel even more unbelievable, and she even began to doubt whether she had heard it wrong. That's right, sister, what happened to you today? You were nearly killed by that loser Chu Qin. Why are you still worried about his safety now? Big sister, you have been in seclusion for too long and don't know how treacherous people are. Do you think Chu Chen's appearance in Tianyao Gorge was a coincidence? Of course not. He calculated that our Yi family would go looking for him, and then he intervened himself, wanting to use the power of the monsters in Tianyao Gorge to kill every member of our Yi family. This bastard is so vicious, so evil, so shameless. We, the Yi family, are too soft-hearted and too kind. Several sisters were slandering and belittling Chu Qin in front of her, which made Yi Lingyue, who had just woken up, feel extremely unfamiliar and suffocated. On the contrary, Yi Xian, the adopted son, never said a bad word about Chu Qin from beginning to end, which made Yi Lingyue feel very relieved. You've had enough. Yi Lingyue took a deep breath and suddenly interrupted everyone. Father, Chu Qin is also your biological son. He is also your biological brother. Why is it that he is trapped in the Sky Demon Gorge and killed by the monster beasts? You are not sad at all, not heartbroken at all, but are instead criticizing him? Have you forgotten? 3 years ago, if Chu Qin had not fought for my Yi family against the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang and resisted the invasion of the demons, he would have fought to the point that his chaos divine body was shattered, his tendons and veins were destroyed, and his cultivation was completely wasted. How can our Yi family be promoted to an immortal family? How can we control the 99 spiritual veins in the world? How can we gain a foothold in the ancient continent and compete with the major holy places and immortal families for blessings? As she spoke excitedly, Yi Lingyue's body trembled slightly, and her eyes filled with tears swept across the faces of everyone, including her father, Yi Xian, and her sisters. She tried to awaken the love of those present for Chu Qin, but unfortunately her father and sisters looked impatient after hearing these words, and Yi Linger even yawned. Lingyu, merits are merits and faults are faults. You just woke up after being in a coma for so many days. I can understand that your emotions are a little unstable, but... As he spoke, Yi Ding returned to the seat of the master and sat down. He scanned the entire hall with sharp eyes and spoke righteously and sternly, his voice like a bell. We cultivators should focus on the future and the aftermath, and should not dwell on the past, which only adds to our troubles. I don't deny that Chu Qin made contributions to our Yi family 3 years ago, but so what? He has been lying on the credit list for 3 years. In these 3 years, has our Yi family ever felt ashamed of him? And I believe that even without Chu Qin, it is only a matter of time for my Yi family to rise and become an immortal family. When he got excited, Yi Ding looked at Yi Xian, who was standing in front of him with great satisfaction, and his meaning was very clear. So what if Chu Qin died? With Yi Xian around, why would the Yi family not prosper? When the Chaos Divine Body was broken, how many spirit stones, elixirs, and rare items did my Yi family spend to heal it? Ahem, besides, even if Chu Chen's cultivation is abolished, my Yi family still respects him as the Holy Son. In order to prove that the Yi family did not owe Chu Qin anything, Yi Ding glanced at the silent butler Fu Bo and his eyes lit up. Uncle Fu, tell the young lady, how many pills and spirit stones does our Yi family give to that loser Chu Qin every month? This? After these words were spoken, Uncle Fu's body trembled slightly. He looked at the head of the family, Yi Ding, with an embarrassed expression, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Just tell it like it is. Yi Ding was quite annoyed by Uncle Fu's hesitation. Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger, Yi Xian and others standing beside him also looked vague and evasive. Yes, go back home, Lord. With Yi Ding's cold snort. Under the panicked eyes of Yi Linger and others, Uncle Fu wiped the sweat from his forehead, then bowed and said, I'm going to do this for you. Master Chu Chen's monthly salary is... Chapter 17. From now on, the luck of my Yi family has dissipated. Master Chu Chen's monthly salary is... Under the pressure of everyone, Uncle Fu gritted his teeth and was about to tell the truth. Father! But at this moment, Yi Xian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention to himself, and glared at Uncle Fu without saying a word as a warning. Uncle Fu was slightly stunned, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still lowered his head and took 2 steps back. He shut his mouth honestly. Chu Chen had long been deprived of the title of Holy Son and was very likely to die at the hands of monsters, but Yi Xian was the new Holy Son of the Yi family, the apple of everyone's eye and with unlimited potential for achievement in the future. Although he felt unfair for Chu Chen, he could not help but feel that he was not willing to offend the saint son of the Yi family for the sake of a dead person. This? Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Yi Linghua frowned and looked at Yi Xian in confusion, wondering why Yi Xian would interrupt Uncle Fu at this time. As far as I can remember, Yi Xian is one of the few people in the Yi family who is kind to Chu Chen. In the past 3 years, whenever Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, Yi Linger and others bullied Chu Chen, Yi Xian would always stand up to stop them, speak well of Chu Chen and make his sisters happy. Although Yi Xian was the adopted son of the Yi family, he always called Chu Chen brother, and never made any cold remarks or ridicule towards him because Chu Chen's cultivation was abolished. Even the eldest sister Yi Linghua could not compare to her in this respect, and felt ashamed to the point of shame. He has a kind nature and a simple mind. I think this is also the reason why Yi Xian is so popular in the Yi family, and everyone likes him. I just don't know why Yi Xian interrupted Uncle Fu at this time. Could it be? Yi Linghua frowned slightly, and other members of the Yi family also looked at Yi Xian with confusion on their faces. Father, sisters! What Xian'er wants to say is that Brother Chu Chen fought desperately for my Yi family and the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang, which not only enabled my Yi family to be promoted to an immortal family, but also prevented a war between the righteous and the evil, which caused great suffering to all living beings. Such a great achievement, an unprecedented contribution, even if I give Brother Chu Chen a higher monthly salary, it is only natural. Yi Xian bowed to Yi Ding, who was sitting on the seat of the head of the family, and several sisters around him, and then continued to speak righteously and sternly. What's more, the reason why my Yi family can control the 99 spirit veins in the world is because Brother Chu Chen defeated the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang. Compared with the 99 spirit veins, the spirit stones and pills given to Brother Chu Chen every month are, what are they? Father, instead of worrying about how much Brother Chu Chen's monthly salary is, Xian'er thinks the most urgent task should be to find Brother Chu Chen and bring him back to the Yi family. Yi Xian, the White Lotus, is unwilling to give up if he is dead or alive. If Chu Chen died, whose luck would he plunder in the future? How could he dominate the Yi family? Sweep across the entire ancient continent? Brother Chu Chen is blessed with a long life. Xian'er believes that even without the protective seal, Brother Chu Chen will be able to turn danger into safety and escape. When Yi Xian got excited, his eyes turned red and tears as big as beans dripped slowly down his cheeks one after another. Quiet. The whole hall was in deathly silence. Faced with Yi Xian's passionate and affectionate speech, the Yi family members half opened their mouths, and their excitement could not calm down for a long time. Even the look in Yi Linghua's eyes when she looked at Yi Xian changed again and again. Originally, because Chu Chen's life or death was uncertain, Yi Linghua was a little dissatisfied with Yi Xian who replaced Chu Chen. However, after hearing Yi Xian's heartfelt words, all her dissatisfaction disappeared and she was only moved. Yi Ding even gave Yi Xian a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. Xian'er, you are just too kind. If that little bastard was half as good as you, no! If he was 1/10 or 1/12 as good as you, why would I expel him from the Yi family? Seeing this, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger and others looked at each other and raised the corners of their mouths at the same time. This matter finally managed to fool it. But when I met Chu Chen in Tianyao Gorge, he was in rags and didn't even have a decent robe or Taoist robe. Unexpectedly, Yi Linghua seemed to remember something, and looked at Uncle Fu who was silent at the side again, and asked. Not to mention the magic weapons for concealing auras and the elixirs for healing. Logically speaking, even if Chu Chen has lost all his cultivation, he is still the holy son of our Yi family. Why is it like this? Uncle Fu, answer me, how much is Chu Chen's monthly salary? Uncle Fu was stunned for a moment, with his mouth half open. Under Yi Linghua's repeated questioning, he looked at Yi Xian and then at Yi Ding. In the end, he could only sigh deeply, lower his head and remain silent. Humph, who knows if that little bastard spends his monthly salary on gambling or squandering it in some other way. Yiding stood up, waved his hand, and spoke domineeringly. Uncle Fu, how much monthly salary did our Yi family give to that little beast in the past 3 years? Tell the truth first, lest I, the head of the family, take the blame for that little bastard. Yi Linghua is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. She is a disciple of a fortune-teller, and is good at gossip and divination. She is very influential in the Yi family. In order to prove his innocence, and to show that as a father and head of the family, he treats Chu Qian and Yi Xian equally in his love. Yes, go back, to the headmaster, the Yi family rules stipulate. At Yiding's signal, Uncle Fu took a deep breath, knowing that he could not escape today, and then he cupped his hands and answered with gritted teeth. The monthly salary of the saint of the Yi family is 100 top-grade spirit stones, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2,000 various elixirs, including healing pills, soul-restoring pills, energy-gathering pills, etc. Magic weapons, skills, secret techniques, and all kinds of natural treasures can be obtained as needed, with no upper limit. The holy son of a clan is the future of the clan. The resources for the saint's son's cultivation are definitely the best and most abundant in the entire family, and no one can match him. Therefore, Yi Xian, the White Lotus, racked his brains and made all kinds of calculations in order to kick Chu Qian off the position of the son of God and take it himself. Ling Yu, did you hear everything? Without waiting for Uncle Fu to finish his words, Yiding stroked his few remaining stubbles and snorted coldly. Even if that little bastard is disabled, your father has never treated him unfairly. The monthly salary is even higher than that of me, the head of the family. God knows how many spirit stones and elixirs this little beast has saved in the past 3 years. He is too despicable and hypocritical to act pitiful in front of you. Yi Linghua was speechless for a moment. Could it be that Chu Chen's miserable and pitiful appearance was really just an act for her? Wrong. There is another possibility. Seeing the butler Fu Bo, who was hesitant to speak, Yi Linghua walked up to him and asked, Uncle Fu, let me ask you. Has Chu Chen's monthly salary for the past 3 years been distributed according to the standards of the saint son of the clan? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian, Yi Linger, and others were instantly panicked. Reply. Miss, the monthly salary I mentioned above is the standard for the saints in the clan, but Master Chu Chen's monthly salary is only. Uncle Fu's sighed, turned his head, and bowed his head and said, There are only 5 low-grade spirit stones, and the elixir, magic weapon, and technique are even more. It's never happened before. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Lingyue's body shook, and Yiding's face was full of disbelief. 5 spirit stones? Or a low-grade spirit stone? Not to mention that Chu Qian was the holy son of the Yi family before. Even the lowest-ranking servant in the Yi family received more than this amount in monthly salary. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! As soon as Uncle Fu finished speaking, Yiding, the head of the Yi family, blushed. Under Yi Lingyue's questioning eyes, he waved his hand and spoke angrily. Uncle Fu, did you secretly deduct the monthly salary of that little beast? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Fu fell to his knees with a thud, his face full of grievance. Master, this is unfair. This old servant has never deducted Master Chu Chen's monthly salary. Yes. As he spoke, Uncle Fu glanced at Yiding, then at Yi Xian, Yi Linger, and others standing nearby, and began to hesitate. What is it? Tell me. Yiding snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with Uncle Fu's performance. It was you who said it yourself, Patriarch. Master Chu Chen's meridians are all destroyed, and his cultivation is ruined. It is a waste to have so many cultivation resources. From now on, they will be distributed in half. Yiding was speechless for a moment, and was about to open his mouth to refute, but when he thought about it carefully, he might really have said such words. It was just such an insignificant matter that Yiding didn't have a deep impression of it. Even if I said this, even if the monthly salary is cut in half, that little beast still gets 50 top-grade spirit stones every month. 500 high-grade spirit stones. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000 pills, etc. Why would it be so? Before Yi Ding could finish his words, Yi Ling'er saw that she could no longer hide it, so she stepped forward with a red face and took the initiative to admit it. I cut Chu Chen's monthly salary in half again. Anyway, since he is a useless person and cannot practice, it is useless for him to have so many spirit stones and pills. As Yi Ling'er looked incredulous, Yi Ling'er snorted softly, still feeling that she was wrong. Of course, I am not the only one using these spirit stones and elixirs. I also gave a lot to Xian'er. Xian'er is the hope for the future of our Yi family. Even if his monthly salary is cut in half and then cut in half again, that would still be nearly 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones per month. Because she was too angry, Yi Ling'er's spiritual power suddenly erupted. She pointed her finger at Yi Ling'er, who looked innocent in front of her. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Yi Han, Yi Qingqing and others who were trembling beside her, and a bad thought instantly rushed to her mind. Yi Han! Yi Qingqing! What about you? Are you hiding something from me? Boom! Violent spiritual power penetrated her body. Yi Ling'er's clothes fluttered without wind, and her black hair danced wildly. Sister, I also deducted half of Chu Chen's monthly salary. Yi Han shrank his head and argued softly. But even so, Chu Chen still has more than 1,000 spirit stones left. Anyway, he is a waste and has no use for them. It is useless to have more. Before Yi Han could finish his words, Yi Qingqing also stepped forward and said in a low voice with a red face. Sister, I also deducted half of his monthly salary. Big sister, you know, I need spirit stones to study formations and refine pills. Although the other sisters didn't say anything, their evasive eyes spoke louder than 1,000 words. It goes without saying that except for the eldest sister Yi Ling'er, all the other siblings were involved in withholding Chu Chen's salary. Although Yi Xian was not directly involved and seemed to be the most innocent and fair, in fact, it was his idea to withhold Chu Chen's monthly salary. And after the 7 sisters deducted Chu Chen's monthly salary, they would give half of it to Yi Xian, so he, Yi Xian, was the real winner. You guys! Yi Ling'er only felt a mass of air blocked in her chest, which almost made her faint on the spot. She never thought that Chu Chen had been living like this in the Yi family for the past 3 years. Okay, it's just a trivial matter, what's there to say? Yi Ding coughed twice and waved his hand, not wanting to waste time on a dead person. Father, what are you talking about? He, Chu Chen, is also a member of my Yi family. He is your son. He is our brother. My brother is dead, why don't these people care? He also took Chu Chen's monthly salary with a clear conscience, and did not feel the slightest bit of shame even when he was exposed. As far as I can remember, even if a spiritual beast they raised died, kind-hearted Yi Ling'er and the others would cry for a long time. Facing her family's indifference, Yi Ling'er's body trembled slightly, and her beautiful face turned as pale as a piece of paper, without a single color. What I want to tell you is that you are all wrong. Even though Chu Chen has lost all his cultivation and his divine body is broken, he still has great luck and makes our Yi family prosperous and flourishing. Yi Ling'er wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, tears welled up in her eyes, she couldn't hold it back any longer, and shouted at the top of her lungs. Now that you've driven him away, my Yi family's luck has been completely lost, and misfortune is everywhere. From now on, there will be no chance of conquering the ancient continent. Chapter 18, Yi Xian's Struggle. Looking at Yi Ling'er, whose face was filled with grief and indignation, and who was heartbroken, and saying such cruel and arrogant words that the Yi family would never again compete for the throne of the ancient continent, the entire hall fell silent. The previous moment, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, Yi Ling'er and others were still trying to justify themselves for withholding Chu Chen's monthly salary. The next moment, they all shrank their heads and looked at their eldest sister Yi Ling'er in disbelief, their beautiful big eyes filled with innocence and confusion. Yi Ding sat in the seat of the patriarch, his body tense and his face ashen. A pair of sharp eyes stared at Yi Ling'er. The saint's pressure was like a violent thunder that resounded through the 9 heavens, making the surrounding void crackle. No one expected that Yi Ling'er would bring up the future of the entire Yi family at this time. If the Yi family's ancestor heard these words, he would be punished according to the clan rules. Isn't it just a useless person who died? Is it necessary to be so angry? Besides, Chu Chen's death at the hands of a monster was his own fault. Why did you go crazy for no reason? You had to cut off all ties with the Yi family and give up the position of Holy Son. Wouldn't there be fewer problems? He couldn't understand why he went to Tianyao Gorge to seek death, and almost caused Yi Lingwei to die. No matter how you look at it, it's all Chu Chen's fault. Why should he, a loser, bring disaster upon himself, commit suicide, and now blame them? Big sister, what's wrong with you? Yi Lingwei walked forward, took Yi Lingyue's arm affectionately, and said coquettishly, "That idiot is dead, so what? He can't practice anyway, so he is useless to our Yi family. If he stays in the Yi family, he will only cause trouble for us. It's wrong for us to seize his monthly salary, but you don't have to curse the entire Yi family, and you also lied that once Chu Chen left, our Yi family's luck would be gone and misfortune would come. The concept of luck is inherently mysterious. Apart from the terrifying existences that have entered the realm of the Emperor, there are also sorcerers who are good at gossip and divination. Ordinary cultivators simply cannot get a glimpse of the mystery. Except for Yi Xian, who was shocked, everyone else, even Yi Ding, the patriarch of the Yi family, thought that Yi Lingwei was talking nonsense because she could not accept Chu Chen's tragic death. Ling Yu, I know you are sad because of the death of that little beast. Chu Chen, but you can't speak nonsense here. I will not pursue your fault today, but don't talk nonsense in the future. He Chu Chen wants to sever the father-son relationship with me and cut all ties with the Yi family. That is his own choice. Even if he dies, it is his own fault." As soon as Yi Ding opened his mouth, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing and others became more confident, and immediately pointed at Yi Lingwei and started to accuse her. "That's right. You don't even know if luck exists or not, and you're still saying that once Chu Chen leaves, the luck of our Yi family will be gone? Could it be that Chu Chen's luck is stronger than the luck of my entire Yi family? That's too much. The reason why our Yi family can achieve what it has today is all due to the wise leadership of our ancestors and father. It is all the hard work of our Yi family members. Even if Chu Chen wasn't there, my Yi family's promotion to an immortal family would be a foregone conclusion." Facing everyone's doubts, Yi Lingwei smiled bitterly, did not make any explanation, and just took 2 steps back. She knew that Chu Chen had not been happy in the Yi family in the past few years. His father and sisters often bullied him, but she never thought. Seeing that Yi Lingwei did not refute, Yi Han and others shouted even more vigorously. "Big sister, you use your so-called luck to blame us, but what about yourself? I remember that Chu Chen went to the back mountain to look for you once, but you threw him down the mountain. His hands and feet were broken, and he lay in bed for half a year and nearly died. Humph, why bother laughing at someone who has taken 50 steps? As soon as these words fell, Yi Lingyue's face changed drastically. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't remember that she had pushed Chu Chen off the cliff. But when confronting Chu Chen in Tianyao Gorge, Chu Chen also mentioned this matter, so it should have really happened. What was the misunderstanding? Why didn't I remember it at all? Father, sisters, calm down. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall was becoming tense, Yi Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward and bowed to the few people, saying, Although Brother Chu Chen has left the Yi family, he will always be a member of the Yi family in my heart, and I will definitely find him with my elder sister. Big sister, don't be too anxious. Didn't you also say that Brother Chu Chen is a man of great fortune? If so, he won't die easily in the mouth of a monster. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Lingwei, who was on the verge of exploding, brightened up and her anger disappeared for the most part. Yes. Anyone who has great luck is destined to be the protagonist. As long as their luck is not plundered, they are destined to rise, and no one will die young. Although Tianyao Gorge is full of dangers, there is definitely a way out. That holy level dragon was summoned because Yi Lingwei sacrificed the holy artifact, the 13-star bracelet, so Yi Lingwei naturally became the main target of attack. Chu Chen had lost all his cultivation and had long since become immortal, posing no threat to the holy level monsters. Who cares about the ants under your feet? Xiaoxian, you are right. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his body. Since Chu Chen's body has not been found, he must still be alive. Yi Lingwei looked at Yi Xian with gratitude, then rushed out of the hall without looking back, and rushed to the small courtyard where Chuqin used to live, muttering to herself as she walked. As long as I break through the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, I can use mystical techniques to find your whereabouts, Chuqin. Chuqin, wait for sister! You must wait for sister! After Yi Linghua left, Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing and others snorted, obviously still sulking. Really? Chuqin is a piece of trash and he died, but my elder sister actually blamed me for him. I really don't know what she was thinking. That's right. If you want to see the person alive or the body dead, you have to see the body. It would be better if that rubbish was swallowed by the monster. Xiao Xian is just too kind. Even at this time, he is still speaking well of that loser. Yi Ding, the head of the family, was also quite annoyed. After seeing Yi Linghua leave, he also found an excuse to shatter the void and leave. As soon as my father left, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han and others invited Yi Xian to go out and relax, but Yi Xian smiled and bowed to his sisters, declined on the grounds that he needed to practice, and then walked out of the hall alone. Teacher, is that rubbish Chuqin really dead? As soon as he walked out of the hall, Yi Xian couldn't wait to touch the black ring on his ring finger and began to transmit his voice. If he dies, whose luck will I rob in the future? How can I practice? How can I break through the realm? Damn it, if I had known that this loser had such incredible luck, I wouldn't have snatched his position as the Holy Sun and wouldn't have forced him to leave the Yi family. Yi Xian is a time traveler who traveled from Blue Star to this ancient continent. In the first few years, no matter how hard he tried to practice, he could not make any progress. The spiritual energy he had worked so hard to absorb into his body always disappeared without a trace. He was subjected to all kinds of humiliation and lived a life worse than a dog. Fortunately, as a time traveler, Yi Xian had read many novels on Blue Star and knew that God was testing him. Even though he could not practice, he still absorbed spiritual power into his body every day and persisted. A few years later, because it absorbed enough spiritual power, the soul sleeping in the black ring successfully awakened, and from then on Yi Xian had his own golden finger. This soul body seems to be very powerful, knows a lot of things, and is very good at refining pills. But he didn't know who he offended and was beaten to pieces, leaving only a trace of his soul inside the black ring. None of this is important. What is important is that when Yi Xian, a time traveler, meets the soul body of Dan Lao, he is destined to embark on a journey of counterattack in which he steps on the protagonist and punches the son of destiny. This was indeed the case, and Yi Xian soon got the opportunity he had been waiting for. 3 years ago, Chu Chen's divine body was shattered and all his cultivation was lost in a fierce battle with the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang. Under the guidance of Elder Dan, Yi Xian created several chance encounters with Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger and others. For Yi Xian, who came from another world, picking up girls is not too easy. After all, he worked as a gigolo, male model, and fitness coach on Blue Star. Although he was beaten a lot, he also knew how to capture the hearts of those ignorant girls and lonely old ants. While others in the monster forest were risking their lives to fight monsters, Yi Xian was busy barbecuing for Yi Han. He hid in the bushes and peeked at Yi Qingqing bathing in the lake. After being discovered, he insisted that it was an accidental encounter and kept wanting to commit suicide to apologize. What about spending some money to hire a few bandits to kidnap Yi Linger, and then before Yi Linger could take action, Yi Xian rushed out and killed those bandits, moving Yi Linger to tears. Chapter 19: Challenge the Empress. With a little trick, Yi Xian successfully approached the 7 brainless women in the Yi family. Afterwards, with the introduction of Yi Linger, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing and others, he successfully entered the Yi family. According to the plan that had been made long ago, one day, with the help of Elder Dan, Yi Xian, inadvertently, revealed in front of Yi Ding and the ancestors of the Yi family the secret, that he possessed an unrivaled divine body and had the qualities of a great emperor. That day, golden lotuses sprang up from the ground, fairy music was heard, and purple clouds spread across 30,000 miles. It caused all kinds of strange phenomena in the heaven and earth, which made the ancestor and the head of the Yi family drop their jaws in shock, thinking that the Yi family had picked up a treasure again. When Yi Ding was trembling with excitement, Yi Xian, the White Lotus, remembered a plot in a TV series he had watched in his previous life, and his head started to heat up. In front of everyone, he knelt down in front of Yi Ding and cried out in tears. Uncle Yi, I heard that your son is disabled and my parents died early. If you don't mind, I want to take care of you in your old age. I want to lead the entire Yi family to glory. To the top. Trample all the holy places and immortal families under my feet, and make the Yi family the largest family in the ancient continent. Yi Ding was stunned for a while, then he was so moved that he could only wipe away his tears. Anyway, Chu Qin has been deposed, and the Yi family is on the verge of decline. Now there comes Yi Xian, who has the potential to be an emperor. Isn't this God's favor to the Yi family? Thus, Yi Xian successfully became Yi Ding's adopted son. Then he will gradually replace the abandoned Chu Qin and become the future hope of the Yi family. The plan went smoothly. Chu Qin, the son of luck and a true protagonist in a novel, was beaten in all aspects by the time traveler and villain Yi Xian. Yi Xian used all the art of war and 36 strategies he learned from Blue Star to secretly fan the flames and make Chu Qin the White Lotus. At the same time, he suppressed, deceived, and framed Chu Qin in various ways, and successfully alienated the relationship between Chu Qin and the Yi family. Until Chu Chen's position as the Holy Son was deprived, and Chu Chen's resources, luck, and adventures were taken away. Even family affection is included. But Yi Xian never expected that Chu Qin would be so tough, or it is more appropriate to say that the broken jar is broken. The intention was just to deprive Chu Qin of his position as Holy Son, but who would have thought that Chu Qin would directly sever the father-son relationship with Yi Ding, remove his name from the family tree, and rebel against the Yi family? Yi Xian didn't care about Chu Qin's life or death. But once he left, just as Yi Linghua had said, the Yi family's luck disappeared, and misfortune arose. Yi Xian had no luck to plunder, so how could he even talk about becoming an emperor? It's too late to regret. Too hasty. Too hasty. After Yi Xian walked away, a sigh from Elder Dan came from the Black Ring. Compared to the great fortune contained in Chu Qin, what is the monthly salary of a saint? You pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons. How can I say that you are good? After hearing this, Yi Xian felt extremely regretful. But now the matter is done, and it has happened. There is no use regretting it. Teacher, what should I do? Should I leave the Yi family and find another immortal family or holy land to fight in? Yi Xian knew very well that if he did not plunder the luck of others, with his own talent for cultivation, he would never be able to break through the Saint realm in his lifetime, let alone the legendary Emperor realm. Don't be anxious. Don't panic. Dan Lao sighed slightly, pondered for a moment, and continued. Chu Qin has extremely good luck. Apart from the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang, it is almost impossible to find another person who is comparable to him. Not all other noble families and holy places are as stupid as the Yi family and those idiots. They are so easy to fool. And I also think that Chu Qin is not that easy to die. After all, he is the son of destiny. It is normal for him to defy fate and turn misfortune into fortune. After working hard for the Yi family for so many years, it was just a waste of time to give it up. Not only Yi Xian was reluctant, but even Elder Dan was reluctant to do so. For now, the most important thing is to find out Chu Chen's life, death, and whereabouts. Yi Linghua is a disciple of the divine calculator. She is very good at the 8 diagrams and divination. You should help her break through the realm first, and then use her to find Chu Qin. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. But he soon remembered something, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. But teacher, I have a hard time breaking through myself. How can I help Yi Linghua break through? She is a master of the 8th level of the divine fire realm. Humph, you're a piece of trash, what else can you do? Dan Lao snorted coldly and scolded. Have you forgotten my name? You go ahead and collect the herbs. I will refine a divine fire realm breakthrough pill for her, and then you can give it to her. It's a good opportunity to win over Yi Linghua and make her work for you. To deal with women, you have to act pitiful, innocent, and simple. A white lotus like you is not the best at such despicable tricks. After hearing this, Yi Xian blushed and smiled awkwardly. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of Dan Lao, and nodded quickly. Teacher taught me that Xianer should immediately prepare the herbs needed to refine the divine fire breakthrough pill. When Xianer becomes stronger, I will definitely refine a new body for the teacher and avenge him. After hearing this, Dan Lao's expression eased a little. The reason why he was willing to secretly help Yi Xian was all because of this. What Dan Lao didn't realize was that Yi Xian, whom he called waste, had a glimmer of resentment deep in his eyes under his harmless, simple and naive face. However, Yi Xian hid this resentment very well. It disappeared without a trace before it even surfaced. At this moment, Dan Lao was troubled by another matter. He frowned and said to himself, "Strange, why did Yi Linghua no longer suffer after coming out of seclusion?" The Divine Flame Imperial Palace, outside the mountain gate. The space seemed to be broken like a mirror, and a ragged, bruised young man stepped out from the broken void. "And I actually saved my life." The young man looked at the majestic and magnificent Divine Flame Imperial Palace in front of him, breathing heavily and feeling extremely fortunate. "Those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. This time, I, Chu Qin, can be said to have walked through the gates of hell." The young man was none other than Chu Qin, who had crossed the void from the Tianyao Gorge. Having survived the calamity, he felt as if he was dreaming, and it seemed so unreal. Facing Yi Linghua, the strongest person at the peak of the Divine Fire Realm. Facing the holy level monster dragon that has comprehended the way of space. Faced with the crisis-ridden Tianyao Gorge and the Xinyan Imperial Palace thousands of miles away. No matter how you look at it, Chu Qin was either captured by Yi Linghua and taken back to the Yi family, or swallowed alive by a dragon, or died in Tianyao Gorge, or died on the way to the Xinyan Imperial Palace. Don't forget that Chu Qin is still a god. But when these dangers came together, he, Chu Qin, became the biggest winner. At the moment of life and death, the Emperor's weapon, the heaven-swallowing demon pot, awakened on its own, forcibly protected its master and suppressed everything. Not only did he get rid of Yi Linghua, he also suppressed the saint-level dragon and locked it in a magic jar. The Divine Flame Imperial Palace, thousands of miles away, was also arrived at in a moment. The Demon Queen Lin Shuwang in front of the majestic Xinyan Imperial Palace, which looked like a ferocious ancient beast crawling on the ground, Chu Qin thought of the stunningly beautiful, peerless and unrivaled Empress Lin Shuwang, and swallowed unconsciously. A bit panicked. In that battle 3 years ago, I defeated the Empress Lin Shuwang. Covered with bruises. It's horrible. Complete suppression. Normally, the Empress Lin Shuwang should hate herself to the core and wish to kill herself to avenge her previous humiliation. Both are geniuses. They were already hostile to each other, not to mention the life and death battle between the two of them, which almost saw them both die. But what Chu Qin couldn't understand was that he clearly remembered that before his rebirth, he was tortured to death by the Yi family. The man who broke into the Yi family with a sword and tried to save himself. It was the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang. But Chu Qin was already exhausted, and even if the Emperor came in person, there was nothing he could do to save the situation. After being seriously injured and dying, Empress Lin Shuwang learned the truth and became extremely angry. Without any hesitation, Empress Lin Shuwang used her secret technique to directly summon the ultimate imperial weapon that she carried with her. With supreme divine power, he killed people everywhere. Let the void be shattered and the avenue sink. What about the Yi family ancestor, the Yi family head, 7 sisters, and Yi Xian, this white lotus? Kill them all. Not to mention the Yi family, even a chicken or a dog of the Yi family must die. They must be buried with Chu Qin. She, the Demon Empress Lin Shuwang, is determined to completely wipe out the entire immortal family, the Yi family, from the ancient continent. This? How dare you mess with such a tough woman? Anyway, Chu Qin was worried and a little nervous. But he had finally gotten a chance to live again, and he had to figure out the reason behind this. In addition, although he got rid of the Yi family and refined the extreme emperor weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, but now Chu Qin is still immortal with all his meridians destroyed and unable to practice. Moreover, because he has not received timely and effective treatment in the past 3 years, and has been often bullied by the Yi family, he has become ill from overwork. His body has long been at the end of its rope and he will not live long. Even if Chu Qin did nothing, he, Chu Qin, would die in a dozen days at the shortest and a few months at the longest. Damn it, I'm going to die anyway, what am I afraid of? Chuqin took a deep breath and walked towards the towering gate of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Even if I die, I must be a clear-headed ghost. I must figure out why Empress Lin Shuwang treats me differently. Also, after all, the Empress used secret techniques for her own benefit, mobilized the Imperial army, and started the Imperial War. No matter what, this Empress has done him, Chuqin, a favor. He, Chuqin, has always been a straightforward person who repays kindness with kindness and avenges hatred with hatred. We are all dying anyway, so there is no point in keeping these treasures on us. The value of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, is self-evident. Even the blood of the divine phoenix captured from the heaven-devouring demon pot is a rare treasure in heaven and earth. Empress Lin Shuwang possesses the body of an immortal phoenix, and her phoenix essence and blood contain the ancient phoenix magic. Although she herself can't use this thing, for the Empress Lin Shuwang it is. While thinking, Chuqin walked to the towering palace gate with his head held high. When he was about to step in, he was stopped by the guards outside the palace gate. Presumptuous! Bold! This is the Divine Flame Empress Palace. Anyone who trespasses will be killed. Faced with the ferocious palace guards who had their swords drawn, Chuqin stopped and was at a loss for a moment. These guards were all powerful people from the Kaitian secret realm, and even the Tongling secret realm. 3 years ago, Chuqin could have killed them with a snap of his fingers, but now his cultivation had been abolished, and he had become just an ordinary man. The Jidao Emperor weapons in his bodies had only been initially refined and Chuqin could not mobilize them at all. Everyone, I have something important to discuss with your Empress Lin Shuwang. Please let me know. Chuqin bowed to the Imperial Palace guards and spoke. Unexpectedly, several palace guards burst into laughter. Huh, who are you? You are just an ordinary person, and you want to see our Empress. Are you dreaming? That's right. Who in this world doesn't want to see our Empress? Who doesn't want to see her beautiful face? Who do you think you are? Can our Empress come to see you? Chuqin frowned, feeling somewhat annoyed, but he couldn't resort to violence. If he uses force, not only will he not be able to see the Empress Lin Shuwang, but he will also be pinned to the ground and rubbed by these guards. Seeing several guards approaching him with knives at point, Chuqin suddenly had an idea and a plan came to mind. How dare you! I am Chuqin from the immortal family Yi. 3 years ago, I defeated and suppressed your Empress Lin Shuwang. Chuqin had a cold face, and a fierce murderous aura swept around him. With a fierce wave of his hand, he shouted angrily at several guards, scaring them away. Today, on behalf of the immortal family, the Yi family, I am issuing a declaration of war to your Empress, Lin Shuwang. I am declaring war on the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace. If you don't report this matter in time, the Empress will know and you will be executed immediately. Chapter 20. Letter of War becomes Love Letter. The Demon Empress Lin Shuwang is the master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the most talented woman in the entire ancient continent. She has a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. Yet he is unusually cold and aloof, and extremely charming. It is like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, noble, beautiful, and holy. The white dress is as white as snow, not stained by dust. Such as the dragon girl in Dragon Palace. Like a fairy under the moon. Another example is the Queen Mother of the West. The banished immortal comes to the mortal world. Isolated from the world. Incomparable. Even looking at it from a distance is a blasphemy. What's even more terrifying is that the Empress Lin Shuwang possesses the body of an immortal phoenix, has great luck, and has an extremely extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. Among his peers, no one can match him except Chuqin. Gathering chi, condensing essence, opening up the sea, creating the sky, and communicating with spirits. Divine fire, great sage, holy king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Practice in the 10 secret realms and 100 levels of heaven. To the Empress Lin Shuwang, it was nothing special. When the Empress was 21 years old, she had already entered the saint realm and became the youngest great saint, only 2, in the ancient continent. To her, the so-called having the qualities of an emperor was not a compliment or an expectation, but just an ordinary expression and words. As long as Empress Lin Shuwang survives and enters the imperial realm, it is only a matter of time before she becomes the great emperor. But such a gorgeous empress was defeated, injured, and even suppressed by Chu Chen 3 years ago. In that battle, in order to stop the war between good and evil, and to prevent the destruction of all lives, and to allow the Yi family to become an immortal family and take charge of the 99 spiritual veins in the world, Chu Chen did not hesitate to fight until his divine body was shattered, his tendons and veins were destroyed, and his cultivation was lost, completely reduced to a mortal who could not practice. It was a victory, but a Pyrrhic one. Strictly speaking, it cannot even be said that Chu Chen won this battle. Because Chu Chen's style of play was completely suicidal, leaving himself without any escape route. On the other hand, Empress Lin Shuwang, although defeated, retained her strength. Now, looking at the entire ancient continent, no one among the peers can pose a threat to the Empress Lin Shuwang, and they have all been left behind by her. The youngest great sage in this ancient continent is only the Empress Lin Shuwang. As for Chu Chen, he has long since become a useless person who is unable to practice. Chu Chen knew that if the Empress Lin Shuwang also cut off her own cultivation path like Chu Chen, she would fight to the death in that battle. The outcome will be that both sides will suffer losses and be martyred together. But no matter what, in the eyes of the people of the world, it was him, Chu Chen, who defeated the Empress Lin Shuwang and ended the Empress's undefeated myth. This caused considerable damage to the reputation of Empress Lin Shuwang, and even the dignity of the entire Xinyan Imperial Palace. So who is the most hated person in the entire Xinyan Imperial Palace? If Chu Chen is ranked second, I'm afraid no one would dare to say that they are first. Outside the gate of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, several guards looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly burst out with fierce murderous aura, with a frosty face and terrifying momentum, as if he had become a different person. They were all stunned for a moment, and the arms holding the flying swords were shaking slightly. The other party is obviously a. Why does he, just an ordinary person without any cultivation, bring such a strong sense of oppression to them? Especially those eyes, as deep as the vast starry sky, without any emotion, as cold as snow and as chilly as water. You are a member of the Yi family? You want to challenge our empress? Yi Chu Chen! You are Yi Chu Chen! It was you who defeated our queen 3 years ago. It was you! It was too shocking that Empress Lin Shuwang was defeated in public. Therefore, most disciples in the Xinyan Imperial Palace have a portrait of Chu Chen hidden in their possession, in case they can't sleep at night and want to stab him with a knife to vent their anger. After a little identification, one of the guards recognized Chu Chen's identity and knew that what he said was true. How dare you come to my Divine Flame Imperial Palace? You are simply courting death. You have lost all your cultivation now and have become immortal. How dare you challenge our empress? My name is Zhao Shu, I'm at the 3rd level of spiritualism. If you want to challenge the empress, you have to get past me first. Stop! Didn't you hear that he represents the immortal family, the Yi family? Is he here to issue a challenge? It seems that the Yi family is going to go to war with our Divine Flame Imperial Palace. This matter is of great importance. Report it to the Empress immediately. Yes, Senior Brother Li Wei. Under the scolding of a senior brother named Li Wei, Zhao Shu and other guards who wanted to teach Chu Chen a lesson gave up, and then stepped on the flying swords and headed straight for the depths of the Xinyan Imperial Palace, obviously to deliver a message. Chu Chen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, saying that issuing a declaration of war to the Empress was a helpless move. If not, he might not even be able to see the Empress Lin Shuwang, let alone anything else. As for how it ends? Haha, that's not something that a dying man like him would consider. He has angered the Empress and the Xinyan Imperial Palace, and he wants to destroy his Yi family. Anyway, Chu Chen is going to die, so he doesn't care about the flood. Of course, if this plan doesn't work, Chu Chen still has a backup plan. If these guards still refuse to let him go, or attack him directly, then Chu Chen will have no choice but to fight it out. These guards only have the Kaitian or Tongling secret realms, and the Jidao Emperor's weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, is likely not to be revived. Chu Chen does not have any spiritual power in his body, so it seems that there is no way out. In fact, Chu Chen has another powerful weapon, which is the holy dragon that was swallowed into the heaven-devouring demon pot. The interior of the heaven-devouring demon pot is a space of its own. The saint-level dragon is not dead, but is sealed by the terrifying pressure of the emperor. Chu Qin had initially refined the heaven-swallowing demon pot. Although he could not use it directly, it was not difficult to break the seal and release this saint-level dragon. Forced into a corner, Chu Qin directly released this holy-level dragon, which swept across the entire divine flame imperial palace, killing all the guards and forcing the empress to show up. Of course, after this saint-level dragon is released, it will definitely attack indiscriminately. Including him, Chu Qin, all the guards present are the dragon's targets of attack. There is a possibility of death. Although Chu Qin had the ultimate imperial weapon to protect him, the heaven-devouring demon pot had only been initially refined, and there was no spiritual power in Chu Qin's body. At the moment of life and death, he had no confidence that the heaven-swallowing demon pot would revive on its own and protect its master. This one is not good, it will be completely dead. So, this is the worst option. Fortunately, there were some sensible people among these guards, which saved us a lot of trouble. Not long after, the guard who went to the imperial palace to deliver the message flew to the palace gate in a hurry, staring at Chu Qin with a bad face, and said reluctantly, "Humph, the empress has given the order, go in." Chu Qin was not in the mood to talk to these guards who looked down on him. He stepped into the Xinyan imperial palace and walked towards the most majestic imperial palace hidden among the mountains. Because he had lost all his cultivation, Chu Qin could not control the magic weapon and could only walk up on foot. But he was not in a hurry, because Empress Lin Shuwang already knew he was coming. Let the empress wait at this time. Whose fault do you think it is? The guards at the door obviously didn't realize this and clearly wanted to embarrass Chu Qin, so no one would help him. "Humph, brat, let him go wild. From the palace gate to the imperial palace where the empress is, we have to cross hundreds of mountains, which is tens of thousands of miles away. If he relies on his feet to walk, he may not reach his destination even if he dies, haha." Boom! Several guards were still laughing, but an extremely powerful and majestic pressure fell straight down from the sky. In just a moment, all the guards at the door were pressed to the ground, coughing up blood. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for Chu Qin to react, several divine auras flew out from the imperial palace, carrying his body and breaking through the air. When Chu Qin's feet stepped on solid ground again, he looked around and found himself in the magnificent imperial palace. What comes into view is the fluttering red candles and silk curtains, and the lush green leaves of the bonsai. The stone walls are carved with precious calligraphy, paintings and patterns, which are antique and magnificent. Dozens of old men in black were standing on both sides of the stone pillars in the hall. They had gloomy faces and their sharp eyes like hawks were staring at Chu Qin, who appeared out of nowhere. The overwhelming aura and terrifying pressure were hidden in these old men, like tigers hunting. If something went wrong, they would pounce on Chu Qin from all directions and tear him to pieces. 6 saint-level peak powerhouses and 4 saint-king-level terrifying beings, this posture. Chu Qin took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze from these old men in black, and was secretly shocked. These dozen old men are probably the top fighters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. The leader is even stronger than Yi Shanhe, the ancestor of the Yi family, and has already stepped 1 foot into the quasi-emperor level. If they come out in full force, not only will he, Chu Qin, be unable to stop them. If they didn't use the ultimate imperial weapon, the Tangxianjian, even the entire Yi family would be razed to the ground. It seemed that when they heard that the Yi family was going to issue a declaration of war to the Empress and challenge the Xinyan Imperial Palace, these old guys could no longer sit still and rushed to the Imperial Palace to take a look. His eyes followed the stone steps all the way up until they stopped at the graceful figure in a white dress sitting on the throne. That is the most powerful woman in the Xinyan Imperial Palace, Empress Lin Shuwang. Swish! With just one glance, Chu Qin was stunned and lost in thought for a moment. Beautiful. So beautiful. Empress Lin Shuwang was wearing a white dress and had a beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure was graceful, her eyebrows were as thin as silk, and the red dot on her lips was as bright as a ruby. Her temperament is as cold as frost, and she is as beautiful as a fairy in heaven, not like an ordinary person on earth. Gorgeous yet cold and aloof. As far as Chuchen could remember, this was the second time he had met the Empress Lin Shuwang. Needless to say, the first time was the battle 3 years ago, in which he defeated and suppressed her. Chuchen didn't expect that after 3 years of not seeing each other, the Empress would actually. She has grown up completely, with a curvy figure and full of femininity. Yi Chuchen, it's really you! The Empress Lin Shuwang opened her red lips and her voice was as beautiful and melodious as spring water. I heard that you came to challenge me. It seems that the Yi family wants to go to war with my divine flame imperial palace. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall instantly dropped to freezing point, and it was so depressing that it made people feel breathless. The murderous aura rose up into the sky as if it were tangible, and the temperature around her dropped drastically. The Empress's inherent sense of oppression made the dozen or so old men in black around her bow unconsciously and submit to her. Chuchen, you are so brave! 3 years ago, you gave up your cultivation and barely managed to defeat the Empress of my divine flame imperial palace. Now you are a useless person who can't cultivate. How dare you come to my divine flame imperial palace and challenge the Empress? The Empress cannot be insulted. Chuchen, you are arrogant. The Yi family is arrogant. Aren't you going to issue a declaration of war? Aren't you going to challenge my divine flame imperial palace? Okay. Today, I will lead all the disciples of the divine flame imperial palace to attack the Yi family and slaughter all the members of the Yi family. Facing the verbal criticism from more than 10 elders of the divine flame imperial palace, the Empress did not say a word. Instead, she held her cheek with one hand and stared at Chuchen in front of her with her cold eyes. She was very curious. Chuchen was obviously already disabled and had no spiritual power left in his body, so why did he dare to challenge her? Boom! Boy, I have a question for you. While he was in a daze, one of the hot-tempered elders released a terrifying Saint King-level pressure towards Chuchen. Aren't you here to challenge us? Why are you staring at our Empress? Where's the letter of challenge? Take it out! Under this terrifying Saint King-level pressure, Chuchen felt that his body was about to be crushed, and the heaven-devouring demon pot, the ultimate imperial weapon in his body, was also ready to move. Swish! Fortunately, at the critical moment, Empress Lin Shuwang waved her hand, and the pressure exerted on Chuchen disappeared instantly. Declaration of war? What declaration of war? With all the pressure gone, Chuchen looked at the elders in confusion, spread his hands, and looked innocent. Perhaps the disciples of your divine flame imperial palace conveyed the wrong message. How can I, Chuchen, a mortal who cannot practice, challenge your Lady Empress? Isn't it a challenge? Empress Lin Shuwang frowned slightly, and the dozen elders below the stage looked even more puzzled. Could it be that Chuchen came all the way here just to play tricks on the divine flame imperial palace? I have a letter that I have written, and I am here to present it to the Empress. As he spoke, Chuchen touched the storage ring on his hand, and then took out a piece of white paper. But it's not a declaration of war, but a love letter from me, Chuchen, to the Empress. While everyone was still in shock, Chuchen looked at the Empress Lin Shuwang on the stage with deep affection and recited in a serious manner. The world only knows that you are the high and mighty Empress, but in my heart, I prefer to call you by your name Lin Shuwang. Wow! You are the brightest little star in the night sky. Your smile. The look in your eyes. Every move you make. I was deeply attracted by it. Sitting on the throne, Empress Lin Shuwang, who was holding her cheek with her hand, tensed up instantly, her face full of astonishment, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Chapter 21 Conquering the Cold Empress. Is it corny? So corny! Are you ashamed? Shame. The love words full of corny, shameful, and even a little disgusting came out of Chuchen's mouth affectionately, echoing in the magnificent hall, and the whole world was quiet. Not to mention that the Empress on the throne had goosebumps all over her body. Even the dozen or so black-clothed elders standing on both sides of the stone pillars had expressions of fear on their faces, and their old bodies trembled uncontrollably. It shocked a group of saints and saint kings at the peak level, and made those ruthless killers in the divine flame imperial palace gasp in shock. What is wrong with this world? I often look up at the starry sky at night, looking for the star that belongs to you. Lin Shuwang, your smile makes me feel warm, and your eyes make me feel hot. Chu Chen's eyes were burning. He held the blank letter paper in one hand and raised the other hand high. He stared straight at Empress Lin Shuwang sitting on the throne with deep affection. Those burning eyes seemed to melt the iceberg, and they were full of affection. Your existence makes my world sunny. Meeting you is the most perfect encounter in my life. It is so beautiful and so... Before Chu Chen had finished reading his love letter, the elders of the Xingyan Imperial Palace finally couldn't bear it anymore, and couldn't listen any longer. One of them, a hot-tempered, hunchbacked old man with a cane in his hand, broke out in a cold sweat. Then the spiritual power in his body suddenly burst out, and he slammed the cane in his hand into the ground. That's enough! This is disgusting to death! Boom! The pressure from the Saint King realm exploded instantly, and the terrifying spiritual power storm came from all directions, instantly imprisoning Chu Chen's body. How did it turn into such a cheesy love letter when we agreed to issue a challenge? Boy, what kind of conspiracy is your Yi family doing? What are you plotting? Because his body was restrained, Chu Chen couldn't even blink, let alone quibble. Once the Saint King realm expert makes a move, not to mention Chu Chen who has no cultivation at all now, even if it was 3 years ago, he would not be his opponent. The heritage of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace can be seen from this. Empress, don't listen to this kid's nonsense anymore, just kill him. Yes, kill them directly, and then my Divine Flame Imperial Palace will launch an all-out war against the Yi family. Doesn't the Yi family want to fight? Then let's fight! The other elders also looked at Chu Chen with disdain and contempt, and began to persuade the Empress. Exactly, who are you trying to disgust by this? I got goosebumps all over my body after hearing this. My stomach is churning and I feel like vomiting now. You want to rely on a man to seduce our queen and disturb her mind? Ha ha! Who would be fooled by such a petty trick? Humph, so noisy! When the elders were mocking, the Empress Lin Shuwang on the throne snorted coldly, and with a wave of her hand, the majestic fire spiritual power swept across the entire hall like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. This violent fire spiritual power not only shocked all the elders, but also invisibly dissolved the pressure exerted on Chu Chen, allowing him to regain his freedom. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my bet was right. You all should leave now. I have something to ask him alone. Empress Lin Shuwang was surrounded by a faint mist that began to rise, covering her face and making it impossible to see the subtle expressions on her face. But the voice no longer had the coldness of the past, but instead had a hint of panic. These words really shocked the group of elders in the hall who were shouting for war and killing. I thought my ears were calloused, and I must have heard it wrongly. But they didn't dare to question the Empress, so they could only stare at each other with wide eyes. You stare at me, I stare at you, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. Ms. Empress, you... The chief elder, urged by the eyes of the other elders, stepped forward, bowed to the Empress on the throne, and then spoke hesitantly. Are you asking me to wait until I kill this kid or... Roll! Without waiting for the great elder to finish his words, Empress Lin Shuwang on the imperial throne suddenly waved her sleeves. Her bone-chilling voice resounded through the ears of the elders like thunder, shaking the void and making crackling sounds, as if the sky would fall and the earth would collapse in the next moment. Do I need to say the same thing a second time? Is it that what I said is no longer effective? Or is it that you don't take me seriously? Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen elders knelt down on the ground without any hesitation, and kowtowed to the Empress on the throne. While he was bowing, he said, Ms. Empress, calm down! Don't dare! We don't dare! Afterwards, the elders of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace tiptoed out of the hall, and before leaving, each of them did not forget to threaten Chu Chen with their eyes. These old fellows are obviously powerful beings who have already comprehended the power of space. With a wave of their hands, the void around them can explode and shatter. But at this moment, under the nose of Empress Lin Shuwang, he could only wave his fist at Chu Chen, grit his teeth, and mutter cruel words like, comma, from time to time. Chu Chen picked his ears, yawned, and pretended not to hear anything. He is a dying man, and he still has shame? After all the elders left the hall, only Empress Lin Shuwang and Chu Chen were left in the huge imperial palace. When their eyes met, the atmosphere was a little subtle. She was worshipped as an empress by countless people, with a high status, and was watched by a fairy like the Queen Mother of the West. Chu Chen swallowed his saliva. He had never been so nervous before. I even had an urge to call back the dozen or so elders who had just walked out of the hall. Love, have you finished reading the love letter? Empress Lin Shuwang spoke first, and her cool and somewhat flustered voice broke the silence. Ah! Chu Chen was stunned, thinking that he had misheard. After he reacted, he quickly spoke. No. I didn't finish reading it. Empress Lin Shuwang blushed, turned her head away, and muttered softly. Then, let's continue. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Empress Lin Shuwang, reason told Chu Chen that if he was obedient at this time, his chances of survival would be greater. So, Chu Chen calmed down, took a deep breath, held the white words in his hand, and his brain worked rapidly, thinking about those sour love words again. Suddenly, Chu Chen remembered the love poems that Yi Xian, the White Lotus, had written to make Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han and others happy, and he immediately recited them affectionately. Lin Shuwang is in my heart. You are innocent and dignified. You are the full moon every night. You are the blossoming flowers of each tree. It's the swallows whispering on the beams. You are love, you are warmth. It is hope. You are the April of the world. A gentleman seeks a beautiful lady. Lin Shuwang, from the first moment I saw you, my heart no longer belongs to me. Hold your hand and grow old with you. No matter how beautiful the world is, it is not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as you, Lin Shuwang. Although I am mediocre, I am willing to spend my whole life loving and caring for you. Under the attack of those cheesy love words, the Empress Lin Shuwang on the throne trembled more and more violently. The temperature is rising, the breathing is rapid, and even the little heart. Without noticing, the rhythm of the beat started to speed up. The Empress holds a high position of power and is the mistress of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, in charge of hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of subjects. He is high above and his word is law. He also possesses the body of an immortal phoenix, and is the youngest great sage in the ancient continent. He is destined to enter the realm of emperor in this life and become the great emperor. But it's lonely at the top, and no one dares to get close to a woman who is high and mighty. How many people in the world can catch the eye of Lin Shuwang? For many years, the only people who have been with her are those hypocritical people who flatter, curry favor with the powerful, and say one thing and do another. For many days and nights, Lin Shuwang was alone, spending her time by herself, without even anyone to confide in. Among her peers, there was only one man who had defeated her and left a deep impression in her heart. The rest, they are all ants. You came all the way to my Divine Flame Palace, just to give to me a love letter? Empress Lin Shu looked at the affectionate and handsome Chu Chen in front of her, her eyes somewhat evasive. Just to tell me that you like me? Chu Chen didn't even think about it, and nodded with a red face. If you say you don't like it at this time, it's not like yellow mud falling off your crotch, it's not shit death, but shit death. Since you like me, why did you fight to the death in that battle 3 years ago? You will defeat and suppress this emperor, and seriously injure him, even if it means you have to sacrifice your own path to cultivation? Is this your love for me? Is this what you said about loving me and caring for me for the rest of my life? This. Chu Chen held his forehead, looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang, who was staring at him with a serious expression. Chu Chen was speechless for a moment. He knew that a fatal question had come. If I don't answer this question well, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to leave my body intact. But 3 years ago, Chu Chen did seriously injure Empress Lin Shuwang. He can't deny it. Under the questioning gaze of Empress Lin Shuwang, Chu Chen cleared his throat and began to change the logic and concepts, and kept pouring out the magic soup. I regret it too. Do you know how I have been living these past 3 years? For the past 3 years, I have lived in self-blame and regret every day and night because Because I once had a beautiful love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it, and I regretted it until I lost it. If God can give me another chance, I will definitely cherish it. If I had to put a time limit on this love, I would hope it would be 10,000 years. Swish. After a brief silence, Empress Lin Shuwang suddenly stood up from the throne and walked slowly towards Chuchen step by step. The slender and white fingers trembled slightly, because the heart of the Empress Lin Shuwang. It's completely messed up. Chapter 22. The Empress is first a woman. Empress. She is a woman first, and then an emperor. Everyone knows that the Empress Lin Shuwang possesses the body of an immortal phoenix, and has the qualities to be a great emperor. She is the youngest great sage and the most talented woman in the entire ancient continent. But putting aside all the halo and achievements, Empress Lin Shuwang is just a 22-year-old woman. First love. The girl is in love. Full of curiosity about the world and full of desire for love. Just by bearing the title of Empress, she became a lonely person. The most ordinary love in this world had nothing to do with her anymore. Among his peers, most men don't even have the courage to look at the Empress straight in the eye, let alone pursue her. The standards of Empress Lin Shuwang are naturally high, and there are almost no men who can catch her eye. Except for the man in front of him who blatantly defeated and suppressed him head-on. Moreover, Chu Chen's simple, direct and naked expression of love was, in the eyes of Empress Lin Shuwang, a manifestation of frankness and openness. It takes tremendous courage to enter the imperial palace alone and disregard life and death. In addition, Chu Chen is indeed very handsome, elegant, charming and dazzling. Especially those clear eyes, as deep as the night sky, with an upright figure and elegant posture. Beneath his handsome appearance, he has a cultivation talent that is even more extraordinary than his own. The Empress has no experience in love and doesn't believe in love at first sight, but since being defeated by Chu Chen, the Empress seemed to have found a confidant and support. In the past 3 years, Chu Chen's figure often appeared in the mind of Empress Lin Shuwang, making her toss and turn. She really wanted to rush to the Yi family alone with a sword, find Chu Chen and fight him again. But when I think of my own identity, I can only bury this impulse and longing deep in my heart. Until today, Chu Chen came to the house and read the love letter to him in person. Empress Lin Shuwang's heart seemed to melt, but when she thought about how she was seriously injured by this man 3 years ago, Lin Shuwang still had a little temper. She wanted to hear how Chu Chen explained, but she didn't expect that as soon as Chu Chen opened his mouth, her silent heart was turned upside down again. It turns out that for the past 3 years, Chu Chen has been living in self-blame and regret every day and night. If love had to be put on a time limit, he hoped it would be 10,000 years. But wouldn't 10,000 years be too short? Both she and Chu Chen have the potential to be an emperor. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be easy for them to break through the emperor realm and achieve the throne. The emperor's lifespan is about 100,000 years. If he finds the legendary elixir of immortality, he can live a second life, which means a lifespan of 200,000 years. 200,000 years, but only willing to stay together for 10,000 years. It seems that he just has a good impression of me, and even if he loves me, it is not that deep. This man still needs to be investigated. Walking in front of Chu Chen, Empress Lin Shuwang snorted softly and woke up from the bombardment of sweet words. You came to my divine flame imperial palace alone today just to express your feelings to this emperor? Looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang in front of him, whose body was trembling slightly, and whose expression was changeable, sometimes happy, sometimes disappointed, Chu Chen was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Aren't you afraid of death? Don't you know that from the elders to the outer disciples, millions of subjects in my divine flame imperial palace are eager to get rid of you, Chu Chen? Empress Lin Shuwang is the faith of all the disciples and elders of the divine flame imperial palace. When Chu Chen defeated her 3 years ago, he trampled the pride of the disciples of the divine flame imperial palace under his feet. I know. Even if I die, I will come. Chu Chen took a deep breath. He was already a dying man. If he didn't ask some things clearly now, he would have no chance in the future. But when Empress Lin Shuwang heard these words, her heart almost melted. In order to reveal his true feelings to me, this man was not afraid of death and was even willing to give up his own life. I just miss this man, but this man is. I don't even want my life. In an instant, Empress Lin Shuwang's heart began to waver again. Looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang with blushing cheeks and silent head lowered, Chu Qin was deeply affectionate and dazed. At this moment, he seemed to understand. Why did the Empress Lin Shuwang in the previous life break into the Yi family with just a sword, and after her death, she even used secret techniques to summon the ultimate imperial weapon, wanting to bury the entire Yi family with her? Turn out to be. It turns out that this woman has a crush on me. This story is really bizarre. But now, my tendons and veins are all destroyed, my cultivation is completely lost, and I don't have many days left to live. In that case, he might as well give all the treasures on him to Empress Lin Shuwang. Compared to the ungrateful people in the Yi family, it seems that Empress Lin Shuwang is more loyal and righteous. Just as it is to repay the kindness of Empress Lin Shuwang in her previous life. Besides, the Empress Lin Shuwang is very beautiful, and the key is that she has a good impression of me. Which man would not love such a fairy who dares to love and hate like the Queen Mother of the West? Besides the love letter, I have another gift for you. Gift? Giving a gift right after confessing, then this gift is token of love? The Empress's pretty face flushed, and her cherry lips unconsciously pursed into an O. Although she was the Empress, she had never been in love. This time, there was a barrage of love words and a token of love. Under Chu Chen's handsome and unrestrained offensive, this. Who can stand this? But what was the token of love? The Empress didn't care and didn't take it to heart. As an Empress, what does she not have? But since it was Chu Chen's intention, even if it was just a bunch of flowers on the roadside or a stone under his feet, it would be. It is of great significance. But while Empress Lin Shu was looking at a bewilderment, Chu Chen touched the storage ring on his hand, and then a drop of blood bathed in scarlet flames appeared in his palm. In the scarlet flame, there is a drop of blood as crystal clear as a ruby. And within this drop of blood, there is a phantom of a divine phoenix flapping its wings and flying. Chiu! Along with the clear and loud cry of the phoenix, the spiritual power in Empress Lin Shuwang's body responded to it uncontrollably. Large patches of bloody flames overflowed from the Empress's body, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Oh my God, is this the blood of the divine phoenix? Empress Lin Shuwang stared at the blood floating in Chu Chen's hand without blinking. Her breathing became heavier, and she exclaimed in surprise, no longer having the calmness she had before. No matter how cold her personality was, in front of the divine phoenix essence blood, Empress Lin Shuwang's lips half opened, her breast heaving, she could no longer hold back. As a result, the slender white hand, as white as frost and snow, directly grabbed Chu Chen's arm, It was as if he was worried that Chu Chen would disappear in the next second, and he was very nervous. Worry about gains and losses. Divine phoenix blood? Well, it seems so. Chu Chen scratched his head. He didn't expect that Empress Lin Shuwang would have such a big reaction. After all, the other party is the master of the Xinyan Imperial Palace, with hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of subjects. What kind of treasure has he not seen? It shouldn't be such a big reaction, right? But the Empress's hands are quite soft, and it feels quite comfortable to pinch me. The blood of the divine phoenix. This thing was obtained by Chu Chen when he first used the supreme imperial weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, grabbed the heavens. No one knew how much it was worth. Anyway, it's not of much use to him, but since I really don't have any other gifts to give him, I can only use it to make up the number. Of course, Chu Chen could also give out a gift that was 10,000 times more precious than the divine phoenix's blood. That is the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot. In fact, Chu Chen also thought about giving this Supreme Emperor's weapon to the Empress Lin Shuwang. After all, he only had a few months left to live, and the Yi family had already made him disillusioned. There was nothing left in this world worth his lingering memories. But the heaven-swallowing demon jar is the only thing his mother left him, and he will not let go until the last moment. He still had at least a few months to live, and during these months he would study the heaven-devouring demon jar, this supreme imperial weapon, to see if he could find any clues about his mother. This divine phoenix blood essence is the remaining blood essence of the ancient immortal divine phoenix clan. It is extremely rare and precious. After realizing that she was too radical, Empress Lin Shuwang blushed slightly. She quickly let go of Chu Chen's wrist and took 2 steps back with a red face. But those beautiful big eyes were still fixed on the drop of phoenix blood in Chu Chen's palm. You don't know that the divine phoenix blood essence contains not only extremely strong vitality, but also some memories of the ancient magic, divine phoenix magic. To others, this drop of divine phoenix blood is very precious, but to me, it is more than just precious. Its value is comparable to the legendary elixir of immortality. I possess the body of an immortal phoenix. If I refine this drop of phoenix blood essence, I can not only break through the bottleneck in an instant, but also repair the incomplete phoenix treasure technique. This gift is too precious. I cannot. Swish. Before Empress Lin Shuwang finished her words, Chu Chen had already stuffed the divine phoenix blood essence in his palm into her palm. You also said that this thing will be of great use to you. Take it. It would be a waste for me to keep it. Women all like to receive gifts, and the Empress is a woman first. Chu Chen despised the kind of men who only thought about picking up girls with words but were unwilling to spend money on gifts. As he spoke, fearing that Empress Lin Shuwang would refuse again, Chu Chen shrugged and told the truth. I don't have many days left to live. If you don't want this divine phoenix blood, just throw it away. Swish. Before Chu Chen could finish his words, Empress Lin Shuwang appeared in front of him in an instant, then grabbed his wrist. The violent fire spiritual power forcefully invaded his body, wandering around every corner of Chu Chen's body, exploring his injuries. Qi and blood are deficient, meridians are severed, and the serious injuries cannot be healed. I will not live long. It's like the end of its rope. How could this happen? Even if you gave up your cultivation path in the battle 3 years ago, at most your cultivation would be wasted and you would become an ordinary person. As long as you take good care of yourself afterwards, your life should be safe. Could it be? The Empress frowned slightly. The more she investigated, the more frightened she became. She exclaimed, Has the Yi family not treated your injuries in the past 3 years? Have you not been happy in the Yi family in the past 3 years? Boom! A terrifying pressure swept out from the Empress's body, shaking the entire imperial palace. Before Chu Chen could say a word, the clever Empress Lin Shuwang had already guessed the cause and effect. Haha to them, my mission has been accomplished. Can a genius who has been ruined still be called a genius? Chu Chen smiled, then took a deep breath, pulled his arm back from the Empress, and said casually, I came here today just to fulfill my wish. Now that I have said everything that needs to be said, I have no regrets. I know I don't have many days left to live. My cultivation has been wasted and I have become immortal. I am not worthy of you, the Empress. We have a long way to go. Goodbye. As he spoke, Chu Chen turned around and left without any regrets. Just silently say in your heart, Before I die, I will come to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace again. Giving you the heaven-devouring demon jar, the supreme imperial weapon, can be considered as repaying your kindness in my previous life. Tap tap tap. When Chu Chen walked to the palace gate and reached out to push open the tightly closed palace door, a frosty voice suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Chu Chen, you can come when you want and leave when you want. I just confessed my love to you and you turned around and wanted to leave. What do you think of me? Chu Chen was stunned and turned around to look back. When their eyes met, they saw Empress Lin Shuwang waving her palm towards them. The palm print bathed in scarlet flames continued to grow bigger and bigger in the pupils. Fuck! Bang! The next moment, Chu Chen, who was about to walk out of the palace, was knocked unconscious by Empress Lin Shuwang. Chapter 23: Deep Love from the Empress. Empress Lin Shuwang was very angry, very angry. The man she had secretly loved for 3 years broke into the imperial palace alone, and appeared before her at the risk of his life. First he expressed his love with a series of words that warmed his heart to the bone, and then he gave away the precious treasure from heaven and earth, the blood of the divine phoenix. Then I left behind a sentence: I have lost all my cultivation, become an ordinary person, and am not worthy of you. Moreover, He has not yet recovered from his serious injuries and is already at the end of his life. He will not live for many more days. In order not to cause trouble, drag down or cause any trouble. In the end, without waiting for me to react, I just ran away. What is going on? You know that you are not worthy of me because you cannot practice and will not live for many days, so why did you come all the way to provoke me? Come as you please and leave as you please. Do you think her divine flame imperial palace is just a decoration? You have said everything you need to say. You have no regrets in life and can die with dignity. But where is my mother? You've moved my heart, and now you say you want to leave? You have confessed your feelings, but I haven't said whether you agree or not? You are free and easy. You are aloof. You don't care. Humph, what about this emperor? When the empress came back to her senses from her anger and shock, she saw that the instigator Chuchen was about to push open the gate of the imperial palace. In desperation, her hot temper flared up and she slapped him with one palm. In front of the empress who had reached the peak of the saint level, Chuchen, who had become immortal, had no power to resist at all. Even though the empress attacked in anger, she had no intention to kill, and the heaven-devouring demon pot, the ultimate imperial weapon in her body, would not be awakened. Bang! Without any surprise, the huge palm print bathed in scarlet flames hit Chuchen. Chuchen didn't even have time to groan before he was knocked unconscious on the spot. This was because the empress showed mercy. Otherwise, if she had used only 1/10,000th of her strength, Chuchen's body would have been turned into ashes under the huge palm print. Swish! Before Chuchen's body fell to the ground, the empress used her magical power of a world away, and instantly appeared at the palace gate, holding the unconscious Chuchen in her arms. Humph! If this emperor doesn't allow you to die, then you can't die. Whether you are worthy of me is not up to you, but as long as he is the man I like, if you are stronger than me, you will be on top and I will be on the bottom. If you are weaker than me, then I will be on top and you will be on the bottom. Fortunately, Chuchen had already been knocked unconscious by a photo, and fortunately, there was no one else in the magnificent imperial palace. Otherwise, anyone who heard such fierce words coming from the mouth of the cold and aloof Empress Lin Shuwang would be shocked and would completely doubt their life. Looking at Chuchen, who had fainted in her arms, Empress Lin Shuwang's beautiful eyes flashed with tenderness and determination, as if she had made a major decision. I hate owing others the most in my life. Since I have heard so many sweet words from you, and since I have accepted your token of love, Humph, it is reasonable for me to give you a gift in return. Empress Lin Shuwang hugged Chuchen's body, her pretty face slightly red. She no longer had any of her previous cold look. Instead, she looked like a girl next door who was just beginning to fall in love. It turns out that the so-called coldness and arrogance have always been just the protective color of Empress Lin Shuwang. Don't pretend to be cold, aloof, cruel, and ruthless. How can someone like him control such a huge divine flame imperial palace at such a young age? Like shocking the elders and several palace masters? How to rule hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of subjects? This matter is of great importance. I need to find a trustworthy person to help me protect the law and help me resist the temptations of the elders and palace masters. Empress Lin Shuwang took a deep breath, then formed a seal with one hand. The spiritual power at her fingertips transformed into a mini phoenix flapping its wings and soaring, shattering the void and sending a message across the air. Swish! As the mini divine phoenix plunged into the boundless void, Empress Lin Shuwang waved her hand, and the terrifying force of space swept across the entire hall. Then, it forcibly distorted time and space, constructing a space passage that ran through both ends of the divine flame imperial palace at a speed visible to the naked eye. Generally, when a cultivator breaks through to the holy realm, he can comprehend the power of space, shatter the void, and travel through space. But to use such a powerful force of space to construct a space channel for others to travel through space, one must have the cultivation level of a Saint King. The space channel was constructed so quickly, so stably, and so easily that even those terrifying beings who had just entered the Saint King realm could not do it. But the Empress Lin Shuwang was only at the peak of Saint level and had not yet broken through to Saint King level. Whoosh! Just as the space channel was formed, a young girl at the other end suddenly opened her eyes. After seeing the mini phoenix flying in front of her, she grabbed it and refined it. The girl is in her prime, about 13 or 14 years old, and is at the age when she is playful. She wore an emerald green long skirt with exquisite flower embroidery on the hem, which made her look fresh and lovely. When she spoke, she showed a row of tiny teeth, as crystal clear as jade, accompanied by 2 deep dimples, which made people want to go up and pinch them. So playful and cute. After the girl refined the miniature divine phoenix, she learned that the Empress wanted to see her. She stood up excitedly and spoke happily. "Great, Master is looking for me. He must want to take me out to play." "No, if the Master wants to call me, just send someone to tell him. Why? Why would you spend so much energy to build a space channel? Could it be that Master is in some danger?" Without any hesitation, the young girl stepped into the space passage extending in front of her and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in the Empress's palace. "Disciple Jean Coeur, hello to Master." "Master, what happened? Could it be that those palace masters have already begun?" Before Jean Coeur could finish her words, her body felt as if struck by lightning, and she stood there in a daze. Because she looked up and saw that the Empress Master actually hugging a man? Jean Coeur's mouth was half open, drool almost flowing out from the corners of her mouth. She rubbed her eyes hard and stared at the Empress Master and Chu-Chin in her arms. "Man! What a man! Looks pretty handsome. Oh my God, Master, this is... in love? But didn't Master tell me that men are all scourges and beasts? They are all monsters that dig out people's hearts and livers?" The Master and the apprentice held hands and swore to the bright moon in the sky that they would be single for billions of years in this life. "How come now?" Jean Coeur shook her head as she looked at it, with an expression of disbelief on her face, which made the Empress's pretty face even more flushed. Coeur, he is Chu-Chin." Feeling uneasy under Jean Coeur's stare, Empress Lin Shuwang was the first to break the silence and confess the truth. "Oh." Jean Coeur smacked her lips, feeling quite uncomfortable. "The love of the Empress Master was originally enjoyed by me alone, but now..." But soon, Jean Coeur reacted immediately and murderous intent suddenly surged. Swish! Jean Coeur didn't even have time to feel jealous. She immediately drew out her sword and was about to stab Chu-Chin in the neck. Seeing that the sharp sword was about to cut Chu-Chin's throat, Empress Lin Shuwang raised her hand lightly, flicked her fingers, and knocked the sword out of Jean Coeur's hand. With a glance, the power of space surged, directly imprisoning Jean Coeur, who was about to rush up again. "Coeur, you are..." Empress Lin Shuwang frowned slightly and looked at her beloved disciple Jean Coeur in confusion. "Master, he is Chu-Chin. 3 years ago, he beat you so badly that you had to stay in seclusion for more than a year to recover. Several palace masters took the opportunity to attack you and forced you to abdicate, which led to the current situation of our divine flame imperial palace. Master, I have long vowed to kill Chu-Chin, the thief, to avenge Master. Master, please let me go! Let me go!" Looking at her disciple Jean Coeur, who was shouting for war and killing, Empress Lin Shuwang held her forehead with her hand, feeling a headache. She suddenly regretted calling this girl here. How could she explain this? Did I have to admit that I had always been secretly in love with Chu-Chin, the man who defeated me? That I had always admired him? That I had always been thinking about him? No! Absolutely not. I am the cold and aloof Empress. Don't you have any face? Empress Lin Shuwang blushed slightly, and then under Jean Coeur's repeated questioning, she tried to argue. Chu-Chin is here today, to challenge my divine flame imperial palace. He has now lost all his cultivation and has become immortal. My divine flame imperial palace never takes advantage of others in distress. If you kill him now, how will the world view me, Lin Shuwang? How will they view my divine flame imperial palace? After hearing this, Jean Coeur was stunned and scratched her head. It seems that what Master said makes some sense. Looking at her disciple, who was not very smart, Empress Lin Shuwang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But since we can't kill him, then Master, what should we do? Jean Coeur sheathed her sword, walked to the front of the Empress, and stared at Chu-Chin in the Empress's arms with her big eyes blinking without blinking. Humph, I hate it no matter how I look at it. Strange, his tendons and veins are all destroyed, his cultivation is all lost, he has long been a useless person who can't cultivate, how can he challenge the master? Empress Lin Shuwang was stunned when she heard this, then she blushed and tried to explain. So I intend to take out my own divine phoenix feather and give it to him. Heal the wounds of the avenue, restore the meridians, reshape the bones, and live a second life. Wow! After these words were spoken, Zhang Ke, who had been full of curiosity and playfulness, was instantly stunned. Her playful little face turned pale. Master, no! I won't agree! The divine phoenix feather is comparable to the legendary elixir of immortality. It is extremely noble. Even you, Master, can only condense one feather in your lifetime. If we give this divine phoenix feather to him, not only will our Master's cultivation level regress, but it will also damage the foundation of our great Tao. There is no hope of breaking through the Emperor realm in this lifetime. My life is in danger. As soon as Zhang Ke finished speaking, she drew out her sword and tried to rush towards Chuchen again. Bang! The Empress was quick-witted and quick-handed. With a slap, the terrifying force of space once again imprisoned Zhang Ke's body. I have made up my mind. Don't try to persuade me anymore. For the Empress who possesses the body of an immortal phoenix, she knows better than anyone the price of losing the phoenix feather. But Chuchen is now at the end of his rope. Apart from the phoenix feather, which can be compared to the legendary elixir of immortality, there is no other spiritual object in the world that can allow him to live a second life and continue his cultivation. If she doesn't want Chuchen to die, then Lin Shuwang will. No choice. Listen! I called you here to protect the master, not to teach him what to do. While imprisoning Zhang Ke, in order to prevent this girl from causing trouble again, Empress Lin Shuwang spoke coldly. At the same time, the red fire spiritual power in the Empress's body surged out, lifting Chuchen's body into the air. Once the divine phoenix feather is taken out, my cultivation will drop by 3 realms, and I will immediately fall into a coma. During this period, I will be in seclusion in the secret room of the imperial palace to heal my wounds. I will leave him, he to you to take care of. As she spoke, looking at the unconscious Chuchen, Empress Lin Shuwang seemed to remember something and waved her hand. A storage ring floated towards Zhang Ke and hovered in front of her. Don't tell Chuchen about this. If he wakes up, just give him the storage ring. If he wants to leave the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, you must not stop him, but escort him down the mountain. If he chooses, you just obey him, this is the master's order. Puff. Before she finished her words, Empress Lin Shuwang spat out a mouthful of blood. Chirp. At the same time, accompanied by the loud cry of a phoenix, a red feather bathed in scarlet flames and full of vitality slowly emerged from the top of Empress Lin Shuwang's head. Then it floated towards Chuchen until it sank into his body. The phoenix feather can only be woven once in a lifetime, and it has the effect of rebirth from the ashes or nirvana. It is comparable to the legendary elixir of immortality. Master! Seeing the Empress coughing up blood, Zhang Ke shouted at the top of her lungs, tears welling up in her eyes. Immediately, the phoenix feather flew out of the body, and the aura around Empress Lin Shuwang suddenly dropped, and the cultivation level of the great sage of the 8th heaven began to decline continuously. Chapter 24: The Empress's Deep Love, Living a Second Life. As the flames roared, the temperature in the hall rose rapidly. Chirp, chirp! Accompanied by the sharp cries of the phoenix, as the Empress cast a spell, the feather of the divine phoenix bathed in the terrifying divine flame completely left the body and sank into the body of the unconscious Chuchen. Puff! Another mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out, and Empress Lin Shuwang's whole body became weak. His realm also dropped directly from the 8th level of the Great Sage. The Great Sage's 7th heaven. The 6th heaven of the Great Sage. The 5th level of the Great Sage. Master! Stop it! Stop it now! Zhang Ke screamed at the top of her lungs. She struggled desperately, trying to rush to the Empress and stop her master from removing the phoenix feather from her body. However, his body was imprisoned by the terrifying force of space, and he could hardly move at all. Even if the Empress's cultivation level has declined, she is still a great sage-level powerhouse, not to mention in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Chuchen, this emperor doesn't like to owe others. Since I have received your divine phoenix blood essence and heard you say so much, I will return this divine phoenix feather to you. Her realm dropped from the 8th level of the Great Sage to the 4th level of the Great Sage in one breath, falling a full 4 levels of the secret realm. The Empress's beautiful profile also showed fatigue at this moment, as if she was about to faint on the ground in the next moment. The divine phoenix feather has the effect of reviving the dead, turning bones into flesh, and rebirth through nirvana. Whether you can resume your path of cultivation depends on your own luck. Seeing the phoenix feathers slowly sinking into Chuchen's body, a huge amount of vitality suddenly burst out in his body, and began to transform his body bit by bit, healing the wounds of the avenue. Kur, announce to everyone that your master is in seclusion to break through the Saint King realm. Do not reveal your true identity. Empress Lin Shuwang breathed a sigh of relief, and then a strong sense of weakness and fatigue swept over her like a tide. Remember what the master told you. Don't make things difficult for him. After smiling at her disciple Zhang Ke, Empress Lin Shuwang waved her hand and the void shattered. Then he took a step forward and fled into the innermost secret room of the imperial palace, where his body was engulfed by large patches of scarlet flames. Master! Master! Seeing that her master, the Empress, had suffered a continuous decline in cultivation and was forced to go into seclusion, Zhang Ke felt angry and annoyed, her eyes turning red. However, it was not until the shattered void was reorganized and the spatial force that imprisoned her body slowly dissipated that Zhang Ke regained her ability to move. Humph, you bad man! Stinky man! It's all your fault! It's because of you that Master was forced to go into seclusion. Zhang Ke was furious. She rushed to the unconscious Chuchen and kicked him several times. Men are really all monsters! They are all bad guys! Humph, if anything happens to Master, I will never let you go! After cursing, Zhang Ke finally got rid of her anger. Looking at the still unconscious Chuchen, Zhang Ke pouted, then reluctantly bent down, carried the unconscious Chuchen on her back, then pushed open the heavy palace door, and walked step by step towards the purple bamboo forest where she lived. Chuchen seemed to have had a dream. A very warm dream. This warmth rises from the bottom of my heart, and spreads throughout my body. It's like a long-dried riverbed is suddenly watered by rain. The originally dry and cracked land, which was barren, now gains new life. Green grass and bright flowers sprout from the ground, and the rich vitality drives away the barrenness and reshapes a whole new world. With the nourishment of powerful vitality, the broken meridians were reorganized, the wounds of the avenue were healed, and the originally exhausted body was completely transformed, completely living a second life. Chuchen hasn't experienced this feeling for more than 3 years. Huff, 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 I don't know how long I slept. When Chuchen woke up from his dream, he suddenly sat up from the bed. While looking around at the unfamiliar environment, he rubbed his swollen head and tried to recall his memories before he fell into a coma. I seem to have come to the Divine Flame Palace with the Empress. Confessing to the Empress. Just as he was about to leave after confessing his love, he was slapped unconscious by Empress Lin Shuwang. Rubbing his arm, which was a little blue and swollen, Chuchen frowned in pain. This Empress. If you don't want to accept my confession, then don't accept it. Why are you so cruel? Wait, since you didn't accept my confession and knocked me out, then why did he send himself to the bed? Why not just throw him out of the mountain gate? Looking up and looking around the room, I saw red candles and gauze curtains, fresh and elegant, and a faint unknown fragrance in the air. This is obviously a girl's boudoir. Why did you bring yourself here? Chuchen subconsciously looked down at his. Fortunately, the belt is still there. If the Empress took advantage of me, then, from now on, you won't have to worry about eating delicious food or drinking spicy drinks. Thinking of this, Chuchen felt a little disappointed. Humph, get off this lady's bed as soon as you wake up. Before Chuchen could think about it, a spoiled and willful voice suddenly came from outside the door. Squeak. Following the sound, I saw a girl about 14 or 15 years old, wearing an emerald green dress, walking in with a stern face. Who are you? Chuchen was stunned, looking at Zhang Ke, whose face was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and felt a little confused. He was sure that this was the first time he met the girl in front of him, but he could clearly feel Zhang Ke's eyes that were malicious, provocative, and seemed to want to give him. When did I offend her? My name is Zhang Ke. I am the saintess of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and the only beloved disciple of the Empress. Zhang Ke put down the porridge and pickles she had brought in, folded her arms, and muttered to herself. Mortals are troublesome. They need to eat these grains to fill their stomachs. If it weren't for Master's face, I wouldn't cook for you. Saint. Beloved disciple. Zhang Ke. Chu Qin was stunned for a moment, stood up subconsciously, then bowed to Zhang Ke to express his gratitude. Thank you, Saint. Although Zhang Ke acted fierce, she was able to let herself sleep in her own boudoir, and prepared porridge and pickles in advance. Such a thoughtful gesture clearly shows that this girl is the type of person who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He says the cruelest words, but does things that warm people's hearts. Compared to the Yi family's hypocritical and sweet-mouthed White Lotus, people like Zhang Ke make Chu Qin feel at ease. Don't think that just because you thank me I won't be mad at you anymore. Chu Qin was so humble and polite that Zhang Ke hesitated for a moment, and didn't know what to do. Under the influence of her master the Empress, such as, men are scourges of beasts, and we, master and disciple, shall remain single for 10,000 years. Zhang Ke seldom came into contact with the opposite sex, and devoted herself to seeking the truth. Gurgle gurgle. Smelling the fragrance of the white porridge on the table, Chu Chen's stomach started growling. Chu Chen was not shy either. He picked up the white porridge and started to eat it with some pickles. He knew that these were all prepared by Zhang Ke for him. After all, the Zhang Ke in front of him was a powerful divine fire realm expert who had ignited the divine fire, and had long since ceased to care for worldly matters. Where is your master? Why am I in your boudoir? Your queen is not going to kill me, right? If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have to work so hard for me. Without waiting for Zhang Ke to speak, Chu Qin continued to talk to himself while drinking porridge. Forget it, these are not important. After I finish this bowl of porridge, I will leave your divine flame imperial palace immediately. I have been injured by the great Tao and am already on the verge of death. I won't live for many days. Although Empress Lin Shuwang is very beautiful and attractive, it is not appropriate for a dying man like him to delay the girl any longer. What's more, Chu Qin wants to use the last time of his life to investigate the whereabouts of his mother. What? You're leaving? But Zhang Ke never expected that when she heard that Chu Qin was leaving, she was so angry that she snatched the unfinished porridge and pickles from Chu Chen's hand. The whole person was like an angry lion, with fangs and claws bared, as if he might pounce at any time. Chu Qin was confused and reached out to grab the dishes and chopsticks, but Zhang Ke predicted his prediction and dodged. Not leaving? Are you staying here to celebrate the new year? Chu Qin still doesn't understand why the Empress knocked him out with one palm. Didn't they have a very happy chat before? It seems that the saying, serving the king is like serving a tiger, is true. Emperors are all moody people. If you don't leave early, you won't even know how you died. You are shameless! Zhang Ke was furious and wanted to tell the truth, but then she remembered that her master had warned her not to tell Chu Qin. In desperation, Zhang Ke raised her hand, and a letter and a token fell into Chu Chen's palm under the influence of spiritual power. Humph, this is what master asked me to give you. Chu Qin immediately opened the letter and a line of beautiful small handwriting caught his eye. When in doubt, ask the spring breeze. The spring breeze is silent and follows your heart. Chu Qin was slightly stunned. The Empress was asking him to choose. After putting away the letter, he took out the token and examined it carefully. It is unknown what material the token is made of, but it is burning hot to the touch, and contains extremely powerful fire spiritual power. The front of the token is engraved with 4 large characters. Shi Yejia Imperial Palace, which is quite domineering. On the back are 8 small characters. Quota for trial for outer disciples, each stroke of which is deeply engraved. Obviously, with this token, one can participate in the trial for outer disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. After passing the assessment, one will become an outer disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and can stay in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace legitimately from then on. Beauty is a great favor. Chuchen sighed slightly. It's a pity. With Zhang Ke's face filled with anger, Chuchen left the letter and token on the table, then walked out the door. You bastard, you still want to leave? Seeing that Chuchen was about to leave, the angry Zhang Ke waved her hand, and the terrifying spiritual power directly blocked the door. The road ahead was blocked, but Chuchen did not panic. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said coldly, What else can I do if I don't leave? I don't have many days left to live. If I stay, I will only. Have I never seen anyone as stupid as you? Although my master doesn't allow me to tell you, I really can't help it. In order to save you, Master gave you the divine phoenix feather, which she could only condense once in her lifetime, to help you heal the wound of the great Tao and allow you to live a second life. But she herself had to forcibly go into seclusion because of this. Although it was difficult to disobey the master's orders, Zhang Ke really didn't want to see the two of them love and hate each other, and didn't want to see her master bleed and cry. I really don't understand what these people are thinking. Is it so difficult to tell the truth? Why do you hide and avoid each other, causing misunderstandings between the two sides, and are desperate and looking for death? Is this cool? Zhang Ke's words were like thunder exploding in Chuchen's ears, and Chuchen subconsciously began to check his body. It would have been fine if he hadn't discovered it, but once Chuchen discovered it, he was completely shocked. The broken meridians were restored, the wounds of the avenue were completely healed, and even the qi and blood in the body were abnormally vigorous, several times or even dozens of times stronger than before. Empress Lin Shuwang, this is... The deepest part of Chuchen's heart was suddenly touched, and all kinds of emotions intertwined for a moment, making his breathing a little rapid. In the past 3 years, in the Yi family where he was born and raised, Chuchen's cultivation resources were successively occupied by his sisters and Yi Xian. Even the maids who served him bullied him. In the Yi family, he was bullied and lived a life worse than a dog. But his former mortal enemy, the Demon Queen Lin Shuwang, did it for him. How ironic! After telling the truth, Zhang Ke was completely relieved. Humph, are you still leaving? Looking at Chuchen with red eyes, I suddenly felt that this man was not so annoying. Chuchen took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and blurted out. Let's go! Of course we'll go! Ah? I misjudged you! Chuchen's answer was beyond Zhang Ke's expectations, and it made her very angry. You are such a ruthless person! Without waiting for Zhang Ke to finish her words, Chuchen picked up the letter and token on the table and pushed the door open. If you don't leave now, you will miss the assessment for outer disciples of your divine flame imperial palace. Chapter 25 I am the #1 genius in this ancient continent. Bang! Looking at Chuchen, who slammed the door and ran straight to the place where the outer disciples' trial was taking place, Zhang Ke half opened her mouth and didn't react for a long time. That handsome back. A vigorous and decisive style of work. An unruly temperament. I was stunned for a moment. Why do I suddenly feel that this old guy? Handsome and cool. No, no, no. Zhang Ke shook her head like a rattle. This is Master's man, so she can't just think about him. Men are all monsters. Even dogs don't talk about love. I want to be single for 10,000 years. After silently reciting the Orphan Girl Heart Sutra, passed down to her by her master the Empress several times, Zhang Ke's restless heart finally calmed down a little. Then Zhang Ke stepped on the flying sword and flew towards the Empress's palace again. Chuchen has been settled. Whether he can pass the outer disciple trial and successfully enter the divine flame imperial palace depends on his own luck. During the time when the Empress Master was in seclusion, Zhang Ke had to stay at the gate of the imperial palace and stop anyone who came to meet her or investigate outside the palace. In case of palace coup, this task is not easy. At the same time, Chuchen came out of the purple bamboo forest and followed the signs to the location of the outer disciples' trial. The destroyed meridians in the body were reshaped, which meant that Chuchen could practice. The wound of the great Tao was healed, and the exhausted body regained new vitality. The living dead, flesh and bones. It is no exaggeration to describe it as living a second life. This favor is too much. Although he did not know what the divine phoenix feather that Zhang Ke mentioned was, but it had such an incredible power to change one's fate. Its value was definitely not less than the legendary Emperor's elixir of immortality. Confession works wonders. I didn't expect that the Empress is still a love-brained person. Can falling in love save your life? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have been a dog in the Yi family in my previous life, and suffered myself to death. Even after death, he was still despised for wasting land. Having lived his life again, Chu Qin had already seen through everything. For him now, family ties, father-son love, sister-brother love, they are all shit. Be twice as good to her as to those who are good to you. For those who are evil to you, no matter who they are, you should give them an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, just fight them back. One more word, one more moment of hesitation. They are all fucking cheap. Empress Lin Shuwang saved his life, and he, Chu Qin, would repay her double in the future. Yi Xian Yi Ding, the 7 sisters of the Yi family. The disgusting things that Chu Qin had done to him, humph. Isn't the Yi family powerful? Isn't it possible to rely on Yi Xian to secure the position of the immortal family and allow the entire Yi family to rise again? Humph. Just wait and see. The holy white lotus is best to be torn by hand. Swish. While thinking, Chu Qin took 2 steps at a time and followed the signs. After leaving the purple bamboo forest, he headed south all the way to Chiwang Mountain. The trial venue for outer disciples is right at the entrance of Chiwang Mountain. Fortunately, this place is not far from the purple bamboo forest. Even if you walk, you can get there in less than half an hour. These days are the days when the Divine Flame Imperial Palace opens to recruit disciples. All the nearby cultivation geniuses, hermit geniuses, children of aristocratic families, etc., as long as they meet the requirements, rush to Chiwang Mountain to participate in the outer disciple trial, dreaming of being able to successfully enter the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and change their destiny. So, when Chu Qin arrived at the gate of Chiwang Mountain, he was shocked by the huge crowd of people. Empress Lin Shuwang is the master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. With her identity and status, with just a glance or a word, Chu Qin can easily enter the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and his status is extremely high. There is no need for the Empress to even show up. Her silly apprentice Zhang Ke can arrange everything properly. But the Empress did not do so. Instead, she handed Chu Qin a token and asked him to take part in the outer disciple trial like other children of noble families who wanted to enter the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Why is this? Tightening the token in his hand, Chu Qin could roughly guess the purpose of Empress Lin Shuwang. This is to give yourself enough time to develop slowly to avoid being targeted by others. After all, Chu Chen's reputation is too great. Now that he has resumed his cultivation path, if he gets too close to the Empress right from the start, it will easily arouse jealousy and lead to him being framed. In addition, in order to heal herself, the Empress Lin Shuwang did not hesitate to lower her realm and forced herself into seclusion. There was no one to protect her in the Xinyan Imperial Palace. In a word, the Empress was protecting him, Chu Qin. The Empress's plan was good, but he, Chu Qin, was not a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone. Possessing the supreme imperial weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, and now resuming his spiritual practice, he is destined not to be able to keep a low profile even if he wants to. Stop! This is where the outer disciples are undergoing trials. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Those who trespass will die. As soon as Chu Qin reached the gate of Chiwang Mountain, he was stopped by several ferocious-looking disciples at the gate. Seeing this, Chu Qin didn't waste any words with them. He directly took out the token from the storage ring and waved it in front of several disciples. Swish! As soon as the token came out, the disciples who had been stern, domineering and speaking bad words to Chu Qin on one hand, were so scared that they bowed their heads and saluted to Chu Qin the next moment. They all shrank their heads and laughed awkwardly. Brother, please come in. The outer disciples' trial is about to end. Brother, please come in. Please come in. Yes, don't waste time and delay brother's important business. Chu Qin didn't say anything more to these disciples and stepped into Chiwang Mountain. The battle with the Empress 3 years ago caused his meridians to be severed and his cultivation to be destroyed. Now his cultivation path has been resumed, but he still needs to start from the beginning and practice again bit by bit. Starting over is not necessarily a bad thing. Having walked the path you have walked before, you will naturally be familiar with it. And with the experience of practice in the previous life, you can go further. The Divine Flame Imperial Palace is the holy land of the Demon Clan in southern Xinjiang. It has stood on the ancient continent for tens or even millions of years. How profound is its heritage? Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Since we are starting over, we must take all the cultivation methods of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Take them all. Moreover, Chu Qin was not stupid. He had already seen that the situation of the Empress Lin Shuwang in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace seemed a little dangerous. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring, let alone the grace of saving a life. Now that I've made my confession, I can't just walk away and forget about it, right? In this case, he, Chu Qin, also has a great gift to give to the Empress Lin Shuwang. Thinking of this, Chu Qin looked towards the platform in the square, which was crowded with people. Pushing through the crowd and walking forward, what comes into view are 6 jade pillars supporting the sky, rising from the ground. These jade pillars are milky white in color, and each one is 100 meters tall. They stand on the high platform of Chuang Mountain, like giant trees towering over the sky, blocking out the sun. This spiritual awakening jade pillar is similar to other holy places. A cultivator can place his palm on it and inject his spiritual power into the spiritual awakening jade pillar to test the properties and strength of his own spiritual power, thereby judging the cultivator's potential and talent. When the jade pillar of awakening spirit is lit, it means that the trial taker has spiritual power in his body and can embark on the path of spiritual practice. The height of the illuminated light column indicates the talent of the trial taker. Generally speaking, if the light column is less than 10 meters, it is a low-grade spiritual root. 10 to 40 meters are medium-grade spiritual roots. 40 to 70 meters are top-grade spiritual roots. If it is over 70 meters, it is a top-grade spiritual root that is 1 in 10,000. The 6 jade pillars of spiritual awakening represent gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and other spiritual powers of various attributes besides the 5 elements. The Yi family also has a jade pillar for awakening spirits. All disciples of the Yi family have to undergo a spirit awakening test during their coming-of-age ceremony, so Chu Qin is very familiar with it. Thinking of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth that occurred when he was conducting the spiritual awakening test at the Yi family, Chu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Some people are born as dazzling and eye-catching as the sun hanging high in the sky. They cannot be concealed even if you want to. Taking his eyes away from the Qiling jade pillar, Chu Qin was not in a hurry to show off, but began to look around. Soon, an old man in black clothes appeared behind the jade pillar and attracted Chu Chen's attention. The old man was flying in the air, with his hands behind his back, his Taoist robe fluttering in the wind. The terrifying spiritual pressure burst out from his body, falling from the sky, shocking thousands of people in the entire Chiwang Mountain. A saint-level strong man who comprehended the power of space. I think the old man is the elder who is in charge of the trial of the outer disciples this time, and he is also the most powerful person present. At this moment, he frowned, closed his eyes and thought. His old face was full of disappointment and impatience. This outer disciple trial has been held for 2 days, and today is the last day. If anyone has not yet stepped forward to light up the jade pillar of awakening spirit, hurry up. In another hour, it will be over. The old man in black opened his cloudy eyes and looked at the thousands of trial takers under his feet, with a strong sense of dissatisfaction. In 2 days, more than 800 trial participants successfully lit up the jade pillar of awakening spirits. Less than 50 of them had high-grade spiritual roots, less than 200 had medium-grade spiritual roots, and as for those with top-grade spiritual roots and spiritual roots with multiple attributes, even more. No one! The old man sighed slightly. With his saintly cultivation, he was assigned to guide the outer disciples, a group of disciples with extremely ordinary qualifications who might not achieve anything in the future. Thinking of this, the old man in black lost his patience and became a little annoyed. Chu Qin didn't pay attention to anything else, but looked at the 6 jade pillars of awakening spirits standing on the high platform, distracted for a moment. He was also very curious about resuming his spiritual practice and living a second life. What kind of phenomena will be triggered if the spiritual awakening test is carried out again now? What should we do? Time can make people forget everything. It's only been 3 years. The world has forgotten one thing. That is the number one genius in cultivation in the entire ancient continent. He has never been Yixian, nor the Empress Lin Shuwang. But it's him, Chu Qin. Now Chu Qin is back. While thinking, Chu Qin wanted to stretch out his right hand and touch the Qi Ling jade pillar. At the same time, deep inside the Red King's palace, several dusty coffins were shaking and buzzing violently. It seemed as if the next moment, these coffin lids would be opened. Chapter 26 Genius? What the hell is a genius? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Elder Jiayin finished speaking, the trial participants walked up to the stage one by one, nervously stretched out their hands, and touched the jade pillar of awakening spirits in front of them. 15 meters, loser! 25 meters, garbage! 38 meters, and still a waste! Beams of light rose from the jade pillar, but the height was basically below 40 meters, which was a medium-grade spiritual root. Hey! Elder Jiayin sighed again, shook his head, and closed his eyes, not wanting to even look at it again. A bunch of losers. My disciple, I am Li Long, the prince of the Dagon dynasty. I am here to test my spiritual roots. Just as Elder Jiayin closed his eyes, a prince of a dynasty dressed in gorgeous clothes walked straight to the stage with the gait of a dragon and a tiger from the crowd. Facing the salute from the prince of the dynasty, Elder Jiayin didn't even bother to open his eyes and say hello, and simply ignored him. After all, the entire Dagon dynasty was not worthy of the attention of a saint like him, let alone a little prince. Seeing this, Li Long smiled awkwardly, but did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. The entire Dagon dynasty was just a small vassal state, and its strongest cultivator was only at the divine fire realm, who couldn't even withstand a single move from the Elder Jiayin in front of him. How could a mere prince like him dare to show his dissatisfaction in front of a saint? After completing the ceremony, Li Long extended his broad palm, walked straight forward, and touched the third jade pillar in front of him. Oh my God, the princes of the Dagon dynasty are here. This is a sure thing. Humph, a dignified prince actually competes with us for the position of outer disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. What a stunt. Hush! What do you know? In front of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, what is an ordinary dynasty empire? It is no exaggeration to say that as long as this Li Long successfully enters the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, even if he becomes the lowest level outer disciple, the position of the crown prince of the Dagon dynasty will belong to him. The trial participants below the stage were talking about it, but Li Long obviously didn't take it to heart and focused on the spiritual root test. The Dagon dynasty also had the jade pillar for awakening spirits, so compared to those poor disciples, Li Long came with confidence to participate in the trial this time. Li Long was seen standing in front of the third jade pillar of Qi Ling. He concentrated his mind and calmed his breath. After taking a deep breath, he stretched out his broad palm and pressed it against the jade pillar. Then he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and forcefully penetrated into the jade pillar. Swish! With the infusion of spiritual power, an ice-blue beam of spiritual power appeared on the third jade pillar of awakening spirits. Once this beam appeared, it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing straight towards the sky. 10 meters! 30 meters! 60 meters! Oh my God! The spiritual energy beam is still rising! Amidst the exclamations, Li Long snorted coldly. His face had already turned red as liver, and he released all the spiritual power in his body. The ice-blue beam of spiritual power rushed higher and higher until it stopped at a height of about 80 meters, and then slowly dissipated. 80 meters! If the spiritual power beam can reach 70 meters, it means it is a top-grade spiritual root. Li Long actually rushed to 80 meters. This Li Long is worthy of being the prince of the Dagon dynasty. His potential is so terrifying. I think the new king of outer disciples this time must be him, Li Long. Elder Jiayin, who had been thinking with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. That wrinkled, dry old face finally showed a smile at this moment. Top-grade spiritual roots, not bad. Not bad. After receiving the praise from Elder Jiayin, Li Long bowed and saluted, then looked at the thousands of trial takers below the stage, his face full of pride. From then on, Li Long and these people were no longer on the same level. With these ordinary people there is a world of difference. It is not easy to find a person with top-grade water spirit roots. In this way, I can complete my mission. After Li Long finished the test, Elder Jian stood up and scanned the entire audience with calm eyes. He already had the intention of leaving. The outer sect disciple trials have been going on for 3 days. Those with mid-grade spiritual roots or above are considered to have passed the first stage of the trials. I declare that this spiritual root test is over. Those who pass the test will follow me into Scarlet King Mountain to prepare for the second round of trials tomorrow. For the rest, there is no need to stay in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and waste my time. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Jiayin waved his hand, and powerful spiritual power descended from the sky, lifting up the bodies of those who had passed the spiritual root test and ready to fly into the depths of Qiwang Mountain. But just as Elder Jiayin turned around and was about to leave, Chu Qin, who had been silent, came to his senses and started to move. Although Elder Jiayin had announced the end of the spiritual root test, Chu Qin did not care. Previously, in order to understand the rules of the trial for outer disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and immersed in past memories, Chu Qin did not make any unnecessary moves. He was like a transparent man and was directly ignored by everyone present. But now, it's finally his turn. Because he believed that as long as he showed his talent for cultivation. Don't say that the spiritual root test is just over. Not to mention the little Elder Jiayin. That's when the entire outer disciple trial is over. Even the peak great saints and even the old antiques at the Saint King level in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace would be completely alarmed by Chu Qin, and even jaw-dropping. Chu Qin walked up to the platform alone, stretched out his fair and slender hand, and touched the first jade pillar of awakening spirit. The whole process was extremely easy, natural and simple, without any drag. It's like doing something extremely ordinary and common. Boom! But on the contrary, the Qiling jade pillar that was touched burst out with unprecedented momentum, rumbling and shaking violently, shaking the heaven and earth. As the spiritual power vibrated, the sky above Qiwang Mountain was covered with rolling clouds and thunder roared. It's like a calm lake, and suddenly a stone is thrown into it. Ripples spread everywhere, and the scene completely exploded. I saw a red beam of spiritual energy appear on the first jade pillar of awakening spirit, and then rushed up to the sky with the force of thunder. 10 meters. 50 meters. 70 meters. 100 meters. That beam of spiritual energy rushed over a distance of 100 meters in an instant without any effort, and its power remained undiminished until it reached the top of the spiritual light column. When the beam of spiritual power reaches a height of 70 meters, it can be called a top-grade spiritual root. Among thousands of trial takers, only Prince Li Long, the great prince, was able to do it. But as soon as Chu Qin made a move, the spiritual power beam not only rushed to more than 100 meters, but also rushed to the top of the Qiling light pillar, making the entire Qiling light pillar red, like a ruby, dazzling and dazzling. Swish! Even though Chu Qin had already withdrawn his hand and stood still, the red spiritual energy beam left on the spiritual light column still lasts a long time. Half the sky above was illuminated red. Wow! Elder Jiayin, who had already turned around and was about to leave, suddenly turned back, half opened his mouth, stared at the red pillar of light rising from the ground in front of him, and was instantly distracted. Not to mention that Elder Jiayin was stunned. Thousands of trial takers on the huge Red King Mountain were completely silent. They stared with eyes wide open and mouths half open at the red pillar of light rising from the ground, completely confused. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The spiritual energy beam is as high as 100 meters. This is simply impossible to do. How could there be a trialist with a higher talent than me? I am the prince of the Dagon dynasty. The first one to recover from his shock was Li Long. He originally thought that he had secured the position of rookie king in this outer disciple trial. He is the only one who can catch the eye of Elder Jiayin. He stole the show on Qiwang Mountain, and from then on he made a great leap forward and rose to prominence. There will even be a chance to meet Her Majesty the Empress in the future, bringing honor to the family. But just as this rising star was about to rise, Chuchen slapped him down and stepped on him in the mud. Step on it again and again. In front of Chuchen, who was as dazzling as the bright moon, Li Long felt that the light on his body was as small as a grain of rice, let alone competing with him. Just by being close, you will be ignored by outsiders. Elder Luo, this Juling Jade Pillar must have a problem, otherwise it would be impossible. Li Long still wanted to discredit Chuchen, but before he could finish his sentence, Elder Jiayin waved his sleeves, and the terrifying spiritual power directly blew him away dozens of meters. Roll! Elder Jiayin Luotong slapped Li Long away like slapping a fly, then stared at Chuchen on the high platform. After a brief moment of surprise, he suddenly laughed up to the sky. Top-grade fire-type full spiritual roots! Top-grade fire-type full spiritual roots! 10 years! 10 whole years! I never thought that I, Luo Tong, would be able to attract a genius with all the spiritual roots of the best fire element one day. Ha ha! Ha ha! The palace master of the Red King will definitely reward me greatly. My divine flame imperial palace is prosperous and blessed with great fortunes. By injecting spiritual power into the Jade Pillar of Spirit Awakening, the cultivator's cultivation talent can be judged based on the spiritual power beam that is stimulated. Generally speaking, if the spiritual power beam reaches more than 70 meters, it can be called a top-grade spiritual root. Those who possess superb spiritual roots are rare cultivation geniuses among millions. They can join major holy places and cultivation families and receive the full support of the sects and families. But above the best spiritual roots, there is another kind of spiritual root, which is the even rarer best full spiritual root. The beam of spiritual power reached a height of 100 meters, completely lighting up the entire Jade Pillar of Spiritual Awakening. This was a unique sign of the best and most complete spiritual roots. It's just that because top-grade complete spiritual roots are too rare, most people don't know about it, but the elders who are in charge of the trials of outer disciples are naturally very familiar with it. For a cultivator who possesses all the best spiritual roots, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be no problem for him to break through to the Saint King realm. In other words, as long as the sect or Holy Land recruits a cultivator with top-grade complete spiritual roots, then after a few years, the sect will gain a powerful Saint King to take charge. Haha, let me see where this kid comes from. As he spoke, the guiding elder Luotong manipulated his spiritual power and slowly descended from the sky to the high platform in the square. He had already forgotten about Li Long. Boy, my name is Luotong, and I am the elder in charge of recruiting disciples for the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. You! When Luotong was speaking, Chuchen didn't even raise his head. His face was as calm as water, neither happy nor sad, as if he didn't see Luotong and continued to do his own thing. Boy, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? Luotong frowned. He was a saint and an elder of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. He was in a high position and had great power. How could he be looked down upon by a junior? Even if he has good talent and is a rare top-grade full spiritual root, isn't it too arrogant and domineering? Luotong snorted coldly and was about to make a move to shock Chuchen, but his pupils suddenly dilated as if he saw something. Wow! This. Could it be that this kid? Impossible! Absolutely impossible! An extremely terrifying thought arose in Luotong's mind. He was a saint-level expert, but now he was hesitating. Not to mention shocking Chuchen, he didn't even dare to breathe. But Chuchen calmly walked to the second jade pillar, then slowly stretched out his hand and pressed it. Chapter 27. The first person in the ancient times, top-grade 5 elements full spiritual roots. The best fire-type spiritual roots are 1 in a million and are indeed very rare and precious. But compared to the entire Xinyan Imperial Palace, they are not rare. After all, the Xinyan Imperial Palace has hundreds of thousands of disciples. The so-called 1 in a million can be found in large numbers in the Xinyan Imperial Palace. Elder Luotong is a saint. In front of a saint, a person with full spiritual roots of the highest grade fire element dares to disrespect his elders. That is extremely disrespectful. It would not be too much to teach this so-called genius a lesson so that he would know his place and that there are always people better than him. But just as Elder Luotong was about to take action, he discovered that Chu Qin was actually walking towards the second jade pillar of awakening spirits. Hasn't the spiritual roots been tested? Why are you heading towards the second jade pillar for awakening the spirit? Could it be? As soon as that terrible thought arose in his heart, Elder Luo Tong could no longer suppress his excitement. His old face turned red, and his turbid eyes stared at Chu Qin on the platform, not even daring to breathe hard. He was afraid that the sound of his breathing would disturb Chu Qin. Elder Luo Tong remained silent, and the other trial takers did not dare to move. They all stared at each other with their eyes wide open, their mouths half open, and their faces full of confusion. Thousands of trial takers looked at Chu Qin in unison. Some were surprised and jealous, but more of them were puzzled. Chu Qin did not let these people wait too long. The so-called spiritual root test was just a formality for him, the #1 cultivation genius in the ancient continent. It is as easy and natural as eating and drinking. It couldn't be simpler. Bang! When Chu Chen's white and slender palm touched the Qiling jade pillar, the spiritual power in his body surged out again and forcefully penetrated into the second Qiling jade pillar. Boom! A golden beam of spiritual energy slowly emerged on the jade pillar of awakening spirit, and then, as everyone looked in disbelief, it transformed into a golden arrow and shot straight up into the sky. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. 70 meters. This beam of golden spiritual power rushed to a height of 70 meters in one breath, and the entire platform was already dead silent. 70 meters. It means the best spiritual root. The golden beam of light represents the gold spiritual root. In other words, in addition to possessing top-grade fire spiritual roots, Chu Qin also possesses top-grade gold spiritual roots. Swish! Before everyone could recover from their shock, the golden light beam on the second awakening jade pillar did not slowly dissipate after reaching a height of about 70 meters. Instead, it rushed up again against the trend. 80 meters. 90 meters. 100 meters. That golden beam of light rushed to the very top of the Qiling jade pillar, and its momentum continued unabated, as if it was trying to break free from the Qiling jade pillar and fly into the sky. Extreme grade gold type full spiritual root! Looking at the two spiritual light beams rising into the sky, the Jiayin elder Luo Tong trembled all over. He was a powerful man at the level of a great sage, but now he trembled even when he spoke. Who would believe it if I told them? What kind of scenes has Luo Tong not seen? But today. Impossible! This kid is obviously in his 20s. He is so old, but he has no cultivation at all. Luo Tong stared at Chu Qin below, his face full of confusion. With 2 top-grade spiritual roots, even if he is just a pig, he has lived for more than 20 years, so he should at least be in the condensed Yuan secret realm, right? Cultivation is against the will of heaven, and generally speaking, the earlier the better. The geniuses and saints of all the major holy places often show a talent and speed of cultivation that far exceeds their peers when they are very young. In his 20s, he was still an ordinary person with no cultivation. How can you associate this kind of person with a genius who possesses 2 supreme spiritual roots? Forget it. No matter what, the Qiling jade pillar will never go wrong. This man is accepted by me as my disciple. The sect will definitely reward me with a lot of rewards, hee. Although he was puzzled, Luo Tong did not think much about it. He took a deep breath and controlled his spiritual power to slowly descend from the sky to in front of Chu Qin. Practitioners who are proud of their talents and have high talents are somewhat arrogant. Luo Tong also expressed his understanding of this point. In front of the genius who possessed 2 top-grade spiritual roots, even though Luo Tong was a high and mighty great sage, he had no temper. He did not fly in the air, but walked in front of Chu Qin and no longer put on airs. This obviously treats Chu Qin as a peer, with full sincerity. I am the elder Jiayin. You have 2 supreme. While Luo Tong was speaking, Chu Qin still ignored him and walked towards the 3rd jade pillar of awakening spirit on the platform. Luo Tong took a deep breath, was slightly moved, and shut up consciously. The look he gave Chu Qin could no longer be described as shock, but became more serious. Oh my God! Who is this kid? 2 of the spirit awakening jade pillars have already been lit up, and the spiritual energy beams have rushed directly to the top of the jade pillars. Why is this kid still heading towards the 3rd spirit awakening jade pillar? Could it be that in addition to possessing top-grade fire-type full spiritual roots and top-grade gold-type full spiritual roots, he also... And he has a 3rd spiritual root? This is impossible. Are you going to let me live? If he can light up the 3rd jade pillar of awakening spirit, I, Zhang Ernu, will stand upside down and eat shit. Luo Tong didn't say anything, but the thousands of trial takers on the platform were already in an uproar. Boom! Chu Qin did not let these people wait too long. He walked to the 3rd jade pillar of awakening spirits, and placed his palm directly on it. He still acted calm and at ease, as if he was doing something extremely ordinary. Swish! Just as his palm touched the 3rd jade pillar of spiritual awakening, a light blue beam of spiritual energy instantly appeared above the jade pillar, and then went straight up into the sky, as Luo Tong, Zhang Ernu and others looked in disbelief. 10 meters. 50 meters. 70 meters. 100 meters. Wow! When that icy blue beam of spiritual power rushed to the top of the awakening jade pillar in the blink of an eye, the heaven and earth shook. Luo Tong staggered, then rushed to Chu Qin impatiently and blurted out in a trembling voice. I am an elder of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and I have reached the 3rd level of Great Sage cultivation. Are you willing to take me as your master? After saying this, Luo Tong stared at Chu Qin nervously, looking worried and uneasy. It doesn't seem like he's recruiting a disciple, but more like... It's like worshipping Chu Qin as a teacher. A cultivation genius who possesses all the top-grade fire spiritual roots, all the top-grade gold spiritual roots, and all the top-grade water spiritual roots. Given time, his achievements will surely surpass Luo Tong's. If Chu Qin is willing to accept him, Luo Tong, as his disciple, Luo Tong, is not out of the question. Hearing the voice, Chu Qin withdrew his hand, then turned around and looked at Luo Tong calmly, with a frivolous eyebrow, but did not say a word. Instead, he continued to walk forward with a calm face. His goal is clear. The other trial participants in the stands were so shocked that they were speechless. If Chu Qin only possessed a single spiritual root, they could still question and ridicule him. But Chu Qin has demonstrated 3 complete spiritual roots. This peerless genius is no longer from the same world as them. Zhang Ernu, who had made lofty ambitions before, was now staring at Chu Qin with his mouth half open, feeling both envious and jealous. But before Zhang Ernu could open his mouth, he found that the person he was traveling with was looking at him with a wicked smile. Then he untied his belt in public and squatted down in front of him. Puff, puff, puff. Zhang Ernu's old face turned red and he quickly pulled the person he was traveling with up from the ground. This thing, even if you want to eat it, you have to go back and hide to eat it, right? With so many people watching from the platform, does Zhang Ernu have no dignity? At the same time, Chu Qin had already walked to the 4th jade pillar of awakening spirits. Still without any pause or hesitation, he stretched out his fair and slender palm and pressed it straight against it. Boom! Following a loud bang, another beam of green spiritual power appeared above the Qiling jade pillar, and then rushed straight to the sky. 10 meters. 50 meters. 70 meters. 100 meters. Top-grade wood-type spiritual roots. Wow! Everyone on Qiwang Mountain was numbed by shock. The Jiayin elder Luo Tong's body softened and he slapped himself twice. A monster who possesses all the best gold spiritual roots, all the best wood spiritual roots, all the best water spiritual roots, and all the best fire spiritual roots at the same time, how could a little saint like him want to accept him as his disciple? Just as Luo Tong was hesitating whether to step forward and ask Chu Qin if he could accept him as a disciple, the sky over the entire Qiwang Mountains suddenly became overcast and thunder roared. Bang, bang, bang! As several sounds of space explosions were heard, terrifying figures shattered the void and appeared in the air around Qiwang Mountain. Ha ha ha! I just came out of seclusion and I've already met my destined person. What a fate! What's the point of talking about fate? I have decided to accept this kid. He is the beloved disciple I have been waiting for 80 years. Great Sage Huda, Do you still have any shame? You are only 78 years old this year, and you have been waiting for 80 years? This kid is not young anymore, and my daughter is not young either. You just want to take him as your disciple, but I want to be his father. What can you use to fight with me? Ha ha! Ha ha! As these terrifying figures shattered the void, the clouds above the entire Shuwang mountain were diluted. The people who came here are all the top fighters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. They usually stay in seclusion and will not show up easily. The Great Sage of Fire Virtue is a powerful being at the 7th level of the Great Sage Realm. Great Sage Yanbin is a powerful man at the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm. The Great Sage Muku is a powerful man at the 9th level of the Great Sage Realm. The Great Sage Shuyuan is a Great Sage of the 10th level and is only one step away from the legendary Saint King Realm. Elder Luotong, who was in charge of guiding the disciples, was so frightened when he saw these people that he fell to his knees. He was only at the 3rd level of the Great Sage, and because of his old age and frailty, his life was coming to an end. It was hopeless for him to break through in this lifetime. How could he dare to compete with these powerful men? Come someone, go and check who this kid is. What's his name and where is he from? After the ceremony, Luo Tong quickly sent a message to other disciples, hoping to find out Chen's background as soon as possible. Such genius! Such a monster! Even if I can't accept him. Bah! It's already this time, what are you thinking about? Even if I cannot become his disciple, I must find out his background so that I can establish a relationship with him in the future. After all, besides the Great Sage Yanbin, he Luo Tong also has a daughter who is still unmarried. Although she is a bit older, what if this guy likes the kind of mature and charming old women? Chu Qin didn't care about these people. After testing the 4th Jade Pillar of Awakening Spirits, he still followed his own pace and walked towards the 5th Jade Pillar of Awakening Spirits, step by step. Boom! Chu Qin only took a simple step, but those Great Sage Huda, Great Sage Yanbin, Great Sage Miuk and others who were still arguing, closed their mouths and held their breath at the same time. This kid couldn't possibly. Could it be possible to light up the 5th Jade Pillar that awakens the spirit? Difficult. Is it possible that a top-grade 5-element spiritual root is about to appear? You have to know that throughout the ancient times, there are only a handful of people in the entire ancient continent who possess the best 5 elements of spiritual roots. Only a handful. These terrifying Great Sage-level warriors looked at each other, and then simultaneously released the spiritual power in their bodies to form a spiritual power barrier that enveloped the entire Shuwang mountain. They have realized the seriousness of the situation, and this is definitely not the time for internal fighting. The most important thing is to avoid being watched by powerful people other than the Red King's palace. After taking protective measures, several great saints held their breath and looked at Chu Qin, who had already walked to the 5th Jade Pillar of Awakening the Spirit on the platform. Bang! Chu Qin was still calm and composed. He walked to the 5th Jade Pillar of Awakening Spirits without any delay. He stretched out his palm and covered it directly. Boom! Following a loud bang, as the great saints looked in disbelief, another ochre-colored beam of spiritual power slowly emerged from the Jade Pillar of Awakening Spirits and shot up into the sky. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. The best Earth-type spiritual roots appear. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the 5 elements are complete. This means that the number 1 person in the ancient continent, the top-grade 5-element spiritual root, has appeared in the world. At the same time, deep in the forbidden areas in all directions of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, extremely terrifying Saint King-level powerhouses walked out of the secret rooms one after another. These terrifying old fossil-level beings waved their hands, and space channels took shape instantly, forcing their way through Shuwang Mountain. A trace of overflowing spiritual power caused the void to tremble, the avenue to roar, and the power of the law to leak out wildly. The ultimate 5-element full spiritual root has appeared in the world. Who dares to compete with me? After so many years, my Divine Flame Imperial Palace has finally welcomed a peerless demon. 23 years ago, Yi Chuchen emerged from the Yi family, allowing the inferior Yi family to be directly promoted to an immortal family, in charge of 99 spiritual veins in the world. Now my divine flame imperial palace has finally waited for a peerless demon. Chapter 28 Fighting. The 5 holy kings scrambled to accept disciples. One after another, terrifying divine thoughts swept in from all directions and forbidden areas of the divine flame imperial palace, causing the void to explode, the avenue to roar, and the momentum of destroying the world enveloped the entire Shuwang mountain. The previously insolent great sage Huda, great sage Yanbin, great sage Miuk, and even the great sage Xuan, who was at the pinnacle of the great sages, hunched their bodies, shrank their heads, and trembled constantly. As for Elder Luo Tong, who was only at the 3rd level of the great sage realm, he hid in a corner of the Red King Mountain, trembling all over, not daring to even breathe. The reason is simple. In this era, when the great emperor does not appear and the quasi-emperor is in seclusion, the strong men in the Holy King's secret realm are the most powerful fighting force in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that the Holy King can decide the rise and fall of the Holy Land and the immortal family. Even someone as powerful as the great sage is nothing more than a slightly larger ant in front of a saint king. The Holy King is the measure of the strength of a holy land or an immortal family. They are the real foundation. At this moment, Shuwang Mountain was silent except for the occasional sound of space breaking. It could even be said to be eerily quiet, like the calm before a storm. Thousands of trial takers, including the so-called Prince Li Long of the Dogon dynasty, had already been moved hundreds of miles away by the terrifying force of space. The appearance of the top-grade 5-element spiritual root has made the entire Shuwang Mountain the target of public criticism. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, the powerful person had already activated the mountain protection formation and sent away all the irrelevant people. Because next, a storm will break out in Shuwang Mountain. A shocking battle. Boom, 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 boom. The silence was soon broken, and those extremely terrifying divine thoughts disappeared and reappeared almost at the same moment. A huge crack about several feet long suddenly appeared in the void in the east, west, south, and north directions of Shuwang Mountain. Then 4 figures stepped out from the space crack and looked at Chu Qin on the platform in unison. Walking towards the east was a strong man with his upper body naked, muscular, tall, and strong. From a distance he looked like a small valley. He has a broad forehead, a high nose bridge, thick lips, and his short hair stands up like steel needles and gathers together, which is very visually impactful. This is the palace master of the East Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, Toba Kwang. Walking towards the west was a man with a gloomy face. He was dressed in black, had a high nose bridge, and a face that was eerily pale. A pair of eyes seemed to have infinite magical power. Being stared at by them, even just a glance would make one feel cold all over. This is the palace master of the West Palace of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, Cho Rang. Coming from the south was an elegant middle-aged man holding an ancient scroll. The elegant man was handsome and suave. He held an ancient scroll in one hand and the other hand behind his back. His face was filled with a smile as warm as the spring breeze. This is the palace master of Nangong of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, Bai Yu. The last one was a middle-aged woman coming from the north. Compared with the other 3, this middle-aged beauty was very beautiful. This beautiful woman had her black hair tied into 2 buns with tassels hanging from them. She has a slim figure, picturesque features, and is wearing a long red dress. She looks elegant and graceful, but her phoenix eyes are like a pool of spring water, and she is flirting with everyone she looks at. This is the palace master of Beigong of Xinyan Imperial Palace, Gung Yan. Meet the East Palace Master! Greetings, Master Shigong! Meet Master Nangong! Meet Lord Beigong! As soon as the 4 palace masters showed up, great saints such as Huda, Yanbin, and Nuke flew to them, bowed and saluted with an extremely humble attitude. The guiding elder Luotong had already fallen to his knees in fear, with his head buried deeply, not daring to even breathe. The Divine Flame Imperial Palace is located in the southern border of the ancient continent. It is the holy land of the Demon Clan. It has a vast territory and governs millions of subjects. In addition to the Council of Elders directly under the jurisdiction of the Empress, there are also 5 major branch palaces in the east, west, south, north, and center. The masters of these branch palaces are like local princes and possess extremely high power. And because of their age, these 5 palace masters are all at the Saint King level, and their strength is even greater than that of the Empress Lin Shuwang. Since the death of the previous emperor, the empress succeeded to the throne. Although she is the master of the Xinyan imperial palace on paper, these palace masters have their own ulterior motives and have coveted the throne for a long time. Especially after Empress Lin Shuwang was defeated by Chu Chen 3 years ago and was seriously injured, which also led to the defeat of the Demon Coalition, these palace masters became more and more arrogant. If it weren't for the Council of Elders, the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace would have fallen apart long ago. Bai Yu, you carry a book with you wherever you go. You're really fast. Beigong Palace Master Gung Yan used her phoenix eyes to flirt with Nangong Palace Master Bai Yu, but she was very sarcastic and exposed people's shortcomings. Aren't you afraid of hurting your old waist? You're pretending to be polite all day long. Why are you joining us for fun? Facing Gung Yan's ridicule and sarcasm, Bai Yu was not angry, and still smiled gently. Instead, he looked at the East Palace Master Tuo Bakwang and said something provocative. If a reckless man like Tuo Bakwang can come, why can't I, Bai Yu, come? Tuo Bakwang didn't waste any words. He just clenched his fist with one hand and punched Bai Yu. Boom! It was clearly just a simple raise of his arm and a punch, without the use of any magic weapon, and without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power, but when the punch was thrown, the road roared and the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Wherever the fist wind passed, huge mountains actually appeared in the void and pressed down towards Bai Yu. The destructive force surged from all directions like a flood, submerging the place where Bai Yu was in an instant. Bai Yu, Gung Yan is looking for trouble with you, don't involve me. If you want to fight, just say so. Call out. Faced with such ferocity, Bai Yu simply waved the scroll in his hand, an invisible ripple spread out, and then the void in front of him shattered, bursting out with an incomparable suction force, swallowing up the fierce fist wind and dozens of mountains. In the blink of an eye, the space closed again and disappeared without a trace. You have such a bad temper. You, Tuo Bakwang, are still as arrogant as ever. Bai Yu was not angry either. After all, as a scholar, his cultivation was naturally higher than these ruffians. There was no need to get angry or fight with them. Even if you have to fight to the death, you have to stay. The palace master of the West Palace, the man in black with a gloomy face, did not utter a word from beginning to end. He just had a gloomy face and a pair of eyes as sharp as poisonous snakes, staring at Chu Chen below, his eyes full of greed. A top-grade 5-element full spiritual root, not to mention our divine flame imperial palace, even the entire desolate ancient continent, how long has it been since it appeared? Gung Yan covered her mouth and giggled while fiddling with her long red skirt. Her eyes were full of ripples, like spring water. I think only when such a demon is born can it alert the 4 of us at the same time. Oh no! It's the 5 palace masters! As he spoke, Gung Yan raised his eyes and looked towards the top of Chiwang Mountain. There was an extremely tiny space crack there, which could not be seen at all if one did not look carefully. Obviously, this crack is related to the last palace master of the Central Palace. However, from beginning to end, the palace master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace never showed up. In addition to the Empress, don't forget that the Empress has not shown up. The one who spoke was the silent West Palace Master Chiu Rang. As soon as he opened his mouth, a thick layer of frost instantly formed in the air around him, and the temperature dropped sharply. Lady Empress? Humph! I heard that our Empress is in seclusion and seems to be about to make another breakthrough. He has only been practicing Taoism for more than 20 years, but he is almost reaching the peak of the great sage. It makes me sleepless and restless. The discussion surrounding the Empress did not last long. The 4 palace masters looked at each other and decided to end the topic at the same time, and then continued to focus their attention on Chu Chen. A top-grade, fully spiritual root of the 5 elements, is basically destined to enter the Emperor realm. As long as we give him enough time and resources, this boy's cultivation will definitely surpass ours. Bai Yu put his hands behind his back and stared at Chu Chen on the platform with a pair of wise eyes, his eyes full of greed, envy, and amazement. Talent is something that is innate. It is hard to envy, but it is the most enviable. Let me be frank. We all want to take him as our apprentice. Tuo Bakwang was too lazy to beat around the bush, and while rubbing his hands together, he said, But there is only one boy after all, who will he belong to? As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 palace masters looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became heated. A fight? Let's have a fight! As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 palace masters took action at the same time, manipulating the terrifying force of space to open up a spatial battlefield in a corner of Red King Mountain. The next moment, 4 figures descended on the space battlefield, and then an earth-shaking battle broke out. The sword energy is majestic. Flame like a dragon. The spiritual power and spatial force exploded with such momentum that the sun and the moon fell, and the heaven and earth collapsed. From beginning to end, the 4 palace masters of the east, west, south and north never asked for Chu Chen's opinion. It was as if they didn't care about Chu Chen's opinion at all, or rather, it was a great honor for Chu Chen to be accepted as a disciple by any of them. It is impossible and will not be rejected. Chu Chen raised his head and looked at the broken void above his head, hearing the continuous explosions, and frowned. Although he did not know the 4 palace masters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, he knew that they were powerful saint kings, and he could guess what the sudden appearance of these 4 people meant. From the moment he stepped onto the platform and touched the awakening jade pillar with his hand, Chu Chen anticipated everything that would happen next. Only, these people think that the ultimate 5 elements full spiritual root is this Chu Chen's limit? Taking a look at the 6th jade pillar of awakening spirit that was so close at hand, the corners of Chu Chen's mouth slightly raised. This 6th spirit awakening jade pillar is a jade pillar used to test the properties of mixed spiritual roots. As long as Chu Chen walks forward and gently strokes the icy spirit awakening jade pillar with his palm, the 6th beam of spiritual power will appear out of thin air. Then the spiritual energy beam shot out, all the way up, until it reached the top of the spirit awakening jade pillar, reaching a distance of 100 meters. He, Chu Chen, has never been a top-grade 5-element full spiritual root, but he is unprecedented and unrivaled in the ancient continent. Top-grade, full attribute, full spiritual root. What are all attributes and all spiritual roots? That is, in addition to the basic 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, there are also wind, thunder, light, darkness. Chu Chen can absorb and refine all spiritual powers of all attributes in this world. Chu Chen can comprehend and refine all the skills of all attributes in this world. This is the fundamental reason why Chu Chen is known as the first cultivation genius in the ancient times. Not to mention Yixian, the White Lotus, even the Empress Lin Shuwang can't stand in front of him. It's hard to hide its edge. It's a pity that in his previous life, he was very talented, but before he fully grew up, he was influenced by the so-called family and relatives' ties. He fought a fierce battle with the Empress, which resulted in all his meridians being broken and his cultivation being lost, thus ending his own path of cultivation. In this life, swish! Just as Chu Chen was hesitating whether to take the 6th jade pillar of awakening spirit to test and expose the existence of his top-grade spiritual roots with all attributes, the void in front of him suddenly shattered, and a hunched old man suddenly appeared. The old man's face was covered with age spots, his eyes were cloudy, his hair was almost all gone, he held a cane in his hand, coughed from time to time, and his whole body exuded a deathly aura. I am the palace master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, Old Man Qi. At this moment, he looked at Chu Chen and spoke in a hoarse voice. Would you like to be my disciple? Chu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then he said without thinking, Willing! The quick response stunned Old Man Qi, who subconsciously asked, Why? You should know that the other 4 palace masters also want to take you as their apprentice. Chu Chen glanced at the 4 palace masters who were still fighting in the void battlefield, and a sneer of contempt appeared on his face. Because their brains are not very good. Qi Lauer. Chapter 29. A Saint King War breaks out to fight for Chu Chen. You are quite interesting. Old Man Qi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Chen in front of him, and grinned. Apart from the main Empress Lin Shuwang, the most powerful people in the Xinyan Imperial Palace are the 5 palace masters. And because of their age and the length of time they have practiced, these 5 palace masters have all reached the Saint King realm, and can be said to be the strongest fighting force in the ancient continent. Even though Chu Chen has extraordinary talent, he has no cultivation at the moment, and has not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. When Elder Lianin Luotong, Great Sage Huda and Great Sage Shuyuan met these palace masters, they were like mice seeing a cat, and they were so scared that they lay on the ground and trembled. But Chu Chen dared to say that the 4 palace masters of the east, west, south and north were not very smart. This made the central palace master Qi Lao amused. He said that they were stupid. In other words, he was praising Qi Lao for his quick mind and being smarter than the other 4 palace masters. But it is indeed the case. The 4 palace masters only know how to fight, and they think that whoever wins can accept Chu Chen as their disciple. Little did they know that while these 4 men were taking action, Old Man Qi had already taken the lead. The reason why he hadn't shown up before was to let the 4 palace masters fight each other, so that he would have a chance. Rather than saying that Old Man Qi is smart, it would be better to say that he is more insidious, cunning and scheming. However, Chu Chen didn't care about these. There was only one reason why he was so willing to become Qi Lao's disciple. That's because this was the instruction of Empress Lin Shuwang. The Empress did not say it explicitly, but Chu Chen understood it. I've heard Zhang Ke say before that the 5 branch palaces of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace recruit outer disciples at the same time, but the token given by the Empress is the exclusive token of Qiwang Mountain. Qiwang Mountain and Qiwang Palace are both under the jurisdiction of Qi Lao, the Lord of the Central Palace. Coming here to participate in the trial of outer disciples is just to let him become Qi Lao's apprentice. After all, the Empress, who is also a demon, is very clear about Chu Chen's talent for cultivation. Let alone exposing all the attributes and spiritual roots of the best grade, as long as he exposes all the 5 elements of the best spiritual roots, it will definitely attract the 5 palace masters to show up and compete to accept him, Chu Chen, as their disciple. Although he didn't know the deeper meaning behind the Empress's arrangement, Chu Chen would naturally obey her. After all, I have already confessed my feelings and I owe her a life. It seems that there is no other way to repay this kindness except to pledge my love to you. What? Can we become sworn brothers? It was a helpless act because the savior was so ugly and too eye-catching. The Empress Lin Shuwang is so beautiful that she can overshadow the moon and flowers, and is one of the most beautiful women in the ancient continent. In her previous life, she fought a great battle with the Yi family for Chu Chen. In this life, she risked a decline in her cultivation level and stripped the divine phoenix feather from her body to heal Chu Chen's wounds and resume his cultivation. If he doesn't help the Empress to completely control the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, he, Chu Chen, will not be worthy of being the #1 cultivation genius in the ancient continent. What Chu Chen has to do now is to transform himself into a sharp nail and firmly stick it into the side of Old Man Qi in the central palace. Wait for the right opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen glanced at the 6th jade pillar of awakening spirit on the platform. After hesitating for a moment, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of exposing the existence of a top-grade beast with all attributes and spiritual roots. After all, the top-grade 5-element spiritual roots are already against the will of heaven. They have already attracted the masters of the 5 branch palaces, and have also successfully become Qi Lao's apprentice. The more they are exposed, the more dangerous it will be. You must know that after the 6th jade pillar of awakening the spirit is lit, horrifying visions will befall the heaven and earth. All sorts of strange visions, such as the singing of dragons and phoenixes, the rippling sound of immortals, and the purple air spreading across 100,000 miles, will instantly appear above the Qiwang Mountain, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, and cannot be hidden. By then, not only the masters of the 5 branch palaces will be alarmed, but even the demon holy places and immortal sects outside the Divine Flame Emperor Palace will be alarmed and send people to spy. It would be unreasonable for the Empress not to show up in such a strange scene. But at this moment, the Empress Lin Shuwang had to go into seclusion because her divine phoenix feather was taken away from her, and her realm dropped. If it were in his previous life, the young and energetic Chu Chen would naturally show himself without reservation. But after dying once and living a second life, he realized that some cards should always be kept hidden. Before growing up, no matter how talented or evil a person is, if others see through him, he will be close to death. "What's your name, kid?" While paying attention to the battle on the void battlefield, Old Man Qi looked at Chu Chen in confusion and asked, "With such talent, why haven't you embarked on the path of cultivation and started practicing at such a young age?" Chuchen was stunned. He knew that some things could not be hidden. While thinking about how to answer these two questions, there was a loud boom, and the empty battlefield above his head was suddenly torn apart, and then 4 angry figures joined forces to kill the palace master of the central palace, Chi La. The power is overwhelming. Obviously, the 4 palace masters of the east, west, south and north reacted and became furious after realizing that they were being fooled. Not good, kid, you should go back to your master's red palace first. I will come back to find you after I have dealt with the 4 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Chi used his dry and wrinkled hands to slam his crutch, and a space channel took shape instantly. In an instant, a spatial force quickly spread from point to surface, like ripples on the water, instantly wrapping around Chu Chen's body and sinking into the space channel. Master, you have to be careful when you are fighting 1 against 4. I am worried. Before Chu Chen finished his words, he was teleported to the depths of the Red King Palace and disappeared. This cheap disciple actually cares about me, an old man. It's a pity. Old Man Chi looked at the space crack that closed again and grinned. Although his old eyes were extremely cloudy, they were still as sharp as an eagle, making people dare not look directly at him. Swish, swish, swish. Just when Chu Chen left for a moment, 4 terrifying figures descended on Chi Lao's 4 sides respectively, and surrounded him. The terrifying Holy King weapon began to revive, and the surrounding space and time were instantly imprisoned. Although the masters of the 5 branch palaces in the east, west, south, north and center of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace have different levels of cultivation, they are all powerful Saint Kings and possess Saint King weapons, so they have no shortage of means to protect their lives. No matter how strong Old Man Chi was, he couldn't fight 4 alone. However, facing the siege of the 4 palace masters, Old Man Chi just narrowed his eyes slightly and was not panicked at all. Old Chi, you are so cunning, you have fooled me. That's right. You're smart to take that guy into your pocket first while the 4 of us are competing in the void battlefield. Old man, do you think that just letting him become your disciple will solve the problem? Are we helpless? If you don't give us an explanation today, no one can leave. Even though they were both the palace masters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, a Saint King realm powerhouse had his own dignity. Being teased and having his home robbed in public, Tuo Bakwang and Gun Yen, both of whom had bad tempers, pointed at Old Man Chi and started cursing. Tuo Bakwang, who had the most violent temper, had 2 axes in his hands and was about to take action. Old Chi, this matter has indeed passed. Even the elegant Bai Yu frowned at this moment, blocking Old Man Chi's retreat. It's not that I'm mean, it's just that there's only one person with all 5 elements of spiritual roots, and the 5 of us all want to take him as our disciple, so what should we do if we don't use some tricks? Old Man Chi narrowed his eyes slightly, not panicking nor panicking. Since he dared to do this, he must have thought of a countermeasure long ago. Are we going to ask that kid to worship all 5 of us as his masters at the same time? That would be too easy for him. I will not pass on my unique skills to others easily. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 palace masters snorted coldly and pressed forward again. Gung Yan snorted coldly and questioned. What you said is true, but you can't let it go for nothing, Old Man Chi? Chiu Rang, the gloomy black-clothed man who had been silent all this time, raised his lips slightly, licked his bloody red tongue, and said, In my opinion, it would be better to kill this guy and put an end to it all. If other holy places encountered a genius with all 5 elements of spiritual roots, they would definitely hold him in their mouths for fear that he would melt, or hold him in their hands for fear that he would fall. However, they did not expect that the Lord of the West Palace, Chiu Rang, wanted to kill him directly because of the uneven distribution. Man. This person is absolutely a complete lunatic. I won't beat around the bush with you. Since this kid has accepted me as his master, he is my only successor. Whoever dares to hurt him will be my mortal enemy, and we will fight to the death. Old Man Chi has been in seclusion in the Xinyan Imperial Palace for many years and has never come out. He rarely gets involved in the conflicts between the several palace masters or even the Empress. No one expected him to be so resolute today, leaving no room for negotiation in his words. If you are not convinced, just do it. After these words were spoken, even Bai Yu, who was usually good-tempered, frowned. The spiritual power in his body vibrated in an instant, and the murderous aura seemed to have substance, constantly squeezing the surrounding void. Old Shi, you are so arrogant! We are all Saint King Realm experts. Now we are alone against 4. You still dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think that the 4 palace masters are made of clay? As soon as Gung Yan finished speaking, she pulled out the hairpin on her head and waved her hand towards the old man Qi in front of her. Crash! A galaxy appeared out of nowhere, vast and mighty, rushing towards old man Qi with overwhelming force. This hairpin is no ordinary object, but an extremely terrifying Holy King weapon. It is Gung Yan's natal magic weapon, named Zhoutian Xingha hairpin. With just a stroke of the hand, you can draw on the power of the stars in the sky and refine everything in the world. Chapter 30. Your teacher will give you the best in this world. Get started! What are you still standing there for? Others are afraid of old man Qi, but I am not. As soon as Gung Yan made his move, Tuo Bakwang could no longer hold back and attacked as well. He held a mountain axe in his right hand and swung it out suddenly. The axe head swelled up in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it became 100 meters long, and then strangled old man Qi. Faced with Gung Yan and Tuo Bakwang's deadly moves, Qi Lao naturally did not dare to be arrogant. He used the power of space to begin moving in a small space, while raising the cane in his hand and began to wave it continuously. The force of space erupted in an instant. With Qi Lao as the center, space and time collapsed within a radius of hundreds of meters, and then turned into a ferocious wild beast. The wild beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed the mountain-splitting axe and the vast Milky Way that were approaching it in one gulp. 1 against 4, I want to see where your confidence comes from, old man Qi! At the same time, Bai Yu and Xiao Rang looked at each other, and also sacrificed their Holy King weapons, preparing to attack Qi Lao. Stop! Seeing that Bai Yu and Xiao Rang were about to take action, old man Qi quickly stretched out his hand and interrupted them. As both of them were at the peak of Saint King Realm, old man Qi didn't have the strength to fight 4 of them alone. What? Old Qi, you don't want to fight anymore? It's too late to be afraid now. That's right. But if you choose to quit and hand over that kid, the 4 of us can also. Without waiting for Bai Yu and the others to speak, old man Qi sneered with a gloomy face. I think you guys have misunderstood. My lifespan is almost over, and I don't have much time left. This kid has the best 5 elements of spiritual roots, so he is most suitable to be my disciple and receive my inheritance. As he spoke, looking at the 4 palace masters in front of him who were eager to make a move, old man Qi turned his hand seals and performed a secret method, which actually began to burn his life directly. His aura increased greatly in an instant. Even if I overdraw my life, I know I can't fight 4 alone. But as we are both in the Saint King realm, I can still take 1 or 2 people with me before I die. Wow! After these words were spoken, Gung Yan, Bai Yu and others who were originally preparing to take action again became solemn and fearful. An old man who is almost dead is willing to burn his life. What does this mean? This means that old man Qi has started to fight desperately. In order to accept Chu Chen as his disciple, he even gave up his life. As the saying goes, the arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Although Gung Yan, Bai Yu and others also wanted to accept Chu Chen as their apprentice, compared with their own lives. Madman! Xiao Rang, who was known as a madman, snorted coldly and then walked away. He didn't care about the matter of accepting disciples, and he showed up just because he didn't want other palace masters to take advantage of him for nothing. Old Qi, you are so cruel! Remember that you owe me a favor. Gung Yan also reinserted the Zhoutian Xingha hairpin into her hair bun, threw a coquettish glance at old man Qi, and also shattered the void and left. Bai Yu and Tuo Bakwang looked at each other and left. After all, who would dare to argue with a person who is almost dead? Call out. After the 4 palace masters left, old man Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then he leaned on his crutches, tore through the void, and escaped into the Red King's palace. I have all 5 elements of spiritual roots. It seems that I am not destined to die. I am not destined to die. Old man, I am very curious. You are a kid with perfect spiritual roots. Why haven't you embarked on the path of cultivation in your 20s or 30s? Also, who are you? Who is the person behind this? Chu Chen was forcibly moved into the Red King Palace by the power of space, and all the holy level formations around him were activated one after another. Invisibly, these dozen or so holy level formations floating in the void were connected to each other, as if woven into a transparent net, tightly enveloping the entire Red King's palace. With such tight protection, not to mention that it is difficult for ordinary Saint-level strongmen to break in, even Saint King-level strongmen can hold out for a while until Old Man Shi comes to rescue. Old Man Shi had planned everything out. He had even thought about threatening to die, but the 4 palace masters remained unmoved and still chose to fight to the death. So he had to activate the Saint-level formation in the Red King Palace and advance to protect Chu Chen. This is also the real reason why Old Man Shi showed up later than the other 4 palace masters on Chiwang Mountain. In order to protect Chu Chen, his new disciple, Old Man Shi threw out his trump card right from the start, revealing his trump card without hiding or covering up. It can be said that well-intentioned. Chu Chen was so smart that he could see the reason at a glance, and he couldn't help feeling a little touched in his heart. Of course, these dozen or so holy level formations cruising in the void have another important function besides protecting Chu Chen. That is, prevent Chu Chen from escaping during the chaos. Snap! Snap! Bang! While Chu Chen was still looking at the entire Red King Palace, cracks suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. These cracks grew bigger and bigger until they exploded like a mirror, forming a huge space crack. Trample! Trample! A crutch stretched out from the void, followed by the old figure of Qi Lao, who walked into the Red King Palace. Hoo-hoo! Old Man Qi had a head full of white hair and a hunched back. He began to breathe heavily before he had taken 2 steps. No one would have thought that such an old, hunchbacked old man who had difficulty walking would actually be the palace master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and a Saint King level powerhouse with extremely powerful strength. Boy, let me ask you again. Old Man Qi sat on the throne directly, took out a few pills from his storage ring to restore his spiritual power and blood, and swallowed them. He looked at Chu Chen standing in front of him, forced a smile, and asked again. Are you willing to enter the Red King's palace and take me as your master? Compared with his previous appearance on Chiwang Mountain, Old Man Qi looked older and weaker. It was as if in the next moment he would suddenly close his eyes, die, and leave this world. Obviously, in order to scare off the 4 palace masters, Old Man Qi, who was already nearing the end of his life, directly burned up his vitality, which was like adding insult to injury and adding fuel to the fire for him. He originally had more than 10 years left to live, but after all this, he only had less than 10 years left. But looking at Chu Chen in front of him, Old Man Qi was not anxious at all. All of this was worth it. All worth it. To be honest, I am going to die of old age in less than 10 years. As long as you agree to take me as your master, I will do my best to train you. Before I die, if I can find a successor to pass on my skills and magical powers, I can say that I have no regrets in my death. Fearing that Chu Chen would not agree, Old Man Qi panted heavily while trying his best to paint a big rosy picture for Chu Chen. You are my only direct disciple. After I die, the position of the palace master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace will be yours. Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. The Empress Lin Shuwang asked him to worship Qi Lao as his master, right? Are there any considerations in this regard? This is paving the way for yourself. Disciple is willing. Master, for my sake, did not hesitate to go to war with the 4 palace masters. I am deeply moved. As he spoke, Chu Chen hurriedly performed the ceremony of paying homage to Old Man Qi on the throne. Clean and direct. Being shy at this time is just pretending. If you refuse at this time, that means court death. Okay. Haha. Great. That's great. From now on, you will be my disciple, Old Man Qi. You will be second to none in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Old Man Qi was overjoyed. He stroked his almost fallen beard and looked excitedly at Chu Chen, who was paying homage to him as his master on the stage. There were tears glistening in the pair of cloudy old eyes. I am old now and prefer a quiet life, so I will keep the ceremony simple. But later, I will announce it to the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace, letting the Empress, the 4 palace masters, and even hundreds of thousands of disciples know that you are my disciple, Old Man Qi, and you are the direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Direct disciple? Chu Qin was stunned when he heard this. He had heard Zhang Ke say before that there were clear levels among the disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. There are outer disciples, inner disciples, true disciples, and personal disciples. Above the direct disciples is the Holy Son of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. The Holy Son needs to be recognized by the 5 palace masters and the Empress at the same time, and be appointed by the Empress herself. Therefore, the position of the Holy Son of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace has been vacant until now. Generally speaking, those who had just joined the Divine Flame Imperial Palace were outer disciples of the lowest level. In order to be promoted to an inner disciple, one must complete the inner disciple trial and then break through to at least the nascent soul realm. If one wants to be promoted to a true disciple, one must complete the tasks assigned by the sect, survive dangerous situations, and accumulate points. Only those who have reached a certain score point have the possibility of being promoted to a true disciple. This process, if you are lucky, will take several years or even more than 10 years. It is even more difficult to be promoted from a true disciple to a personal disciple. Not only does one need to reach the spiritual realm, but one also needs to be noticed by the 5 palace masters of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, or an elder from the Council of Elders. There is no logic to it, it all depends on the word fate. Some disciples have already reached the spiritual realm, but have not been chosen by the palace master and the elders. Even if they wait for decades until they die of old age, they may not necessarily have the opportunity to be promoted to a personal disciple. And he Chu Qin. After one day's work, he was directly promoted to a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. In the Central Palace, he is second only to the Emperor, and his status is second only to Qilar, the Palace Master. Master, am I not participating in the outer disciple trial? Chu Qin was stunned and asked curiously. How did he become a direct disciple all of a sudden? Moreover, he has no cultivation at all, not even at the qi condensation stage. How could this be? Is this the sect's rule? Will Master be targeted by other palace masters? You should know that being a direct disciple is not just a symbol of identity and status. The monthly salary of a direct disciple is thousands or even tens of thousands times that of an outer disciple. Faced with such overwhelming wealth, one naturally has to be a little bit, so as not to appear too utilitarian in front of this cheap master. Don't worry, since you are my disciple, you are naturally a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Without being anxious or impatient, the more old she looked at Chu Qin, the more satisfied he became. All is up to the master's arrangement. Chu Qin didn't care about it. Now that his meridians were restored, he embarked on the path of cultivation again. Breaking through the realm and improving his cultivation were the top priorities. However, cultivation requires resources, including dharma, wealth, friends and land, none of which can be missing. Becoming a disciple and joining a sect, Chu Qin was planning on obtaining resources for cultivation. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Chu Qin knows this truth very well. Old Man Qi nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand violently. A storage ring, supported by spiritual power, floated in front of Chu Qin. This storage ring is the gift from my master to you. You must not refuse it. There are 10,000 top-grade spirit stones in it. 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. 10,000 pills of various kinds, including soul-restoring pills, soul-gathering pills, and detoxification pills. In addition, there is a token that symbolizes the identity of a personal disciple. Anyone holding this token can freely enter and exit the Crimson King Palace's Gongfa Hall, Magical Treasure Pavilion, Spiritual Herb Hall, and other places. You can take any skills in the Skill Hall, any magic weapons in the Magic Weapon Pavilion, and any magic herbs and medicines in the Magic Herb Hall. I will allocate another mountain to you, open a training ground, and give you thousands of slaves and maids to serve you in your training. Chu Qin was so shocked by the wealth before him that he was speechless. Compared with the Yi family, it was like one was in heaven and the other was in a cesspool. Finally, Mr. Qi added, My dear disciple, your master wants to give you the best in this world. Chapter 31, The Master and the Disciple, each with their own agenda. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. There are also 10,000 commonly used elixirs such as Huiling pills and Jiedu pills. Such treatment, not to mention the former Yi family saint's son, I'm afraid that all the saint sons in the entire ancient continent can't compare to it. This is sending elixirs, spiritual stones, and spiritual herbs. The skills and magic weapons can be taken at will, and a mountain can be designated as a training ground. In addition to the complicated matters of cultivation, daily life, etc., there are thousands of slaves and maids to take care of them. Chuchen felt a little dizzy and began to doubt his life. Isn't it said that the path of spiritual practice is dangerous and difficult? Now there are thousands of slaves and maids to take care of us. How can we talk about hardship? Looking at his cheap master Qi Lauer, who was sitting on the throne with a face full of dedication, selflessness, and even courtesy, Chuchen felt dazed. In the Yi family, not to mention the 3 years after being deposed, even before being deposed, the treatment was not so high. From birth to now, the only person in the world who has been so good to him, Chuchen, besides the Empress Lin Shuwang, is the white-haired old man Qi in front of him. If old man Qi were a few hundred years younger, all the folds, wrinkles, age spots, etc. on the face are removed. Then change the gender. Forget it. After seeing the stunning beauty of Empress Lin Shuwang, I'm afraid there will be no more women in the entire ancient continent that will catch Chuchen's eye. Therefore, the master and the apprentice can only be the master and the apprentice. In that case, it would be disrespectful for me to refuse. Chuchen bowed to old man Qi to express his gratitude. In the path of spiritual practice, talent alone is not enough. Dharma, wealth, companions and place are all essential. This time he returned to the path of cultivation and rebelled against the Yi family. What he lacked was the resources for cultivation. Fortunately, Empress Lin Shuwang had planned all of this for Chuchen before she went into seclusion. This cold little lady is really enthusiastic when she cares about others. After being stripped of the divine phoenix feather, his realm has dropped. I wonder how the Empress is doing in seclusion? Taking the time, Chuchen tried to find a way to sneak into the Empress's palace and find out what was going on. But before that, after Chuchen put away the storage ring containing the spirit stone, he looked up and was met with the smirking eyes of his master Qi Lauer, and was slightly stunned. "Master, what are you doing?" Old man Qi stood up from the throne with his cane, then walked towards Chuchen step by step, speaking as he walked. "Since you and I have become master and disciple, don't you have to tell me some things?" "Master, I still don't know your name, where you came from, and who is the person behind you." "Of course, what I am most curious about is something else." Old man Qi walked up to Chuchen. Although he was asking questions, his tone was still gentle. All the pressure from the Saint King realm was restrained, just like an ordinary old man in the mortal world. "Then it is that you, my disciple, clearly have a rare 5-element spiritual root of the highest quality that can only be found in 1,000 years. Why have you not yet embarked on the path of cultivation and have no cultivation at all?" In response to old man Qi's question, Chuchen frowned, with a trace of struggle and entanglement on his face. Seeing this, old man Qi added before Chuchen could speak, "Please rest assured, my disciple. You and I are already master and disciple. This matter is a foregone conclusion. Then no matter who you are, where you come from, or who is behind you, I will accept you as my disciple. Otherwise I will not." As he spoke, old man Qi glanced at the storage ring worn on Chuchen's finger, and his meaning was very clear. After giving away all the spiritual stones, elixirs and other cultivation resources, old man Qi never thought of leaving a way out for himself. "Thank you, master!" Chuchen pretended to be flattered, and then without hesitation, he answered, "Master, my name is Chuchen, and before that I was the holy son of the Yi family." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, old man Qi's face changed drastically, and he took several steps back with his crutch. Even with his cultivation level of Saint King, even though he is thousands of years old, even with his identity as the palace master of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, I'm also very panicked at this moment. "Yi Chuchen, the holy son of the Yi family, who is that?" He was the most dazzling cultivation genius and evildoer in the entire ancient continent. Even the Empress Lin Shuwang, who was also an evildoer, was suppressed by him. Who do the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace hate the most? Who is the public enemy of the entire demon world? They are all the holy son of the Yi family, Yi Chuchen. Old Man Qi thought of 10,000 possibilities. Even if Chuchen was an unforgivable villain with enemies all over the world, he would risk his life to save him. After all, his life is really coming to an end and he only has a few years left to live. But Chuchen once suppressed the Empress and was the public enemy of the Xinyan Imperial Palace. If the Empress knew that she had accepted him as her beloved disciple and directly promoted him to be a disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, then, although the Empress only has the cultivation level of a saint on the surface, the master of the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace is still her, Lin Shuwang. Do I have to break up with the Empress and start a war just for this kid? Wouldn't I then become a pawn? When I and the Empress are both defeated in the fight, the other palace masters can take advantage of the situation to swoop in and reap the rewards. Old Man Qi panicked. It was the first time that a man of his age panicked. He glared at Chuchen fiercely. Old Man Qi was so angry. Is this kid sick? 3 years ago, the Empress was beaten half to death and suppressed forcefully. 3 years later, he came to the Empress's territory again and became her disciple. Isn't this just seeking death? Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Master, you don't have to worry. Looking at the troubled and confused Qi Laoer, Chuchen waved his hand and comforted him. Before coming to you, I had already met the Empress and issued a declaration of war to her. Oh no, it was a love letter! When Old Man Qi heard this, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but when he reacted, his hair exploded instantly. He took several steps and walked directly to Chuchen, asking, "What did you say? You have already met the Empress? And you also sent a love letter to the Empress?" Chuchen nodded. The fact that he read the love letter to the Empress in public was seen by the entire elders group, and there was no way he could hide it. Also, 3 years ago, when he fought the Empress, his face was seen by the elders and disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, so this could not be concealed. It would be better for him to admit it openly. After all, he has the Empress protecting him, so what is there to be afraid of? You! Old Man Qi suppressed his inner restlessness and anxiety, widened his eyes, and looked at Chuchen in disbelief. Quick! Tell me the whole story, don't leave out anything, don't hide anything. In all his life, this was the first time he encountered such a weird thing. Seeing the nervous face of Old Man Qi, Chuchen no longer hesitated and spoke immediately. Yes, master! He had to make the whole thing work so that this cheap master with ulterior motives would feel at ease. Feel free to invest countless cultivation resources in him to help him rise strongly. 3 years ago, after I was deposed in a battle with the Empress, the entire Yi family abandoned me like a worn-out shoe. I was bullied and humiliated in the Yi family, and my life was not going well. A few days ago, the Yi family stripped me of my title as Holy Son and expelled me from the Yi family, leaving me to fend for myself. I felt resentful, so I came to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, thinking of issuing a declaration of war to the Divine Flame Imperial Palace in the name of the Yi family, inducing a war between the two sides, and taking revenge. Hearing this, Old Man Qi's pupils dilated instantly, and he couldn't help but give Chuchen a thumbs up. What a vicious boy, he has his own style. It seems that they can become master and apprentice, there must be a destiny between them. Since it was a challenge, why did it turn into a love letter? Old Man Qi couldn't wait to ask questions. The story Chuchen told was so bizarre and tortuous that even he, an old man who had lived for thousands of years, was attracted. The Empress is so beautiful, I couldn't help myself and I changed the declaration of war into a love letter and confessed my feelings to Your Majesty the Empress. Having said this, Chuchen lowered his head, his face flushed with shame. Old Man Qi was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He opened his eyes wide and half opened his mouth, thinking he had heard it wrong. But when he heard the critical moment, Chuchen actually lowered his head in shame and stopped talking, which made him so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. Then he took another step forward, stared at Chuchin and asked, "And then? Just tell me, why are you so shy? You confessed your feelings to the Empress. What did the Empress say? What did she do? Didn't the Empress order your execution? Didn't the elders of the Elders' Council kill you on the spot?" Chapter 32 Love Rival appears. Generally speaking, the more powerful a cultivator is, the worse his brain is. Chuchin didn't believe this before, until today when he met his chief master, Old Man Qi. After hearing his confession to the Empress, the old guy kept asking him whether he had been ordered to be executed by the Empress. Even if he was not killed by the Empress, the elders of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace should have taken powerful action and killed him on the spot, right? It seems that in this old guy's heart, he is going to die anyway. But if Chuchin died, who would be standing in front of him? Chuchin wanted to say fuck it, but after touching the storage ring on his hand, he held back. After all, the mouth that eats is soft, and the hand that takes is short. "Master, neither the Empress nor the elders attacked me." Chuchin bowed to Old Man Qi, then continued hesitantly. "On the contrary." Old Man Qi's appetite was whetted once again. Chuchin could clearly sense that the surrounding void was shrouded in a powerful Saint King realm pressure. "If I were not this old man's apprentice, I would have been killed by this old man a long time ago." "What is it? Tell me, my dear disciple. You are going to drive me crazy. What is the Empress' attitude towards you?" The Empress' attitude towards Chuchin determined his next plan as the palace master of the Central Palace. This was an important matter. A big deal. "Why don't you make it clear all at once? You're making this old guy, who is thousands of years old, so nervous." Then the Empress seemed to be about to break through, and her internal energy became unstable, so she hurriedly went into seclusion. "But before I went into seclusion, I was given a token and asked to come to the Scarlet King Mountain to participate in the Outer Disciple trial." After hearing this, Old Man Qi was obviously relieved. However, before he could relax, his brows were wrinkled into the shape of a character again, and his pair of turbid old eyes stared at Chuchin, and no one knew what he was thinking. Old Man Qi never imagined that the person behind Chuchin was actually the Empress Lin Shuwang. Moreover, it was the Empress who asked him to come to Chiwang Mountain to participate in the Outer Disciple trial. In this way, this kid can no longer be manipulated by her whenever she wants. But this does not conflict with my plan. The stronger this kid is, the better. By then. "Haha, my dear disciple, since the Empress has no intention of killing you, then congratulations. It seems that our queen is also quite fond of you. This is a great thing." As if thinking of something, Qi Laoer suddenly reached out and patted Chuchin on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Your master doesn't have many years left to live, and I don't understand the relationship between men and women. But since you have confessed your love to the Empress and have not been executed, this means that the Empress has a good impression of you. But don't forget that in the ancient continent, strength is everything. My dear disciple, you must put aside all distractions and work hard to improve your cultivation. This is the most important thing." As soon as Old Man Qi finished speaking, Chuchin was so moved that he was speechless. He immediately clasped his fists and saluted. "Yes, master." This master and disciple, each with their own ulterior motives, had their own little plans behind the scenes. But on the surface, it is a story of a kind master and filial disciples. "By the way, although I did not personally observe the battle between you and the Empress 3 years ago, but I also heard that after that battle, the Empress was seriously injured and nearly died, and you—" Old Man Qi took only 2 steps with his cane, and then he seemed to remember something, looked at Chuchin again, and continued to question. "He ended up with his meridians destroyed, his cultivation lost, and his cultivation path cut off. How come now?" Before Old Man Qi returned to the Red King's palace, Chuchin had already thought of a statement, and immediately replied. "I don't know either. I just happened to encounter an ancient tea tree that could walk when I was crossing the heavenly demon gorge. The fragrance of tea filled the air. I knew this was a treasure, so I tried to grab it, but the tea tree was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I only managed to pick 1 tea leaf. After drinking the tea leaves, I felt my body warm, and then—" Before Chuchin could finish his words, the reluctant Old Man Qi blushed and exclaimed. "The elixir of immortality, The ancient tea tree of enlightenment. No wonder! No wonder! Only the legendary elixir of immortality can allow you to resume your spiritual practice. When Old Man Shi said this, his face was full of envy, and his cloudy old eyes were shining. What a shame! What a shame! If I had come across that ancient tea tree, why would it be like this now? The elixir of immortality is a miraculous item that can allow the ancient emperor to live a second life. Old Man Shi is only at the Saint King level. He doesn't even need a complete elixir of immortality to live a second life and regain his youth. It's a pity that he doesn't have such blessing. Wait, there's an elixir of immortality in Tianyao Gorge? Great! It is said that the ancient tea tree of Wudao not only has the effect of healing wounds, but can also help people attain enlightenment. If I could obtain this immortality medicine, I would not only be able to live a second life, but also be able to break through the quasi-emperor's secret realm. No! I'm going to Tianyao Gorge right now! As he spoke, Old Man Shi didn't even care about Chuchen. He used his crutch to directly display his great spatial power and moved to Tianyao Gorge. Chuchen was stunned. He never expected that his cheap master would be so impulsive. I just made up a random statement, but this old guy couldn't wait to charge into Tianyao Gorge. What is Tianyao Gorge? That is the paradise of monsters and one of the forbidden areas in the ancient continent. Not to mention the Saint King level demon emperors, even many demon emperors who have entered the emperor realm are lurking among them. If this goes wrong, Old Man Shi may very likely die in Tianyao Gorge. You've lived for thousands of years, but you're still so unstable. Chuchen shook his head helplessly, then pushed open the palace door and walked out of the Red King's palace. I found a cheap master and got the resources for cultivation, and now I am ready to start practicing. After living a second life, Chuchen was very curious about his cultivation speed. In addition, being able to practice means that the body can refine and store spiritual power, which means that he, Chuchen, can completely refine the heaven-swallowing demon pot, the supreme imperial weapon. The supreme imperial weapons all possess weapon spirits. Once they are thoroughly refined, the weapon spirits can be summoned for one's own use. With an imperial weapon spirit protecting him, can't Chuchen walk around the entire divine flame imperial palace with his head held high. The heaven-devouring demon pot is Chuchen's greatest reliance and trump card. Finally, after waiting for 2 more days, the 10-day deadline will be met, and Chuchen can use the heaven-swallowing demon jar to perform, grab the heavens, once more. What treasure can be caught this second time? Chuchen was very curious. It would be best if he could capture a treasure that could help Empress Lin Shuwang. After all, the only person he owed was Empress Lin Shuwang. While thinking, Chuchen walked towards the bamboo forest where Zhang Ke was. This time he successfully entered the Xinyan Imperial Palace, and even took the Central Palace Master Qi Laoer as his master. Before he began his practice, he naturally had to inform the Empress and Zhang Ke of this news. What's more, in order to save herself, the Empress stripped herself of the divine phoenix feather, her realm dropped, and she was forced into seclusion. How is it now? Chuchen naturally wants to take a look. After leaving the Red King's palace, I looked up and saw a full moon as big as a silver plate hanging high in the sky. The cold moonlight spread across the entire Chiwang Mountain, and the night was hazy. Chuchen followed the signs on the road, walked down the stairs, crossed a quiet lake, and reached the purple bamboo forest. After pushing open the half-open courtyard door, he had not taken 2 steps when a protective formation was forcibly activated as a 5-pointed star rose, blocking Chuchen's way. Zhang Ke! Zhang Ke! Is anyone there? I'm Chuchen! Chuchen stood in front of the formation, not daring to rush in, and could only shout. Even though he is very talented now, he has not yet started practicing. This is not a good thing. It would be too unfair to be strangled by the formation. But no matter how much he shouted, the door remained closed, probably because Zhang Ke was not at home. After retreating to the gate of the courtyard, Chuchen thought for a moment, then turned around and walked towards the Empress's palace. The purple bamboo forest, Red King Mountain and the Empress's underground palace are not far away from each other, forming a triangle. However, Chuchen had no cultivation and could not fly with a sword, so he could only walk on foot. Fortunately, the night was good, and after walking for about half an hour, he arrived at the Empress's palace. On the way, he encountered many disciples who questioned and inspected him. Fortunately, after Chuchen took out the token given to him by the Empress and old man Qi, the attitude of those disciples who were questioning him immediately changed. They saluted and watched Chuchen leave. Palace Master Baiyu, the Empress Master is in seclusion in her bedroom. You are not allowed to enter unless you are summoned. As soon as I walked near the Empress's palace, I saw Zhang Ke holding a long sword and stopping Nangong Palace Master Baiyu. Besides, it is already late at night. It is not appropriate to meet with the Emperor at this moment. Facing Baiyu, who had reached the Saint King realm, Zhang Ke was not stage frightened. Although she was only 14 or 15 years old, she had a stern face and looked quite majestic. Saint, I have no ill intentions. I just want to meet the Empress. Holding a scroll, the elegant Baiyu was not angry when he was stopped. Instead, he stared at Zhang Ke with sincerity. This sudden retreat makes me worried that something may have gone wrong with the Empress's practice. And I heard that the holy son of the Yi family came to my divine flame palace today to challenge the Empress. I am worried. Swish. Without waiting for Baiyu to finish his words, Zhang Ke, with a frosty face, drew out the long sword in her hand and spoke in a cold voice. It's my duty, please forgive me. If Palace Master Baiyu insists on breaking in, Ke knows she can't stop him, but please step over Ke's body. Baiyu was stunned when he heard this, then he secretly sighed. As they were both from the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, he naturally knew Zhang Ke's temper very well. This stubborn little girl is completely stubborn and won't listen to anything. In the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, apart from the words of the Empress Master, no one else is listened to, which is already considered polite to him. To other palace masters, not even a single good word. It was impossible for Baiyu to really kill Zhang Ke. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and the beloved disciple of the Empress. To attack Zhang Ke would mean completely breaking off relations with the Empress and the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Oh well! If the Empress comes out of retreat, please let me know. Baiyu sighed slightly and was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something. He then clenched his hand and a red berry appeared in his palm. This is the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit. It contains rich fire spiritual power, which is beneficial to the Empress's practice of breaking through the realm. Please pass it on to me, Saint. I will take my leave now. Zhang Ke nodded and took the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit expressionlessly. No matter what, the other party is still a powerful Saint King and the Palace Master of Nangong. If he refuses even such a small matter as handing over the spiritual fruit, it would be too inhumane. What's more, this Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit is beneficial to the Empress Lin Shuwang. Thank you very much! Seeing Zhang Ke taking the berries, Baiyu smiled gently, then waved his hand, the void in front of him shattered, and then disappeared. Bang bang bang! As soon as Baiyu left, Chuchen clapped his hands and walked from the dark to the palace gate. The saint is so majestic, I admire you! Chuchen smiled and complimented. She dared to draw her sword to stop a Saint King realm expert. She is truly a rare talent. She will surely enter the Emperor realm and become a great emperor in the future. Before he could finish his flattery, he was interrupted by Zhang Ke's cold snort. Humph, you know to come here, which means you still have some conscience. As she spoke, without waiting for Chuchen to speak, Zhang Ke waved her hand, and the formations and restrictions at the palace gate were instantly removed. If you want to see the Empress Master, just go in, why flatter her? Chuchen was speechless for a moment, gave Zhang Ke a thumbs up, then snatched the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit from Zhang Ke's hand and walked straight into the palace. Since it's for the Empress, then, I'll pass it on for you. You're welcome. Why are you staring at me like that? Could it be possible that I could embezzle this spiritual fruit? You are underestimating me, Chuchen, aren't you? Zhang Ke stamped her feet in anger, but did not stop him. After Chuchen walked into the Imperial Palace, he quickly closed the palace door. Then, he looked at the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged in the air in the center of the Imperial Palace, and his heart felt warmed. While walking towards Empress Lin Shuwang, he held the berries in his hand and started to eat them in big bites. Can the gift from the love rival be passed on to the Empress? That's not just a brain disease. Chapter 33, Overnight Stay in the Empress's Palace. Squeak. As soon as the heavy door of the imperial palace closed, 2 female disciples hiding in the dark ran out in a hurry. Then they gathered around Saint Jean-Coeur, chattering nonstop, with expressions of disbelief and disbelief written all over their faces. Saint, why did you let him in? Isn't Her Majesty in seclusion? Shouldn't seclusion be disturbed? Even Palace Master Baiyu was rejected by you, Saint. Why did you let him enter the imperial palace? Who is he? Why have I never seen him in the Divine Flame imperial palace? When Baiyu was here, the 2 female disciples were so scared that they hid themselves away. Jean-Coeur is the saint and the only beloved disciple of the Empress. She has the strength and courage to confront the Saint Kings, but they don't. That's right, Coeur, please tell us. That kid has no cultivation at all, not a trace of spiritual power in his body, he is just an ordinary person. If you let him in, what will you do if the Empress blames you later? These 2 female disciples usually have a good relationship with Jean-Coeur. Otherwise, they would not dare to speak to Jean-Coeur like this. Although Jean-Coeur is old-fashioned, stubborn, one-track-minded, stubborn, and has a bad attitude. But that was only towards those palace masters who had bad intentions and wanted to get close to the Empress. To ordinary disciples, Jean-Coeur was still very kind. Moreover, she does not have the airs of a saint at all and is quite popular among the disciples. Don't worry. Let him in. Not only will the Empress Master not blame me, but... Jean-Coeur blushed, and looking at the curious female disciples who came forward, she quickly changed her words. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? The more you know, the more dangerous it is. Anyway, I won't tell you anything. Before getting the approval of the Empress Master, Jean-Coeur kept her mouth shut. The Empress's palace is where the Empress's bedroom is located. Empress Lin Shuwang's daily life, retreat and cultivation, etc. are mostly done in the imperial palace. It was such a private place, so Jean-Coeur naturally had the confidence to let Chu-Chen in unconditionally. Although the Empress Master did not say it explicitly, she even denied it outright. But as her beloved disciple, Jean-Coeur was the first to discover that her master had fallen in love with a mortal. Although it is unknown how Chu-Chen confessed his feelings to his master was willing to strip off the divine phoenix feather, and even sacrifice his own cultivation level in order to help Chu-Chen resume his cultivation and heal his wounds. Even his life was at stake. Can this feeling fade away? Although the Empress Master repeatedly warned him not to tell Chu-Chen about these things, whether he left or stayed was entirely up to him. But Jean-Coeur is not stupid. If she keeps this kind of thing a secret, then wouldn't she be at a huge loss? He was clearly willing to risk his life for the other person, but he still didn't tell him. How could the master, who was usually so smart and clever, be so confused when it came to love matters? If a master is confused, the apprentice should not be confused anymore. Jean-Coeur could see that the man was in love with the woman, so naturally she had to be a good assist, creating opportunities for them to meet and match them up. This is also the reason why Jean-Coeur let him in before Chu-Chen even opened his mouth. The Empress Master must also want to see him. Jean-Coeur sighed slightly and glanced at the full moon above her head with resentment on her face. You said you would stay single for 10,000 years, but you, Master, are the first to fall in love with the world, hee. You told me that men are all monsters and are useless to cultivation. I think you, Master. Inside the imperial palace, in the grand hall, Empress Lin Shuwang was wearing a white dress whiter than snow. She sat cross-legged in the air with her eyes closed, looking fresh and beautiful. It is breathtakingly beautiful and beyond description. Baji. Chu-Chen walked to the side of the Empress, holding the earth core fire spirit fruit in his hand, and began to eat and chew it in big mouthfuls. It's true that this earth core fire spirit fruit tastes really good, sweet and sour, and very juicy. After one bite, the taste buds are greatly satisfied while the rich fire spiritual power goes straight into the internal organs through the throat, then flows through the meridians in the body, travels through the limbs and bones, and fills the entire body. A Saint King level expert took action as expected. Extraordinary! Chu-Chen's entire body was red, with bursts of heat rising directly from his head. The medicinal power of the earth core fire spirit fruit was too strong, and the spiritual power absorbed into his body could not be refined in time. No matter what, Bai Yu is the palace master of the divine flame imperial palace and a powerful saint king. This gift is for the Empress Lin Shuwang, so it is naturally not light. I think this earth core fire spiritual fruit is at least a top-grade earth-level spiritual object. Although it is not as good as the immortal elixir, the spiritual power and vitality contained in it are also extremely magnificent. The spiritual objects and elixirs on the ancient continent are divided into 6 grades, namely: ordinary quality, spiritual quality, yellow quality, mysterious quality, earth quality, and heaven quality. Each grade is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. Above the heavenly grade is the legendary elixir of immortality. This earth core fire spirit fruit is of intermediate earth grade. Even a Saint King level powerhouse cannot take it out casually. Its preciousness can be seen from this. Boom! Chu Qin had just swallowed the entire earth core fire spirit fruit, and the violent fire spiritual power filled the entire top grade fire spiritual root in an instant, and then the red spiritual power flowed through the meridians throughout the body and into every part of the body. Chu Qin had no intention of practicing at all, but such a vast spiritual power allowed him to break through the realm directly, and he broke through the Qi gathering realm in an instant. From an ordinary person, he transformed into a practitioner. He thought that the path of cultivation had come to an end, but the powerful medicinal power in his body had not decreased much. With every step Chu Qin took, the aura around him surged. Tread. Take 1 step and break through to the 2nd level of Qi gathering. Tread. Another step forward, and a breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Tap tap. He was only 10 steps away from the Empress Lin Shuwang. When Chu Qin walked in front of the Empress, the aura around him was like beacon fire and wolf smoke, rushing straight into the sky. Bang bang bang. After a series of breakthroughs, Chu Qin has reached the 10th level of Qi gathering realm. But even though he broke through 10 realms in a split second, only 1/10 or 1/12 of the medicinal power of the earth core fire spirit fruit was consumed. The remaining medicinal power still filled the meridians throughout his body, burning Chu Chen's body red and threatening to explode. No, the drug is too powerful. My body can't digest it at all. I can't break through any further. If I break through again, I will be in the condensation stage. Chu Qin has all the best attributes and all the spiritual roots. Now he only has the best fire spiritual root that can absorb enough fire spiritual power. In addition, there are also the best water spiritual root and the best gold spiritual root. He has not absorbed spiritual energy of corresponding attributes to reach a full state. If he were to break through like this, it would be a waste of his talent as the greatest spiritual genius in ancient times. However, if he fails to digest this violent fire spiritual power, he will be in danger of exploding. So, will Chu Qin choose to break through rashly, or will he choose to explode and die? Of course, Chu Qin. Don't choose any of them. Demon devouring jar, swallow it for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qin used his own spiritual power to awaken the heaven-devouring demon pot, the ultimate imperial weapon in his body. He has broken through to the 10th level of Qi gathering realm. Although he has not yet completely refined the heaven-swallowing demon pot, there is still some spiritual power left in his body, so he can naturally mobilize some of it. Boom! Under Chu Chen's manipulation, the heaven-devouring demon pot burst out with a terrifying devouring power, and in just a moment, all the excess fire spiritual power in Chu Chen's body was swallowed into the jar. Afterwards, there was no need for Chu Chen to control it at all. The heaven-swallowing demon pot seemed to have independent intelligence, and it refined the fire spiritual power swallowed into the pot into red fire pills. After careful counting, there were as many as 10 of these scarlet fire pills. When you break through in the future, you only need to refine these fire pills, and there will be no waste at all. Who would have thought that the violent fire spiritual power that was raging in Chu Chen's body would become unusually well-behaved and docile when it arrived at the heaven-swallowing demon pot, and even when it was refined into a fire pill, it did not resist at all. Huh! Chu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After the crisis was resolved, he quickly cut off all connections with the heaven-devouring demon pot in his body. Taking a look at the magnificent and empty hall, Chu Chen always felt as if a pair of eyes were staring at him in the dark. Especially when operating the heaven-devouring demon jar, the feeling of being stared at was more obvious. Really. Like a thorn in the back, like a fishbone stuck in the throat, like sitting on pins and needles. Fortunately, he did not completely awaken the heaven-devouring demon jar, otherwise Chu-Chun would be able to sense that something serious would happen. Looking around the imperial palace, he did not see anyone other than the Empress. However, the more this was the case, the more mysterious this divine flame imperial palace became in Chu-Chen's mind, making him wary. Focus your mind and put aside distracting thoughts. Looking at the Empress Lin Shuwang in front of him with her eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, and a trace of pain and struggle revealed on her beautiful face from time to time, Chu-Chen felt heartbroken. There is no time to think too much, it's time to get down to business. Chu-Chen walked forward, took out a dagger from the storage ring, and then waved his hand. Swish! The cold light is shining everywhere. The sharp dagger instantly cut through Chu-Chen's left wrist, and bright red blood spurted out. Chu-Chen pressed the wound on his wrist against the Empress's bright red lips, then hooked his fingers. Under the guidance of spiritual power, blood flowed out of her red lips. People only know that Chu-Chen had a great battle with the Empress 3 years ago. His chaos divine body was shattered, his cultivation was abolished, and he became a useless person. But no one knows that the chaos divine body is known as the #1 divine body in the ancient times. Even if it is broken or destroyed, the chaotic energy will dissolve in the blood, making it a precious medicine in the world. During the 3 years at the Yi family, Chu-Chen knew that he would not live long, so he used his own blood to refine chaos blood pills and gave them to his father Yi Ding, 7 sisters and Yi Xian to help them improve their cultivation. This is the biggest secret Chu-Chen has buried deep in his heart, and he has never told anyone. But they. Not only are they ungrateful, they are often sarcastic and roll their eyes. Fortunately, after living a new life, Chu-Chen had already severed the so-called family ties and so-called bonds. In this life, he only lives for himself and the people he loves. As the chaotic blood continued to flow into the body of Empress Lin Shuwang, the Empress, who was originally weak and frail, underwent a drastic change in an instant. His cultivation level skyrocketed again from the 4th level of the Great Sage, the 5th level of the Great Sage, the 6th heaven of the Great Sage, the Great Sage's 7th heaven. In a moment, Empress Lin Shuwang's realm recovered to the 8th level of the Great Sage, the peak moment. The falling state suddenly soared back in an instant. It seems like a dream. What's even more terrifying is that the chaotic blood dissolved into the body of Empress Lin Shuwang, and even the drop of divine phoenix blood that was stored in the storage ring began to produce a response. Chirp! As a loud cry of the divine phoenix echoed throughout the hall, the drop of divine phoenix blood wrapped in flames actually transformed directly into a divine phoenix bathed in fire, flapping its wings and flying into the forehead of Empress Lin Shuwang. Boom! Under the combined effects of chaos blood and divine phoenix essence blood, Empress Lin Shuwang, who had already recovered to the 8th level of Great Sage, actually showed signs of a breakthrough again. Who would have thought that after losing the divine phoenix feather, the Empress's cultivation level not only did not decline, but became even more terrifying. Bang! But just when Empress Lin Shuwang broke through, Chu-Chen fell headfirst due to excessive blood loss. He fainted in the arms of Empress Lin Shuwang. At the same time, it was almost dawn, but Chu-Chen had not yet come out of the imperial palace. Saint Zhang-Ke, who was guarding the palace gate, stamped her feet anxiously. Chapter 34 Leaning against the wall and leaving. As Chu-Chen walked into the Empress's palace, a touching and moving love story began. It was Zhang-Ke who opened it herself. When she thought of this, Zhang-Ke couldn't help but feel complacent and proud of her own wit and intelligence. But as time went by, Zhang-Ke began to panic. Is it right for me to do this? An hour later. Looking at the still closed palace gate, the smile on Zhang-Ke's face completely disappeared. What on earth were Chu-Chen and the Empress Master doing in there? What? 2 hours later, Zhang-Ke was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She walked back and forth at the palace gate with a worried look on her face. What is going on? What is going on? Didn't the comic book say that the first time was always very short? How come? After 3 hours, Zhang Ke was so anxious that she pulled out the sword in her hand and rushed to the palace gate several times. I wanted to kick the palace door open, grab Chuchen by the collar, and drag this pervert out. But I was also worried about offending my master and making the Empress lose face. It's been all night. What on earth happened in the imperial palace? Oh my god! Chuchen, this crazy man, would he really take advantage of his master's retreat and kill her? Because the Empress Master was stripped of the divine phoenix feather, her realm dropped and her aura became unstable. She couldn't even resist during her retreat. Although Chuchen is just an ordinary man, he has lustful intentions and courage. He took advantage of the situation and made things fait accompli. Oh, it was Zhang Ke who put Chuchen in there, and she put him in there on her own initiative. The Empress Master blamed her this. Who can I go to for justice? Before I knew it, the sky had begun to turn pale. Then, the golden sunlight spread over the entire Shenyan Imperial Palace, making the magnificent and majestic palace of the Empress covered with a layer of light gold, making it sparkle. Zhang Ke had dark circles under her eyes. She sighed secretly, then put the sword in her hand back into the scabbard, looking as if she had lost her soul. A night has passed, and if something was going to happen, it would have happened long ago. What's the point of rushing into the Empress's palace at this time? Squeak. Just when Zhang Ke was distracted, the palace door that had been closed all night was suddenly pushed open from the inside, and then the familiar figure of Chuchen stepped out. Zhang Ke's body trembled, her dazed eyes suddenly brightened, and she instantly became energized. But just as Zhang Ke was about to rush forward, she suddenly discovered that Chuchen's walking posture was a little weird. I saw him leaning one hand on his waist and holding the wall with the other, walking slowly towards me step by step. He walked for a while, stopped for a while, looking tired. This is not the legendary climb out with the help of the wall. Chuchen's handsome face was now completely pale without a trace of blood. What was even more exaggerated was that he was panting with exhaustion before he had even taken 2 steps. Why does it look like Chuchen is the victim? Is the Empress Master so fierce? She had been thinking that after Chuchen came out, she, Zhang Ke, would definitely teach him a lesson. Who made this man pretend to be weak and innocent in front of her, causing her to let down her guard and take the initiative to let him into the Empress's palace. But now, seeing Chuchen's weak, tired and drained body, Zhang Ke actually felt guilty, with a deep sense of guilt deep in her heart. Didn't the Empress Master say that all men are monsters? Why does it seem that the Empress Master is more ferocious than a scourge and a beast now? Chuchen, are you okay? Looking at Chuchen, who was staggering in front of her, Zhang Ke took out various energy-restoring pills from her storage ring and handed them to him while speaking. What are Dali pills, Jula pills, Shueshan pills, Lurong Daba pills? Chuchen was slightly stunned. Why was this girl so polite? Also, how come a girl has so many tonic pills in her storage ring? But never mind. He had lost too much blood and needed some nourishment. In order to help the Empress recover her cultivation and make up for the damage caused by the glass phoenix feather, Chuchen gave it his all last night and fed nearly half of the chaotic blood in his body to the Empress. He also didn't expect that the immortal phoenix body was so terrifying and actually drank so much of his chaos blood. If he had not eaten the Earth Core Fire Spirit fruit from Palace Master Baiyu before, and his cultivation had not broken through to the 10th level of Qi gathering, and if he had not lost half of his chaos blood at once, he would have had to lie in bed for a month or so even if he had not died. Things in this world are so wonderful. Who would have thought that Baiyu, his love rival, could actually help Chuchen a lot by chance? If Palace Master Baiyu knew that the Earth Core Fire Spirit fruit he gave to the Empress was eaten by Chuchen, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit several bowls of blood. As Zhang Ke looked distressed, Chuchen took the tonic pills and swallowed them in one gulp. After refining them a little, his face became much rosier. Chuchen, my master! As she spoke, Zhang Ke looked towards the tightly closed palace gate, wanting to go in and check on the Empress's condition. After all, it's the first time. Chuchen is already so tired, so the Empress Master should not be much better, right? Wait, your master hasn't woken up yet. Seeing Zhang Ke about to enter the imperial palace, Chu Chen subconsciously reached out and stopped her. Don't go in for now. Let the Empress have some rest. The chaotic blood helped the Empress recover her cultivation. Logically, the Empress should have been able to come out long ago. But at the critical moment, that drop of divine phoenix blood merged into the Empress's body, giving the Empress another opportunity to break through. For the Empress Lin Shuwang, stripping off the divine phoenix feathers not only did not cause any loss, but instead became an opportunity. The breakthrough moment naturally cannot be disturbed, so Chu Chen stopped Zhang Ke. Oh, okay. Zhang Ke didn't even think about it, and just did what Chu Chen said. After all, in her heart, Chu Chen is the man of the female emperor master. Even the Empress Master listened to Chu Chen, let alone her as a disciple. He, Chu Chen, could stay overnight in the Empress's palace and sleep on the same bed with Her Majesty. Could this be an ordinary person? This shocked the two female disciples behind him so much that they couldn't close their mouths, and they all speculated about Chu Chen's identity. You have to know that Zhang Ke is a spoiled and willful person. She is fearless and even dares to confront the Lord of Baiyu Palace and the powerful Saint King. In the entire Xinyan Imperial Palace, apart from the Empress Master, when has anyone else ever been seen that Zhang Ke obeyed orders so well? Not to mention that Chu Chen is still an ordinary mortal with no cultivation, etc. Not to mention that the two female disciples were so shocked that they stared at Chu Chen with their eyes wide open. Even Zhang Ke, whose head was buzzing, exclaimed, Chu Chen, your cultivation. The 10th level of Qi gathering? How is this possible? Before you entered the Imperial Palace last night, you were clearly an ordinary person with no cultivation. How could you break through 10 realms in just one night and reach the peak of the Qi condensation realm? You are also only one step away from the condensation secret realm. It's no wonder Zhang Ke exclaimed. Chu Chen's cultivation speed was too fast. Too amazing. Too unreasonable. Not to mention that Chu Chen only has a top-grade 5-element full spiritual root, even if it is a top-grade full attribute full spiritual root that is rare in the entire ancient continent in a million years. It is impossible to have such a heaven-defying cultivation speed. Even the female Emperor Lin Shuwang, who is also a demon, can't do it. Could it be possible? Could it be possible that you have been hiding your cultivation? One of the female disciples spoke up. This was the only possibility she could think of. Impossible. I heard that after Senior Brother Chu tested the Qiling Jade Pillar and found out that he had the best 5 elements of spiritual roots yesterday, the 5 masters of our Divine Flame Imperial Palace showed up and vied with each other to take him as their disciple. The 5 palace masters are all Saint King level masters. If Senior Brother Chu Chen concealed his cultivation, how could he have hidden it from them? Brother Chu Chen, please tell us how you were able to break through the 10 realms in one night. How did you cultivate? The 2 female disciples have both reached the Kaikian secret realm, and Zhang Ke is even in the Tongling secret realm. Even if Chu Chen has made some breakthroughs, he is only at the lowest level of the Juki secret realm. In the Xinyan Imperial Palace, seniority is determined by strength and the order in which one enters the palace, with strength being the priority. But these 2 female disciples called Chu Chen senior brother, one after another, and they were very affectionate. Chu Chen frowned. He really couldn't explain this. He couldn't say that he ate the Earth Core Fire Spirit Fruit that Palace Master Baiyu gave to the Empress, and then used the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, to devour the excess fire spiritual power. But these 2 female disciples blinked their big eyes, sparkling, and looked at Chu Chen with expectation, acting coquettishly and flirting with him. If I don't say anything, I'll think he's hiding something, and I can't bear it. You, stop asking! Just when Chu Chen didn't know what to do, Zhang Ke beside him suddenly blushed and stammered. You are still young, you don't know that there is a kind of martial arts in this world, which can help both men and women to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds after practicing together. Swish. Swish. As soon as Zhang Ke finished speaking, the 2 female disciples turned around and ran away shyly without waiting for Chu Chen to explain. You! Chu Chen pointed at Zhang Ke, the instigator, and hesitated to speak. What a mess, little girl, where did you learn all this? Zhang Ke stuck out her tongue and said guiltily. I read it in a comic book. Where did you get the comic book? You are still young, you can't read such unhealthy things. Fearing that Zhang Ke might learn bad things, Chu Chen threatened. Be careful or I'll tell you, master. The comic book was lent to me by the female Empress master. After coming out of the imperial palace, Chu Chen stretched, then faced the morning glow and headed straight for the central palace of the divine flame imperial palace. He is now a direct disciple of the Xinyan imperial palace. His status and position are so high that he is second only to the emperor in the entire palace. If that cheap master, old man Qi, died in Tianyao Gorge, then the 4 words, second to one person, could be removed, and he, Chu Chen, would be the palace master of the central palace. When he walked, his feet were naturally full of energy, and he looked extremely proud. According to what master said yesterday, a mountain will be carved out in the center of the palace so that I can open a temple. He will also reward me with thousands of slaves and maids to take care of my daily life. He, Chu Chen, is not a materialistic man, but there are some things that he can do without but cannot not give. Well, it doesn't matter if she's a Taoist priest or not, or a slave or not, the key is that she's a maid. Swish. Swish. 2 arrows cut through the sky and headed straight for Chu Chen's heart and throat. Chu Chen was walking in the woods when he was suddenly attacked, but with many years of combat experience, he remained calm. Chu Chen kicked on the thick branch and forced his body to the right to avoid one of the arrows. At the same time, he drew out his sword and chopped down another arrow with one sword. The crisis is over. Tread. The moment his body landed on the ground, he didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. As the 5-pointed star rose, a formation was instantly activated, trapping Chu Chen's body in an instant. It's a plan within a plan, one thing within another. As Chu Chen's body was trapped by the formation, 3 figures emerged from the dense forest and pressed forward step by step. The fierce murderous aura scared the birds in the forest, and made them fly away in panic. The mountain with thousands of slaves and maids. No matter how you put it, in the divine flame imperial palace, Chu Chen is second to none. Chapter 35. How terrifying is Chu Chen? Swish, swish, swish. Just as the magic circle trapped Chu Chen's body, 3 figures attacked from the dense forest against the light, forming a triangle. It was obvious that they had set an ambush here long ago. The one rushing in the front was a young man wearing a python robe. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, full of nobility. The sword he carried was inlaid with precious rubies, and his identity was obviously extraordinary. The other 2 followed closely behind the man in the python robe, one on the left and one on the right. They were also dressed in black, with stern faces and cold murderous intent in their eyes. It was obvious that they were people who often appeared on various battlefields and lived on the edge of a knife. The 3 of them advanced and retreated together in a shape. This formation could be used for attack or defense. No matter from which direction they were attacked, the other 2 could turn around and rescue at the fastest speed. The second prince is wise. The second prince is mighty. If the second prince hadn't set up the 4 seas dragon trapping formation early on, I'm afraid that arrows alone wouldn't be enough to stop this kid. Although this kid has no cultivation, judging from his body movements, he is definitely a martial artist. However, he has offended our second prince, so no matter who he is, he will surely die. As they were talking, the 3 of them had already rushed in front of Chu Chen. Listening to the compliments from his 2 subordinates, the second Prince Li Long raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Chu Chen, who was trapped by the formation, with a look of disdain on his face. Second Prince Li Long? I don't remember any grudges between us. I, Chu Chen, don't seem to have ever offended you. The 3 people did not intend to avoid Chu Chen when they spoke, so Chu Chen heard it clearly. He was very surprised because he had only been in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace for a day or 2. Apart from the interactions with Empress Lin Shuwang, Saintess Zhang Ke, the 5 palace masters and the elders, the rest. We haven't even talked to each other. How could there be any grudges? For example, the second prince in front of him, Chu Chen, didn't even remember this person, but the other party wanted to kill him. Isn't this crazy? You, Chu Chen, you deserve to die. I thought Chu Chen was trapped by the formation and would be scared to death when he was on the verge of death, and would kneel down and beg for mercy in front of Li Long, but the other party, The other party didn't even know who Li Long was, and couldn't remember him at all. The greatest insult in this world is not the use of swords or verbal abuse, but ignore. I am Li Long, the second prince of the Daoguan dynasty. Yesterday I participated in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace Outer Disciple trial with you at Shuwang Mountain. It's only been 1 day since we last met, and you Chu Chen have actually forgotten about me. You deserve to die. The trial for outer disciples of Shuwang Mountain lasted for 3 days. The second Prince Li Long waited until the last minute to make his final appearance. With his top-grade water spiritual roots, he instantly shocked all the trial takers and the guiding elder Luo Tong of Shuwang Mountain. Logically, he should have secured the title of Rookie King and received rewards from the sect. But Chu Qin suddenly appeared and took away all the glory and rewards that originally belonged to Li Long. Chu Qin not only possesses all the top-grade water spiritual roots, but also all the top-grade fire, gold, wood and earth spiritual roots. In terms of complete 5 elements spiritual roots, not to mention that Li Long himself cannot compare to him, looking at the entire Shenyan Imperial Palace, I am afraid no one can compare to him. Wouldn't it be better to keep such a person alive and cause trouble for yourself if he doesn't die? As long as Chu Qin is killed, he, Li Long, will still be the rookie king in this outer disciple trial, and will still be the most promising seed disciple. All the rewards that belong to Chu Qin will also belong to him, Li Long. How dare a mere commoner like him compete with him, a prince of the empire and the future ruler of the Daoguan dynasty? This is an unforgivable capital crime. Humph, offended? If you hadn't entered this Red King Mountain, you, a commoner from a poor family, wouldn't even be able to see our prince. How dare you say that you have offended him? The second prince was so angry that he could not speak. Upon seeing this, his 2 subordinates immediately pointed at Chu Chen's nose and angrily scolded him, determined to help their master get back his face. The whole world belongs to the king. If the king wants his subjects to die, they must die. Our second prince comes to kill you personally. That is the greatest honor of your life. How dare you? Swish. The black-clothed man who was pointing at Chu Chen's nose and scolding him had not yet finished his words when Chu Chen, who was trapped in the formation, suddenly broke free from the 4 seas dragon trapping formation. Then his body turned into a stream of light, and a dazzling sword light flashed by. When Chu Chen appeared again, the sword in his hand had already cut the noisy man in black in half. Puff! Blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground from the wound. The man in black, who was split in 2 from the waist, fell to the ground helplessly, his eyes wide open, feeling the life force in his body slowly slipping away bit by bit, and the huge pain swept through his mind like a tidal wave. Second prince, save me! Because the main organs are in the upper body, even if the body was cut in half, the subordinate did not die immediately. Instead, he climbed, twisted, and struggled on the ground with his hands weakly, feeling the pain and despair of being swallowed by death and darkness bit by bit. Most villains die because they talk too much. This is why Chu Chen wastes time talking to the second prince and others. The first thing was to find out the origins of these people. After all, he had no impression of a passerby like the second Prince Li Long. Second, of course, is to buy time to escape from the 4 seas dragon trapping formation. Now that time has passed and we have successfully escaped from this predicament, there is naturally no need to continue talking. Swish! After the successful attack, Chu Qin did not stop, but took advantage of the distraction of the second prince and another subordinate, and attacked again with his sword. Chop! Sweep! Point prick! Chu Qin held a long sword and attacked another man in black like a violent storm. Die! It has to be said that those who can follow the second prince and serve as his bodyguard are no ordinary people. After a brief moment of distraction, the man in black quickly raised his sword to block. Because he had many years of experience fighting on the battlefield, he was able to fight back and forth with Chu Qin for a while. Damn you, Chu Qin, you deserve to die! The second Prince Li Long also came back to his senses from his shock. Looking at the 2 people who were in a stalemate, he drew out his sword and attacked fiercely without any hesitation. He and the man in black attacked from the left and right at the same time. The 4 seas dragon trapping formation is a secret formation of our Dagon dynasty. How can a mortal like you with no cultivation break free from it? But what if you broke free from the Four Seas dragon trapping formation? Anyo has reached the 9th level of chi condensation, and this prince has reached the 1st level of condensation. You killed my followers. I want you to pay with your life. I want you to. Before the second prince finished speaking, the mortal he mentioned suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, and the red spiritual power instantly spread from his palm to the tip of the sword, giving birth to a ray of fire. Swish! With just one strike, the man in black's neck was cut, killing him instantly. At the same time, Chuchen no longer hit his cultivation level, and his cultivation level of the 10th level of Qi Gathering Realm burst out instantly. Taking advantage of the moment when the second prince was distracted, he retracted his sword and stabbed it into the second prince's chest, nailing him to the thick tree trunk behind him. Hoo! Chuchen, who ended the battle with thundering knees, wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked to the second prince who was coughing up blood, and raised the corner of his mouth. Ning Yuan Realm, so amazing! The prince of the Dagon dynasty, the future crown prince, is so majestic. Facing Chuchen's ridicule, the second prince coughed up blood and cursed. Chuchen, you deserve to die. You have been hiding your cultivation this whole time. You are clearly a cultivator of the 10th level of Qi Gathering, but you pretended to be an ordinary person with no cultivation during the Red King Mountain trial to deceive us. You are so insidious. You are so cunning. If he had known from the beginning that Chuchen had reached the 10th level of Qi Gathering Realm, how could Li Long be so careless? How could we underestimate the enemy? Although the Four Seas dragon trapping formation is powerful, it can only trap cultivators in the Qi Gathering Realm. As the second prince of the Dagon dynasty, Li Long has hidden formations and concealed weapons in his storage ring to deal with masters of the Ningyuan realm. However, these are Li Long's trump cards and means of saving his life. Who the hell would throw out a trump card right at the beginning? I want to say that I just started practicing last night, and I broke through to the 10th level of Qi condensation overnight. Do you believe it? Looking at the second prince, whose face was filled with grief and anger, and who seemed to wish to tear him apart, Chuchen suddenly lost the desire to continue. After all, it was obvious that this birdman didn't believe it, so why bother explaining to a dying man? Chuchen, I am the second prince of the Dagon dynasty. You can't kill me, you can't. As Li Long was speaking, Chuchen pulled out the sword that had pierced his chest, and Li Long's body fell straight from the tree trunk to the ground. Just when Li Long breathed a sigh of relief and thought he had escaped, the sword swung back and the sharp tip of the sword was against his throat again. Your name is Li Long, right? Actually, I think you are quite pathetic. Li Long possesses a top-grade water-attributed spiritual root, and can be considered a child of destiny. This time he was successfully admitted into the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. As long as he practices step by step, if he is given another 10 years, he will surely break through to the Kaitian secret realm. When he returns to the Dagon dynasty, he will no longer be the crown prince, but the ruler of the Dagon dynasty. But this person just happened to come and provoke him, Chuchen. You are not only as stupid as a pig, but also easily impulsive and easily provoked. Looking at Li Long, who was kneeling on the ground with a confused and bewildered look on his face, Chuchen shook his head slightly. In fact, including Li Long, most of the participants who came to participate in the trial for outer disciples of Qiwang Mountain were around 13 or 14 years old. Being able to break through the nascent soul realm at this age showed how strong their talents were. Because Chuchen had lived a second life and started practicing again, he was already 23 years old. So in his eyes, Li Long and others were no different from children. You saw that my cultivation talent was superior to yours, and you thought that I had taken away everything that belonged to you, so you became resentful and set a trap to kill me. Chuchen looked at Li Long, who was kneeling on the ground in a state of utter embarrassment, with a look like an idiot, and said calmly, But have you ever thought about this? I have the ultimate 5-element full spiritual root. Even the 5 palace masters of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace are vying to accept me as their disciple. They even fought fiercely for this, and the Battle of the Saint Kings broke out in the void battlefield. You killed me, do you think you can still live? After hearing these words, the second Prince Li Long suddenly came to his senses and couldn't help but tremble. Let me guess. As a prince of the Dagon dynasty, you are not stupid. You must have been instigated to do this. This instigator is in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. No! He should be in the Red King Palace and has a very high status and cultivation. He promised that if you kill me, he will not only plead for you in front of the palace master, but also reward you with many treasures to help you practice. Looking at the second Prince Lilong, whose face was filled with fear and who was slumped on the ground like a deflated ball, Chu Qin knew that he had guessed right. Chu Qin, spare me! Spare me! Like you said, there is no grudge between you and me. The ones you killed this time were just 2 guards. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. As long as you release this prince will definitely. Chu Qin glanced at the 2 guards who had already died. His eyes were slightly cold, and he had lost his patience. Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this? Who instigated you to kill me? In my previous strike, I avoided your vital points. If you had been treated in time, you would still be alive. Facing Chu Qin's questioning, the second Prince Lilong was not in a hurry. He struggled to get up from the ground, leaned against the trunk of a big tree, and actually discussed the conditions with Chu Qin. If you want to know who is behind this, you must first promise to let me go, otherwise I, Lilong, would rather die than. Swish. Before Lilong could finish his heroic words, Chu Qin shook his sword and easily cut his throat. Chu Qin, you. The second prince covered his throat tightly with both hands, but blood still spurted out of the wound and could not be stopped. He couldn't understand until his death. How could Chu Qin dare to kill him when he was the prince of the Dagon dynasty and the future crown prince? He didn't even offer any conditions. Doesn't he want to know who is behind this? Bang! The dead second prince fell to the ground. Chu Qin leaned down, skillfully took away the storage ring from the second prince's finger, turned around and left. Who is behind this? It doesn't matter. He will attack me again anyway. There was one more thing that Chu Qin forgot to say to the pitiful second prince. Lilong's mission was not to kill Chu Qin at all. Instead, he used his own life to charge Chu Qin with the crime of murdering his fellow disciples, so that the person behind the scenes could capture him with justification. This is the tragedy of being a chess piece. But the person behind the scenes could never imagine that he provoked Chu Qin, what kind of terrifying existence he was. Please note that the scary thing here does not refer to cultivation and realm. Chapter 36. Kill him and you will be my Chu Qin's personal maid. In the dense forest leading from the Empress Palace to the Red King's Palace, 3 corpses were lying on the ground, tree trunks and small piles of earth. Mutilated limbs. Ruptured organs. The blood flowed all over the ground, staining the soil red. There were still 6 eyes that were wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. All of these tell of the danger and cruelty of the battle that just happened. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after Chu Qin left, 3 figures descended from the sky riding flying swords, looking graceful and elegant. Able to activate the flying sword and fly on it. This can only be done by cultivators who have broken through to the seed-breaking realm. In other words, these 3 people have at least the cultivation level of the seed-breaking realm, or above. If he didn't use hidden means, it would be beyond the ability of Chu Qin to deal with it now. Brother Lin Sun, Lilong and the other 2 were all killed, no one survived. He cut her in half and stabbed her throat with one sword. This kid is so cruel. We are all from the same sect, why are you so cruel? It's outrageous. It's insane. The leading senior brother Lin Sun was wearing a light blue gown. He looked at the corpses lying on the ground, covered his mouth and nose with his hands with disgust and aversion, and frowned. Stop talking. Pack up these body parts and take them back. Leave the rest to senior brother Zhao. Their mission has been accomplished anyway, so if they die, we won't have to kill them again. After saying that, Lin Sun turned around, put his hands behind his back, looked in the direction where Chu Qin disappeared, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Chu Qin, Chu Qin, on the path of cultivation, talent and resources alone are not enough. It also depends on background, connections, intrigue, and the degree of deception. But it is much more evil and darker than you can imagine. You should understand the principle that a gentleman is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Senior brother Zhao Kongyang has targeted you. If you don't die, who will? After hearing this, the two disciples stopped talking. They suppressed their nausea and mobilized their spiritual power to collect the corpses and organs on the ground, and then flew together to the depths of the Red King's palace. After getting rid of Li Long and the other two, Chu Qin had already expected that there was a mastermind behind this incident, and soon someone would come to collect the bodies of Li Long and the others. Then the real mastermind behind the scenes would take the bodies of Li Long and others, and openly attack him based on the sex rules and regulations. But Chu Qin did not set an ambush in the dense forest. He did not try to turn the passive situation into the active one. After all, he had only been practicing for one night. Even if he had broken through 10 realms, he was only at the 10th level of Qi-gathering realm. For a genius and monster like him, being invincible in the same realm is normal, and fighting across levels is also the norm. Even if he encounters a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, Chu Qin can fight against him at a higher level and suppress him with force. But if you encounter a cultivator in the sea-opening realm, the sky-opening realm, or even the spiritual communication realm, you will never be their match unless you use your best life-saving tricks. So it doesn't matter who is targeting him, Chu Qin. These people will jump out to cause trouble anyway, so just wait until things get bigger and out of control, and then suppress them forcefully like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Humming a little tune, Chu Qin went straight to another towering mountain near Qiwang Mountain. Looking up, all I saw were towering ancient trees and lush bamboo forests, and I was instantly shocked. This mountain is majestic and towering into the clouds, like a jade pillar reaching into the sky. The mountain is surrounded by clouds and mist, and the sea of clouds is vast and boundless. Hidden in the clouds and mist, there are several magnificent palaces that look like ancient beasts crawling on the top of the mountain, like fairy islands in a fairyland, mysterious and vast. Stepping onto the mountain path, the stone steps are winding like a dragon. After a few steps, you will encounter a waterfall falling from the top of the mountain, with the stream gurgling and the blue waves rippling. What a blessed place! That old guy really treats me very well. Chu Qin climbed up the steps, feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from the surrounding area of the mountain. He felt relaxed and happy, and his pace quickened without him noticing. This mountain is the place of practice that Master Qi Laoer opened up for Chu Qin. In the entire Divine Flame Imperial Palace, in the past thousands of years, the only one who could open up a mountain as a place of practice, besides the Palace Master Qi Laoer, is Chu Qin. About half an hour later, Chu Qin leaped directly to the top of the peak. Looking around, the entire top of the mountain seemed to have been flattened by a sword of some powerful person. In addition to the extremely spacious square platform, there are 4 or 5 palaces hidden in the woods in an orderly manner. As the red sun rises, the warm sunlight coats the entire mountain with a layer of golden color, outlining the palaces, waterfalls, cranes and deer into a beautiful picture. Hurry, hurry, everyone, move! Before the master comes to our mountain, you all better be smart. Sweep the floor clean, lock up the spirit beasts, and wipe the windowsills clean. If anyone fails to do so, don't blame me for beating him to death. Chu Qin looked in the direction of the voice and saw a pot-bellied old butler sitting on a throne, scolding the servants in front of him with a whip in his hand, while pouring wine from a wine jug into his mouth. Hundreds of servants below the stage hunched their bodies, lowered their heads, and remained silent as a mouse. At this moment, a group of guards with knives escorted a ragged girl with whip marks all over her body to the old butler. This woman is very stubborn. She just refuses to wash herself and wait for you in the room. The brothers had already severely punished her, breaking 2 whips, but she took advantage of the brothers' inattention and used a knife to disfigure her own face. She just refused to give in. She even said that you killed her parents, and she would never let you go even if she became a ghost. She would rather die than serve you. The guards' voices were quite loud, and the old butler on the throne and hundreds of servants in the audience could hear them clearly. The atmosphere instantly became extremely depressing. Court death! Swish, swish, swish. The old butler stood up from the armchair and swung the whip in his hand, raining down on the woman. In just a moment, her skin was torn apart. The whip in his hand is no ordinary object, but a magic weapon. Although it is only the lowest level Qi-gathering magic weapon, its power should not be underestimated. When it falls on a person, it is like being bitten by a poisonous snake with fangs. The fact that I like you is a blessing you have earned through several lifetimes. You are a lowly slave, and you should be a slave for generations. Now you can get rid of your slavery by marrying me as a concubine. Why are you still refusing to obey? Your lowly father and tuberculosis-stricken mother deserve to die. They even dared to rush up and bite me. It would be too easy for me to kill them. I should skin them and pull out their tendons, turning them into human pigs. The old housekeeper beat and scolded the woman until she lay on the ground dying. She didn't even have the strength to speak, but her bloodshot eyes were still staring at the old housekeeper with endless hatred that would last until her death. You still dare to glare at me? You still dare to glare at me? The old butler was so angry that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and swung the whip in his hand even more vigorously. When the whip stopped, the woman was beaten so hard that she could only breathe in but not out, and it was obvious that she was dying. The old butler was also exhausted, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Come on, carry this bitch to the back hill and throw her to the dogs. The old butler wiped the sweat off his forehead with a piece of silk and waved to the guards casually, saying, Listen carefully, the master of our mountain is coming soon. If anyone leaks this to me, I will skin him alive. Yes. Several guards moved upon hearing the sound, carrying the dying woman to the back mountain. Although the old butler was speaking harshly, he was not worried at all that Chuchen would find out about this. There is no other reason. In the eyes of monks who move mountains and fill the sea, are the lives of ordinary people still lives? Of course not. In the eyes of the powerful, these lowly mortals are not even as valuable as spiritual beasts, minerals, or a spiritual herb. Not to mention that although this woman had a pretty face, her picturesque face had been scratched by a dagger and had already been disfigured. And Qian Bao, after all, is an old butler, and he has the cultivation level of the 10th level of qi gathering. Etc. Watching the guards carrying the woman past him, Chuchen sighed inwardly and stretched out his hand to stop them. Looking at the woman's face pierced by scars and her empty eyes, Chuchen touched the storage ring on his hand, took out a number of top-level healing pills, then leaned over, pried open the woman's lips, and put the pills into her mouth. If you still want to avenge your parents, you should try to live on instead of just complaining about the injustice of this world. After leaving these words, Chuchen stood up and walked towards the old butler Qian Bao, who was sitting on the armchair with his head held high. Who are you, kid? You dare to interfere in my Qian Bao's affairs? Don't you want to live? The old butler was furious. He jumped up from the armchair, then whipped Chuchen with a whip, cursing. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter whether you are an outer disciple, inner disciple, or true disciple of the divine flame imperial palace, it's useless. Our master is the direct disciple of the palace master Qi Lao, but... Bang! Before the old butler finished speaking, Chuchen suddenly accelerated and kicked the fat pig's face hard, kicking it 4 or 5 meters away. Swish, swish, swish! Without waiting for the old butler to get up from the ground, Chuchen drew out his sword, flashed, and attacked again with all kinds of sword moves like a storm. Although they were both at the 10th level of Qi Gathering realm, the old butler couldn't even withstand a single move from Chuchen, let alone escape under his nose. Chuchen shook the long sword in his hand, instantly cutting the tendons of the old butler's hands and feet. Then he waved his hand and instantly snatched the long swords from the hands of the 4 guards who rushed in front of him. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, 4 long swords pierced through the old butler's hands and feet respectively, nailing his entire bloated, obese body to the cliff wall. It was extremely tragic. The old butler who was so majestic and powerful just a moment ago, who had the final say over other people's lives, was now coughing up blood and shouting at the top of his lungs. I am the direct disciple of my master. When my master comes, I will definitely. It all happened so fast that the guards had no time to step forward to stop it, and the battle was already over. Swish! Chuchen leaped onto the platform, then sat upright on the armchair. Facing the hundreds of guards approaching with knives, he stretched out his hand and a token appeared in his palm. My name is Chuchen, and I am a disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. I am a disciple of the Central Palace Master Qi Lao. I am the master of this peak. Anyone who dares to come forward with a knife and commit crimes against his superiors will be killed without mercy. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the hundreds of guards who had just surrounded the stage and the hundreds of servants fell to their knees with a thud, buried their heads in the mud, and trembled all over. Looking around, there was a large crowd of people kneeling down, and there was no one standing on the entire mountain. The old butler Qian Bao, who was nailed to the stone wall by the long sword, now had his eyes wide open and his face looked dejected. Swish! Chu Chen waved his hand, and the sword in his hand turned into a stream of light, flew more than 10 meters away, and stabbed into the disfigured woman half a meter in front of her. Kill him, and you will be my Chu Chen's maid. He is the new steward of this mountain. Chapter 37 Personal Maid Yi Wei. Although the disfigured woman swallowed an extremely precious high-grade healing elixir, her injuries were too severe. At this moment, she was still curled up on the ground, and her appearance was still tragic. But in addition to air intake, there is also air outlet. After going in and out, he was pulled back from the gates of hell by Chu Chen. Swish! The long sword pierced half a meter in front of him, and the sharp tip of the sword pierced through the hard bluestone slab. As the sword vibrated back and forth, it made a buzzing sound, which was extremely crisp. Woohoo! Woohoo! The woman struggled to get up from the ground, tears streaming down her face, unable to stop. He opened his mouth to say something, but when he opened his mouth he only heard sobs and sharp cries. The woman didn't know where she got the strength from, but she tightly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, then opened her bloodshot eyes and walked step by step towards the old butler Qian Bao, who was nailed to the stone wall. Master, master, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I didn't know you were our master. Please give me a chance. This old slave is at the 10th level of Qi gathering. This old slave is more useful to the master. She is a weak mortal, and her face is disfigured. She is no more useful than me, an old slave. No more useful than me, an old slave. Master! Master! No matter how the old butler Qian Bao shouted, how he screamed, how he begged for mercy, Chu Chen was still sitting upright on the armchair, his eyes as deep as the starry sky, calmly looking at the woman who was covered in wounds and had a disfigured appearance. Tap, tap, tap. The woman held a long sword in both hands and walked towards the old butler Qian Bao step by step. Because his body was covered with whip marks, every step he took left a deep blood mark on the gray bluestone slabs, which dragged very long. Below the high platform, hundreds of guards and servants knelt on both sides, silent as a mouse. They trembled with their bodies and looked at their new master Chu Chen with horror, trying to figure out his temper and character, and worried about their own future. Master, this old slave is Zhao Kongyang's man. Zhao Kongyang and Zhao Tianjiao are the same as you. They are my direct disciples of the Central Palace. They are also the direct disciples of the Central Palace Master. He arranged for me to enter this peak to secretly observe your every move and report to him at all times. Seeing the woman already approaching him, the old butler Qian Bao was completely frightened and could no longer hold back. In order to survive, no matter what can be said or what cannot be said, he told it all. As soon as the names of Zhao Kongyang and Zhao Tianjiao came out, the hundreds of guards kneeling in front of Chu Chen and the hundreds of servants were all trembling with fear. Master, please don't kill this old slave. I will serve you like a slave and be your insider. In return, I will help you gather intelligence on Zhao Tianjiao. Seeing that Chu Chen remained indifferent, the woman in front of him had already raised the sword and pointed it at her heart. The old butler Qian Bao could no longer hold back and began to curse. Chu Chen, you can't kill me. If I die, Zhao Tianjiao will not let you go. I am Zhao Tianjiao's man, I am Zhao Tianjiao. The woman's eyes were filled with tears and her hand holding the sword could not stop shaking. The murderer of her father was right in front of her, and revenge was in sight. But the woman hesitated and turned to look at Chu Chen sitting on the armchair. She didn't want to implicate Chu Chen. But Chu Chen still had no expression on his face, his deep eyes staring quietly ahead, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The woman bit her lip and no longer hesitated. The fragile body seems to have infinite energy at this moment. In this dark and boundless world, there was finally a glimmer of light. Puff! The woman grasped the hilt of the sword and thrust it forward. Before the old butler could finish his words, the sharp tip of the sword had already pierced through his clothes and skin, and pierced his heart. Enter through the front chest and exit through the back chest. Blood splattered. died. The woman burst into tears after her great revenge was achieved. She walked towards Chuchen step by step, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. Thump! Walking in front of Chuchen, the woman knelt on the ground, holding the sword in both hands, and presented it to him. Look up and look at me! Chuchen did not take the sword, but sat upright on the armchair and looked at the woman carefully. The woman had a graceful figure and pretty face, no wonder she was favored by the old butler Qian Bao. But there was a shocking scar on her fair and beautiful face, which ran diagonally from the left forehead and passed through the ear and nose. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and the skin and flesh were turned inside out. It was extremely tragic. What's your name? The woman answered in a hoarse voice. Master, my name is Yu Wei. Yu Wei? That's a good name. You killed him, as I said. Then you are my Chuchen's personal maid and the steward of this mountain. Chuchen raised his voice, as if he was talking to Yu Wei, or to the hundreds of guards and servants kneeling in front of him. From today on, these hundreds of slaves and guards are all under your charge. You have the final say over their lives. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire mountain became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a brief moment of shock, Yu Wei quickly calmed down and said expressionlessly, Yes, master. Master, this sword. Chuchen waved his hand. I'm giving it to you. Yu Wei did not refuse. She stood up from the ground, stared at Chuchen with wide eyes, and said after a while, I owe you my life. I will definitely pay it back. Yu Wei didn't believe what she said, but she still mustered up the courage to say it. Chuchen was slightly stunned. Looking at Yu Wei, who was so serious, he nodded and answered casually, I've got that. Having lost his parents tragically and himself being seriously injured, Chuchen originally planned to let Yu Wei go down to recuperate for a few days. But this girl was too stubborn. After getting up from the ground, she dragged her wounded body and began to command the guards and servants to continue cleaning the palace. The body of the old butler Qian Bao was still nailed to the stone wall. These guards and servants were frightened by the new master Chuchen, so they naturally obeyed the new butler Yu Wei. Seeing this, Chuchen didn't say much, but continued to sit upright on the armchair. While smelling the pungent smell of blood, he sat and watched the rolling sea of clouds on the top of the mountain, absorbed the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth, and began to practice. He was not worried about Yu Wei's health. After all, the pill he had fed Yu Wei before was not ordinary. This pill is called Bodhi Life Pill. It is top grade Xian grade, priceless, and has miraculous effects in healing wounds. Generally speaking, as long as the patient is still breathing, most of them can be saved. The spiritual objects and elixirs on the ancient continent are divided into 6 grades, namely ordinary quality, spiritual quality, yellow quality, mysterious quality, earth quality, and heaven quality. The earth core fire spirit fruit that the Saint King Realm Powerhouse, Palace Master Bai Yu, gave to Empress Lin Shuwang was only earth grade. This Bodhi Life Pill is already a top grade profound grade, only slightly inferior. This elixir is not only difficult for ordinary people like Yu Wei, but even for powerful people in the spiritual realm, or even the divine fire realm to produce. His chief master, Old Qi, only gave 3 to Chuchen and 1 to Yu Wei, leaving him with only 2. Giving such a precious elixir to a mortal who has nothing to do with him is something that has never been done before, and will never be done again. I'm afraid there's no one second like him in the entire Xinyan Imperial Palace. But for Chuchen, he does not care about gains and losses in his life, he just wants to have a clear conscience. If he thinks it's worth it, then it's worth it. Under Yu Wei's arrangement, thousands of servants and guards performed their duties and kept the entire mountain in order. Those who raise spiritual beasts raise spiritual beasts. Mining ore. Those who grow spiritual herbs grow spiritual herbs. The whole mountain looks like the rising sun, thriving and full of vitality. Soon, Yu Wei had changed into clean clothes and walked in front of Chuchen with a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in her hand. Master, please have some tea. Chuchen took the tea bowl and found it was just the right temperature. Take a sip and the fragrance of tea will fill your mouth and linger on your lips and teeth. He couldn't help but look at Yu Wei again and was quite satisfied with this newly appointed housekeeper. Yu Wei in front of him had changed into a light blue dress. She didn't have any jewelry or accessories on her body, but she was as graceful, elegant, and refined as the lotus in a summer pond. It's a pleasure to watch. But the hideous scar that runs through the ear and nose ruins all the beauty and makes people stay away from it. Bodhi Life Pill can only save your life, but it can't heal your face. Having said this, Chu Chen also sighed slightly. Although he had many treasures on him, he did not have rare elixirs or spiritual objects that could restore his appearance. Master, do you dislike it? Chu Chen was stunned when he heard this and shook his head subconsciously. Yu Wei bowed to Chu Chen expressionlessly. Her eyes, which had been empty for a long time, now had a hint of intelligence. As long as the master doesn't mind, Yu Wei doesn't care. In order to change the subject, Yu Wei took out the paper and pen that had been prepared long ago, spread them out in front of Chu Chen, and then bowed and said, Master, the mountain has been cleaned up. This peak is the place where the master practices. According to the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, please give this mountain a name. Give a name? Chu Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded subconsciously. But he had to think of a good name. After all, he, Chu Chen, would have to spend a long time on this mountain. The Taoist temple is not only a place for daily practice and retreat, but also responsible for receiving fellow Taoists who come to discuss Taoism on a daily basis. Without a good name, you will lose to others in momentum. But what name should I choose? The mountain where Master Qi Laoer is located is called Xiwang Mountain, so the central palace of the Xinyan Imperial Palace is also called Xiwang Palace, which is truly domineering. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen suddenly had an idea, and then picked up the brush and started writing on the rice paper. Chaos Peak! The three big characters were written in a dragon-like and phoenix-like style, penetrating deeply into the wood. Chu Chen originally possessed a chaotic divine body. After the battle with the Empress, although his divine body was shattered, the chaotic energy had already dissolved into his flesh and blood. The name Chaos is quite appropriate. As soon as this name came out, the luck of the entire mountain surged hundreds of times like a beacon fire and soared straight into the sky. Everything in the world is evolved from chaos. Chaos Peak, what a great name! Yu Wei put away the rice paper with the words Chaos Peak written on it, and then spoke. Master, Yu Wei will ask someone to make a plaque and hang it above the main hall on the mountain. Chu Chen looked at Yu Wei in surprise. It took someone extraordinary to say such words. Then he showed no sign of laziness and waved his hand, and Yu Wei retreated again. When Yu Wei had arranged everything and appeared again, she found that Chu Chen was still sitting upright on the armchair, quietly watching the rolling sea of clouds. I couldn't help but feel a little curious, so I plucked up the courage to ask in a low voice. Master, are you waiting for someone? Chu Chen nodded, and then said something shocking. Yes, I'm waiting for someone to kill me. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a clang sound, and the tea bowl in Yu Wei's hand fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Master, please forgive me. Yu Wei deserves to die. Yu Wei deserves to die. Chu Chen did not intend to blame Yu Wei, but stood up from the armchair and spoke meaningfully. Yu Wei, if you don't want to die with me, it's not too late to leave now. Although Yu Wei was surprised, she did not leave. She just stood closely beside Chu Chen, guarding him silently. Although she could not do anything, she could die before Chu Chen and buy Chu Chen a chance to escape. Chu Chen watched as several streams of light came at high speed from a distance, dispersing the surging sea of clouds in the sky, and spoke lightly. No, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, several flags fell from the sky. Spiritual energy gushed out, forming a huge formation that surrounded the entire Chaos Peak and began to be refined. Chu Chen slaughtered his fellow disciples. According to the rules of our Divine Flame Imperial Palace, he should be killed without mercy. A figure walked in the air, walking like a dragon or a tiger, and the pressure of the spiritual realm swept across the world. Since the palace master is not here, I, Zhao Kongyang, will take over the execution. Chapter 38. Genius, so what? Evildoer, so what? Die. Boom. There were dark clouds rolling in the sky above Chaos Peak, with lightning and thunder. The sky was clearly clear just a moment ago, but with the appearance of those figures flying in the air, even the sky was changed. Chu Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the several figures who forced their way into Chaos Peak, frowning slightly. These people are either riding on flying swords, or driving flying magic weapons, or wearing robes and Taoist robes that have the ability to fly. They are both mighty and domineering. The leading man was wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. The whole body is covered with clouds and the bright light is endless. If you listen carefully, you can also hear bursts of celestial music, which is like a dream, as if the gods have really descended. This is the number 1 young person in the Red King Palace, Zhao Kongyang. Li Long, the second prince of the Daoguan dynasty, was instigated by this man to assassinate Chu Qin, but was killed instead. However, for Zhao Kongyang, Li Long's death was more valuable. From the moment he was chosen as a chess piece, Li Long was doomed to die. If Li Long successfully kills Chu Qin, Zhao Kongyang will kill Li Long himself to give an explanation to old Shi. If Li Long was killed by Chu Qin, Zhao Kongyang would take Li Long's body and kill Chu Qin himself for the crime of killing his fellow disciples. No matter what choice Chu Qin and Li Long make, Zhao Kongyang will be the final winner. This is the sadness of being a chess piece. Chu Qin stood up from the armchair, put his hands behind his back, not afraid of the terrifying pressure at all. He raised his head and looked directly at the leading man, Zhao Kongyang. Eye contact is seen as a provocation. In an instant, the spiritual energy around the entire Chaos Peak erupted. He didn't even need to make a move. The pressure released by his spiritual realm cultivation alone was enough to allow him to run rampant in the Red King's palace and control everything. If this force were fully unleashed, it would be enough to crush thousands of guards and servants in Chaos Peak into dust. Chu Qin is only at the 10th level of the Qi condensation realm. How to resist? How can we compare? How? Fight against it? This is the true strength of Qi Lao's beloved disciple. This is the strength of the direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. This is the strength of the number 1 young person in the Red King Palace. Thump! 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 Thousands of guards and servants at Chaos Peak, including Yu Yue beside Chu Qin, could not help but kneel down on the ground under the terrifying spiritual pressure, unable to resist it. Yu Yue was fine, but the other guards and servants were trembling with fear, their faces as pale as paper. They thought that with the arrival of Chu Qin as their new master, their life and status in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace would be greatly improved. Unexpectedly, before a good day had even passed, Chaos Peak was in danger of destruction. Chu Qin was also feeling uncomfortable. Under the strong pressure of the spiritual realm, his body seemed to be carrying a 1,000-pound burden, and his bones and flesh made bursts of crisp, crackling sounds. But after all, he possesses a chaotic divine body. Even if the divine body is broken, the chaotic energy has long been dissolved into his flesh and blood, and his body's defense is far superior to that of his peers. In addition, he absorbed the phoenix feathers of the Empress Lin Shuwang, and his physical strength now was unmatched even by ordinary spiritual realm cultivators. Do you want to make Chu Qin kneel down and submit to you just by using pressure? This is really underestimating the chaos divine body and the divine phoenix feathers. Are you Chu Qin? I heard that during the outer sect disciple trial, a top-grade 5-element full spiritual root was detected. Zhao Kongyang was greatly surprised that pressure alone did not make Chu Qin kneel down in submission. But soon he sneered again, and looked at Chu Qin with eyes full of teasing, like a cat teasing a mouse. But you are only at the Qi condensation stage, and you don't even show respect to me, Zhao Kongyang. You are really brave. As soon as Zhao Kongyang finished speaking, dozens of formation flags burst out with beams of spiritual energy. These spiritual power beams are connected to each other, forming a huge formation that surrounds the entire Chaos Peak. It's hard for birds to cross. This is the heaven-locking array. Not to mention the ordinary people on Chaos Peak, even if they are cultivators in the same spiritual realm, once they are trapped by the heaven-locking array, it will not be possible to break free easily. Zhao Kongyang's purpose was very clear. He must get rid of Chu Qin on Chaos Peak today. That's right. You are just a Qi condensation realm disciple. Why don't you kneel down and salute Brother Zhao when you see him? Believe it or not, senior brother Zhao doesn't need to do anything. I, Zhang Ke, can break both of your legs with just one move. I'll ask you again, do you want to kneel down by yourself, or do we do it? Hundreds of disciples following behind Zhao Kongyang pointed at Chu Chen one after another and started shouting. It seemed that crushing Chu Chen to death was easier than crushing an ant. Zhao Kongyang, the best of the younger generation in the Red Palace. I am a disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and also the Palace Master's disciple. Chu Chen ignored the other disciples and stared at Zhao Kongyang, the leader, from beginning to end. So, you and I are of equal status, so why should I kneel? As he spoke, Chu Chen snorted coldly, pointed at the hundreds of disciples behind Zhao Kongyang, and immediately scolded. It's you on the contrary! I, Chu Chen, am also a disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and the Palace Master's beloved disciple. You dare to shout at me when you see me not kneeling? According to the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, those who disrespect their elders and commit treason shall be killed. Among the younger generation of the Red King Palace, except for Zhao Kongyang, who is a direct disciple, the rest are outer disciples, inner disciples and true disciples. These people who came were all Zhao Kongyang's minions. They were naturally strong, but no matter how strong they were only true disciples. Although Chu Chen is only at the 10th level of Qi Gathering Realm, he has the status of a direct disciple. If he does not greet the person, it would be a great disrespect. Today, one by one, I think you all don't want to live anymore. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, hundreds of disciples behind Zhao Kongyang looked at each other, and their faces changed drastically. The timid ones even began to tremble as they prepared to bow to Chu Chen. No matter what, Chu Chen's identity as a direct disciple is true, and he is also the favorite disciple of Palace Master Qi. This matter has already been announced to the entire Xinyan Imperial Palace. The two disciples started a fight, and if they were not careful, these small fish and shrimps would be in trouble. Humph, fellow apprentices, why are you panicking? Just when many disciples were preparing to show weakness to Chu Chen, Zhao Kongyang snorted coldly, waved his hand, and used his powerful spiritual power to lift up the bodies of those disciples who wanted to kneel down and salute. It is true that Chu Chen is a direct disciple, but he killed his fellow disciples. According to the rules of our Divine Flame Imperial Palace, he should be executed. He is a criminal, and he is guilty to begin with. Why should we worship him? Zhao Kongyang's voice was like a loud bell, shaking the entire chaos peak with clouds and mist churning endlessly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the bodies of Li Long and others fell from the sky, hitting the bluestone slabs directly, and the smell of blood filled the air. Chu Chen, you not only killed your fellow disciples, but you were also so cruel to the housekeeper in the mansion. Zhao Kongyang glanced at the old butler Qian Bao, who was nailed to the cliff and was furious. He had planted this leopard in Chaos Peak long ago, just to keep a backup plan. If Chu Chen did not kill Li Long and the others, but chose to forbear, the leopard would be able to play a big role. Unfortunately, Chu Chen was much more direct, decisive and brave than he thought. Less than a day after taking over Chaos Peak, he directly pulled out the thorn of Qian Bao. They are both direct disciples of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. They are both disciples of Qi Lao, the Palace Master of the Red King Palace. Zhao Kongyang is superior to Chu Chen in both cultivation and experience, but, however, he had to practice together with a group of true disciples. Not only did he not have an independent temple, but he also did not have the treatment of turning a mountain into a temple. Chu Chen, you have just entered the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and have this honor. If this goes on for too long, how will Zhao Kongyang survive? Those cultivation resources that once belonged to him, Zhao Kongyang, would eventually be occupied and taken away bit by him, Chu Chen. He, Zhao Kongyang, never accepts his fate and never admits defeat. In this case, it is better to strike first than to strike later. Anyway, Palace Master Qi Lao is not in the Red King Palace at the moment, so killing Chu Chen would be in vain. By the time the Palace Master returns, Chu Chen will have already died. Even if he is bound to be punished, so what? Anyway, the Divine Flame Imperial Palace sect competition will begin in a few months. Once Chu Chen dies, he, Zhao Kongyang, will be the only direct disciple in the entire Red King Palace, and Old Man Qi will not really kill him, It is true that I killed Li Long and the others. Anyone who kills others will be killed. Looking at the bodies of Li Long and others, Chu Qin unexpectedly did not make any excuses, but admitted it openly. They were bewitched by you and wanted to kill me. They were inferior in skills and deserved to be killed. When they see someone with better talent than themselves, they worry that they will be surpassed in the future and lose their position, so they resort to these despicable means. Zhao Kongyang, you've spent all your time on these conspiracies and schemes, scheming against people. Chu Qin put his hands behind his back and looked at Zhao Kongyang with a sad and pitiful face, as if he was looking at a small reptile with no way forward. The wind in the valley made Chu Qin's robe rustle. Every word he spoke was like a knife stabbing into Zhao Kongyang's heart. You are so narrow-minded. You have such a mentality. You will never be able to ignite the divine fire and break through the divine fire realm in your lifetime. Zhao Kongyang, you are so pathetic. Li Long deserves to die, and you, Zhao Kongyang, deserve to die even more. Boom. Kill people and destroy their hearts. After these words were spoken, Zhao Kongyang, who had been confident and arrogant, could no longer hold back. A fairly handsome face was completely distorted at this moment, and he was anxious. The pressure from the spiritual realm was completely released, and surging spiritual power surged out from the body. On the top of the mountain, strong winds blew and dark clouds rolled in. Chu Qin, even if what you said is true, so what? In this world, martial arts is still respected after all. Strength is respected. Seeing that his plan was exposed, Zhao Kongyang no longer hid. He stretched out his hand and a spear appeared in his palm. You are only at the qi gathering stage, while I am at the spiritual communication stage. There is a huge difference between you and me. I have activated the palace protection formation of Qiwang Mountain. Your Chaos Peak has also been locked by my sky-locking formation. The palace master went to Tianyao Gorge to search for treasure and has not returned yet. Today you, Chu Qin, will definitely die. You will definitely die. As he spoke, Zhao Kongyang mobilized the surging golden spiritual power in his body, poured it madly into the spear, then aimed at Chu Qin's heart and threw it out suddenly. Boom! The strong man in the spiritual realm attacked with all his strength, and a terrifying storm swept in all directions, causing rivers to flow backwards and mountains to collapse and the earth to split. Wherever the spear went, everything was turned into dust. What's even more terrifying is that the locking heaven array not only blocked the entire Chaos Peak, it even stimulated beams of spiritual energy, which were applied to Chu Qin's body, making his body feel as if it was filled with lead and unable to move at all. So what if you are a genius? So what if you are a monster? Die! As the spear was thrown out, Zhao Kongyang grinned out loud. He could already imagine Chu Qin being nailed to the bluestone slab by his spear in a miserable way. But from beginning to end, Chu Qin just stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. Those deep eyes were as calm as water. Not only was there no panic, but the look they gave Zhao Kongyang was full of mercy. Swish! Seeing that the spear was already approaching him, Chu Qin stretched out his hand and a jade pendant appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, the jade pendant was crushed by Chu Qin as soon as it appeared. Bang! The heaven and earth were shaken. Chapter 39 Background is overwhelming. Anyone who provokes Chu Qin will die. What is the spiritual realm? As the name suggests, after a cultivator breaks through this realm, he can communicate with the spiritual power floating between heaven and earth, and use it for his own benefit. To put it simply, it means to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. A single strike from the spiritual realm could make the opponent feel isolated from the world, even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the spiritual realm. The strength and power are so great that it is impossible for ordinary cultivators to resist. Not to mention that Zhao Kongyang was the only direct disciple of the Red King Palace. He had already broken through the spiritual realm several years ago and was at the second level of the spiritual realm. He was determined to kill Chu Qin, so he would use all his strength when he attacked without holding back at all. The spear turned into a black light and was thrown towards Chu Qin's body from the sky. Under the influence of the power of heaven and earth, the speed of this spear has reached its extreme, and Chu Qin also feels isolated from this world. In his world, there was only the spear that kept getting bigger and bigger in his pupils. Apart from that, it seemed as if everything around had disappeared. Even Yu Wei, who was imprisoned beside him, shouted desperately and tried to rush forward regardless of her own safety, but Chu Qin was also. Can't feel it. In addition, the locking heaven array was constantly running, and dozens of bright red flags were spread around Chaos Peak, fluttering in the wind. Dozens of beams of spiritual power were emitted from these flags, and then projected onto Chu Qin in unison, imprisoning his body. The great formation that could lock the sky no longer locked the sky, but instead imprisoned only Chu Qin. In order to kill Chu Qin, Zhao Kongyang has done everything he can, using all his powerful moves and giving it his all. Even though Chu Qin was only at the qi gathering stage, Zhao Kongyang was a steady and cautious person, without the slightest bit of contempt or carelessness. There is a reason why he was able to break through the spiritual realm, be promoted to a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Emperor Palace, and take the position of the number one among the younger generation of the Red King Palace. Ha ha! Die! Die for me! Amid Zhao Kongyang's wanton ridicule, Chu Qin crushed the jade pendant in his palm without hesitation. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the body flowed along the meridians throughout the body and was all poured into the demon-swallowing pot, the imperial weapon of the Supreme Tao. He only has one life, and Chu Qin will not pin all his hopes on this jade pendant. The heaven-devouring demonic jar, which had originally fallen into silence, began to glow with light under the infusion of spiritual power. A thick black light also flashed at the mouth of the jar. A terrifying energy that was so powerful that it had no boundaries began to revive in Chu Qin's body. Snap! Bang! Just as the spear was about to strike him, the jade pendant was crushed first. Boom! As the jade pendant shattered, a terrifying force of space exploded with Chu Qin's body as the center. Next, an extremely strange scene appeared in the entire Chaos Peak. How to say it? Chu Qin, Zhao Kongyang, including Yu Wei, thousands of guards, servants, and hundreds of outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples behind Zhao Kongyang. Every blade of grass, every stone, every clear spring, and even every speck of dust floating in the air on the Chaos Peak. The entire space is like a painting that has been torn away from the real world and presented separately. Transcend the world. The broken jade pendant continued to stimulate the power of space, which spread out in all directions and affected this separated independent world. Crash! It was as if a small stone was suddenly dropped into the calm lake, causing ripples instantly. The ripples quickly spread in all directions, from point to surface, affecting the entire world. Wherever the ripples reach, everything is frozen. Whether it is people or objects, they all seem to have been paused. Stagnation. The terrifying spear was the first to be hit. It reached Chu Qin's eyes, but was caught in midair by a terrifying force. The heaven-locking formation that was able to imprison a strong man in the spiritual realm was locked up by this terrifying ripple. Zhao Kongyang opened his eyes wide. His body was completely out of control, not to mention his hands and feet. Even his eyelids couldn't move at all. Even Zhao Kongyang, who is in the Tongling realm, is like this, not to mention the hundreds of inner disciples and true disciples behind him. Except for Chu Qin, who had the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, inside his body, all the others present were restrained. The ripples created by the jade pendant are the power of space. When this force of space invaded Chu Qin's body, the heaven-devouring demon pot in his body started to move slightly, and a devouring force that surpassed the force of space burst out and swallowed him up in an instant. However, although Chu Qin could move freely, he did not act rashly. Instead, he pretended to be like Zhao Kongyang, standing still on the spot, not daring to even blink. Since the jade pendant has saved his life, there is no need to expose the existence of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot. After all, the value of an ultimate imperial weapon is far greater than that of a top-grade 5-element full spiritual root. Chu Qin believed that the moment the jade pendant was activated, even if his chief master Qi Lao was far away in Tianyao Gorge, he would definitely be able to sense it. A saint-level strong man has already comprehended the law of space and can shatter the void and perform space shifting. A Saint King level powerhouse is even more terrifying. Not only can they perform space teleportation on their own, but they can also easily build a stable space channel across thousands or even tens of thousands of miles. Distance has no meaning to a Saint King level powerhouse. It is said that once a cultivator enters the realm of Emperor, even if he is only a quasi-emperor, he can directly construct a space wormhole with just a thought. As for the real ancient emperor? Anyone who calls his name, no matter where they are in the ancient continent, can be sensed by the ancient emperor, who will bring down the imperial punishment of destruction. The fact was just as Chu Chen had expected. The moment the jade pendant was broken, Old Man Qi, who was looking for the ancient tea tree for the elixir of immortality in Tianyao Gorge, said inwardly that something was wrong. He immediately shattered the void and moved to Chaos Peak in an instant. He hid in a corner of the void and observed secretly. After accepting Chu Chen as his disciple, the most precious gift given to Chu Chen was not the 100,000 spirit stones or tens of thousands of pills, but this jade pendant engraved with the Holy King's protective amulet. The jade pendant contains a terrifying force of space. The moment it is crushed, this force of space will sweep across the surrounding area of thousands of meters and imprison everything. Even if one is a Saint King realm warrior, it would take at least 3 breaths to break free from the constraints of space. As soon as the jade pendant broke, it took only a moment for Old Man Qi to arrive. If the one attacking Chu Chen was not at the Saint King level, but a quasi-emperor or even emperor-level cultivator, this jade pendant would naturally not be able to stop him. But even the emperor-level strong men have taken action, so if Old Man Qi comes, he will just die. Old Man Qi shattered the void and rushed to Chaos Peak. The moment he saw Zhao Kongyang and hundreds of disciples behind him, he became furious. Infighting. How can this be possible? Zhao Kongyang has always been narrow-minded. Now, Chu Chen has been targeted by him only 2 days after he came to the Red King Palace. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is right and who is wrong without even a glance. However, the old fox Jilao was not in a hurry to show up, because the crisis had been resolved. He patiently hid in a corner of the void, staring at Chu Chen intently. The person behind Chu Chen is most likely the Empress. Old Man Qi wants to see whether the Empress will show up at such a critical moment. In addition, Chu Chen has another identity, that is, the holy son of the immortal family Yi family. Even though he is now deposed, who knows if this was a play staged by Chu Chen and the Yi family? After all, with such a talent, which idiot would be willing to kick him out of the house? But after waiting for a long time, not only did the Empress Lin Shuwang not show up, even Chu Chen did not show any other means. Instead, like Zhao Kongyang, his body was completely imprisoned by this terrifying force of space. Hey! Seeing that the power of space was about to dissipate, Old Man Qi leaned on his crutches, stepped out of the void, and slowly walked in front of the 2 people. Bang! With a stick, the spatial force that imprisoned the entire Chaos Peak disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like ice and snow melting. Correspondingly, Chu Chen, Zhao Kongyang, Yu Wei and even the hundreds of disciples and thousands of slaves behind them regained their freedom at the same time. Master! Master! When Zhao Kongyang saw the person coming, he was so frightened that his body trembled, and he quickly bent down and bowed. Master! Chu Chen casually bowed and spoke coldly, pretending to have suffered a great injustice, full of resentment but unable to speak out. Greetings, Lord Palace Master! Greetings, Lord Palace Master! Greetings, Lord Palace Master! When the other outer disciples, inner disciples and true disciples saw Old Man Qi, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they quickly bowed to him. After all, their palace master is nearing the end of his life and is about to die of old age, so he has a strange personality, moodiness, and a very bad temper. As for Yu Wei and other guards and servants, these ordinary people had already fainted completely under the shock of the terrifying force of space the moment the jade pendant was crushed. As a disciple of the Red Palace, please give me an explanation. Old Man Qi frowned and looked at Zhao Kongyang and the more than 300 disciples behind him with displeasure. The terrifying pressure from the Saint King realm made these people breathless. With Old Man Qi's cultivation and cunningness, there was actually no need to ask. He could guess roughly what happened by looking at the bodies of Li Long and others on the ground. Chu Chen didn't say anything. After all, They were all smart people. Zhao Kongyang did not explain, but just winked at the disciple beside him. The disciple next to him understood what he meant and immediately pointed at Chu Qin and started to attack him. My Lord Palace Master, Chu Qin killed Li Long and other disciples from the Divine Flame Imperial Palace and slaughtered his fellow disciples. He has violated the palace rules. Brother Zhao saw that the palace master was not here, so he enforced the palace rules on his behalf. Seeing this, the other disciples also began to criticize Chu Qin. These more than 300 disciples were all Zhao Kongyang's confidants, so they naturally spoke in his favor. Moreover, Chu Qin had only been in the Red King Palace for 1 day, and he was only in the qi gathering stage, so he had no foundation at all. And he, Chu Qin, also killed the old butler Qian Bao. He has a very murderous nature. Yes, Lord Palace Master, if this kind of person is not caught and executed in time, I am worried. I am worried about the lives of thousands of slaves on this mountain, as well as the safety of tens of thousands of disciples in our Scarlet Palace. Seeing that there were more and more voices accusing and scolding Chu Qin, and it became more and more intense in the end, they wanted to kill Chu Qin on the spot to set the record straight. Before Chu Qin could say anything, Old Man Qi couldn't stand it anymore. Boom! Then he waved his hand violently, and the pressure of the Saint King realm instantly enveloped this world. The power of space twisted time and space, turning into space prisons. All outer disciples, inner disciples and true disciples, totaling 357 people except Zhao Kongyang and Chu Qin, were locked in cages. Let's not talk about who is right or wrong. He, Chu Qin, is my beloved disciple and a direct disciple of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Not only did you not show respect when you saw me, but you also slandered, provoked me. This is a violation of your authority. Is this what I usually teach you? You are a bunch of ignorant beasts. Old Man Qi's voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly by tens of thousands of disciples and servants throughout the Qiwang Palace within a radius of thousands of miles. I have made it clear today that Chu Qin is a top-grade 5-element full spiritual root, and he is my new beloved disciple. In the entire Qiwang Mountain, apart from this old man, Chu Qin is the one with the highest status and is the most respected. The rest are second only to him. If you disrespect Chu Qin, you are disrespecting me. If you disrespect me, everyone in the entire Qiwang Mountain will die, no matter who it is. Chapter 40 Chu Qin should be the #1 person in the Red Palace. Boom! The void exploded and thunder rumbled in the sky. When the Holy King was furious, the entire Red King Palace within thousands of miles was turned upside down. The hundreds of thousands of people living in the Red King Palace suddenly felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. They prostrated themselves on the ground in panic. It was not until this moment that these 357 disciples realized how important Chu Qin was in Old Man Qi's mind. Only then did he realize that in the Red King Palace, the one who was truly second to none and above everyone else was not Zhao Kongyang, but him, Chu Qin. Zhao Kongyang's face turned as pale as paper. He stared at Old Man Qi in disbelief and took several steps back unconsciously. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that after spending 13 years in the Red King's palace, he couldn't even beat. No match for Chu Qin, who has been in Qiang Palace for less than a day. What's more, Zhao Kongyang has reached the spiritual realm, while Chu Qin is only at the Qi gathering realm. No matter how talented one is, one's strength and realm are still there. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Palace Master, we understand. I've got it down. I waited for the wrong person. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Chu. We will never again. Facing the desperate pleas of more than 300 disciples, Old Man Qi waved his hand and said with murderous intent, Now you know you're wrong? It's too late. According to the rules of the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, anyone who disrespects his elders shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Qi clenched his hands towards the void. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the 208 outer disciples exploded, turning into a continuous blood rain. No! No! Palace Master, we know we were wrong! We know we were wrong! The pleadings of the remaining 100 disciples did not dilute Old Man Qi's murderous intent. His dry palm grabbed at the void again, Bang bang bang! The bodies of the 110 inner disciples exploded like fireworks, and their flesh and blood dyed the entire Chaos Peak red. The strength of both outer disciples and inner disciples are relatively weak, but the true disciples are the hope and seeds for the future of a holy land. It is no exaggeration to say that every true disciple is the result of the sect's painstaking efforts and countless cultivation resources. Whenever a true disciple dies, the Holy Land will make a big fuss and send out a law enforcement team to thoroughly investigate the cause of death. But today, the remaining 39 true disciples were so frightened that they fell to their knees and cried bitterly. She cried heartbreakingly and miserably. They were already frightened out of their wits, and they knelt on the ground like stray dogs, begging Old Man Chi to spare them. But Old Man Chi, who was already bloodthirsty, never thought of letting these people go. Perhaps it was to establish Chu Chen's authority. Perhaps it was to give Chu Chen an explanation. Or maybe it was to win Chu Chen's heart. As the remaining 39 disciples were filled with fear, Old Man Chi bared his sharp white teeth, and then suddenly loosened his clenched hands, but before these people could breathe a sigh of relief. "Master, don't!" Amid Zhao Kongyang's shrill cries, Old Man Chi's dry hand, which was full of wrinkles and age spots, suddenly grabbed at the void again. Bang bang bang! The bodies of the remaining 39 true disciples exploded again, turning into a continuous blood rain. When the wind blows, it disappears without a trace, just like they have never been to this Chaos Peak, or to this world. So far, 208 outer disciples, 110 inner disciples, 39 true disciples. A total of 357 disciples were killed, not a single one survived. Bang! Zhao Kongyang's eyes were filled with tears and blood. He took several steps back, staggered, and fell to the ground. Snap! Snap! Zhao Kongyang's heart of Taoism was shattered. It was already difficult for him to ignite the divine fire. After this incident, he would never enter the spiritual realm again. Chu Chen, are you satisfied? After killing 357 disciples, Old Man Chi clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. The wrinkled old face forced a smile and looked at Chu Chen with kindness. I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again in the Red King's palace. The corners of Chu Chen's mouth rose slightly. Having died once, he would not feel the slightest bit of guilt for the deaths of these disciples. You know, these 357 disciples had previously threatened to execute Chu Chen in front of Old Man Chi, wishing to kill him on the spot. If Old Man Chi hadn't supported him today, it would have been Chu Chen who died. At that time, no disciple will feel guilty. Thank you, Master! Chu Chen bowed to Old Man Chi, then looked at Zhao Kongyang, who was slumped on the ground with a broken heart, and then looked up at the Chaos Peak stained with blood. The culprit was Zhao Kongyang, but he knew that Old Man Chi did not want to kill him. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. After all, he is a direct disciple. After all, he is a cultivator in the spiritual realm. After all, he is the #1 young generation in the Red King Palace. Well, let Chu Chen solve it himself. But if we just let him go, wouldn't it be? It's too cheap for him. So, under the kind eyes of Old Man Chi, Chu Chen bowed again and said, But Master, even if I, Chu Chen, have a high talent, I am only at the Qi gathering stage now. He, Zhao Kongyang, can come and go as he pleases today. Then tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Master can't always be by my side. If Zhao Kongyang breaks into my Chaos Peak again, how can I resist him? After these words were spoken, Zhao Kongyang, who was lying on the ground in a daze, was startled. He understood that Chu Chen wanted to kill him. Master, rest assured. I, Zhao Kongyang, swear to heaven that I will never. Before Zhao Kongyang could finish his words, Old Man Chi suddenly waved his sleeves, directly blocking his actions and making him unable to speak. My beloved disciple, what will you do? Old Man Chi frowned and looked at Chu Chen. The sect competition was approaching, and although he had no intention of competing for the first place, among the younger generation of the Red King Palace, he, Zhao Kongyang, was the only one who could show off his talents. Although Chu Chen is highly talented, he has only been practicing for a short time. If Zhao Kongyang were killed, the Red King Palace would definitely come last in the sect competition. Old Man Qi is approaching the end of his life, so naturally he doesn't care about these life-extending methods. However, the ranking in the sect competition is related to the allocation of cultivation resources, which is of utmost importance. But if he didn't kill Zhao Kongyang, Chu Chen would be dissatisfied with himself, resentful, and would not practice well. What then? Just when Old Man Qi didn't know how to make a decision, Chu Chen bowed and spoke again. Master, rest assured. I will not kill Zhao Kongyang. After all, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little injustice, but I cannot let the Red King Palace suffer any losses. Having said this, Old Man Qi and Zhao Kongyang both breathed a sigh of relief. But Chu Chen pointed to the dozens of formation flags planted on Chaos Peak and continued. My dojo has just been opened, and Chaos Peak has no formation to protect it. I think Zhao Kongyang's Locking Heaven formation is pretty good. Swish. Before Chu Chen finished speaking, Old Man Qi stretched out his hand and grabbed dozens of formation flags out of thin air in an instant, then forcibly refined them and flew in front of Chu Chen. Zhao Kongyang couldn't speak, but at this moment he struggled and roared desperately. This Locking Heaven array was the most precious treasure he had. If its full power is unleashed, even a strong person in the spiritual realm would find it difficult to resist the power of the Heaven Locking Array. Without this Locking Heaven formation, Zhao Kongyang's strength was greatly reduced. But before Zhao Kongyang could finish his words, Old Man Qi waved his hand impatiently, and Zhao Kongyang's body rolled on the ground and disappeared. Get out of Chaos Peak and lose all face. Disciple, this matter is over. Old Man Qi waved his sleeves, and the void in front of him shattered. A space passage leading to Tianyao Gorge took shape instantly. Remember, you just need to practice diligently and break through as soon as possible. As for the rest, no matter whether you are right or not, I will take care of it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the space passage. Before leaving, Old Man Qi hesitated for a moment, and once again spent a lot of effort to refine a jade pendant containing the Holy King's protective amulet for Chu Chen. Enter Chu Chen's palm. Yes, master! Chu Chen held the jade pendant and bowed. After Old Man Qi left, Chu Chen looked up, gazed at the rolling clouds on the top of the mountain, smelled the strong smell of blood around him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. In this Shuwang mountain, who would not be afraid of Chu Chen in the future? Would he not be in awe? Without the Yi family, Chu Chen would only live a better life. More comfortable. More carefree. After taking a deep breath and calming his inner restlessness, Chu Chen put the jade pendant into his storage ring. It was his life-saving item. Then he stared at the sky-locking array in his hand, his heart burning with desire to refine it. Thinking about it again, it has been 10 days since I first grabbed the heavens, and I can already use it a second time. The first time I captured the blood of the divine phoenix, which was of great use to the Empress. I wonder what I will be able to do with it the second time. Also, although Chu Chen had only practiced for one night, he had already reached the peak of the Qi-gathering realm, and it was time for him to break through to the condensing Yuan realm. Thinking of this, Chu Chen no longer hesitated and spoke immediately. Yu Yue, help me find a secret room. I want to go into seclusion. After I finished speaking, there was no response for a long time. Looking back in confusion, Chu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 41 Retribution has come. What happened to the Yi family? Yi family? Lingdao Peak, where Yilinger is located, is a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, rich spiritual energy, and is an excellent blessed place. 3 years ago, the Yi family achieved unprecedented success by defeating the Empress Lin Shuwang and disintegrating the Demon Clan coalition. After discussions among several holy places, the Yi family was successfully promoted to an immortal family, and was in charge of 99 spiritual veins in the world. Therefore, the cultivation resources of the Yi family are extremely rich and powerful. In addition, the Yi family has few direct disciples. Whether it is elixirs, exercises, magic weapons, scrolls, spells and formations, or certain spiritual herbs, certain spiritual objects of heaven and earth. During their cultivation, Yilinger and others have whatever they need. It is no exaggeration to say that they are practicing with honey in their mouths. But at this moment, Lingdao Peak no longer had the peaceful and tranquil scene of the past, but instead. Boom! A violent explosion was heard, and a cloud of black smoke rose from Lingdao Peak. The frightened birds flapped their wings and fled from Lingdao Peak in panic. Boom! Less than half an hour after the first explosion, another deafening sound was heard. Another thick black smoke rose up. Boom! This time, only a cup of tea passed before the explosion sounded again throughout the entire Lingdao Peak. This fire spirit pill is only a mid-grade yellow level pill. I am a third-level alchemist. How could I not be able to refine it? I succeeded in refining it before, why can't I do it now? And I even blew up the alchemy furnace. Lingdao Peak, on the top of the mountain. Yilinga looked at the 3 alchemy furnaces in front of her that had exploded, her face filled with worry and confusion. The spiritual objects and elixirs on the ancient continent are divided into 6 grades, namely mortal level, spiritual level, yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, and heaven level. Each stage is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The level of an alchemist is closely related to the elixirs he can make. Those who can refine ordinary grade elixirs are called first-grade alchemists. Those who can refine spiritual grade elixirs are called second-grade alchemists. By analogy, those who can refine earth-grade elixirs are called fifth-grade alchemists. However, heavenly-grade elixirs are extremely rare and scarce, and the process of refining them may even bring down divine punishment. Therefore, those who refine lower-grade heavenly elixirs can be called sixth-grade alchemists. The one who can make the middle-grade heavenly elixir is a seventh-grade alchemist. Those who can make top-grade heavenly elixirs are called 8th-grade alchemists. Those who can refine elixirs of the highest quality, or above, are called 9th-level alchemists. However, looking at the entire ancient continent, those who have this alchemy skill are extremely rare. Yilinga is a 3rd-level alchemist. In theory, she can refine all yellow-level elixirs. She had even refined top-grade yellow-level elixirs several times. The fire spirit pill was only of the lower-grade yellow rank. She had tried to refine it 3 times today and failed 3 times. Even the pill furnace. All 3 were blown up. Who would believe this if I told them? You must know that Yilinga's soul power is extremely strong. In the entire Yi family, her talent in alchemy is second to none, and no one dares to claim to be first. Even the Yi family's Tangxianjian, the supreme imperial weapon that can know the past and peek into the future, had once made a prediction. Shi Yejia will become a master of alchemy famous throughout the ancient continent in the future. What is a master of alchemy? That was a person who was superior to the 9th-rank alchemist, and could refine the legendary immortal medicine. It is also because of this that Yejia can be said to be very arrogant in the Yi family, and everyone who sees her will fawn on her. Her spoiled, willful, and arrogant character was the result of her being spoiled. But in the past, Yejia had the confidence and capital to be so spoiled and willful. After all, she will be a master alchemist who can refine immortal elixirs in the future. Wouldn't she be flattered and praised by people wherever she goes? But now she, the future alchemy master, can't even make ordinary yellow-grade high-quality elixirs, and the alchemy furnace exploded, and it blew up 3 times. Oh, why is this happening? Why? Looking at the broken pieces of the alchemy furnace and the medicine residues scattered on the ground, Yejia could no longer hold back her tears and began to sob. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. If someone saw this, how would she, the future master of alchemy, have the face to live on? But if you don't cry. If she didn't cry, she couldn't help it. Oh. After crying for a while, Yejia, as the future master of alchemy, began to summarize the reasons for her failure. This shouldn't be the case. I'm a 3rd-level alchemist. This fire spirit pill is the simplest lower-level yellow-grade pill. Not to mention a 3rd-level alchemist, even some 2nd-level alchemists with stronger fire control abilities can make it. What's the problem? The fire spirit pill is simply made by refining spiritual herbs containing rich fire spiritual power, including fire-cultivated grass and extremely hot flour, into pills so that they can be absorbed and refined by practitioners of fire spiritual power. This medicine pill can be said to be extremely ordinary and common. Yejia herself is a practitioner of fire spiritual power. She often refines fire spirit pills for herself. In the past, she would succeed easily and could make a large pot at a time. But the last few times I've been refining pills, all ended in failure. I know! Chu Qin! It must be Chu Qin! After thinking for a long time, the clever Yilinger immediately analyzed the reason why she failed in alchemy. Chu Qin, this bastard, wanted to commit suicide by betraying the Yi family, and then died in Tianyao Gorge and was eaten alive by monsters. Counting the days, it's the 7th day of this bastard's death. No wonder I, Yilinger, have been so restless recently when refining pills. It turns out that Chu Qin, that bastard, refused to rest in peace and turned into a ghost to harm me. Humph! How ridiculous! How ridiculous! I, Yilinger, have never seen such a shameless person in my life. When he was alive, he was so shameless that I couldn't drive him away. Now that he's dead, he's still like a pug, haunting me. After analyzing that the failure of alchemy was not due to her own poor skills, but because Chu Chen's ghost lingered after his death, Yilinger felt much better. With a wave of her hand, the medicinal residue and alchemy furnace fragments on the ground were swept into the cliff by her spiritual power. She didn't want anyone to know that she had failed in refining the medicine. She couldn't afford to lose face. Humph! After the 7th day, the ghost of that bastard Chu Qin will be gone, and then I will be the master of alchemy again. Then Yilinger hummed a little tune, stepped on the flying sword, flew out of her Lingdao Peak, and flew towards the Hanzhuang Peak where her 5th sister Yihan was. I'm upset because of Chu Qin, so I'm going to play with my 5th sister. I remember that 5th sister made a breakthrough in formation half a month ago. I'm afraid she is now a 4th rank formation master. It's just right for me to ask 5th sister to help me draw a formation scroll to increase the spiritual energy of my Lingdao Peak. Muttering to herself, Yilinger regained her former confidence and cheerfulness. Humming a little tune, she flew straight towards the frost peak where Yihan was. Since the reason she couldn't refine the elixir was because of Chu Chen's ghost, then once Chu Chen's ghost dissipated, there would be no problem. The Yi family is still the invincible Yi family, and she, Yilinger, is still the future master alchemist who can refine immortal elixirs. Admired by everyone. Before Yilinger got close to Frost Peak, she felt the violent fluctuations of spiritual power around Frost Peak. The various modeled spiritual powers of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, etc. floating in the air seemed to have lost their balance. The sky above the entire Frost Peak was covered with dark clouds and strong winds. Boom! Before Yilinger could react, a violent explosion suddenly sounded from deep within Frost Peak. This can't be. A terrible thought arose in Yilinger's heart. Yilinger covered her chest lightly, widened her eyes, swallowed her saliva involuntarily, and her pretty face was full of disbelief. Fifth sister! Where are you, 5th sister? Without time to think, Yilinger controlled the flying sword and flew straight into the depths of Frost Peak, until she saw the figure of her 5th sister Yihan on the top of the mountain. Linger, don't come over here! Yihan, who was sketching the formation on a scroll, looked in the direction of the voice. When he found that the person coming was Yilinger, his tone softened, but his face was still frosty. I am sketching the wind, thunder, and frost formation, and will soon be at the final stage. Please do not make any noise. Hearing this, Yilinger nodded, stood obediently a few meters away, and stared nervously at Yihan, who was outlining the formation. This wind, thunder, and frost formation is a 3rd-order protective formation, generally used to guard mountain gates and Taoist temples. After the formation is formed, it can bring down wind, frost, thunder and lightning in a specific area to kill invaders. Strange, isn't this, wind thunder frost formation, the formation scroll that 5th sister is best at and most proficient in. In the past, 5th sister could do 2 things at once. She could chat and discuss with Xiaoxian and me while painting and outlining this, wind thunder frost formation. She was also very fast, with a 100% success rate, and without any failures. Today is... While thinking, Yilinger looked down, then staggered and took several steps back. It turned out that there were 6 or 7 destroyed formation scrolls under Yihan's feet without him noticing. Boom! Before Yilinger could come back to her senses, Yihan had just finished outlining the last stroke of the wind, thunder, and frost formation, but the spiritual power on the formation scrolls suddenly became unbalanced, and a violent spiritual power instantly exploded. Wind, frost, thunder and lightning flashed in an instant and backfired into Yihan's body. Puff! Yihan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, and his breath instantly weakened. Who can tell them? What kind of retribution is this? What happened to the Yi family? Chapter 42. It's all Chu Chen's fault. Even as a ghost he's still haunting us. I am a 4th level formation master. How is it possible that I can't even draw a mere 3rd level, wind, thunder, and frost formation? This wind, thunder, and frost formation is obviously the formation I am best at refining. In the past, I was able to draw 2 wind, thunder, and frost formations at the same time by using both hands. What happened today? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yihan seemed to have suffered a great blow, and his Taoism was almost lost. Driven by strong pride and self-confidence, Yihan casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, not caring about Yilinger, who was already dumbfounded, and waved his hand, took out another formation scroll, picked up the pen and began to write. 5th sister, stop drawing! If you continue to paint, you will go astray and your faith will be shattered, 5th sister. Seeing that the 5th sister Yihan started to write and paint again, the spiritual energy on the entire Frost Peak was in turmoil again. Yilinger finally reacted and rushed forward, hugging her 5th sister tightly, begging desperately. 5th sister, listen to me! Listen to me! I know why you can't even draw a mere 3rd level, wind, thunder, and frost formation. That's because... Bang! Before Yilinger finished speaking, a deafening sound suddenly came from Qinshui Peak near Hanshuang Peak, and then the terrifying earth core fire erupted from the top of the mountain, forming a continuous sea of fire, sweeping across most of the mountain. In just a moment, the terrifying earth's core fire burned all the spiritual herbs, medicines, even the towering trees and continuous bushes on Qinshui Peak to ashes. It looked like a scene of world destruction. 3rd sister! Oh no, go save the 3rd sister! Yilinger and Yihan looked at each other, no longer caring about anything else. The 2 women rode their flying swords at the same time, broke into Qinshui Peak, and searched for the figure of their 3rd sister Yiqingqing in the sea of fire. Qinshui Peak is the dojo of the 3rd sister Yiqingqing, and it is next to Hanshuang Peak of the 5th sister Yihan, so Yihan can always know about any movement first. Swish! Swish! After Yihan and Yilinger manipulated the magic weapon and split the sea of fire, they finally found the figure of the 3rd sister Yiqingqing in the secret room. At this moment, Yiqingqing had already fainted. If she had not activated the magic weapon to protect her body before falling into coma, she would have been swallowed by this horrible earth core fire. Even so, Yiqingqing had many burns on her body, and the horrible fire poison also invaded her body forcefully. In comparison, the servants, guards, and even the weaker descendants of the Yi family on Qinshui Peak had no time to react before they were engulfed by the terrifying earth's core fire and turned into ashes. Go! Yihan and Yilinger held the unconscious Yiqingqing in their arms, controlled their flying swords, forcibly split the sea of fire, and flew away from Qinshui Peak. As soon as the 3 women left, a great sage-level strongman from the Yi family shattered the void in an instant, then manipulated the power of space and began to put out the forest fire. Yiqingqing, who was rescued, woke up slowly after being fed a few healing pills. After seeing her 2 sisters in front of her, who were both covered in dirt and in an equally miserable state, Yiqingqing could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Ah, why? I, Yiqingqing, am clearly a 5th-rank weapon refiner, but now I am only refining an ordinary 4th-rank magic weapon. I actually failed to refine it, and it also caused the Earth's core fire to erupt, causing the lives of the people on Qinshui Peak to be destroyed. Yilinger and Yiqingqing looked at each other and wanted to say something to comfort each other, but when they thought about their own experiences, they could no longer hold back. Woo! Wow! The 3 sisters couldn't help but hug each other and sob, feeling sympathy for each other. After crying for a long time, and until the Qinshui Peak fire was completely extinguished, the 3 women came back to their senses from their sadness, disappointment and confusion, then looked at each other and lowered their heads at the same time. Third sister, don't be sad. It's just burning a mountain and burning some servants. Yihan looked at Yi Qingqing, who was crying bitterly, and couldn't bear it, so he opened his mouth to comfort her. Third sister, our Yi family is an immortal family that controls 99 spiritual veins in the world. I will let my father open a Taoist temple for you and give you more servants. After all, you are the future master of refining weapons and the hope for the rise of our Yi family. When the words, weapon refining master, were mentioned, the three sisters' brows were filled with pride and satisfaction. This was their innate talent, a glory that no one could take away. In the glimpse of the future through the Yi family's Jidao Emperor weapon Tangxianjian, the younger generation of the Yi family are all outstanding people with unlimited potential. The eldest sister, Yi Linghua, is good at divination and gossip, and has the potential to become a master of talismans. The third sister, Yi Qingqing, is good at forging magical weapons and has the potential to become a master of weapon refining. The fifth sister, Yi Han, is good at formations and has the potential to become a master of formations. My younger sister Yi Ling'er is good at refining medicine and has the potential to become a master of alchemy. As for the second, fourth, and sixth sisters, they also have incredible potential and talent in other fields, allowing them to stand out among the younger generation. It's just that the second, fourth, and sixth sisters are not in the Yi family. Instead, they have joined other holy places, sects, and immortal Taoist school, and rarely come back. Yi Han, I am not sad because my Jinshi peak was burned, nor am I sad because of the burning of some servants. With the comfort of her two younger sisters, Yi Qingqing slowly came to her senses, sighed softly, and said, I just can't understand. I, Yi Qingqing, have the potential to become a master of weapon refining and be able to refine the ultimate imperial weapon in the future, but I don't know what happened these days. I am a 5th level refiner, but I can't even refine an ordinary 4th level magic weapon. These past few days I have been possessed by a demon. No matter how hard I refine, I cannot engrave the Tao on the forged magic weapon. The Tao rhyme that was clear in the past has now become extremely obscure and difficult to understand. Woo. As she spoke, Yi Qingqing lay in Yi Han's arms and started crying again. Yi Han and Yi Ling'er looked at each other. They wanted to say something to comfort them, but they thought about their own failures in drawing the formation and refining the elixir. How can I say such comforting words? For geniuses who are born with glory and halo, the greatest harm to them is not to kill them, but to take away their glory and halo, so that their talent is no longer there, and they become ordinary people. Falling from the clouds to the mortal world, they lose not only their pride and self-esteem, but also their collapse. They live in self-doubt every day until their spiritual faith is shattered and they go astray. But third sister, you just want to refine weapons. Why did you cause such a big forest fire? Yi Ling'er was straightforward. She looked at the burnout Jinshi peak in front of her and asked in confusion. Third sister, you have the potential to become a master of refining weapons. Even if you fail in refining magic weapons, it won't be so bad. Before Yi Ling'er finished speaking, Yi Qingqing sighed and said slowly, refining equipment is different from refining medicine and drawing array scrolls. What is needed for refining equipment is various rare and hard ores, and the required flame temperature is also extremely high. It takes a lot of time and effort to refine it with the fire I control, so I have to use the fire from the earth's core which I cannot fully control. After these words were spoken, Yi Ling'er and Yi Han looked at each other. The two girls were full of admiration for the third sister Yi Qingqing. The temperature of the earth's core fire is extremely high. Not to mention that Yi Qingqing is only a 5th level weapon refiner, even a 6th level, or even 7th level alchemist may not be able to master it. But the three girls all overlooked one point. Yi Qingqing used the earth core fire that she had not yet fully mastered to refine the weapon. This is an extremely irresponsible behavior towards the hundreds of slaves on Jinshi Peak. Once the core fire gets out of control, the entire Jinshi Peak will turn into a continuous sea of fire in an instant, causing great loss of life. Yi Qingqing had a magic weapon to protect her, so she was fine, but what about those servants? But who cares? Third sister, to be honest with you, I am a 4th level formation master, but recently I can't even draw a 3rd level formation scroll. Third sister, there's me. I don't know what happened. I'm a 3rd level alchemist. Logically, I can make any top grade yellow level elixir. But recently, I couldn't even refine the lower-grade yellow elixir, and several of my elixir furnaces exploded. Yi Han and Yi Linger did not hide anything and told the truth to Yi Qingqing. Hearing this, the three women sighed softly at the same time, and then looked up towards the sky above the Yi family involuntarily, with sad and puzzled expressions on their faces. What they didn't know was that it had been 10 days since Chuchen left, and the Yi family's luck had dissipated even more. There was even a thick, dark aura of misfortune that had already filled the entire Yi family's sky, affecting the luck of every member of the Yi family. This is... If moral principles are violated, there will be immediate destruction. If virtue does not match one's position, disaster will surely occur. Oh, Linger! After I failed to draw the wind, thunder, and frost formation, I remember you told me. Yi Han suddenly remembered something, grabbed Yi Linger's arm tightly, and spoke anxiously. Tell me you know why I can't draw the wind, thunder, and frost formation. Tell me now! Quick! It's no wonder Yi Han was anxious. If she couldn't become the legendary master of formations, it would be more painful than killing her. Not to mention that Yi Han is already engaged. Wang Teng, the young master of the immortal Wang family, was engaged to her because he saw that Yi Han has the potential to become a master of formations. Seeing that the wedding date was getting closer and closer, if Yi Han could not recover her formation cultivation, even if she did not break off the engagement, she would still be despised by her husband's family. How could she? Yi Linger took a deep breath, not knowing how to start. Boom! Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, Yi Linger, the three of you quickly come to the main hall. Just as Yi Linger was about to tell the truth, the voice of the patriarch Yi Ding suddenly penetrated the boundless void and resounded in the ears of the three people. The three women did not dare to delay and immediately controlled their magic weapons and flew into the main hall of the Yi family. Father Yu, what are you doing? As soon as the three girls arrived at the main hall of the Yi family, they found that the head of the family, Yi Ding, was weak and exhausted, with blood stains at the corners of his mouth. A bad thought rushed into the three women's minds. Wouldn't my father also? It's okay, I'm just... Yi Ding's face turned red. Under the questioning of his three daughters, for the sake of so-called face, Yi Ding tried to fool around. Father just failed in his retreat to break through. The path of cultivation is against the will of heaven, so it is normal to fail in breaking through. Very normal. Is this normal? Of course it's not normal. Yi Ding has reached the level of a great sage and has mastered the art of space. Now he is only trying to reach the 7th level of great sage, not the Saint King realm. Even if I can't break through, it won't be so embarrassing. I called you here to ask you why there was a wildfire on Jinshi Peak? In order to change the subject and save his face, Yi Ding coughed twice and continued. Also, I haven't seen Xiaoxian, your eldest sister, and Yi Linghua in the past few days. I wonder if they... But before Yi Ding could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Linger's crying voice. Father, your failure to break through is not accidental. The third sister failed to forge a magic weapon, causing a forest fire. Fifth sister failed to draw the formation scroll and almost lost her Tao heart. Even I failed in refining a mere yellow-grade lower-grade elixir, and 4 or 5 of my elixir furnaces exploded. So many coincidences happened at the same time. Do you still think it was a coincidence? Do you still think we didn't work hard enough? Is it our own problem? Looking at Yi Linger, whose face was filled with grief and anger, and who was shouting at the top of her lungs, Yi Ding and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Then why is this? Yi Linger took a deep breath, turned around and pointed outside the palace gate and said, Do you know what day it is today? Today is the 7th day since the death of that loser Chu Chen. The reason why we failed to refine medicine, refine weapons, outline formations, and break through the realm. All of this was caused by Chu Chen. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Yi Linger gritted her teeth and said, He's haunting us. He can't forget us, and he's haunting us. Even as a ghost, he would never leave us. Chapter 43. Chu Chen's soul will be torn apart, and he will never be able to reincarnate. Wow. After Yi Linger gnashed her teeth and scolded Chu Chen, putting all the blame on Chu Chen, the air around them seemed to freeze. The main hall of the Yi family was silent. The 7th day? Can't forget? The haunting? Will you still haunt me even after I die? It sounds so mysterious and weird, but in the eyes of Yi Ding, Yi Han, Yi Qingqing, and others. But it makes a lot of sense. I thought so. How could I, Yi Han, a dignified 4th rank formation master, not be able to draw a 3rd rank, wind, thunder, and frost formation? So it was that loser Chu Chen who caused all this. That's it. Yi Han was like a drowning child. He found hope in an instant and began to seriously look for reasons for his failure. I, Yi Han, am still the same Yi Han. The magic brush and scroll I used to draw the formation are the same as before. Even my frost peak has not changed. If there is any recent change in my Yi family, it is that Chu Chen, this waste, was kicked out of my Yi family and removed from the family tree. As soon as these words fell, the 3rd sister Yi Qingqing also suddenly realized and quickly nodded in agreement. Yi Han is right. After that bastard betrayed the Yi family, he dared to cross the Sky Demon Gorge, trying to use himself as bait to drag my family down to hell. Only a foolish elder sister would be fooled by him, and almost died. We will not be fooled by that loser. Yi Qingqing also nodded and said thoughtfully. When Chu Chen was still in our Yi family, he liked to stay in my Qingshui Peak when he had nothing to do, like a pug, and he couldn't be driven away. Now he has become a wandering ghost, and he is still so annoying. No wonder I always felt a chill on my back when I was refining weapons, as if a pair of eyes were staring at me. It turns out that this piece of rubbish is causing trouble. Ling, you are really smart. You figured it out right away. Everyone nodded in agreement, and in an instant, the voices accusing Chu Chen resounded throughout the main hall of the Yi family. Even Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, had a sullen face and frowned, and waved his hand impatiently to interrupt the conversation of his 3 daughters. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger were frightened and quickly shut up. After all, they knew very well that blaming all the sins on Chu Chen was too far-fetched. It's just that they have been doing this for so many years, and they can't change it in a short time. But now Chu Chen is dead, they are still like this, right? Is it too much? Sure enough, Father Yi Ding couldn't stand it anymore and was about to blame them. Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger lowered their heads, ready to be scolded by their father. I have always believed that ghosts are too mysterious, and I do not believe that there are lonely ghosts in this world. Unexpectedly, when his father Yi Ding opened his mouth, he said something shocking. But this time, my breakthrough was a natural and certain thing. I didn't expect that at the critical moment of the breakthrough, the originally clear path of heaven and earth suddenly became obscure and difficult to understand. If it wasn't that little bastard who did it, then who else could it be? That little bastard must be holding a grudge against the head of the family for breaking off the father-son relationship with him and removing his name from the family tree. But can I be blamed for this? Tell me, can I, your father, be blamed? Under the questioning of the head of the family Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and Yi Linger shook their heads like rattles. If their father was wrong, then wouldn't they all be wrong? It's true that the little beast has done my Yi family a favor, and I know that as a father. But I, Yi Ding, am not only Chu Chen's father, but I am also the patriarch of the entire Yi family. That little bastard is already useless. I can't let him just sit there on the laurels for the rest of his life. How will the Yi family side branch disciples view me? Xiao Xian is different. He has the potential to be an emperor. If I don't cultivate him, who should I cultivate? Alas, that little beast is just too utilitarian and resentful. He can't rest in peace even after his death. Yi Ding sighed slightly. If he had not failed to break through this realm, he would not even remember Chu Chen. Ling, you are the smartest among us sisters. Yi Qingqing took Yi Linger's hand and asked. In your opinion, that bastard has turned into a wandering ghost and is haunting us. What should we do? We can't burn some paper for him, kneel down and kowtow to him to apologize, and beg him to let us go, right? As soon as Yi Qingqing finished speaking, the faces of the Yi family members present changed drastically. Asking them to kowtow and apologize to Chu Chen, this waste, this little beast? Isn't that ridiculous? Besides, when this man was alive, they could bully and humiliate him at will. Now that he's dead, there's no need to take him seriously. Kowtow and apologize, that is absolutely impossible, he can't bear it. Yi Linger, who was forced to do something, glanced at her father and sisters who were staring at her, and suddenly felt that she had a great responsibility. She forced herself to hold back the words. How should I know? And then she thought about it and spoke excitedly. Since it only appeared on the 7th day, then after the 7th day and some time has passed, I think the soul of that useless person will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. After all, that rubbish has been removed from my Yi family tree and has long since become a wandering ghost. There is no place for him in this world anymore. I believe that after a while, his soul will be scattered and he will never be able to entangle us again. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Yi family members in the main hall, including the head of the family, Yi Ding, nodded in agreement. But if after the 7th day, that bastard still pesters us and refuses to leave our Yi family, what should we do? Yi Han frowned, his face cold, and spoke righteously. You also know that that bastard likes to stay in our Yi family and pester us. I, Yi Han, am the future formation master, and I don't have time to waste time with him. After these words were spoken, Yi Qingqing and Yi Linger looked at each other and panicked. You have to know that they are both future masters of weapon refining and alchemy. Who would be willing to waste time with that piece of trash? The head of the family, Yi Ding, also frowned. His position as the head of the family was originally. The ancestor of the Yi family let Yi Ding sit because he saw that Yi Ding had given birth to a good son and for Chu Chen's sake. Otherwise, no matter from the perspective of cultivation, talent and qualifications, what virtue and ability does Yi Ding have? What virtue and ability? If it really doesn't work, then let's wait until the 7th day is over. If we still can't break through, then. Halfway through her speech, Yi Linger swallowed her saliva and her eyes were a little evasive, but under the urging of Yi Qingqing and others, she still gritted her teeth and said, Then we will go and ask a demon monk. I heard that some demon monks are very good at imprisoning other people's souls. They put their souls into the soul-refining flag and refine them into a magic weapon, so that their souls will fly away and they will not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation and will never be able to transcend for eternity. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the main hall of the Yi family fell into silence. Although Chu Chen is extremely hateful and shameless. But he is their brother after all, a member of the Yi family after all. After all, they have done the Yi family a favor. If they do this, they will probably feel guilty about it. Hey! When Uncle Fu heard this, he could no longer hold back and sighed inwardly. Such a funny and bizarre scene completely stunned the butler Fu Bo. Not to mention that the 3 young ladies present were outstanding, but why did the head of the family, Yi Ding, also follow suit and believe in ghosts? I can't break through in my cultivation, I can't refine elixirs, I can't refine magic weapons, I can't draw a formation scroll. How can you blame others? Not to mention that the person being blamed is Chu Chen, who may have already died. The head of the family and the young ladies don't want to think about it. If young Master Chu Chen really has such great ability, why would he be kicked out of the Yi family? Why would he die in Tianyao Gorge? Uncle Fu sighed secretly, as he could still hear the Yi family members endlessly accusing Chu Chen of being an ungrateful person and having no conscience, and that he deserved to be swallowed by a monster. These words. Although Uncle Fu had a high level of cultivation, he was a servant of the Yi family after all. It was not easy for him to defend Chu Chen. However, seeing that Yi Ding, the head of the Yi family, was also fooling around, Uncle Fu suddenly felt very sad and thought to himself. With such a patriarch, how can the Yi family rise? How can they dominate the entire ancient continent? I'm afraid the entire Yi family is on the verge of destruction. Although Uncle Fu didn't say what was in his heart, his frown and worried look were still noticed by the head of the family, Yi Ding, who asked, Uncle Fu? Why are you sighing? Could it be that? Chapter 44, The Divine Fire Realm Breakthrough Pill is completed, Yi Xian's plan. No one expected that the head of the family, Yi Ding, would suddenly notice the butler, Fu Bo, and ask him seriously. You have to know that although Uncle Fu has a high status in the Yi family, the butler is still a servant after all. Under Yi Ding's questioning, Uncle Fu was frightened and his face turned pale as paper. Uncle Fu was so scared that he lowered his head and bent over, feeling extremely regretful. Even if Yi Ding and the young ladies of the Yi family were wrong, that was not something that a servant like him could criticize. Now that the head of the family, Yi Ding, has discovered the clues, the days ahead are likely to be. Thinking of this, Uncle Fu quickly explained. No! Master! Old slave! Old slave! But before Uncle Fu could finish his words, Yi Ding, who had already seen everything, waved his hand impatiently and spoke in a rather domineering manner. Uncle Fu, you don't need to explain. As the head of the Yi family, how can I not know what you are thinking? After hearing these words, Uncle Fu's face turned pale and his body trembled. No matter how foolish and incompetent Yi Ding is. That's also the head of the Yi family. If all my thoughts were known then. Well, Master Chuchin, I will follow you now. I will go to the underground to serve you now. Now. Ha ha, Uncle Fu, you must have been hindered in your practice and haunted by the vengeful spirit of that little beast, right? Yi Ding laughed twice, pointed at Uncle Fu, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, and blurted out. After these words were spoken, Uncle Fu was stunned. He stood there for a moment, not knowing whether to nod or shake his head. Linger, your idea is good, but... Yi Ding sat on the seat of the patriarch of the Yi family, straightened his back, waved his hand, and spoke in a loud voice. But too kind! Too slow! Too hesitant! That little beast is not only harming us now. If my guess is correct, the descendants of my Yi family and even tens of thousands of disciples are probably persecuted by this little beast. Not only are their cultivations hindered, but there are also people who have gone astray and their hearts have been broken. In my opinion, there is no need to wait for the 7th day to pass, nor for the little beast to leave on its own. This matter is of great importance. Linger, go and ask the monks from the demon sect to come directly. Just capture the soul of that little beast, refine it into a magic weapon, and make him never be reincarnated. Don't forget, the ancestor is also in seclusion to break through. If this little beast delays the ancestor's practice, then we will be blamed for our death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ding stood up from his position as the head of the family, then put his hands behind his back, his eyes like lightning, looked through the palace gate at the entire Yi family, and spoke with great righteousness. Chuchin, don't blame your father. I, Yi Ding, am not only a father, but also the head of the Yi family. As soon as Yi Ding finished speaking, Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han and others stood in awe. Uncle Fu couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he lowered his head and closed his eyes, deciding to just ignore it and not be bothered. At the same time, from every corner of the immortal Yi family, noises, shouts, and wailings resounded through the sky. I have been practicing for more than 30 years. Logically, I should have been able to break through to the seed-breaking realm long ago. Why did I fail this time? How come I, a rank 3 alchemist, can't even make the lowest level of soul-gathering pills? Puff! My spiritual power is in disarray, my meridians are broken, my cultivation! My cultivation! Brother Yishur, stop now! Stop now! You have gone astray! You can no longer force your way out. Oh no! Oh no! Senior brother Yishur failed to break through and exploded to death. Senior sister Yijin's heart of Taoism was shattered, her cultivation was lost, and she became immortal. And junior brother Ziyang, his meridians are also broken, and all the spiritual energy in his body has dissipated. Oh my God! What happened to my Yi family? My Yi family has never done anything that would enrage the gods and the people. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? My Yi family has just been promoted to an immortal family, in charge of the 99 spiritual veins in the world. How could it end up like this? Because of the loss of luck and the accumulation of misfortune, tens of thousands of disciples and servants of the entire Yi family suffered backlash. Some powerful elders are fine, but their cultivation is blocked and there is no hope of breaking through. However, those Yi family disciples who had just started their cultivation journey, or had low strength, were affected by the aura of disaster, and some became possessed or had their Tao hearts broken. Even Yi Shanhe, the ancestor of the Yi family, who was in the deepest part of the Yi family, secluded himself and trying to break through to the quasi-emperor secret realm, was now surrounded by dark and thick aura of disaster. His wrinkled old face was full of pain and struggle. At the same time, Wenshuan Peak is where the Yi family's spiritual energy is most concentrated. A magnificent formation enveloped the entire mountaintop, blocking out all prying eyes from the outside world. Yi Xian stared at the huge alchemy furnace in front of him, his eyes fixed on it, his face full of tension. More than a dozen spiritual herbs and medicines in the alchemy furnace have been refined into medicinal liquid and are about to be fused into pill embryos, which is the most critical step in refining pills. Teacher, are you sure you can successfully refine this divine fire breakthrough pill? Yixian looked at the soul body controlling the flame beside the alchemy furnace, swallowed his saliva, and said, My Yi family's luck has plummeted, and misfortunes are everywhere. The cultivation of every member of the Yi family has been hindered. If I don't find Chuchen, I'm afraid that Yixian will not be able to break through. Bang! Before Yixian finished speaking, Soul Body Dan Lao angrily waved his hand, and the soul power directly slapped Yixian. Shut up! I am at the critical moment of refining the elixir. If you make a fuss and cause the elixir to fail, I will extract your soul and refine it into a magic weapon. At worst, I'll just find a new host. Master, please calm down. I will never dare to do that again. After being slapped, Yixian instantly became like a deflated ball. He covered his red and swollen face with his hands, bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Since Chuchen left, the usually kind-looking old Dan has become more and more irritable and easily angered. There is no other reason. As soon as Chuchen left, the Yi family's luck plummeted, and misfortune arose. Not only the Yi family members were affected, but also Elder Dan, who was recuperating in the ring. The loss of luck had greatly slowed down Dan Lao's recovery. The evil spirit was so strong that a trace of black gas appeared in Dan Lao's soul body without him noticing. This is going to drive old Dan crazy. He is more anxious than anyone else and wants to know whether Chuchen is alive or dead. The only one who can predict this is Yi Linghua. Therefore, this divine fire breakthrough pill must be successfully refined. Must do. Give it to me, Rome! The soul body Dan Lao manipulated the soul power in the sky, wrapped the alchemy furnace, and then forcibly merged the refined medicinal liquids together to further refine them. Dan embryo, give it to me! Boom! With a loud tremor, spiritual power ran rampant, and invisible waves swept across the entire Wenshuan peak, shocking Yixian back dozens of steps, and then he sat down on the ground. Fortunately, the entire Wenshuan peak had long been covered by a formation that concealed its aura, and the slaves, maids, etc. had been driven out of the mountain in advance. Otherwise, with such a turbulent situation, the entire Yi family might have been attracted. Haha, it worked! It finally worked! Amid Dan Lao's unbridled laughter, the formed pill embryo was further refined and transformed into a round pill, suspended in the air. The elixir contains rich fire spiritual power, as if there is a fire burning inside the elixir. An inexplicable Taoist charm surrounds it, and it is extraordinary at first glance. Is this the divine fire realm breakthrough pill that can allow a divine fire realm cultivator to break through again? That's great! That's great! Teacher is able to refine such a pill. I'm afraid he has the potential to become a master of alchemy. Yixian stared at the divine fire-breaking realm pill with greed on his face, while at the same time flattering old Dan. Humph, how easy is it to become a master of alchemy? Dan Lao snorted coldly, then glared at Yixian fiercely and warned. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, kid. This divine fire realm breaking pill can only be taken by divine fire realm cultivators. If you force yourself to swallow it, you will end up exploding and dying. No. I don't dare. Yixian was frightened when his true feelings were spoken, and he quickly lowered his head and bowed to admit his mistake. In order to refine this divine fire breakthrough pill, I have consumed a lot of my soul power, and I will soon enter a long sleep. You give this elixir to Yi Linghua of the Yi family, and help her break through the 9th level of the divine fire realm. Then, use divination to find out the whereabouts of Chuchen and see whether he is alive or dead. Unless the luck of the child is taken away, it will not be so easy to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Lao glanced at Yixian coldly again. The cold look made Yixian shiver. I am warning you. If you don't finish this matter before I wake up, there is no need for you to live. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Lao's increasingly illusory soul turned into a stream of light and went directly into the black ring on Yixian's ring finger and disappeared. You old fool, just wait for me. Yixian's face was full of resentment, and he cursed secretly in his heart. Then he waved his hand and grasped the divine fire-breaking realm pill in his palm, and then ran straight towards Linghua Peak where his eldest sister Yi Linghua was. Find out whether Chu Chen is dead or alive. Find out Chu Chen's whereabouts. It concerns the fortune of the entire Yi family, and also concerns Yi Xian's cultivation, so this matter must not be delayed. Besides, Yi Linghua is at a critical juncture in her realm breakthrough. If he gives her the Divine Fire Realm Breakthrough Pill at this time, wouldn't she be so moved that she almost dies? Yi Xian had a meaningful smile on his face. While he was on his way, he sent messages to Yi Linger, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, and even the head of the family, Yi Ding, asking them to rush to Linghua Peak. When you do good things, of course you have to let the whole world know about it. Otherwise, what is the point of doing good things? Damn Chu Chen, once I find out your whereabouts, I will definitely let those brainless members of the Yi family bring you back. I, Yi Xian, will break your hands and feet, lock you up in a stable and keep you like an animal, then strip away all your luck bit by bit. And your 6 sisters and 1 younger sister, each one is prettier than the other. They will all be included in my harem. Ha 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 ha! Chapter 45. White Lotus must wait until the atmosphere is right before taking action. Yi family, Linghua Peak. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Linghua studied under a divine fortune teller. She is proficient in gossip and divination and is extremely talented. Needless to say, her status and position in the Yi family. In the past, except for the saint's son Chu Chen, other members of the Yi clan were slightly inferior to her. After Chu Chen's meridians were destroyed and his cultivation was lost, a dark horse emerged from the Yi family, and that was Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Linghua is the hope for the Yi family's future, and the one most likely to break through the quasi-emperor's secret realm. The eldest sister is like a mother. Among many sisters, Yi Linghua's majesty is second only to her father Yi Ding. Even because her mother died early, Yi Linghua was quite sensible. Sometimes even her father Yi Ding felt a little scared in front of Yi Linghua. But at this moment, Linghua Peak no longer had the quietness and peace of the past. The spiritual energy surrounding the entire Linghua Peak was like boiling water in a copper pot, bubbling and gurgling, extremely violent and restless. Because today is the critical moment for Yi Linghua to impact the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm. For this moment, she has been in seclusion for nearly 10 days. After returning to the Yi family from Tianyao Gorge, he luckily saved his life, but Chu Chen's life or death was uncertain, and Yi Linghua was heartbroken. Only by breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm can one use secret techniques to find out the whereabouts of Chu Chen. So Yi Linghua had no choice. Even if she went insane and her Tao heart was shattered, and her future path of cultivation was cut off, she would definitely break through the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm today. Chu Chen, wait for Big Sister. Big Sister will definitely find you and bring you back to the Yi family safely. I won't let you suffer outside. Yi Linghua took a deep breath, sat cross-legged in the secret room, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Then he closed his eyes and began to forcibly absorb the thousands of top-grade spirit stones in front of him. In theory, it is not difficult to break through from the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm to the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm. One only needs to practice step by step and accumulate enough, and breaking through will be a natural process. But Yi Linghua had just broken through to the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm, and less than half a month had passed before she was about to break through by force. As the saying goes, more haste makes waste. Before his body had adapted to the changes after breaking through the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm, he forced himself to break through the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm. Not only is the hope of a breakthrough slim, even if one manages to break through by chance, it is very likely to cause hidden dangers to the body. It will be several times or even dozens of times more difficult to break through in the future, and it is even possible that the path of cultivation will be cut off from then on. But when she thought about Chu Chen's uncertain life or death, Yi Linghua no longer cared about the future and forcibly refined and absorbed the spiritual power contained in thousands of top-grade spirit stones. As spiritual power continued to flow into Yi Linghua's body, her skin became burning hot, and her beautiful face showed a look of pain. Boom! Boom! Circle after circle of spiritual power fluctuations emanated from Yi Linghua's body, from point to surface, like ripples on the water, spreading to the entire Linghua Peak, encompassing everything. With Yi Linghua as the center, all the spiritual power within hundreds of meters around her began to become extremely violent, with dark clouds rolling overhead and gusts of wind. The servants and guards on Linghua Peak were dismissed early by Yi Linghua, for fear that the fluctuations of spiritual power generated during the breakthrough would hurt these mortals. "Break the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm for me!" With Yi Linghua's loud shout, thousands of top-grade spirit stones in front of him instantly turned into ashes. An extremely pure spiritual power penetrated into his body and began to impact continuously. Yi Linghua suddenly felt that there was an invisible barrier inside her body, and as long as she broke this barrier, she would be able to break through successfully. Crack! Crack! With the help of spiritual power, cracks appeared on this invisible barrier, like a spider web exploding, and it was about to be completely shattered. Whoosh! However, the aura of disaster that was as thick as ink and hovering over the entire Yi family suddenly split off and invaded Yi Linghua's body. After Chuchen left, Yi Linghua's luck was mostly lost. Now she was invaded by the aura of disaster. Not to mention a breakthrough, she was afraid. Puff! Yi Linghua opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Her breath dropped sharply, and the invisible barrier in her body, which had been full of cracks for a long time, not only had all the cracks been repaired, but it also became more solid and strong than ever before. Finally failed? Yi Linghua opened her eyes, and tears as big as beans flowed down her cheeks one by one. Chuchen, it's my fault that I'm useless. I'm sorry for you. Now that I have failed in my attempt to break through, let alone the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, I'm afraid I can't even maintain my cultivation in the 8th level of the Divine Fire Realm. Previously, in order to find out the whereabouts of Chuchen, Yi Linghua did not hesitate to overdraw her life and forcibly perform the divination technique. Now she has failed to break through and suffered backlash. The situation is much more serious than she had imagined. Yi Linghua didn't care about the decline in her cultivation, but if she didn't break through the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, she would not be able to find out the whereabouts of Chuchen, and she would not be able to. This is something she can never accept. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know why you failed to break through? It was all because of the ghost of that useless Chuchen, who was causing trouble and harming us. Yi Linghua turned around and looked in the direction of the voice, and found that Yi Linghua who had spoken was standing behind her. Her indignant and hateful look made Yi Linghua feel quite uncomfortable. In addition to Yi Linghua, Yi Qingqing, Yi Han, Yi Xian, and even Father Yi Ding were all there. All of this was naturally done by Yi Xian. After all, the Divine Fire-breaking realm pill was too precious, and there were not many opportunities to win people's hearts like this, so he naturally had to seize it. Sister, Linghua is not talking nonsense. Yi Qingqing also interrupted and said, Linghua failed in refining the elixir, I failed in refining the weapon, Yi Han failed in drawing the formation diagram, and even my father and all the disciples of our Yi family failed in breaking through the realm. Do you think all this is a coincidence? Do you think this is because we haven't worked hard enough? Are we too stupid? Of course not. This is because Chuchen is unwilling to die and is pestering us. Yi Linghua sighed deeply. She had already lost hope after failing to break through, and she was too lazy to argue with her sisters. She was good at gossip and divination, so she could naturally detect fortune that others could not. Yi Linghua knew better than anyone why such a big change had happened in the Yi family. That is Chuchen, the son of luck who single-handedly supports the entire Yi family's destiny, pushes the Yi family to an unprecedented height, and is responsible for the destiny of tens of thousands of Yi family disciples. They drove him out of the Yi family, and removed his name from the family tree. But if I tell this to others, who would believe it? In other words, who is willing to believe it? Each member of the Yi family claims to be a master of alchemy, a master of weapon refining, a master of formation, and their ambitions are as high as the sky. But little do people know that all of this is built on the dedication of Chuchen, the son of destiny. Never mind, maybe. Yi Linghua closed her eyes and said in her heart, perhaps this is the fate of the Yi family. Without Chuchen, the Yi family would not be able to become an immortal family. Yi Linghua turned a deaf ear to the advice of her sisters and even her father, and walked alone, step by step, towards the secret room. Having lost all hope, she just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Big sister, isn't it just about breaking through the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm? I can help you do it. When Yixian, the White Lotus, saw that the atmosphere was almost set, he slowly reached out his hand to stop Yilingwei, who looked as pale as death. At the same time, he touched the storage ring on his hand, and a round divine fire-breaking realm pill containing terrifying energy appeared out of thin air in Yixian's palm. With this divine fire realm breakthrough pill, Big Sister will definitely be able to break through the divine fire realm 9th layer. By then, when the time comes, I can use this secret method to find Brother Chuchun and bring him home. That's great! Wow! As soon as the divine fire-breaking realm pill appeared, Yilingyue's eyes were instantly attracted to it, and she couldn't look away no matter what. Not to mention Yilingwei, even Yi Ding, Yi Qingqing and others were shocked by Yixian's move. After all, she is a White Lotus, so she has to wait until the atmosphere is right before she takes action. Chapter 46. Without the Yi family, Chuchun would be nothing but a dog if he didn't die. Divine Fire Realm Breaking Pill! It's actually Divine Fire Realm Breaking Pill! Oh my god, this pill is extremely precious, and the recipe has been lost. How did you get it, Xiaoxian? Big Sister, Xiaoxian even gave you such a precious treasure. His love for you and our Yi family is evident to all. If Chuchun had this divine fire realm breaking pill, he would have hidden himself and eaten it secretly. He would never have been willing to give it to Big Sister. Amid the noise, Yilingwei ignored everyone and stared at Yixian in disbelief, and asked in a slightly trembling voice. Xiaoxian, where did you get such a precious elixir? You can keep it for when you break through to the divine fire realm. Are you really willing to give it up? Without waiting for Yilingwei to finish her words, Yixian directly stuffed the divine fire breakthrough pill into Yilingwei's palm, and then showed a harmless smile. I got this elixir by chance. To Xiener, nothing is more important than family. Big Sister, take this pill quickly and find Brother Chuchun. Yilingwei's eyes were slightly red. She rubbed Yixian's head with her hand and nodded vigorously. The divine fire breakthrough pill is indeed precious, but compared with Chuchen's life, it is nothing. She, Yilingwei, will naturally compensate Yixian in the future. Under the gaze of several sisters, Yilingwei opened her mouth and swallowed the divine fire-breaking realm pill, and then began to refine it. Boom! As soon as the pill entered the throat, it turned into warm currents that flowed through the limbs and bones throughout the body. With a crisp roar, the invisible shackles were instantly broken, and Yilingwei's aura also surged. The 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm can be broken in an instant. The so-called Divine Fire Realm breaking pill means that as long as one is in the Divine Fire Realm, one can break through one realm by swallowing one pill. However, it is only effective when one swallows the first Divine Fire Realm breaking pill. Yilingwei, who successfully broke through the 9th level of the Divine Fire Realm, did not hesitate at all. She clasped her hands together, her spiritual power dancing wildly. Taking advantage of the breakthrough opportunity, she immediately performed her secret technique and began to divine and deduce Chuchen's location. As one complicated hexagonal star array after another appeared under Yilingwei's feet, the Yi family members held their breath. I have used mystical techniques to extract the power of starlight. If the starlight in this formation converges into Chuchen's figure within 10 breaths, then... Taking a deep breath, Yilingwei suppressed her inner anxiety and uneasiness, looked at her sisters, her father, and Yixian, and spoke again. That means Chuchen is still alive, otherwise. Before she finished speaking, Yilingwei's eyes were already red. Yilinger didn't care at all and started counting down directly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. As 10 breaths of time passed, the barely formed hexagonal star array became dimmer and dimmer, and was about to break into pieces and turn into nothingness. Yilingwei's heart had sunk to the bottom, and Yixian also clenched his fists, regretting deeply. 1. Boom! But at the last moment, the hexagonal star array that was about to break together gathered together again, and infinite starlight gathered into a shining human figure. This figure looks exactly like Chuchen. Oh my god, Chuchen is still alive? How is this possible? That's right, how could that rubbish be alive? How could he escape from a saint-level monster? It's totally unfair that this little beast can still live. Seeing that Chuchen was still alive, Yi Qingqing, Yilinger and others said without even thinking. Previously, they attributed their failures to the haunting of Chuchen's ghost. Now that Chuchen is still alive, then isn't that asking them to slap themselves in the face? Not to mention Yilinger and others, even the head of the family, Yiding, had a gloomy face when he saw that Chuchen was still alive. There was no surprise in the depths of his eyes, only disgust and hatred. Great, Brother Chuchen is still alive! The only happy people present, besides eldest sister Yilingwe, was Yi Xian. Sister, quickly deduce the location of Brother Chuchen, quickly! Yilingwe nodded heavily. When Yi Xian knew that Chuchen was still alive, he showed his heartfelt joy, which deeply moved Yilingwe. Before this, she always thought that Yi Xian was just like Yilinger, Yi Qingqing and others, who disliked Chuchen, bullied Chuchen, and wanted to drive Chuchen out of the Yi family. Now it seems Yi Xian's concern for Chuchen is no less than his own. Thinking of this, Yilingwe no longer hesitated, and burned her vitality again, forcibly using the secret method to deduce Chuchen's whereabouts. Humph, big sister, what's so good about that trash? That's right. Even if he is still alive, so what? Without the protection of my Yi family, Chuchen can only be a dog for others if he doesn't die. Living by wagging your tail and begging for mercy, you are not even as good as the servants of our Yi family. Yilingwe ignored the ridicule from Yilinger and the others, and concentrated on performing her secret technique to deduce their whereabouts. As spiritual powers penetrated into the hexagonal star array, faint starlight gathered from all directions and condensed into two large words in the void. Southern Xinjiang. Southern Xinjiang is too big. Just finding out that Chuchen is in southern Xinjiang is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find him. But just when Yilingwe was about to use the secret method again to continue her investigation, the hexagonal star array in front of her suddenly exploded for some unknown reason, turned into a sky full of stars, and disappeared. Puff! As a result, Yilingwe opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She staggered. If Yilinger and Yi Qingqing had not supported her on both sides, Yilingwe would have fallen to the ground. Well, it seems like something is hiding Chuchen's secrets, preventing me from spying on him. Yilingwe wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with regret. It's a pity that my divination skills are not even 1/10 of Master's. If Master were here, he would definitely be able to find out Chuchen's exact location. Taking a deep breath, Yilingwe did not give up, but turned around and bowed to her father Yiding. Father, although I haven't been able to find out Chuchen's exact location, but I already have an idea of his approximate location. Please grant me permission, Father. I will set off to southern Xinjiang right now to find Chuchen. No one expected Yilingwe to be so anxious. As soon as she found out Chuchen's whereabouts, she couldn't wait to go looking for him. No! The journey to southern Xinjiang is too long, and your father is worried about you going. Yiding rejected it immediately without even thinking about it. To him, Chuchen's life or death is not important at all. Father, please let my elder sister go find Brother Chuchen. Brother Chuchen is still a member of my Yi family. If he is not doing well outside, our Yi family will lose face. After finally finding Chuchen's whereabouts, Yi Xian was even more excited than Yilingwe. Now that Yilingwe was willing to go look for him, Yi Xian was naturally overjoyed. But Yiding, this blockhead, is making trouble at this time. If father doesn't allow Xianer will kneel down forever. As he spoke, Yi Xian knelt down in front of Yiding. Get up! Get up! As long as Xiao Xian asks, father will agree to anything. Everything. Seeing Yi Xian kneeling down, Yiding agreed without thinking. Ling Yu, your protective seal has been broken. It's a long journey to the southern border to look for that bastard. Your father is worried about your safety. Yi Han, go with your elder sister. A father worries when his son is away from home. As a father, Yiding loves every child, except the waste Chuchen. Father, I don't want to. Yi Han's face was full of resistance. She had to run so far and waste so much time just to find a piece of trash. What's the point? Isn't this just a waste of time and life? But before Yi Han could say no, Yilingwe glared at him coldly, and Yi Han shut up instantly. Chuchen, wait for me. Yilingwe looked at Yi Xian with gratitude, and then took Yi Han, who looked reluctant, with her feet on the flying sword and flew away. Big sister will definitely find you and bring you back to the Yi family. At the same time, at the top of Chaos Peak in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace. Just after cleaning up Zhao Kongyang and preparing to ask the new housekeeper Yi Wei to take care of other chores, he found that no one responded for a long time. Turning around and looking at where Yi Wei was, Chu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw that Yi Wei, who was originally an ordinary person, now had terrifying divine aura emerging from her body, which enveloped her body and lifted her into the air. Yi Wei was still unconscious, but those rays of divine light were extremely terrifying and dazzling. This girl, I'm afraid. Chu Chen frowned slightly, then walked towards the unconscious Yi Wei. It's not that simple. Trample. But before he took 2 steps, the supreme imperial weapon, the heaven-devouring demon pot, and his body began to revive uncontrollably. Such a sudden change made Chu Chen's expression tense, and his body tensed up instantly. Chapter 47, The Second Capture of the Heavens. Why did the heaven-devouring demon jar revive at this time? What is the omen? Chu Chen frowned and looked around. There was no one else in the entire Chaos Peak except him. Zhao Kongyang was slapped away by Old Man Qi. The Chief Master Qi Lao went to Tianyao Gorge to look for the ancient tea tree that could elixir of immortality and enlightenment. Thousands of servants and guards, including the housekeeper Yi Wei, were still unconscious. Could it be that Old Man Qi hadn't left yet? Was he still secretly observing him? Or is it that some other palace masters have forced their way into the Chaos Peak and are lurking in the boundless void? Neither. Chu Chen took a deep breath and walked towards Yi Wei, who was lying on the ground. The revival of the Jidao Emperor's soldiers did not foreshadow any danger, but more like. It's more like covering up the secrets, concealing the location of one's own energy, and preventing others from spying. Although Chu Chen did not completely refine the heaven-swallowing demon pot, the supreme imperial weapon, nor awaken the imperial weapon spirit, but even after the initial refining, he felt a blood connection between him and the heaven-swallowing demon pot. Who is deducing my location? Could it be the Yi family? Never mind. The heaven-devouring demon pot's revival this time only obscured the aura around Chu Chen, and then fell silent again. Chu Chen did not care much about it, but walked to the unconscious Yi Wei, touched the storage ring on his hand, then took out a healing pill, pried open Yi Wei's red lips, and fed it to her. There was a dazzling divine aura shining inside Yi Wei's body, supporting her body, which was extremely mysterious. As soon as the pill entered the throat, it was instantly refined under the protection of the divine energy. The powerful medicinal power flows through the meridians throughout the body, circulates through the limbs and bones, and nourishes the body. He is obviously an ordinary person, how could he? As the vitality in Yi Wei's body grew stronger and stronger, the aura enveloping her body became more and more dazzling. In the end, several divine auras transformed into a cocoon of light, completely wrapping up Yi Wei's body. Chu Chen frowned, quite puzzled. How could there be such a strange phenomenon? I guess Yi Wei's identity is not simple either. I haven't even started my cultivation journey yet, but I've already seen something like this. If only. When the dazzling divine aura slowly dissipated, Yi Wei's injuries not only recovered in an instant, but her vitality also reached dozens of times higher than before. Except for the scar on his face that went through his ears and nose, the whip wounds on his body scabbed over, fell off, and new skin grew almost at the same time. The divine aura gradually dissipated, Yi Wei's breathing began to become steady, her eyelashes fluttered up and down, and she was about to wake up. I am. Master! Master, I. When Yi Wei woke up and opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Chu Chen's arms. Her face turned red instantly, and she jumped up immediately like a frightened rabbit. Master, this servant deserves to die! This servant deserves to die! Chu Chen waved his hand and didn't say much. Then he took out a bottle of low-level healing medicine from the storage ring and threw it to Yi Wei. I'm going to retreat to my secret room and feed these healing pills to my servants and guards on Chaos Peak. After waking up, those who want to leave should leave, and those who stay should perform their duties and complete their own tasks. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen took the locking heaven array to the secret room, leaving Yi Wei, whose face was slightly red and hot, nodding in agreement. As the saying goes, if you survive a great disaster, you will be blessed in the future. Chaos Peak has just been opened up. How can one gain a foothold in the Scarlet King Palace and the Divine Flame Emperor Palace without going through a life-and-death catastrophe? After this battle, not only did Chu Qin consolidate his position as the #1 person in the Shuwang Palace, but he also obtained a secret treasure, Locking Heaven Array. Under the pressure of the Saint King, Yue turned a disaster into a blessing, and the mysterious power hidden in her body was forcibly awakened. Chu Qin naturally saw the extraordinary qualities of Yue. He was even sure that as long as Yue embarked on the path of cultivation, her talent would surpass 99% of the disciples in the Divine Flame Imperial Palace, and even some elders would be unable to compare to her. However, Chu Qin did not tell Yue about this, nor did he have any intention of guiding her in her practice, at least not yet. In his previous life, he was bullied to death by the Yi family. So in this life, Chu Qin naturally has to be more careful. The old butler Qian Bao is Zhao Kongyang's man, so what about Yue? Not only did his parents die tragically, he was also bullied by his housekeeper and nearly beaten to death in public. All this happened right under Chu Qin's nose. He saw it all as soon as he arrived at Chaos Peak. I have to say, what a coincidence. It was such a coincidence that Chu Qin began to feel a little suspicious. He wondered if Yue had also become a pawn in the hands of others? Who dares to say that this is not a premeditated torture? All for the sake of gaining Chu Qin's trust. It sounds a bit mysterious, but Chu Qin, who had died once, had to be cautious. But all this is not important. What is important is one's own strength. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery seems pale and ridiculous. It doesn't matter whether Yue is a chess piece in the hands of others. What matters is that once Chu Qin finds out that Yue is detrimental to himself and Chaos Peak, she must die. After entering the secret room of the main hall, Chu Qin closed the stone door and lit sandalwood. He took a deep breath, took out a protective formation that blocked the energy from the storage ring, activated it, and then covered the entire secret room. This formation was obtained from the storage ring that old man Qi gave to Chu Qin. After all, it was created by a Saint King level powerhouse, so the level of the formation was naturally not low. It could block the divine fire and even the great sage level powerhouses from spying on it. But in front of a Saint King realm expert. But it's not good enough. Therefore, this protective formation is just the cover. Chu Qin's real trump card is the heaven-devouring demon pot. With his fingers pinching a magic formula, the heaven-devouring demon jar, the supreme imperial weapon in his body, immediately began to revive. The ancient, mottled, and simple jar body, covered in sword marks, appeared out of thin air in front of Chu Qin, floating in the secret room. Gurgle. Gurgle. The heaven-swallowing demon pot continuously swallowed and spit out black light. The black light was dense and persistent. Each one weighed 10,000 pounds and contained terrifying rhyme of Taoism. It was extremely mysterious and terrifying. With the heaven-swallowing demon pot in place, not only can Saint King-level powerhouses like Old Man Qi not be able to spy on it, even the divine thoughts released by quasi-emperor powerhouses will be blocked. Only a powerful emperor who is also extremely humane could break through the defense of the heaven-devouring demon pot and peek into the situation inside the secret room. First, refine this sky-locking formation to add a protective barrier for my Chaos Peak. There are many things to do, but Chaos Peak is Chu Qin's dojo, so naturally he cannot allow others to come and go as they please. Locking Heaven Array is the most precious and important magic weapon on Zhao Kongyang's personal disciple. With this array as a protection, any strong person below the spiritual realm who breaks into the Chaos Peak by force will surely die. Even if a strong person in the spiritual realm tries to force his way in, it is not certain that he can force his way in, unless he is a strong person at the peak of the spiritual realm with extremely powerful fighting ability. The strong ones in the divine fire realm can also stop one or two. Although the Locking Heaven Array cannot stop the Great Sage if the Great Sage forces his way in, it can also serve as a warning, allowing Chu Qin to be informed at the first time, and can also stop one or two in by time. In other words, although Chu Qin is only at the Qi gathering realm, as long as he refines the Heaven Locking Array, he can fight against strong men below the divine fire realm and the Chaos Peak without the help of any magic weapon. So for now, this Locking Heaven Array is extremely important to Chu Qin. Humph! You dare to resist a mere spiritual realm magic weapon? As soon as dozens of formation flags were taken out, they burst out with a strong force of resistance, broke free from Chu Chen's restraints, turned into arrows, and rampaged in the secret room. Although this locking heaven array has been refined by Old Man Qi and the soul imprint left by Zhao Kongyang has been erased, it is not easy to refine and control it again. Chu Chen is only at the peak of the Qi gathering realm and has not even broken through to the condensation realm. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to refine a magical weapon from the spiritual realm with his cultivation level. But who is he, Chu Chen? He is the most gifted freak in cultivation in this ancient continent bar none. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-devouring demon pot emitted black light, and the extremely terrifying pressure was released in an instant. The dozens of formation flags that were rampaging in the secret room were like mice seeing a cat. Under this pressure, they trembled and flew obediently in front of Chu Chen, not daring to show any intention of resistance. Although the magic weapon in the spiritual realm has not yet given birth to a spirit, it already has a certain spirituality, and naturally knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Refine it for me! The spiritual power was released, instantly enveloping the dozens of formation flags in front of him. The soul power was released, leaving marks on these formation flags one by one, and completely refining them. Go! After completely refining the locking heaven array, Chu Chen did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, dozens of array flags turned into arrows, flew out of the secret room, and were inserted into various corners of Chaos Peak according to specific directions. Boom! When all the formation flags were in place, a powerful Dao rhyme emerged, and the sky-locking formation took shape, protecting the entire Chaos Peak and isolating it from outside investigation. The terrifying pressure from the sky-locking array frightened the villains from the outside who were spying on the situation, and also declared that Zhao Kongyang was completely defeated by Chu Chen. My cultivation in the Qi condensation realm is still too low. I must break through to the origin condensation realm before I can completely refine the heaven-devouring demon jar and awaken the spirit of the jar. After refining the locking heaven formation, Chu Chen turned his attention to the heaven-devouring demon pot, his face full of heat. But before that, the 10-day period has passed, so I can grab the heavens a second time. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen summoned the heaven-swallowing demon jar to his body without any hesitation. While suppressing his restless heart, he rolled up his sleeves, stretched his entire arm into the body of the heaven-swallowing demon jar, and fumbled around for a while. The first time he captured the heavens, he captured the blood of the divine phoenix, which was of great use to the Empress. This second time, what treasure will be caught? While thinking, that mysterious artistic conception once again filled my mind. Unlike the first time he grabbed the heavens, this time, it seemed that there was a specific thing in the dark, as if it had been waiting for him, Chu Chen. Extremely mysterious. It was as if it was not him, Chu Chen, who was searching for treasure in the vast galaxy, but some mysterious treasure that chose him, Chu Chen. Chapter 48. Mastering 2 imperial level skills at such a young age. Just like the first time he performed Grab the Heavens, when Chu Chen reached his hand into the heaven-devouring demon pot, his entire consciousness was pulled into a different space by a force so powerful that it had no boundaries. Looking around, everything was gray. And he, Chu Chen, seemed to be standing on an extremely desolate planet, feeling extremely lonely, isolated, insignificant and confused. Looking up, above your head is a vast galaxy made up of billions of stars. These stars are one after another, twinkling and flickering. The stars that are nearby are shining brightly and are extremely dazzling. It was far away and hazy, as if it was billions of miles away from Chu Chen. But even though they were billions of miles apart, Chu Chen could still feel the terrifying energy and pressure contained in these stars. This includes not only Saint King level pressure, but also Quasi-Emperor and even Great Emperor level pressure. Even at the end of the vast galaxy, there seemed to be a pressure that surpassed that of the ancient emperors. Just by taking a look from a distance, Chu Chen felt dizzy and the spiritual power in his body was surging, and he seemed in danger of exploding. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen quickly gathered his mind and dared not peek again. He knew that some terrifying mysterious existences were far beyond his reach now. Although Chu Chen is the son of luck, he has extremely powerful luck surrounding him. No matter what danger he encounters, he can always turn danger into safety. But this does not mean that the Son of Destiny cannot die or cannot be killed. If virtue does not match one's position, disaster will surely occur. If one is not capable enough to take on a task, he will suffer the consequences. If you try to commit suicide by force, then the power of luck will not be able to protect you. With the experience of the first time, as soon as Chu Chen's consciousness entered this strange space, he reached out to the depths of the starry sky. The white and slender arms instantly turned into giant arms that could pick up the stars and the moon. This star actually. Chu Chen originally wanted to grab a star that was closer to him, but he didn't expect that a star far away in the depths of the universe would take the initiative to sense it and fly straight towards the giant arm the moment Chu Chen stretched out his hand. I've never seen anyone throw themselves into someone's arms. That's interesting. Bang! Chu Chen did not refuse. He controlled his giant arm and grabbed the star that was throwing itself into his arms, into his palm, and then his consciousness withdrew from the alien space. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment his consciousness withdrew, the captured star turned into a golden light particle, hovering deep in Chu Chen's sea of consciousness. This is a set of skills? Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, the golden light particle exploded and turned into a vast golden ocean, flooding his entire sea of consciousness. Intense pain filled every part of his body, and Chu Chen was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Who could have imagined that just a set of skills was so huge that it almost broke Chu Chen's sea of consciousness and made him faint? As the pain gradually subsided, Chu Chen regained consciousness. Looking into the sea of consciousness, a few large golden characters were hovering above the vast golden ocean. Chaos Devouring Heaven Technique. Is this the name of this technique? It can even swallow the sky. You are quite arrogant. Chu Chen took a deep breath and began to comprehend this heaven-defying martial art bit by bit with great anticipation. Chaos Swallowing Heaven Technique can swallow the sky and the earth, forcibly plunder other people's cultivation, forcibly swallow other people's Tao fruits, and use them for yourself. Wow! Seeing this, Chu Chen was stunned. In his understanding, cultivation depends on the cultivator absorbing the spiritual power floating between heaven and earth, comprehending the Great Way, and accumulating little by little before he can achieve a breakthrough. However, this chaos-devouring heaven art does not rely on one's own hard work, but instead forcibly plunders the cultivation of others. Bring it here! Bring it here! Bring them all! If this is true, then Chu Chen's tail will be up to the sky? You must know that because of the great battle with the Empress Lin Shuwang 3 years ago, Chu Chen, the youngest great sage-level strongman in the ancient continent, had his cultivation abolished and became immortal. Now that the path of cultivation has been resumed, even if one can start practicing again, one must start from the qi gathering stage and practice step by step. Although he has all the best attributes and spiritual roots, and his cultivation speed is far beyond that of ordinary people, it is still difficult for him to catch up with the geniuses and monsters of the same age in a short period of time. But once you have this chaos-devouring heaven technique, things will be very different. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Whether it is a genius from the demon race, a prodigy from the human race, or spiritual stones, spiritual minerals, or even spiritual objects from heaven and earth that contain powerful energy, he, Chu Chen, can forcibly swallow it and use it for his own purposes. In this way, the lost time can be made up. Even if it is the female Emperor Lin Shuwang, he, Chu Chen, can catch up with her. Such a heaven-defying technique, of course I must comprehend and practice it as soon as I get it. Chu Chen sat cross-legged on the cushion in the secret room, concentrating his mind, calming his breath, putting aside all distracting thoughts, and began to comprehend the chaos-swallowing heaven technique with all his heart. For someone with such incredible abilities, it goes without saying that the complexity of this chaos-devouring heaven technique is far beyond that of ordinary techniques. It is not an easy task to comprehend it. Fortunately, Chu Chen is a top-notch person with all attributes and spiritual roots, unprecedented and unparalleled in the entire ancient continent. In terms of cultivation aptitude and comprehension, even the Empress Lin Shuwang cannot compare to him. The spiritual consciousness wandered in the vast golden ocean, and the extremely obscure and complicated spells and runes instantly flooded the mind. Here, Chuchen forgot about time and forgot about everything. Time passed little by little, and after Chuchen had a preliminary understanding of the entire chaos-swallowing heaven art, he was completely stunned. This chaos-devouring heaven technique is definitely an imperial level or even higher level technique. Its value is simply inestimable. Just like magic weapons, martial arts techniques are divided into grades according to the level of cultivation. Gathering chi, condensing essence, opening up the sea, creating the sky, and communicating with spirits. Divine fire, great sage, holy king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. There are 10 secret books in the path of cultivation, and the corresponding techniques are also divided into 10 levels. Although this chaos-swallowing heaven art does not have specific levels marked on it, others may not know it, but Chuchen knows it very well. Because before Chuchen's cultivation was abolished, as the holy son of the Yi family, he naturally practiced the Yi family's imperial level martial arts, the art of sharing the sky with small space. The Yi family had a great emperor in their ancestors' family, but he died later. However, the supreme imperial weapon Tangxianjian and the imperial skill, Little Time Tongtianju, still exist in the world, protecting the entire Yi family for thousands of generations. This is the true foundation of the Yi family and the hope for its revival, and only direct disciples of the Yi family can practice it. Chuchen once comprehended the tiny space-time secret, and knew the horror and mystery of the emperor-level technique. But compared with the tiny space-time art, the horror, complexity and mystery of the chaos-devouring the sky art far exceeds it. In other words, no matter how bad the chaos-swallowing heaven art is, it is still an emperor-level art. But if we dare to infer, this chaos-swallowing heaven art is probably. He has long transcended the highest level of humanity and the dignity of an emperor, reaching the illusory realm of immortals. Come to think of it, only such a terrifying existence can swallow up the sky and the earth, forcibly plunder others' Taoist fruits and cultivation, and refine them for their own use. Who could have thought that less than half a month after rebelling against the Yi family, Chuchen not only resumed his cultivation path, but with his cultivation in the Qi-gathering secret realm, he even mastered 2 emperor-level skills. You have to know that the emperor-level skills are the secrets that are not passed down by major holy places and aristocratic families. Looking at the entire Shenyang Imperial Palace, even the Empress Lin Shuwang cannot produce the 2 imperial-level skills. I didn't expect that with my talent of top-grade all attributes and all spiritual roots, it would take me 2 days to comprehend the chaos-swallowing heaven technique. Chuchen stood up and took out a cleansing talisman from the storage ring. After activating his spiritual power, a flash of spiritual light appeared and the dust on his body was instantly brushed away, leaving his clothes as clean as new. Gurgle gurgle. His stomach growled and hunger came over him. Chuchen quickly took out some dry food and fruits from his storage ring to fill his stomach. He was so focused on comprehending the chaos-devouring heaven art that he didn't even realize he hadn't eaten or drunk water for 2 days and 2 nights. Huh! Why isn't Yue at Chaos Peak? The soul power of the Qi-gathering realm cultivator has not awakened, so he cannot use his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings, but with the spiritual realm magic weapon locking heaven array, Chuchen can use the power of this array to explore every blade of grass and every object on the entire Chaos Peak. But when he swept his mind across the entire Chaos Peak, he did not find Yue, and frowned instantly. Swish! Mobilizing the power of the locking heaven array, Chuchen's body turned into a beam of light and instantly appeared outside the palace gate. Where is Yue? Looking at the servants who were cleaning the palace, Chuchen asked. Ah? Reply to the master. The sudden appearance of Chuchen really frightened the 2 servants. When they realized that the person in front of them was their master, they immediately knelt down and saluted, and answered. Master, Butler, you went to Lingqiao Hall and said. He said he wanted to buy some spiritual grass seeds for Chaos Peak and plant them on the spiritual fields. The 2 servants spoke to each other, but at the end, their voices became quieter and quieter. But steward, you left very early, and now 2 or 3 hours have passed, and he has not returned yet. Where is the fish steward now? We don't know either. Lingqiao Tang? The Lingqiao Hall on Chuang Mountain is not far from Chaos Peak, and it only takes 1 hour to purchase the spiritual medicine seeds. Now 2 or 3 hours have passed, and he has not come back yet. Which one? Okay, you guys go down. Chuchen frowned, and while speaking, with the help of the power of the Locking Heaven Array, he appeared at the foot of Chaos Peak in an instant, and then walked straight towards the Ling Chao Hall. Chuchen wanted to see why Yu Wei hadn't returned yet. Chapter 49. Yu Wei was bullied. Red King Palace, Chaos Peak. Seeing that the spiritual fields on Chaos Peak had been mined and Chuchen had been in seclusion all the time, Yu Wei thought again and decided to go to the spiritual herb hall with the spiritual stones given to her by Chuchen to avoid delaying the planting of spiritual herbs. Chaos Peak is hundreds of meters high, reaching into the sky. Yu Wei was born as a slave and had no way to practice cultivation. She had to rely on her own feet to go up and down the mountain. Fortunately, when Chaos Peak was first built, a spiritual cableway was used to facilitate the servants and guards to go up and down the mountain. It only needs a low-grade spiritual stone to activate it, making it convenient to go up and down the mountain. Half a day ago, Yu Wei had already gone down the mountain and headed straight for the Lingqiao Hall of the Red King Palace. After leaving Chaos Peak, there is no spiritual cableway and everything has to be done on foot. Fortunately, the location of Chaos Peak is good enough. It is not far from the Lingqiao Hall, Gongfa Hall, and Magic Weapon Pavilion of the Red King Palace. It can be reached in an hour's walk. The weather was hot, and by the time Yu Wei arrived at Lingqiaotang, her clothes were already soaked with sweat. After a short rest, looking at the Lingqiao Hall in front of her which was crowded with people, Yu Wei hesitated for a moment before taking out a face towel to cover the scar on her face that ran across her ear and nose. All women love beauty, but after being disfigured, Yu Wei never thought about restoring her appearance. Her parents were murdered, and she herself was nearly beaten to death. She hated her own weakness, her own powerlessness, and this cannibalistic world. Fortunately, she met her master. The one who helped her get revenge, gave her a new life, and even didn't mind the shocking and extremely ugly scar on her face. Yu Wei really wanted to repay Chuchen and wanted to do something for him. But as a mortal, Yu Wei knew that she could do nothing. When Zhao Kongyang attacked, when hundreds of outer disciples, inner disciples and true disciples surrounded Chaos Peak, when Shilar, a powerful Saint King, single-handedly killed more than 300 disciples and rescued Chuchen. After witnessing the power of the cultivator who could move mountains and fill the sea, Yu Wei felt more and more useless and unable to help her master at all. But too many things in this world have been decided from the moment we are born. Wealth, power, and even talent, the upper limit has been set from the moment one comes out of the womb. Sometimes it's not that they don't work hard enough, but that they don't have the opportunity, the platform, or the chance. No matter how high your talent is, without a method of cultivation, you are destined to be unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Yu Wei, who was born a slave, was destined to have no chance of becoming an immortal from the moment she was born. Being alive is a great blessing. Yu Wei also thought about going against the will of heaven. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. She had tried to resist fate, and had tried more than once, but what was the result? The guard was only at the first or second level of Qi Gathering Realm, and he suppressed him with a wave of his hand. It was Qian Bao, the old butler of the 10th level of the Qi Condensation Realm, who forced her parents to death and wanted to forcibly possess her. In the face of absolute strength, resistance is futile. All Yu Wei could do was to destroy her beautiful face as a sign of resistance. But even so, it still couldn't change the outcome. If Chuchen hadn't appeared, Yu Wei would have been thrown off the cliff and died. Yu Wei is a stubborn person. She knows that her life was given by Chuchen, and she wants to repay him, but her ability is limited. So all she can do is to manage the huge Chaos Peak wholeheartedly for Chuchen. After putting on the veil, Yu Wei immediately stepped into the spiritual herb hall. She wanted to buy the spiritual herb seeds as soon as possible and return to Chaos Peak. Calculating the time, her master might be coming out of retreat soon. She needed to prepare hot and delicious meals before her master came out. Who are you? You have no cultivation at all, and you dare to come to my Red King Palace spiritual herb hall? You are not a disciple of my Red King Palace, right? Even the lowest level outer disciples should have reached the Qi Condensation Realm. If you are not a disciple of the Red King Palace, why are you here in my spiritual herb hall? As soon as he entered Lingqiao Hall, he was stopped by several disciples guarding the door. Although Yu Wei was disfigured, the veil covered her face, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't see the hideous scar on her face. In addition, Yu Wei has a graceful figure, elegant temperament, and the veil covering her face adds a bit of mystery. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of many male disciples of Lingqiao Hall. "Brother Zhongshan, I see she looks flustered and hesitant. She must be hiding something. She looks like a spy. Why don't you just capture her and send her to your room?" Hee hee hee. Whether one has cultivation or not can be seen at a glance. In the eyes of several male disciples, Yu Wei, a mortal with a flesh and blood body, was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. "I think this girl is sneaky and looks like she was born a slave. Brother, what you said makes sense. Just capture him. If he resists, kill him on the spot." As he spoke, senior brother Zhongshan drew out the sword in his hand with a swish, and the spiritual energy in his body surged. The powerful pressure of the condensation realm pressed directly towards Yu Wei in front of him. "My fellow brothers, you have misunderstood me. My name is Yu Wei and I am..." Boom! Faced with the pressure from the condensation realm, Yu Wei staggered and nearly fell to the ground. But she knew she was no match for these people. If she fought against them, it would only anger them and cause trouble for her master. So Yu Wei quickly bowed and explained. "I'm not a spy, I'm the steward of Chaos Peak, My master is Chu Chen he." Clang! As soon as the words Chaos Peak and Chu Chen came out, senior brother Zhongshan and other disciples in front of them were so scared that even the flying swords in their hands fell to the ground. The pressure from the condensation realm came quickly and went away even faster. Zhongshan and other disciples' faces turned pale and blue, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweats streamed down their faces. You said you are from Chaos Peak?" Zhongshan picked up the sword on the ground tremblingly, and when he looked at Yu Wei again, his eyes were full of panic and fear. "Yes. Your master is senior brother Chu Chen?" Yu Wei nodded. The argument attracted many disciples to watch and point fingers. Yu Wei doesn't like being watched by people, especially after being disfigured. She just wants to escape from here as soon as possible. Thump! The next moment, in front of many disciples of Lingqiao Hall, Zhongshan knelt down in front of Yu Wei without any hesitation, and then cowed out his head like pounding garlic. Seeing this, the disciples behind him also knelt on the ground, cowed out to Yu Wei and begged for mercy. Miss, we are blind and ignorant. We apologize for any offense we may have caused. Please forgive us. We were tempted by your beauty. Damn you! I hope the young lady can have pity on us and let us go. Don't tell senior brother Chuchen about this." Led by senior brother Zhongshan, several disciples knelt on the ground, slapped themselves in the face and begged for Yu Wei's forgiveness. Compared with his previous aggressive and arrogant appearance, he was like a completely different person. "You guys get up, get up." More and more disciples gathered here. Yu Wei blushed and reached out to support these people, but these disciples refused to get up. I just came to the spiritual herb hall to buy spiritual herb seeds, you can rest assured. I won't tell the master." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Wei pushed through the crowd and walked towards the depths of Lingqiao Hall. Even though Yu Wei walked away, Zhongshan and other disciples were still kneeling on the ground, their faces pale with fear, and they did not dare to stand up. They were all disciples of the Scarlet King Palace, and they knew very well that Zhao Kongyang and more than 300 disciples had besieged Chaos Peak. In order to protect Chuchen, Palace Master Qi Lao violently killed more than 300 disciples and took away Bao Kongyang's Locking Heaven formation. After publicly announcing that Chuchen was the #1 person in the Red King Palace, who would dare to provoke this devil? The master is really amazing. He can scare them away just by his name. Yu Wei walked briskly, not knowing what she was thinking. With the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she looked extremely happy. This was the first time in her life that she enjoyed this feeling. It's nice to have someone protecting me. Brother Zhongshan, get up quickly! Get up quickly! That bitch has gone far away, why are you still kneeling? Yu Wei had just walked a short distance when a beautiful and charming female disciple walked into the Lingqiao Hall. When she saw Zhongshan and the others kneeling on the ground, she pouted in anger. Even if this bitch is senior brother Chu Chen's housekeeper, so what? A servant is a servant. We are official disciples of the divine flame imperial palace. How can we be compared to a lowly servant? This female disciple is named Feng Jiao, and she is at the first level of Ningyuan, and is Zhang Shan's Taoist partner. She saw everything that happened before. I just haven't figured out how to do it, so I've never taken the initiative. She doesn't mind her man having affairs outside. She doesn't care if her man suffers humiliation or loses face. Moreover, she came forward this time not only for Zhang Shan. She looked down at her proud breasts and graceful figure. Reaching out and touching the delicate and picturesque face, Feng Jiao smiled charmingly. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are achieved through risk. After witnessing Chu Chen's horror, Feng Jiao had a bold idea. Chapter 50 I will scratch your face first, then send you to death. Faced with Feng Jiao's shocking words, Zhang Shan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He is just lustful, but definitely not stupid. Zhang Shan has always looked down upon those idiots who jump around in front of the protagonist, think their lives are too long, seek death in various ways, and are willing to serve as stepping stones for the protagonist. How can I practice if I can't even control my emotions? How can I survive in the Red King's palace? Shut up! Stop talking! Senior brother Chu Chen is my direct disciple. He is the palace master's beloved disciple. He is the number one person in my Red King palace. Shut up! Shut up! Zhang Shan was almost frightened by Feng Jiao. He quickly got up from the ground, grabbed Feng Jiao's arm, and signaled her to shut up. After all, there are many people in this spiritual herb shop who are talkative. Once the news reaches Chu Chen's ears, the consequences will be. Humph, you are afraid of this bitch, but I am not. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiao directly shook off Zhang Shan's hand and arrogantly shouted at Yue's back. How dare a lowly servant force formal disciples like me to kneel down? How absurd! Stop right there, you bitch! Yue was stunned. Not wanting to cause trouble, she quickened her pace, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Humph, you're looking for death! Seeing this, Feng Jiao threw out the flying sword in his hand. Bang! With his cultivation in the condensation realm, he controlled the flying sword and knocked Yue to the ground with just one strike. Feng Jiao had no intention of holding back. With her strength at the condensation realm, she was able to cause blood to flow from the corner of Yue's mouth with just one strike. Yue had just struggled to get up from the ground when Feng Jiao flashed and appeared in front of her again. Humph, I want to see what you look like, bitch! Swish! Without giving Yue any chance to resist, Feng Jiao raised her hand and took off the veil on Yue's face. The hideous scar that ran across the ear and nose instantly appeared in front of everyone. Wow! There was a commotion at the scene, with people pointing fingers at Yue. Oh my god! Such a big scar is too ugly! That's right, it makes me feel sick just looking at it. No wonder she came out wearing a veil, it turns out she was disfigured, it's really disgusting. That's right. Why are you hiding out here when your face is disfigured? Amid the accusations, Yue's eyes instantly turned red. She covered her face with one hand and tried to take back the veil from Feng Jiao's hand with the other hand. But how could she, a mortal, be a match for a cultivator in the condensation realm? Feng Jiao seemed to be teasing Yue deliberately. She moved the veil in her hand up and down and left and right, and placed it in front of Yue, but she didn't let her get it. Oh my god, how can Feng Jiao be so brave? Although this maid has an ugly face, she is still senior brother Chu Chen's person after all. How dare she? Feng Jiao has always been smart and scheming. As soon as she entered our Red King Palace, she hooked up with senior brother Zhang Shan. Why is she so reckless today? Isn't she afraid that senior brother Chu Chen will blame her and kill her to vent his anger? The disciples who were watching the show were amazed, because Feng Jiao's behavior today was too abnormal. What do you know? Feng Jiao is a woman with too deep a mind. Her actions today may seem impulsive, but in fact they were planned long ago. What do you mean? Please help me solve this puzzle. Don't forget how Feng Jiao climbed up the big tree of Zhangshan? Now that she has broken through the condensation stage, compared to Zhangshan, Senior brother Chu Qin is the real giant tree. Feng Jiao is a girl with a good figure and good looks. More importantly, she is playful and flirtatious. She has a way of dealing with men. Which man wouldn't want to have her for himself? Her move today, if she retreats, she is standing up for senior brother Zhang Shan. If she advances, she is attracting senior brother Chu Chen's attention. I'm afraid it's senior brother Chu Chen's bed. If Yu Wei hadn't been disfigured, Feng Jiao's chance of winning would only be 50%. After all, she is a cultivator. But Yu Wei turned out to be an ugly freak with a disfigured face. I have to say that Feng Jiao made the right bet again this time. I'm afraid we'll have to call her senior sister Feng from now on. She's second to none in the Red King's palace. No way! Feng Jiao is gambling with her life. My generation of cultivators is going against the will of heaven. As the saying goes, wealth and honor come in danger. Feng Jiao has seen through it a long time ago. But what if? There is no such thing as a one-time accident. If you were senior brother Chu Qin, would you choose a lowly maid with a ruined appearance, or a female cultivator with a superior figure and appearance who understands men better? Choose Feng Jiao. I heard she's pretty good in bed, hee. The disciples were talking about it, and some of them saw through Feng Jiao's real purpose and started talking about it. I thought that the one serving senior brother Chu Qin would be a beautiful lady, but it turned out to be such an ugly person like you. You're already disfigured, how dare you stay by brother Chu Chen's side? If I were you, I'd just hang myself on a tree. It's not your fault that you were disfigured, but it's wrong for you to come out and scare people. After making some sarcastic remarks, Feng Jiao seemed to be tired of playing. The spiritual power in his hand shook, and as Yu Wei's face was filled with horror, the veil instantly turned into ashes. Yu Wei staggered and tears welled up in her eyes. To her, this veil is not only a veil, but also her shattered self-esteem. But as the veil turned to ashes, Yu Wei's heart fell to the bottom. At this moment, a young man in black, with one hand behind his back and a sword in the other, pushed through the crowd and slowly came over. The young man in black has a dignified appearance and elegant demeanor. His handsome face shows no expression of sadness or joy, as if he is detached from the world. There is a sense of luxury and extraordinary in his every gesture. Do you think appearance is really important? The young man in black looked at Feng Jiao, who was teasing Yu Wei in the field, and spoke lightly. It is strange to say, this young man in black is obviously only at the 10th level of Qi Gathering Realm, not even at Condensing Yuan Realm, but among all the disciples in the Lingqiao Hall who are at the Condensing Yuan Realm, Pai Hai Realm, and even Kai Tian Realm, he is so dazzling and eye-catching. Like a crane standing out among chickens, he is extraordinary in the world. What? Feng Jiao was stunned, staring at the young man in black who was walking towards her, and didn't react for a long time. Feng Jiao sneered when she realized that the black-clothed young man in front of her was only at the 10th level of Qi Gathering Realm, and his cultivation was far below her own. Nonsense! Appearance is important, and everyone loves beauty. Did I say something wrong? Feng Jiao's tone was quite unfriendly. After all, people like her were ingrained in their nature to bully the weak and curry favor with the powerful. The young man in black is weaker than me, so what else is there to say? Just hit back. But as soon as Feng Jiao said it, she regretted it. Feng Jiao is not stupid, but extremely intelligent and shrewd. The young man in black in front of her looked unfamiliar. It was the first time Feng Jiao had seen him. It seemed that he had just arrived at the Red King Palace not long ago. In addition, he had reached the 10th level of Qi Gathering Realm, and happened to appear when he was making things difficult for Yu Wei. Feng Jiao's heart was pounding. In just a moment, she guessed the identity of the young man in black in front of her. As a result, her attitude immediately changed. Not only did she start to look at the black-clothed boy with a seductive look, but her voice also became charming and alluring in an instant. Of course appearance is important to us ordinary people, but for masters like senior brother Chu Qin, appearance is important, but character is more important. After all. Before Feng Jiao finished speaking, the black-clothed teenager in front of her stretched out his hand to stop her and interrupted her forcefully. I think you are right. Everyone loves beauty. Appearance is indeed very important to a person. These words caught Feng Jiao off guard. Glancing at Yu Wei, who was already crying beside her, Feng Jiao felt happy, as she had already confirmed the identity of the young man in black. But what did senior brother Chuchen mean by saying this? Wasn't he here to stand up for Yue? Or, after seeing her appearance and abilities, senior brother Chuchen fell at her feet. The choice between Yue and Feng Jiao has already been made. It must be like this. Oh man. So I give you two choices. Chuchen ignored Feng Jiao, who was full of ecstasy, and spoke to himself. One is to cut your face, the other is to die. Wow. After these words were spoken, Feng Jiao, who had been full of ecstasy the moment before, was so frightened that she stood there in a daze, her face pale with fright. When the disciples watching saw this, some wanted to step forward and accuse Chuchen of speaking wildly, but were held back by the more clever disciples around them. The entire spiritual herb garden was silent. It was eerily quiet. Brother Chuchen, this is a misunderstanding. Feng Jiao was so frightened that her body was shaking and she kept swallowing her saliva. Everything was different from what she had imagined. As soon as Chuchen appeared, he did not give Feng Jiao any chance to show off her charm and seduce him, and directly sentenced her to death. Brother Chuchen, please listen to my explanation. Never mind! Before Feng Jiao could finish her words, Chuchen interrupted her with a calm face. Seeing this, Feng Jiao was overjoyed and thought she had escaped a disaster. Since you don't want to choose, let me choose for you. But Chuchen's next words made her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar and facing the abyss. Then I will cut your face first, and then send you to death. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuchen's body disappeared. When he appeared again, a long sword with a cold glow appeared out of thin air in front of Feng Jiao. Facing that beautiful face. Cut across.